This is a book of the lowest level secret techniques. Its ultimate fate was to be used as toilet paper in the restroom. However, when I first saw it, I didn't hesitate to spend all my savings to buy it. Seeing this, everyone laughed at me, calling me an idiot. Little did they know I could turn it into a peerless level 3's secret manual through a bug. No matter the level of the skill, I could permanently elevate it by one tier. Thus, while other players were still leveling up by fighting monsters in the novice village, I already possessed forbidden techniques and had awakened as a necromancer capable of apocalyptic destruction. By this time, the game had been online for 2.5 hours and there were still many people in the novice village. Thinking of this, I swung my practice bone staff and unleashed a spell. The next moment, a pale gray vortex suddenly appeared beside me and two skeletons walked out side by side from the vortex. With the dual boosts of summoning enhancement and catastrophe, the attributes of the two little skeletons quadrupled. Suddenly a voice came, "Dude, your talent must be at least A level," as a player wielding a long sword approached. Hearing this, I smiled slightly. Yes, it is an A level enhanced summon. The opposing Night Wanderer raised his long sword and offered me a team invitation. Team up for leveling? I'm also A level talent, together we will definitely level up faster. I declined the Night Wanderer's team invitation and with a thought I walked out of the novice village under the guard of the two little skeletons. According to the map, I quickly left the territory of the running chickens and arrived at the area of level 2 monsters, the red-eyed rabbits. Seeing this, I twitched the corner of my mouth, continued moving forward and started clearing monsters with the two little skeletons. Suddenly a thought entered my mind: why bother with tactics when I can simply overwhelm with numbers? Then I raised an eyebrow, swung the bone staff again, and two more little skeletons armed with weapons walked out, directly joining the battle against the red-eyed rabbits. In just a few seconds, the red-eyed rabbit was defeated, leaving behind a corpse and a round copper coin. A barely noticeable white light merged into my body and a system notification sounded simultaneously. Killed a level 2 red-eyed rabbit, received an additional 50% over-level bonus experience points +3. Seeing this, I did not stop. I continued to let the four little skeletons move forward, constantly slaying the red-eyed rabbits that blocked the way. If this continues even without using catastrophe, I could quickly become a boss among players. The skeleton squad continued to clear monsters while moving towards further areas. Before long, I acquired quite a few necromancer equipments, and the summoned little skeletons also evolved to E level. Even the F level skill Scorch successfully advanced to E level. But the important part came next: the A level skill Life Link successfully upgraded to the S level skill Life Sharing. Skill effect: you unidirectionally share health with all summoned undead creatures. Looking at the simple description of life sharing, I couldn't help but exclaim in astonishment. With the professional characteristic of catastrophe and the skill summoning amplification, the value of life sharing on me is much stronger than the S-level talent of ordinary players. Now, not only do I have a health bar of 9,000 holding a bone staff in my left hand and the death book emitting a deathly aura in my right, I truly resemble a necromancer. Then I raised my hand and summoned 20 skeletons, opened the map to find the direction, and with a grand wave of my hand said, "Let's go." A sound of bones rubbing arose and the skeletons automatically split into several squads, beginning their slaughter. With agility as high as 87 points, their speed far surpassed that of level 3 wildcats, the 20 skeletons in this area, as if entering a no man's land. Almost unscathed through the area of level 4 and level 5 monsters, I led a host of skeletons and soon arrived at the dungeon entrance, Misty Forest. I waved my hand to recall all skeletons back into the summoning space, slowly stretched out my hand and touched the teleportation gate in front of me. Suddenly a prompt popped up: please select the difficulty. Without even looking, I chose the hell level. The vortex-like teleportation gate immediately stirred up ripples and everything before my eyes turned black. The next moment I arrived in a forest filled with fog. Seeing this, I willed my summoning space to open, for squads of skeletons neatly appeared before me. With a thought, the 4 squads of skeletons quickly began to explore in 4 directions. Suddenly feedback from the skeletons came to my mind. My eyes lit up and I directed all skeletons to head north. When I arrived at the battle site, I only saw 2 severed bodies of tree demons. Bending down to pick up 3 copper coins dropped, Sumubai leisurely enjoyed the scenery and ventured deeper into the mist forest. With the right direction, the number of monsters he encountered naturally increased. Killed a level 8 elite monster, Mist Tree Spirit, and received an extra 50% over-level bonus plus 60 experience points. Killed a level 8 elite monster, Mist Tree Serpent, and received an extra 50% over-level bonus plus 60 experience points. Almost every few seconds Sumubai's experience points would jump. This was only because the mist forest was vast and the monsters were not densely distributed. He had finally caught up with the main force and saw the elite monsters panel. Mist Tree Spirit, level 8 elite HP, 3600/3600 attack, 74 physical defense, 16 magic defense, 40 skill, entangle. Be wary of every tree around you, they might attack at any moment. Mist Tree Serpent, level 8 elite HP, 3000/3000 attack, 108 physical defense, 52 magic defense, 30 skill, strangulation. It is said that mist tree serpents enjoy playing games of bondage. Wonder if you can handle it. The Mist Forest was a level 5 dungeon. Hell difficulty raised the monsters' levels by 3 and they were all elite. The health points of these elite monsters even surpassed the skeletons that Sumubai had summoned. However, their 4-dimensional attributes were far inferior. Although the skeletons' coordination wasn't perfectly in sync, the group attack hardly posed any difficulty. Locking his gaze on a mist tree serpent, Sumubai waved his bone staff, silently reciting a magic spell. 2 seconds later, a wisp of blue ghostly flame shot out, instantly merging into the body of the mist tree serpent. Burning -98, -101 every second. A number around 100 in damage would flicker above the head of the tree serpent. After leveling up to 3, Sumubai's spell power had already reached 156 points. In the realm where the dominion of death prevails, a staggering 46 points of spiritual power, tripled by the occupational bonus, constituted the majority. Additionally, 18 points stemmed from the Death Codex and the Bone Staff. In the game of Myriad Realms, equipment progresses every 5 levels, hence the attributes of the Death Codex only change every 5 levels. The spell Scorch, lasting 5 seconds, inflicted over 500 points of magical damage on the Mist Serpent. While this was considerable for an average player, it paled in comparison to the output of 20 skeletons. However, Sumubai was undeterred, continually using Scorch to ramp up his damage output. Despite lacking potions to restore mana, his current spiritual attributes allowed him to regenerate 46 mana points every 5 seconds during combat, triple that of a typical necromancer. Killing a level 8 elite monster, the Mist Serpent, he gained an additional 50% bonus for exceeding the level, along with an extra 60 experience points. Another system notification chimed and Sumubai couldn't help but smirk. Something good dropped. The drop rate in hell level dungeons was indeed much better than outside, having slain just over a dozen monsters. He already obtained an item, and it was a black iron tier item at that. The Serpent Waist Belt was a level 5 black iron leather armor with durability 30/30, offering +9 armor and +2 constitution. Imagine being wrapped by a giant serpent. Unfortunately, it was leather armor. Reading the equipment description, Sumubai's lips twitched. He wondered what peculiar sense of humor the designers of the Myriad Realms game possessed, as every piece of equipment seemed to have a soul-stirring description. In the game, equipment was categorized into cloth, leather, chain, and plate armors. Generally, low-level equipment only required a particular level to use, but each class could only wear specific types of armor. As a Death Sovereign evolved from a necromancer, he too was restricted to cloth armor. Though he couldn't use it, it could still be sold for money. With a thought, Sumubai upgraded the Serpent Waist Belt through a calamity spell. It became a bronze-level item. The name remained unchanged, but its attributes improved, compared to an item of the same level. The bronze equipment was about 50% stronger than the black iron. However, the additional attributes were still limited to 1. Casually tossing it into his backpack, Sumubai continued to help the skeletons clear more monsters. What he truly desired wasn't equipment but skill books. The Misty Forest, as the first dungeon of the Novice Village, served as a place for players to farm equipment and skill books. The drop rate in hell difficulty was naturally much higher. When a golden light flashed, Sumubai had already collected 3 pieces of equipment and 2 skill books. Congratulations to the player by Yi for advancing to level 4, gaining +1 in all 4 attributes, +1 skill point and +15 free attribute points. You have obtained a black iron wooden magic wand. You have obtained a black iron serpent fang dagger. You have obtained a black iron serpent leather armor. You have obtained an E-grade skill book, entangle. You have obtained an E-grade skill book, strangle. After using the calamity spell to upgrade all the equipment and skill books by 1 tier, Sumubai casually tossed them into his backpack. Once this dungeon run was complete, other players would likely start running dungeons too, making it a good time to sell to them. However, Sumubai was somewhat concerned that other players might not have enough money, knowing all too well the drop rates in the Myriad Realms game. despite his capabilities. Su Ming now had less than 3 silver coins in total assets. Would players who team up for Pioneering Dungeons pool money together? Shaking his head, Su Ming continued to direct the skeletons deeper into the mist forest. After leveling up, the four-dimensional attributes of the skeletons reached 292 points, accelerating their monster-slaying speed once again. If not for the low density of monsters in the mist forest, Su Mubai's leveling speed could have been even faster. When Su Mubai found the first boss, his level finally reached 5. During this period, the loot was naturally substantial, including double-layer shoes and a wooden magic wand. He had a total of 5 pieces of usable equipment. In addition, there was a necromancer's skill book. However, it was this low-level skill that allowed his already formidable strength to multiply several times over. Equipping his gear, Su Mubai summoned his new attribute panel with a thought. Attribute panel player, by E level 5, 1.28%. Occupation, Death Overlord. Agility, 51. Spirit, 108 health points, 1/1 mana, 6480/6480. Spell power, 409. PS, non-critical attributes are omitted. Exclusive talent, Catastrophe, unique forbidden level. Occupational skills, summon skeletons. E, scorching. E, summoning space expansion. D, life sharing. S, death summoning. SS, summoning space, 20/100. Equipment, wooden magic wand, emerald robe, emerald belt, emerald trousers, double layer shoes. Occupation exclusive, Death Codex. Lifespan, 1 year. The 5 pieces of equipment together provided an increase of 13 points in spirit, which was a modest benefit for Su Mubai. The most surprising part was that the greatest enhancement this time did not come from the Death Codex, but from a low-level necromancer skill. Summoning space expansion, originally an E-level skill book, was upgraded to D level by Su Mubai using Catastrophe, a free upgrade. Summoning space expansion, D, passive skill, no level. Summoning space +2. To an ordinary necromancer, this would mean summoning 2 additional minor skeletons, but for Su Mubai the effect of this skill was comparable to an SS level skill. With the Catastrophe trait boosting the effect, it doubled the summoning space +4. Coupled with the enhancement from death summoning, Su Mubai's summoning space limit terrifyingly reached 100. He was becoming more monstrous by the moment. Looking at his terrifying attribute panel, Su Mubai couldn't help but gasp. Who would have thought that a low-level skill could bring such a significant enhancement? Maybe it could become even more monstrous. Looking at the summoning space expansion, Su Mubai narrowed his eyes slightly. He had an idea that he must try. After learning the skill book, would it still be considered the same item? With this thought, Su Mubai's mind stirred. Catastrophe target. Summoning space expansion prompt, please. Choose the upgrade tier 1 tier/2 tier/3 tier. Su Mubai took a deep breath and silently recited in his heart, 1 tier. However, the subsequent system notification sound immediately threw cold water on him. Prompt, confirm no cost overwrite of previous promotion effects. Confirmed. Cancel. A hint of disappointment flashed in his eyes. It seems that the game of Myriad Realms has thoroughly blocked the ways to exploit bugs. Not being able to exploit bugs is indeed a bit frustrating. With a grimace, Su Mubai then checked the changes in the Death Codex. The Death Codex, profession specific, by E, special. Item cannot be dropped. Damage traded, can be summoned or stowed at will. Level 5, follows character, basic attributes, +75 spell power, +25 to all attributes, +100% damage to undead creatures. Your summon creatures also benefit from this boost. Special effect, opens at level 10. This is a book of rules, only you can browse it, and after meeting the requirements you can learn exclusive skills of the Death Sovereign. At level 5 the Death Codex was already showing its edge, just the +25 to all attributes alone at this stage is enough to drive all players crazy. As for the double damage against undead creatures, it currently has no great use. Novice Village number 9527 does not have maps or instances with undead creatures. The rune on the back of his left hand flickered and the Death Codex materialized instantly. Su Mubai tried it out but still couldn't open it. Can it only be opened at level 10? Frowning, Su Mubai stowed away the Death Codex and waved his magic wand to summon skeletons. A pale gray vortex appeared and 2 skeletons stepped out. Quickly joining the skeleton squad. Skeleton strength, 583 constitution, 583 agility, 583 spirit, 583 health, 5830/5830 attack power, 583 physical defense, 292 skill, heavy strike, E, level 5 swings weapon to heavily strike the target, dealing 175% physical damage, cooldown 30 seconds. An exceptionally strong individual, its strength far exceeds the limit of ordinary skeletons. Sumubai looked at the group of abnormally strong skeletons around him, then glanced not far ahead at the boss and its two subordinates. His expression became somewhat strange. These were three massive tree serpents, especially the one in the middle, its body coiled nearby like a small hill. Misty Forest Serpent King level 8 silver tier boss health, 88,000/88,000 attack power, 327 physical defense, 136 magical defense, 98 skills, strangle, devour, venom spray, earthquake. Are you sure you're ready to face this big guy? It never spits out bones when it eats. Misty Forest Serpent Guard level 8 enhanced elite health, 8350/8350 attack power, 198 physical defense, 72-inch magical defense, 60 skill, strangle. Among the best in the Misty Forest Serpents, responsible for security work, can also be called a security guard. In the game of Myriad Realms, monsters are divided into normal, enhanced elite and enhanced elite 4 levels. Enhanced elites, besides health and skills, are not much weaker than lower tier bosses. Boss tiers correspond to equipment levels ranging from black iron to mythical, divided into 8 tiers in total. In addition to having better health and more skills, all boss class creatures can also regenerate health during battle. Although it's not much, it's about 1% every 5 seconds. With this slight recovery, once the player's damage output cannot keep up, there is absolutely no hope of defeating the boss. To kill the Fog Tree Serpent King, it means that the team's DPS must exceed 176 points. For a 5-person team, this is no small challenge. If there isn't a member with strong talents in the team, there is almost no chance of defeating the Fog Tree Serpent King, and this is just the first boss in the Mist Forest. The hell level difficulty is evident, however for Sumubai there was no difficulty at all. Apart from health and skills, his summoned skeleton army completely crushed the boss in front of him. Alright, let's go straight in. With a thought, Sumubai didn't wait any longer and directly controlled the skeleton army to surround the boss. At the same time, he swung his magic wand, summoning 2 more skeletons. Hiss! The Fog Tree Serpent's guards reacted immediately, spitting out their long forked tongues, attacking the skeleton army fiercely. What met them was the relentless heavy beating from the skeleton army. These 2 guards were big enough to take all the hits solidly. -892 inch, -901, -1788. A series of damage numbers popped up, including a few critical hits. Their little bit of health couldn't withstand such devastation. Just as the Fog Tree Serpent King was about to raise its head, the bodies of the 2 guards had already stiffened. Killing level 8 enhanced elite monster Fog Tree Serpent Guard, additional 50% over level bonus. Experience points plus 180. Killing level 8 enhanced elite monster Fog Tree Serpent Guard, additional 50% over level bonus. Experience points plus 180. 2 system notification sounds rang out, but Sumubai paid no attention. As he waved his magic wand, a wisp of ghostly blue flame shot out, striking the head of the Fog Tree Serpent King, initiating the onslaught. -288 facing 24 skeletons, the Fog Tree Serpent King's pupils flashed a ghostly light and it let out a warning hiss, however it was of no use. The skeleton army only followed Sumubai's commands, and various weapons greeted the boss. Hiss! The Fog Tree Serpent King in pain immediately opened its huge mouth, swallowing 1 skeleton whole. At the same time, its huge body also entwined another skeleton. But such an attack was hardly fatal for a skeleton with a health of 5,830 points. The rest of the skeletons didn't stop their movements at all. Each round of attacks took almost 10,000 points of the Fog Tree Serpent King's health. What made it even more desperate was that the human in the distance lightly waved his magic wand and actually summoned 2 more skeletons. As the gatekeeper boss of a hell level 5-person dungeon, the Fog Tree Serpent King could never have imagined that one day it would be beaten by over 20 skeletons. With a thunderous noise, watching its health pour out like a waterfall, the Fog Tree Serpent King launched its ultimate move. Its tail lifted high, it whipped towards the ground at an incredibly fast pace. In the next moment, shockwaves swept around, shaking the earth and mountains, rendering Sumubai unable to use any skills. Simultaneously, the Misty Forest Serpent King furiously spat out a green energy ball aimed directly at Sumubai. As a silver tier boss, its intelligence was evidently not low, realizing that these skeletons were controlled by this human. If it could kill him, the crisis would be resolved. As the venom was about to land on Sumubai, a sly look flashed in the eyes of the Misty Forest Serpent King. Foolish human, once poisoned, your death is certain. However, the outcome left the Misty Forest Serpent King dumbfounded. The venom did hit Sumubai, but it was as if nothing had happened to him. -938, -196, -196. A string of damage numbers appeared above Sumubai's head, followed by a 30-second poison effect. Such damage would indeed be fatal for a level 5 player, but to Sumubai it was negligible. He had summoned a total of 24 skeletons, sharing a combined health bar nearing 280,000. Even if he stood there letting the Misty Forest Serpent King hit him, there was no pressure. A level 5 player with a health bar more than twice as thick as that of a level 8 silver tier boss, how do you argue with that? Before the earthshaking could end, the Misty Forest Serpent King was hacked to death on the ground by the 20-odd skeletons. Even the Devour's skill it initially released hadn't finished. The swallowed skeletons crawled out from the serpent's mouth, having lost less than 1/5 of their health bar, killing the level 8 silver tier boss, Misty Forest Serpent King. Granted an additional 50% experience bonus plus 14,400 experience points. The experience given by the boss was substantial, instantly boosting Sumubai's freshly leveled experience bar to 73%. Post level 5, the experience needed to level up surged, requiring a whopping 20,000. This level was a minor watershed where players would begin to gradually pull apart. However, to Sumubai, leveling up was still effortless. His ability to summon skeletons had increased 5-fold. The system notification did not end there. Congratulations on becoming the first player to solo a boss in Novice Village number 9527. Inch reward: 1 basic life soul stone, 1 gold coin. Congratulations on becoming the first player to solo a silver tier boss in Novice Village number 9527. Inch reward: 5 basic life soul stones, 5 gold coins. Notification: a village announcement is about to be made. Do you wish to hide your name? No. Sumubai raised an eyebrow and made his choice. The next moment, the mysterious voice that had announced the selection of Blue Star echoed throughout Novice Village number 9527. Novice Village number 9527 announcement: congratulations to Bai Yi for being the first player to solo a boss. This announcement is made in the hope that all players will learn from him and obtain substantial rewards. The repeated system announcements 6 times in a row completely ignited all the players in Novice Village 9527. Suddenly, the chat channel in the Novice Village was abuzz. Soloing a boss, and a silver tier one at that? What a joke! Faced with this sudden announcement, countless people were dumbfounded, finding it hard to believe that someone could achieve such a feat. Is the gap between individuals really that large? Looking at the ground chickens and red-eyed rabbits in front of them, many players stood frozen in place, soon falling to become mere corpses. Being killed by a ground chicken was a humiliation to the spirit. Being killed by a red-eyed rabbit was a double blow to both body and spirit. Who knows this Bay? I really want to know what kind of abnormal talent he has awakened. At least it's S tier, maybe even SS tier. Otherwise, it's absolutely impossible to solo a silver tier boss so quickly. The game of Myriad Worlds is too unbalanced. I can barely kill a minor monster, yet someone else is soloing bosses. How is that fair? Is there truly such a thing as absolute fairness? Just accept your fate. Thought I was done being a beast of burden before I crossed over, didn't expect to be just cannon fodder after crossing as well. Countless messages flooded the screen, deeply shocked by this news. Many powerful teams had already started trying to find Sumubai, wanting to pull him into their ranks. Meanwhile, others took this opportunity to start recruiting in the chat channel. In a level 4 monster area, a small team was cleanly wiping out minor monsters. Their strength was clearly a cut above the average player, so you have to solo a boss to trigger a notification. Had I known earlier, I would have let Maple Leaf take on that Black Iron tier boss alone. In the middle of the team, a corpulent middle-aged man seemed somewhat complaining. Who knew? But there's definitely still a chance. Maple Leaf Xiao thrust his spear, instantly killing the wild beast in front of him. The damage number exceeding 400 was enough to show that he had awakened an extraordinary talent. Bending down to pick up the dropped copper coins, Maple Leaf Xiao handed them to the corpulent middle-aged man, his expression somewhat solemn. This Bay is stronger than me. I'm not his match against a silver tier boss right now. Do you mean his talent is SS tier? Wealth of the World took the copper coins, his eyes full of shock. Maple Leaf Xiao Xiao had awakened an S-tier talent, yet Bei was even stronger. Very likely, Maple Leaf nodded. And definitely a combat type SS-tier talent. Uncle, do you think this Bei would agree to join us? Another teammate stepped forward, asking Wealth of the World. It seemed that the leader of this team was not the S-tier talented Maple Leaf, but the unremarkable-looking Wealth of the World. I'll send an invite and try. Wealth of the World nodded slightly, not making any promises. But from his expression it seemed he was quite confident. Beep beep beep. Just as the announcement ended, Sumubai found his communicator urgently ringing. The friend request section instantly surged from 0 to 999 plus. He had anticipated this, but didn't expect it to come so quickly. Reject all. With a thought, Sumubai immediately declined all friend requests and also set his profile to not allow adding by search. Compared to others, he was more concerned about the rewards just distributed by the system. With a wave of his hand, he summoned 2 new skeletons and continued exploring with his skeleton army while opening his backpack. Immediately, a look of ecstasy appeared on his face. The effect of the Life Soul Stone was indeed as he had imagined. The basic Life Soul Stone, a special item once absorbed, would extend one's life by 30 days. Note: whether you keep the basic Life Soul Stone in your backpack or warehouse, it will lose 1/10 of its value upon your death, with a minimum loss of 3 days. Is this the item that can extend life? The basic Life Soul Stone was round, about the size of a baby's fist, and emitted a soft white light. Longevity was Sumubai's greatest concern. He thought it would be difficult to find such treasures initially, but he had obtained them so effortlessly. Just by soloing the Misty Forest Serpent King, he was rewarded with 6 basic Life Soul Stones. That's a whole half year of life. If the wealthy and powerful of the original Blue Star knew about this, who knows how crazy they would become. However, the times have changed with universal transmigration. Those people in the worlds of this game are just ordinary players. For me, this isn't just about half a year of life. Looking at the basic Life Soul Stone in his hand, Sumubai's lips curved slightly. Catastrophe. Target: basic Life Soul Stone. Prompt: please choose to upgrade the rank 1/2/3, second rank. Although Sumubai knew his money was definitely not enough, having just received a huge sum of 6 gold coins, he still wanted to try. What if it worked? Prompt: upgrading a basic Life Soul Stone in total consumes 10,000 soul coins. Insufficient resources. Upgrade failed. Well, there was no what if. Gold coins weren't even enough to qualify for upgrading a Life Soul Stone. Soul coins. Looking at the system prompt, Sumubai muttered, a higher level of currency. Such things, unless triggered by a system announcement, are unthinkable in a novice village. Sumubai shook his head with a smile, his thoughts moving again to initiate catastrophe. This time he chose to upgrade the Life Soul Stone in his hand by 1 rank. With the precedent of upgrading from copper coins to ancient copper coins, he dared not upgrade all the basic Life Soul Stones directly. If something really went wrong, he wouldn't even have a place to cry. Prompt: confirm to upgrade a basic Life Soul Stone to 1 rank without any consumption. Confirm. Cancel. Confirm. You have obtained a mid-level Life Soul Stone. Mid-level Life Soul Stone, a special item once absorbed, will extend one's life by 120 days. Note: whether you keep the mid-level Life Soul Stone in your backpack or warehouse, it will lose 1/10 of its value upon your death, with a minimum loss of 12 days. From the 2 levels of Life Soul Stones, it's clear that not only does a player lose 1/10 of their lifespan upon death, but they also lose 1/10 of their Life Soul Stones. The joy of freeloading is simply addictive. Sumubai, following the same method, upgraded all the remaining 5 basic Life Soul Stones in his backpack to mid-level. However, he didn't rush to absorb them but decided to keep them for now. 6 mid-level Life Soul Stones could only extend life by 2 years, still not reaching beyond 10 years. Even if he absorbed it all, after leaving the novice village he couldn't withstand even a single death penalty. It might be better to save them for now. What if within this year he managed to gather enough soul coins to upgrade these Life Soul Stones 1 more level? Click-clack, the sound of bones colliding approached as several skeletons carried the items dropped by the mist tree. Serpent King forward. The hell level difficulty combined with the first kill, the Mist Tree Serpent King generously dropped a pile of items. Besides the system rewards, this was Sumubai's first time seeing a monster drop silver coins directly, 30 silver coins at that. In addition, the Mist Tree Serpent King also exploded with 5 pieces of equipment and 2 skill books. 4 of these were silver tier equipment and 1 was a backpack. The rest were materials that could be used for secondary professional production and processing. After a quick glance, Sumubai waved his hand and all the items were upgraded once. Enhanced snakeskin bag, contains 100 grid spaces. Venomous ring, a level 5 gold tier durable ring with 100 out of 100 durability, adds plus 30 to spell power, plus 10 to agility, plus 10 to spirit, and has a chance of inflicting 150 points of poison damage with each spell, triggerable once every 10 seconds. If you can't beat them, poison them, each player could equip 5 backpacks, and after equipping the enhanced snake skin bag, Sumubai expanded his storage space to 150 grids. Items like life soul stones could stack up to 100 per grid. For the time being, the backpack should be sufficient. Besides the venomous ring, the other 3 pieces of equipment were for physical attack, which Sumubai directly tossed into his backpack. He planned to sell everything that was unnecessary after leaving the dungeon. As for the 2 skill books, they were only D tier before the upgrade. The Mist Tree Serpent King was a silver tier boss, and from its drops it was evident that high-level skills were not easy to come by in the game of Myriad Worlds. Players who awaken high-level talents at the start indeed had a significant early advantage. Unfortunately, neither of the skill books suited the necromancer class. Sumubai pursed his lips and threw the skill books into his backpack. Just as he was about to summon skeletons again, his action suddenly paused. Looking at the summon skeleton skill, Sumubai had a thought. Catastrophe target, summon skeleton prompt. Please choose the promotion rank first, second, third, second, prompt, confirm. Consumption of 5 gold coins to overwrite the previous promotion effect and elevate the skill summon lesser skeleton to a higher tier. It really is expensive. Eyeballing the cost of 5 gold coins, Sumubai frowned. He suddenly regretted upgrading those 2 skill books earlier. Summon lesser skeleton was an F tier skill, and even after being elevated, it was only D tier. Just like that, it required a total of 5 gold coins. The 2 skill books after the upgrade were C tier skills and current players couldn't afford them. If sold at a low price, wouldn't that be a huge loss? The game of Myriad Worlds didn't care if the players were short on money initially. In its judgment, upgrading an F tier skill required this much money. Money spent can be earned again. Biting the bullet, Sumubai chose to confirm. With catastrophe and talent, making money was easy for him, and the summon skeleton skill almost represented all his current combat power. With enough gold coins, naturally it's time to upgrade. The next moment, the icon for summoning skeletons in the skill bar underwent some changes. Originally, the icon depicted a single skeleton, but now it quietly turned into 2, positioned one on the left and the other on the right. The skeleton on the right hadn't changed much, but the one on the left was notably holding a bow and arrow. Your F rank skill, Summon Minor Skeleton, has successfully evolved into a D rank skill, Summon Skeleton Infantry. Summon Skeleton Infantry. D. Level 6 active skill summons a skeleton warrior or skeleton archer to fight for you. Casting time 3 seconds, cooldown time 30 seconds, consumes 200 mana points. Skeleton panel benefits from players' mental attribute bonuses. Finally, there are ranged skeletons. Looking at the skill description, Sumubai was overjoyed. Those 5 gold coins were well spent. Although the Skeleton Legion had quickly surrounded and defeated the Misty Forest Serpent King, that was largely due to the boss's large size. If it had been a smaller boss, the Skeleton Legion wouldn't have been so quick. To strike the boss even once would require queuing up. Now, with the Skeleton Archer, the troop types were no longer limited to just one kind. Summoning the Skeleton Infantry, Sumubai waved his magic wand, releasing the skill. A soft gray vortex appeared, and a skeleton warrior accompanied by a skeleton archer stepped out side by side. Their bones had a noticeable gloss, and the skeleton warrior's bone sword flashed with a cold light, seemingly a standard issue weapon. The skeleton archer carried a quiver on his back and held a bone longbow as tall as a person. In its pupils a faint blue flame flickered. Skeleton warrior strength 637-inch constitution, 637 agility, 637 health, 7644/7644 attack power, 956 physical defense, 319 skill, heavy strike, E, level 6 swings weapon to heavily strike the target, dealing 175% physical damage, cooldown time 30 seconds. Skeleton converted to a warrior, significant increase in strength bonus. Skeleton archer strength 637 constitution, 637 agility, 637 health, 6370/6370 attack power, 764 physical defense, 319 skill, double shot, E, Level 6 instantly shoots 2 arrows, striking the target twice, each arrow dealing 90% physical damage, cooldown time 30 seconds. Skeleton converted to an archer, significant increase in agility bonus. Sumubai put on the poisonous ring, increasing his mental attribute by 10 points. The attributes of the two types of skeleton infantry hadn't changed compared to before, and even their inherent skills remained E rank. However, now that they had professions, both received attribute bonuses. The skeleton warrior's attack power had increased by 50% and its health by 20%. As for the skeleton archer, there were no data on attack speed or movement speed on the panel, but from the description it was clear that the latter was definitely faster than the former. Looking at the panels of both, Sumubai nodded in satisfaction. His personal army, the Catastrophe Legion, was finally starting to look a bit more respectable. Autonomous combat. With a thought, he issued a command and the two immediately started moving, one in front of the other. The skeleton archer was noticeably much faster at the start, but it soon deliberately slowed down, allowing the skeleton warrior to charge ahead. Ahead of them, the more than 20 skeletons previously summoned had found the correct path and encountered the monsters inside the dungeon. By killing a level 8 elite monster, the goblin, they received an additional 50% bonus. For defeating a higher level opponent, earning plus 60 experience points. Soon Sumubai's experience bar began to surge. He proceeded towards the battlefield at a steady pace, continuously busy along the way. Roughly every 2 seconds he would wave his wand, summoning 2 skeleton infantrymen. Even with his whopping 7,080 mana points drained, he hadn't completely filled the summoning space. Without any potions, Sumubai could only wait for his mana to regenerate automatically. Fortunately, his high spirit attribute didn't take long and the original 20 or so skeletons were finally all replaced. Summoning space, 100 out of 100 inch, with 40 skeleton warriors and 60 skeleton archers forming a formidable legion that boldly marched into the goblins' territory. Goblins, level 8 elite health, 2800/2800 attack power, 96 physical defense, 58 magic defense, 45 skill, throwing. These green-skinned dwarves are the indigenous creatures here, attacking any being that enters their territory. The goblins had lower health compared to the previous monsters but possessed higher attack power. However, in front of the skeleton army, they didn't stand much of a chance. Skeleton warriors struck 3 slashes each and skeleton archers shot 4 arrows each. The latter had a 30% faster attack speed, resulting in higher output. After using their skills, these goblins were utterly powerless. The dense fog that permeated the entire forest was completely ineffective against the vast skeleton army. Specialized skeletons were responsible for collecting dropped items. After filling the summoning space, Sumubai suddenly realized that he had become a hands-off manager, completely out of tasks to do. He had turned a hell-level difficulty dungeon into a feeling reminiscent of a spring outing. He casually opened the chat channel, browsing for any noteworthy information while catching up with the main troops' progress. The chat channel is one of the basic features of the Myriad Worlds game, and currently Sumubai could only access the nearby channel and the one for Novice Village 9527. If he were in a team, an additional squad channel would be available. At the moment, the chat in Novice Village 9527 was still dominated by discussions about Bai Yi. People were still shocked by Mubai's solo kill of the silver level boss and speculated about the rewards he received. Quickly scanning past these messages, Sumubai soon noticed some different posts. One-stroke throat seal, squad recruiting requiring A-level talent or above, team up to explore the Mist Forest after level 5. Grand ambition hegemony. Planning to establish the Hegemony Guild, explore the Myriad Worlds game together. Interested parties contact Turtle's Black Head. Dude, who are you even recruiting for work? In the game, Grand ambition hegemony, is S-level talent enough? Faced with skepticism, Grand Ambition Hegemony directly posted his talent, Natural Leader, S-level exclusive talent skill. You can establish a guild for free. Guild members receive an experience boost of 20%, monster drop boost of 20%, and an attack power/spell power boost of 20%. The stronger the overall strength of the guild, the greater the enhancements to you. Turtle's Black Head. Bro, my dear brother, I wanna join. I'm not road blind. Grand Ambition added you as a friend, please accept. Quickly, Grand Ambition's posted introduction to his talent did not detail the overall enhancement from guild strength, yet this talent greatly attracted other players, with countless wanting to join. Sumubai was also surprised. Indeed, all kinds of talents existed in Myriad Worlds. At this moment, a pinned message suddenly popped up in the chat channel, capturing everyone's attention. Wealth of the world. Brother White Knight, could you please accept my friend request? I have important matters to discuss. Lu Rinjia, whose subordinate is this, to have money to pin a message. Lu Rini, I just checked. Pinning a message costs a gold coin. Is wealth of the world really that rich? Melon-eating masses. I've been grinding monsters so hard and don't even have 100 copper coins, and this prodigal son uses a gold coin to pin a message. Grand ambition. Wealth of the world interested in joining my Grand Ambition Guild? The position of vice president is yours alone. The pinned message from Wealth of the World instantly caused a huge stir in the 9527 Novice Village channel. For a moment, his popularity even surpassed the previously triggered announcements by White Knight. Even Grand Ambition immediately tried to recruit him, clearly attracted by Wealth of the World's lavish spending. A gold coin might not be much later on, but how long has the Myriad Worlds game been open? If it were White Knight with so much money, people wouldn't be too surprised. After all, system rewards might include gold coins. But this Wealth of the World suddenly popped up, suggesting his talent might be related to money. Such a person is exactly who Grand Ambition wants to recruit. In his view, with Wealth of the World joining, the Grand Ambition Guild would surely rise quickly in Myriad Worlds. However, after posting the pinned message, Wealth of the World went silent. Seeing this while grinding monsters, Grand Ambition frowned, a sinister look flashing in his eyes. He snorted coldly, "Humph, don't give me face? Once out of the Novice Village, don't fall into my hands, and this White Knight, I want to see how strong you can be. Even if you have an SS tier talent, you're no match for my Grand Ambition Guild." Watching his two friend requests sink like stones, Grand Ambition's face looked somewhat ugly. Back on Blue Star, he was just an unemployed vagrant belonging to the bottom of society. Since awakening his S-tier innate leader talent in the Star Palace, Grand Ambition considered himself the chosen one of the Myriad Worlds game. He is the protagonist of this world. He hadn't fully posted the content of his talent in the chat channel. What everyone didn't know was the innate leader talent could be upgraded. As long as the guild's overall strength was strong enough, theoretically his talent could eventually be upgraded to an SSS tier. Thinking of himself leading the guild to dominate Myriad Worlds, a smile unconsciously appeared on Grand Ambition's face. In his view, whether it was White Knight or Wealth of the World, they would either join the Grand Ambition Guild or be hunted down by him. There isn't a third option. Although he thought this Grand Ambition hegemony didn't talk tough in the chat channel, his formidable talent made him arrogant, but it hadn't completely robbed him of his reason. Grand Ambition hegemony was well aware that his talent needed time to mature. Before that, he was content to let others jump around a bit more. With this thought, Grand Ambition hegemony opened his friend request list and mass accepted everyone's requests. The Hegemony Guild had no recruitment requirements, all were welcome. The more members they had, the stronger the guild's overall strength would be, and the stronger the feedback to him would become. It wasn't too late to start filtering members once the guild was full. Thus, the number one power in Novice Village 9527 began its rapid rise. Inside the Mist Forest dungeon, Sumubai glanced at the pinned message from Wealth of the World and a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes. Goodness, spending a gold coin to pin a message, that's really showing off wealth. After enhancing his skills, even he could only afford to pin a message once. Was there a talent that came with a starting fund? Curiosity piqued, Sumubai opened his friend request list and found the request from Wealth of the World. He had initially chosen to reject all, but he could still see the message attached to the friend request. Wealth of the World. Brother Bai Yi, are you interested in joining my team? If you join, I'll cover all equipment and skills, and I'll even give you a signing bonus of 100 gold coins. Gold coins. Sumubai's pupils dilated at the message. This amount of money was definitely considered a fortune in the Novice Village. His curiosity about Wealth of the World's talent grew even stronger. Isn't this the perfect collaboration target? With a slight smile, Sumubai immediately sent a friend request to Wealth of the World. Although he had no intention of joining the others' team, he was very interested in making a trade. With such a wealthy player in the Novice Village, he wouldn't have to worry about not being able to sell valuable items. Wealth of the World seemed to be constantly watching the friend request list, as almost the moment Sumubai applied, he accepted it. Immediately after, a message came through. Wealth of the World. Brother Bai Yi, how about it? Our team already has a member with an S-level combat talent who definitely won't hold you back. Then another eager message followed. Wealth of the World. If the signing bonus isn't enough, how about 200 gold coins? But I need to be sure that you have an SS level talent. How wealthy is this guy? Sumobai's mouth twitched. It seemed that Wealth of the World really didn't regard money as anything serious, talking about 200 gold coins as casually as if they were 200 copper coins. After thinking for a moment, Sumubai sent him a reply. Bai Yi, does your talent have something to do with money? Wealth of the World, I won't lie to you, money is just a number to me. Just sign a contract and join my team, and whatever you want in the future, just name it. Wow. Replying, Wealth of the World also posted part of his talent. God of Wealth, SSS level exclusive talent skill effects, 1, Money Tree. Shake the money tree once a day to randomly receive between 1 and 999 gold coins plus a chance to obtain special treasures. Wealth Influx. The currency you carry increases by 1% daily, no loss upon death. You will not drop any coins or items upon death. Although the effects of talents 4 and 5 are not visible, the talent riches of the world still left Su Mubai utterly astonished. He never expected that in a small 9527 novice village there would actually be hidden dragons and crouching tigers. Apart from himself, a player who exploited a bug, there first appeared a guild talent holder like Grand Ambition, and now there emerged a player who had awakened an SSS tier talent. According to the information provided by the Myriad Worlds game, the probability of awakening an SSS tier talent is about 1 in a billion, even including those talents that can grow. The total number of blue star players does not exceed 20. The probability of encountering one in Novice Village 9527 is unimaginably low. This was also Sumubai's first encounter with the effects of an SSS tier talent, not to mention the minimum guarantee of a money tree and special treasures. Wealth influx is absolutely defying the heavens. 1% might not seem like a lot, but when compounded it becomes terrifying. No wonder Riches of the World says that money is just a number to him. With such a talent as the God of Wealth, he is fully entitled to say this. However, this guy, like Grand Ambition before him, surely does not know that in the Myriad Worlds there are talents that can copy or even plunder others' talents. Otherwise, neither of them would be so carefree about exposing their talents even partially. It's understandable to want to recruit a strong player like Su Mubai, but such behavior is somewhat foolish. However, this doesn't concern Su Mubai much, as he wouldn't make such a foolish move. What he cares about are the equipment and skills in his backpack. He has finally found a good buyer. Level 5 Monster Zone. Riches of the World's team has already started pioneering this area. Unlike Grand Ambition, who wants to build a large guild, Riches of the World desires a small but elite team. Although the team currently has only 4 members, each of them is a top-notch expert. Besides Maple leaves sighing an S-tier talent holder, the other 2 team members are also among the best of A-tier talents. In the plans of Riches of the World, once they leave the Novice Village, the baseline for recruiting team members will be raised to S-tier. By then, combined with his terrifying financial power, he will inevitably be able to build one of the top teams in the Myriad Worlds. All members who join the team must sign a contract. This is a contract generated by the Myriad Worlds game, binding for all players. Thus, Riches of the World spares no effort in investing in all team members. Although his talent is SSS tier, it currently does not enhance his combat power. To establish a foothold in the Myriad Worlds early on, he must build his own team, and White Knight, who triggered the system announcement, is his most desired recruit in Novice Village 9527. After sending part of his talent effects to White Knight, Riches of the World slightly squints his eyes, a small smile curling up at the corner of his mouth. He is confident that revealing his talent will definitely attract the other party. After all, even with a strong talent, one needs money. With the same level of talent and your own financial support, the growth rate is bound to be much faster. The only cost is joining my team. Is there anyone who would refuse such a profitable deal? However, the next moment, Wealth of the World smile froze on his face. Bai Yi, sorry, I prefer to act on my own. The youngest and only female member of the team tilted her head in confusion and asked, Hey uncle, why aren't you smiling anymore? Cotton Candy, heal up. The corner of Shield Warrior Awai's mouth twitched as he quickly changed the subject. Maple Leaves Suffing put away his weapon and walked over to Wealth of the World. Frowning, he refused. Wealth of the World nodded with a bitter smile. Yes, he couldn't understand it. He had shown his SSS level talent. What reason did the other party have to refuse? Wealth of the World, somewhat unwilling to give up, was about to inquire further when Bai Yi sent another message. Bai Yi, interested in making a trade? Wealth of the World, what trade? Seeing this, Wealth of the World's interest was piqued. Nowadays he was so poor that all he had left was money. The first time he shook the money tree he got more than 500 gold coins. Such a vast fortune at this stage was really hard to spend, although there were some NPC-run shops in Novice Village 9527. The strongest items they sold were only ordinary level equipment and common consumables. Bai Yi, I have a batch of equipment and skill books that I don't need, your team should need them. A batch, Wealth of the World's pupils dilated and he replied quickly, Wealth of the World, how much? I'll take all of it. Bai Yi, more than you think, I'll notify you when I'm done. Wealth of the World, okay, I'll wait for brother Bai Ye's notice. Closing the chat window, Wealth of the World's face broke into a smile again. In his view, familiarity breeds fondness. If he could connect now, there would be plenty of opportunities to win the other over in the future. He didn't believe that in this world there really was someone who could refuse money. Even in this data-driven world of myriad realms, money was still the most important thing. Maple Leaves, you'll have top-notch equipment soon. Wealth of the World suddenly patted Maple Leaves Suffing on the shoulder. The latter was slightly startled and hadn't spoken when Cotton Candy suddenly exclaimed from the side, Cotton Candy, Maple bro, quick, a boss has spawned here, it's bronze level, a Y also. Spoke excitedly. Not far away a robust wild boar appeared, its size much larger than the surrounding wild monsters. Wild boar leader level 5 bronze level boss health, 23800/23800 attack, 205 physical defense, 81 magic defense, 62 skills, rend wild charge wild trample. This guy is not vegetarian. Wealth of the World's eyes lit up and he turned to look at Maple Leaves Suffing. Are you confident? Maple Leaves Suffing's eyes flashed with excitement, his gaze fixed on the wild boar leader, eager to try. Watching Bai Yi on TV, he also wanted that kind of attention-grabbing feeling. No matter what, we must take down this boss. Transfer all the life recovery potions to Maple Leaves Sighing. To be cautious, Riches of the World called 2 people to hand the potions to Maple Leaves Sighing, then nodded towards him and said, leave the group. Turning his head to Away, he spoke with a serious expression, Away, stay alert. We can't let anyone disturb Maple Leaves. We must secure this system. Announcement. Don't worry, I understand. Away nodded firmly, scanning the surroundings with his shield raised. Cotton Candy next to him tightened his grip on his magic staff, looking a bit nervous. With a bang, Maple Leaves Sighing transformed into a streak of light, his spear striking like a dragon, and he began battling directly with the board chieftain. -986, a huge critical damage popped up. The boar chieftain, hurt by the attack, roared and its cold gleaming fangs lunged at Maple Leaves Sighing. Facing the boss's counterattack, Maple Leaves Sighing was not panicked at all. He sidestepped and turned, avoiding the attack, and countered with a stab of his spear. The reason Riches of the World valued him so highly was not only for his Awakeness-tier talent but also for his rich combat experience. Man and beast instantly engaged in a fierce battle while the other 3 members slightly regrouped to the side. Meanwhile, a boss also spawned in the level 4 monster zone. Within a few minutes, Grand Ambition Guild had already recruited hundreds of members, most of them still in the level 1 to 3 areas. However, Grand Ambition didn't care about this. His recruitment strategy was to recruit as many as possible until no more could be added. Guild leader, there's a boss here, someone in the guild exclaimed, immediately drawing everyone's attention. Don't attack, wait for me to come over. Grand Ambition's eyes flashed with a hint of sharpness as he rushed to the coordinates. The Mountain Cat leader level 4 Iron tier boss health, 10500/10500 attack power, 132 physical defense, 63 magical defense, 48 skills, Pounce Claw. Be careful of its claws, the guild leader is here. Seeing Grand Ambition arrive, the guild members turned to look at him. Grand Ambition enjoyed the feeling of being the center of attention, smiling and greeting everyone. Brothers, guard the perimeter, I'll solo this guy. If White Knight can trigger a system announcement, our Grand Ambition Guild can too. Looking at his significantly enhanced attributes, Grand Ambition confidently drew his sword and charged at the Mountain Cat leader. This battle was to establish his authority, killing a level 8 silver tier goblin chieftain, gaining an additional 50% experience points plus 14,400. Congratulations to player White Knight on leveling up to level 6, all stats plus 1 skill point plus 1 free attribute points plus 15. A system prompt suddenly appeared, accompanied by a flash of golden light. Sumu Bai was somewhat bewildered by his sudden level up. What? I don't even know what the boss looks like and it's dead. A quantitative change causes a qualitative change, especially since the skeletons he summoned were no weaklings. Apart from health and skills, every skeleton surpassed the silver tier boss in attributes. Based on the distribution of skeletons in his mind, Sumubai was certain that the skeletons involved in killing the Goblin King were less than half. Sighing, Sumuching suddenly felt a sense of loneliness from not finding a worthy opponent. He estimated that even a random skeleton could match a player with S-level talent. With such terrifying strength in the novice village, where could he find an opponent? After all, this was the effect of a unique hidden profession combined with S-level and SS-level skills, far beyond what an S-level talent player could compare with. Killing a level 8 enhanced elite monster, the Goblin Brave, he earned an additional 50% over-level bonus, gaining plus 180 experience points. The message of experience gain kept flashing as the Skeleton Legion, having slain the Goblin Chief, did not stop their advance. The Skeleton Warrior, wielding a bone sword, pushed forward layer by layer, while 60 skeleton archers behind him never missed a shot. A volley could take away all the lives of the Goblin Braves. Sumuching leisurely followed behind the main troops, constantly receiving various items from the skeletons tasked with cleaning up. After entering the dungeon, besides summoning skeletons, the hardest thing he had to do was to pick up various dropped items for free. Now he no longer cared for the items dropped by minor monsters, which even after promotion were at most of bronze level. Such trash was better left to be sold to wealth of the world. After promoting all the items once, Sumuchang then checked the drops from the Goblin Chief. This guy dropped a total of 6 pieces of equipment, all still of silver level. In addition, there were 3 skill books and some materials and silver coins. The skill book drop rate in the Misty Forest was high, obviously intended to equip players with more skills through this dungeon. Sumuching had chosen hell difficulty, so such gains were normal. However, all 3 were D-level skill books, and the only one for the Necromancer had no significance for Sumuchang. Strengthen Bone Shield, see, level 1 inch active skill, summons a bone shield to block damage for you, shield value, 300 plus 100% spell power, instant release duration 60 seconds, cooldown 60 seconds, consumes 100 mana points. Sumuching was outright lazy about learning this skill. In the Myriad Worlds games, skill slots are not unlimited. Each person can learn up to 20 skills, including passive ones. With life sharing and S-level skill, he hardly cared for a C-level strengthened bone shield, which even with his nearly 500 spell power points would only provide a shield value of less than 800 points, meaningless to him. Equipment-wise, there were 2 pieces he could use, and Sumuching promptly switched them. Mist Cloak, a cloak accessory, level 5 gold level, durability 100 out of 100, physical defense plus 28, magic defense plus 20, constitution plus 10, spirit plus 10, equipped with a certain presence reduction, decreases aggro effect. Wear it and you'll be the brightest one. This was a green cloak adorned with some black stripes. If not for the added 10 spirit points, Sumuching really wasn't very keen on wearing it. In this dungeon, green dominates the color scheme of the equipment dropped. Fortunately, in the Myriad Realms game, players can choose to hide the appearance of their headgear, otherwise the helmets dropped here would definitely not fetch a good price. Boss Crest, a level 5 gold tier accessory, durability 100 out of 100, health plus 200, mana plus 400, spell critical hit chance plus 5%. Upon landing a critical hit with a spell, you gain a buff, spirit plus 20, lasting 10 seconds, non-stackable, a symbol of status. In the Myriad Realms game, players can equip 10 main pieces of gear. These include primary and secondary weapons, headgear, top, shoulders, bracers, gloves, belt, pants, and shoes. Additionally, players can equip 6 accessories: a cape, a necklace, 2 rings, and 2 other accessories. Items like masks, crests, and talismans fall under these additional accessories. Those familiar with the game know that armor has the highest drop rate, followed by weapons. The hardest to drop are the various accessories. Indeed, with hell level difficulty, 2 bosses dropped 2 accessories. Sumubai, grinning, equipped the boss crest and now had 3 gold tier items on him, enough to make other players' jaws drop. Attribute points were still distributed as 4 points to agility and 11 points to spirit. Skill points were also added to the summoning of the skeleton infantry. The 3-dimensional attributes of the skeleton warriors and skeleton archers were once again elevated. With the professional class, these skeletons lost their spirit attribute. However, with the class bonus, the attack power of the skeleton warriors had already broken through the 1,000-point mark. The experience needed to level up was increasing. Sumubai glanced at his experience bar, the number reaching 50,000, making him furrow his brow. Though the Skeleton Legion was strong, it couldn't withstand the area's sparse monster density. After all, it was only a small 5-person dungeon and the number of monsters wasn't large. Fortunately, all the upcoming monsters were enhanced elite variants, so Sumubai's leveling speed not only didn't decrease but actually increased. This was also thanks to solo grinding, as teamed players would receive much less experience, plus the experience lost from death drops in dungeons meant that normal players not only couldn't level up during dungeon pioneering but would actually lose experience. However, for the sake of equipment and skill books, the Misty Forest was an obstacle all players must face. Half an hour later, Sumubai noticed that his experience bar had stopped increasing and all his skeletons began to converge towards one coordinate. Simultaneously, a roar came from the depths of the Misty Forest. A bunch of bones, how did you appear in my territory? Could it be that those damned necromancers have come back again? The voice carried not only anger but also a hint of inexplicable fear. Then a loud bang sounded and Sumubai's pupils dilated sharply. He suddenly realized that all his skeleton warrior's health had plummeted by half. Quickly Sumubai figured it out. This must be a boss skill mechanism, only a dungeon boss would have such exaggerated percentage damage at a lower level. Otherwise, even if the final boss was of dark gold tier, it could not achieve this extent with the skeleton warrior's health and attributes. Sumubai immediately rushed to the coordinates, eager not to miss the last sight of the ultimate boss. However, a sudden system notification stopped him in his tracks. Notification: a multitude of skeletal soldiers has awakened long-buried memories in the Goblin King. Notification: this painful memory has driven the Goblin King into a frenzied state, increasing all attributes by 50%. Notification: the exit of the Misty Forest is closed. The only way to leave the dungeon is by killing the Goblin King. Notification: killing the Goblin King within 2 minutes will trigger a hidden storyline in the Misty Forest dungeon. Buzz. At the moment when the 4 consecutive system notification sounds ended, the fog inside the Misty Forest started violently shaking. A flash of light streaked across the sky, revealing faint magical inscriptions. The dungeon exit was sealed. Sumubai was slightly startled. He had never imagined that the skeleton army could trigger a hidden storyline. From the previous roars of the Goblin King, it seemed that this place was somehow related to some necromancers. Thinking of this, a look of excitement appeared on his face. Since the hidden storyline was related to necromancers, there must be some useful items for him. Soon as Sumubai arrived at the location of the Goblin King, this was an exceptionally strong goblin, several times larger than ordinary goblins, standing almost 3 meters tall. He stood with his large belly swinging his battle axe, engaging in fierce battle with the skeleton army. Bam, 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 whoosh whoosh whoosh, -862, -903, -1756. -666, -649, -1308. The skeleton army coordinated perfectly. The frontline skeleton warriors took turns in combat, while the rear skeleton archers rained down arrows. Even with the frenzied state boosting him, the Goblin King known as Reggie was still being pushed back by the powerful skeleton army. Sumubai was surprised to find that this guy was a named boss. Goblin King, Reggie, frenzied state, all attributes increased by 50%. Level 8 gold tier boss health, 266218/327000 attack, 843 physical defense, 312 magical defense, 270 skills, Thunder Strike, Trample, Heroic Leap, Summon Goblin Warriors, Berserk. Reggie's long sealed painful memories have driven him into frenzy. The only way to calm down is to kill all intruders in the Misty Forest. Be aware, he will continue to hunt you down after you respawn. In his frenzied state, Reggie was an invincible presence for current players. With a health pool as high as 327,000, it meant he would regenerate 3,270 health every 5 seconds. If the damage per second was less than 654, it was impossible to inflict any damage on him. A 5-person team facing a level suppression of 3 levels and about 300 in dual defenses might fight until the end of time without being able to defeat him. You filthy rotten bugs, just smelling you makes me sick, all of you die. Reggie roared to the sky, his battle axe crashing down to the ground. Boom, a flash of lightning erupted, instantly sweeping across a huge area of 30 meters. -1580, -1580, -1580. A series of blood-red numbers flashed, instantly reducing the health bars of all skeleton warriors by a notch. Such damage could instantly kill players at this stage of the game. Even a level 5 tank class clad in full silver level armor would struggle to withstand the boss's subsequent attacks. Moreover, this was a terrifying large-scale AoE, area of effect, damage enough to wipe out a small team instantly. However, for the skeleton warriors with a health limit exceeding 8,000 points, this was far from sufficient. Sumubai's gaze sharpened, and with a wave of his magic wand he summoned 2 full-health skeleton warriors again, then pointing his wand forward, a stream of ghostly blue flames shot out instantly. The burning damage was not high, but it signaled the start of a full assault. The front row of 7 or 8 skeleton warriors instantly raised their bone swords and heavily slashed down at Reggie. With a clang, the bone swords struck the armor, creating a series of metallic clangs as the powerful skeleton warriors forced Reggie back. -1,422, -1,398, -2,880. In an instant, Reggie's health dropped by more than 10,000 points, but this was just the beginning. The front row skeleton warriors quickly sheathed their swords and stepped aside, making room for another set of 7 or 8 skeleton warriors to step forward. Clang! At the same time, the skeleton archers at the rear moved in unison, drawing their bone bows to full crescent. Twin shot x60, bang! All the skeleton archers released their taut bowstrings simultaneously, and the gleaming arrows soared into the sky. Whistling through the air, the dense sounds dispersed the fog covering the battlefield. The sky was filled with a barrage of arrows, tracing beautiful arcs mid-air and turning Reggie into a porcupine. -444, -451, -502, -968, 120 damage numbers flashed on the screen in an instant, and this wave of twin shots directly took away more than 50,000 of Reggie's health. The 40 skeleton warriors' alternating heavy strikes were not yet over, and the skeleton archers had already launched their second wave of attacks. Although they no longer used the twin shot, the damage of each individual arrow had slightly increased. Facing the relentless heavy strikes, Reggie was beaten back step by step, his mind buzzing. This series of attacks was entirely controlled by Sumubai. If he had let the Skeleton Legion fight autonomously, they could not have achieved such a coordinated assault. This was also his first time controlling a large army in battle, and although it was mentally exhausting, there was a thrill in his heart. In just 10 seconds, Reggie's health was reduced to half. He violently swung his battle axe, pushing back several skeleton warriors, then roared up to the sky, "Warriors of my tribe, smash these filthy bones into pieces for your king." Hummus his words fell, a vortex portal opened and 10 goblin warriors the size of normal humans charged out with their weapons. These goblin warriors, slightly different from the earlier ones, had bloodshot eyes and bulging arm muscles, looking much like Reggie. The minions have gone mad too. Sumubai took a closer look, and sure enough, goblin warriors, mad state, all attributes increased by 50%, level 8, enhanced elite health, 13500/13500 attack, 279 physical defense, 105 magical defense, 93 skills, powerful strike, a rare brave of the goblin tribe. They only obey the command of the goblin king. Reggie truly didn't lose the imposing aura of the ultimate boss in a hell-level dungeon. During the fight, he suddenly summoned 10 enhanced elite monsters, which could overwhelm any player team even without his frenzied state. Moreover, his battle wisdom was not low. Taking advantage of the goblin braves blocking the skeleton warriors, Reggie suddenly turned his head towards Sumubai, his pupils filled with resentment and madness. "You damned necromancer, I've taken my people into the misty forest, why can't you leave us alone?" In the midst of his words, Reggie suddenly leaped high, crossing dozens of meters in an instant, his hands holding his battle axe aloft as he fiercely slashed towards Sumubai. "Heroic leap, since you're here, don't think about leaving. Braves, crush them." It's unclear why Reggie harbored such great hatred towards necromancers, causing the skeleton warriors to completely fail at holding his aggro. It might be because the bosses in the game world have high combat intelligence, knowing the principle of capturing the leader first. Regardless, Reggie had set his sights on Sumubai, crossing dozens of meters with a heroic leap, his axe chopping down fiercely. Unfortunately, the outcome was completely different from what he had anticipated. Bang! The axe clearly struck the target, causing him to stagger backwards. -2,164, a high critical hit damage of over 2,000 points appeared above the target's head. However, the human's health bar didn't drop at all. Soon after, the nearest skeleton archer stepped forward. Blocking between Sumubai and the boss, 10 skeleton warriors rushed over immediately, surrounding Reggie again, not giving him another chance to attack Sumubai. "Hiss, that really hurts." Sumubai rubbed his shoulder, grimacing in pain. Although a couple of thousand in damage was negligible for his shared health bar, the attack had really hit him. the pain in the game world was 100% real. Quick battle, quick decision. Rubbing the shoulder that was hit, Sumubai's gaze turned cold. Although there was no wound after digitalization, he still felt a faint pain. Clang, clang, Reggie once again plunged into a tough fight facing the siege of the skeleton warriors. Even he couldn't fight off so many hands alone. With the help of the skeleton archers, the remaining skeleton warriors quickly slaughtered the 10 goblin braves and then turned to attack Reggie. Such a number of skeleton armies in a 5-man mini dungeon was almost like cheating. What of hell level difficulty? A gold tier boss was nothing but chopping vegetables. 30 seconds passed in a flash and Reggie's health bar had already come down to 20%. No, I will not be defeated. A look of panic appeared on Reggie's face, followed by a surge of red light over his body. The next moment his body swelled up, his pupils turning completely blood red. Notification. Goblin King Reggie enters a berserk state. Attack power increased by 50%, attack speed increased by 50%, both defenses decreased by 50%. Undead sorcerer, I shall never again be your slave. With his fury unleashed, Reggie's height surged to 5 meters and his attack power surpassed that of the skeleton warriors, reaching a staggering 1265 points. Coupled with a 50% increase in attack speed, his overall damage output more than doubled. Faced with the drastically enhanced Reggie, Sumubai merely glanced indifferently. The battle was already over, for the cooldown of the Skeleton Legion's skills had completed. Just as Sumubai was about to deal with Reggie, a system announcement suddenly echoed in his ears. Announcement from Novice Village 9527. Congratulations to Grand Ambition for being the first player to solo kill an Iron Tier boss. This announcement is made in the hope that other players will learn from this and earn generous rewards. ×3. As soon as the announcement ended, another one followed immediately. Announcement from Novice Village 9527. Congratulations to Maple Leaves Rustling for being the first player to solo kill a Bronze Tier boss. This announcement is made in the hope that other players will learn from this and earn generous rewards ×3. It seems that others had already claimed it. Sumubai slightly stunned. A wry smile appeared on his face. He had anticipated this when the system announcement was triggered earlier. The rewards for solo killing Iron and Bronze Tier bosses were probably beyond his reach. For players with S-tier talents, soloing these 2 levels of bosses was not difficult, and since he was in the Hell level Misty Forest dungeon where the lowest level bosses were Silver tier, naturally he couldn't compete with others. But to exit the dungeon early for these 2 rewards would be a loss. After all, players could only farm each dungeon at Hell difficulty once a week. Moreover, the rewards he could earn were not comparable to the first-time solo kills of Iron and Bronze Tier bosses. With this in mind, Sumubai looked at Reggie, who was still struggling like a trapped beast, and the corners of his mouth curved slightly. With a thought, the frontline skeleton warriors immediately raised their bone swords and heavily slashed down. Heavy strike, -1611, -1609, -3258. At the same time, the skeleton archers also released their bowstrings. Twin shot, whoosh whoosh whoosh, a sky-covering barrage of arrows reappeared, instantly landing on Reggie. -597, -601, -599, -1208. This round of attacks directly depleted Reggie's last bit of life. His pupils stared fixedly at Sumubai, gradually losing color. His swollen form slowly returned to normal and he fell to the ground with a thunderous crash. Kill of level 8 gold tier boss Goblin King Reggie. Extra 50% experience gained, experience points plus 43,200. Congratulations to player by Yi. Level up to 7 attributes plus 1 skill point plus 1 free attribute points plus 15. Congratulations on being the first player in Novice Village 9527 to solo kill a gold tier boss, rewarded with 12 primary life soul stones, 12 gold coins. Alert, Novice Village announcement incoming. Do you wish to hide your name? Do not hide, no need to ask in the future. Sumubai raised an eyebrow. The primary life soul stones awarded for soloing a gold tier boss were 2 more than he expected. After allocating the attribute and skill points, Sumubai's gaze fell on Reggie's body, slightly stunned. No drops? Could it be related to a hidden storyline? The system notification that followed cleared up his confusion. In the level 4 monster zone, during the time when Grand Ambition single-handedly challenged the Mountain Cat leader, more and more players had arrived here. However, they were all blocked by members of Grand Ambition to prevent them from harming the boss. These players hadn't been paying much attention to the chat channel at first and had some complaints. but upon learning that joining Grand Ambition would grant them various buffs, the vast majority chose to become members of Grand Ambition. When the announcement of Grand Ambition's solo killing a Black Iron rank boss sounded, guild members sent flattery one after another. The guild leader is awesome. The guild leader must be the #1 expert of the 9527 novice village. Baiyi was just lucky the first to find a silver rank boss. That's right, if the leader had found it first, Baiyi wouldn't have had the chance to trigger the announcement. Facing everyone's flattery, Grand Ambition remained indifferent. He excitedly looked at a primary life soul stone in his backpack, almost unable to refrain from laughing out loud. This was a treasure that could increase one's lifespan. If it weren't for the Myriad Realms game, it would never have been his turn. At this moment, Grand Ambition's determination to dominate Myriad Realms became even more firm. He firmly believed that the Myriad Realms game was the turning point of his life. But this excitement didn't last long, as the announcement that followed made his smile stiffen. 9527 Novice Village announcement. Congratulations to Maple Leaf Xiao Xiao for being the first to solo kill a bronze rank boss ×3. This Maple Leaf Xiao Xiao was also lucky. Leader, let's have someone search for a gold rank boss. Someone noticed Grand Ambition's expression and hurriedly consoled him. However, his words made Grand Ambition's mouth twitch. He was very aware of his own strength. He might have a chance against a bronze rank boss, but definitely couldn't beat a silver rank. As for a gold rank boss, was this suggesting he go to his death? Glaring at the person who spoke, Grand Ambition was about to speak when the system announcement sounded again. 9527 Novice Village announcement. Congratulations to Baiyi for being the first player to solo kill a gold rank boss. We hope all players will learn from him and achieve generous rewards. ×3. This time everyone looked at each other and the whole scene fell into silence. Not bro, we were just bragging. You really did a solo kill, Baiyi? The repeated system announcements caused Grand Ambition to narrow his eyes slightly. He suddenly realized that he had underestimated this person's combat ability. Being able to solo kill a gold rank boss so quickly, what kind of talent had he awakened? SS rank? Or perhaps SSS rank? With this thought, Grand Ambition's pupils shrank sharply. His previously inflated heart gradually calmed down. Although he was reluctant to admit it, he was very clear that he was definitely not Baiyi's match now. But I'm not alone. Looking at his own talent and then at the guild members around him, Grand Ambition reignited his fighting spirit. Brothers, level up quickly. Our next target in Grand Ambition is to be the first to clear the dungeon. Saying this, he opened the guild member list, starting to carefully select team members. He needed to form a strong team to secure the first clearance of the dungeon. Only then could the Grand Ambition Guild leverage the system announcement to make a name for themselves in Novice Village 9527 and attract more players. With the guild's overall strength increasing, his personal power would also rise. So what if Baiyi was strong? Could he possibly stand against an entire guild alone? Several people from the Wealth of the World Guild also heard the system announcement triggered by Sumu Bai. Cotton Candy and Away looked shocked, momentarily at a loss for words. Maple Leaves Rustling looked up at the sky, tightened his grip on his long spear, and slowly said, his strength is indeed terrifying. He just fought the wild boar leader alone using his full strength and more than 10 healing potions, and now he has already managed to solo a gold tier boss. No worries, the game of Myriad Realms has just begun. There's plenty of time to catch up to Baiyi. Wealth of the World patted Maple Leaves Rustling on the shoulder and laughed. Besides, with me here, your progress will definitely be faster than his. That was also true. Thinking of Wealth of the World's incredible talent, Maple Leaves Rustling smiled. Regaining his confidence, he hoisted his long spear onto his shoulder, his gaze turning to his companions. Let's go, it's time to check out the first dungeon. I just found a new teammate. Once he arrives, we'll head out. What class is Fire Element Mage? Note: you killed the Goblin King, Reggie, within 2 minutes, successfully triggering the hidden plot, Reggie's Nightmare. Note: the difficulty of the Misty Forest dungeon has been upgraded to Catastrophe level. Is Catastrophe level above Hell level? Sumu Bai murmured to himself, waving his hand to summon 2 full health skeletons, replacing the ones that had lost a lot of health earlier. At that moment, Reggie's body also underwent a change. Streams of grey mist emerged from his orifices, quickly forming a small vortex. The mist throughout the Misty Forest swiftly gathered towards the vortex, pouring into it. At the same time, various scenes flashed through the mist. These scenes told the past of Reggie and the goblin race. They were once slaves to a group of undead sorcerers. Reggie, along with all other goblins, was imprisoned in cages. Every day many goblins were used for various experiments. The experiments conducted by the undead sorcerers naturally involved death. Reggie watched helplessly as his fellow tribesmen were continuously killed. Until one day these undead sorcerers successfully summoned a skeleton from the thin corpses of the goblins, a very small skeleton. Wasn't this the small skeleton that the undead sorcerers had initially summoned? Sumubai was slightly startled. So the small skeletons were goblins in life? The scenes flashed by quickly, seeming to miss much content. For some unknown reason the undead sorcerers suddenly disappeared and had not reappeared for a long time. Reggie took the opportunity to lead his people out of the cages and hid in the misty forest. The scenes ended abruptly there and all the mist was sucked into the vortex. Bang! Reggie's body suddenly exploded, leaving only a skeleton. The next moment he stood up again, a blue soul fire igniting in his hollow eye sockets. After hiding for so long, the Goblin King ultimately could not escape the fate of becoming an undead. Skeleton King Reggie, frenzy state, all attributes increased by 50%. Level 10 inch dark gold rank boss, health points 1800000/1800000, attack power 4215, physical defense 780, magical defense 675, skills. Summon skeleton warrior, summon skeleton archer, summon skeleton mage, aura of the dead, thunderous strike, stomp of the dead, leap of the dead, berserk, aura of death. One of the most successful creations of the ancient necromancers. He was not supposed to appear here. Roar! The soul flame in Reggie's pupils violently pulsated, his gaze piercing through the skeleton legion, fixating intensely on Sumubai. Boom! With a fierce clasp of his hands, the 10 goblin warrior corpses lying on the ground instantly shattered. The remnants of the 10 skeletons flew before him, swiftly reassembling and condensing into a massive bone sword. The bone sword flickered with a cold light, and wisps of pale gray death aura entwined around the blade, exuding a mysterious and powerful aura. Seeing Reggie's newly updated panel attributes, Sumubai couldn't help but gasp. What a joke! Is this really a boss that should appear in the novice village? With a whopping 1.8 million health points, that means an average health regeneration of 3,600 points per second. Plus, with that terrifying attack and dual defenses, what do the players in the novice village have to fight against him? Even though level 10 is indeed a watershed, isn't this enhancement a bit too exaggerated? Does the Myriad Realms game not consider whether anyone can defeat this guy? Subsequently, the Skeleton King's actions made Sumubai's pupils sharply constrict. Roar! He saw him lifting the bone sword, roaring towards the sky. In the next moment, 3 pale gray vortexes appeared simultaneously. Following that, 3 groups of skeletons lined up and marched out. Although there were only 15 in total, their presence was stronger than the 100 skeletons summoned by Sumubai combined. Skeleton Warrior. Level 10 inch summon creature, health points 60,000/60,000, attack power 780, physical defense 264, magical defense 216, skills. Heavy strike, LV10, brave warrior, enhanced by the aura of the dead, all attributes increased by 20%. Skeleton archer, level 10 summon creature, health points 36,000/36,000, attack power 624, physical defense 160, magical defense 120, skills. Double shot, LV10, accurate archer, enhanced by the aura of the dead, all attributes increased by 20%. Skeleton mage, level 10 summon creature, health points 24,000/24,000, spell power 840, physical defense 100, magical defense 240, skills. Fireball, LV10, powerful mage, enhanced by the aura of the dead, all attributes increased by 20%. Reggie's bone sword pointed directly at Sumubai, uttering a hoarse voice, "Let all enemies become undead like us." The 3 types of skeletons collided with the skeleton army summoned by Sumubai. However, their only advantage was their health points. Even with the enhancement of the aura of the dead, their attributes were still no match for Sumubai's skeleton army. Sumubai was most troubled by Reggie himself. The boss's stats were terrifying, and for the first time Sumubai felt uncertain. As soon as they engaged, Reggie shattered a skeleton warrior whose health was less than half with a single slash. Sumubai's expression grew solemn, and as he waved his dark magic wand, he summoned 2 more skeleton warriors to the forefront. Now it was a race between his speed of summoning and Reggie's speed of killing. This guy's attack power was too high. Looking at his own mana, Sumubai frowned. Although his mana had been fully restored upon leveling up at this rate, even if he exhausted all his mana, there seemed little hope of defeating Reggie. Just as Sumubai was deep in thought, a sudden system announcement made his face drastically change. Notice, the hidden plot Reggie's nightmare has officially begun. Novice village protection is disabled. If you die you will lose 10% of your lifespan with a minimum of 10 years lost. What? The hidden plot can disable novice village protection? Sumubai's heart sank and his expression turned extremely grim. He only had 1 year of lifespan left, not even enough to withstand a single deduction. Moreover, the dungeon's exit was now closed. That meant unless he killed Reggie, Sumubai's journey in the myriad realms would end here. Crush them, Reggie roared, raising his right leg high and stomping down heavily. Dead man stomp, boom, the ground trembled and the skeleton warriors within a 30-meter radius of him instantly lost 50% of their health. It was that percentage-based health deduction skill. Sumubai breathed a sigh of relief. Thankfully, this skill hadn't been enhanced. The next moment Reggie's bone sword flashed with lightning, a sword strike falling, thunderous heavy strike, boom, -9,527, -10,086, -10,001. This strike instantly killed 6 skeleton warriors. Damn it! Sumubai's brows furrowed tightly as he directed his skeleton legion to counterattack. The skeleton warriors used their heavy strikes in collision with Reggie. Behind them, the skeleton archers released their bowstrings, targeting not Reggie but the 15 skeletons he had summoned. They needed to clear these obstructive creatures first to focus on battling the boss. Meanwhile, Sumubai kept retreating, staying out of Reggie's deadman's leap attack range. As soon as the 2-second cooldown was over, he waved his wand again, continuously replenishing his skeleton warriors. Next, he had to concentrate on controlling the frontline skeletons to buy himself more time. After leveling up to level 7, his spirit attribute had increased to 152 points. Coupled with the attributes from the boss emblem, his mana limit had reached 9,560 points. Each summoning of a skeleton warrior cost 200 mana points, even with the combat regeneration of 152 mana points. Every 5 seconds he could only summon about 70 times. 70 times meant 140 skeleton warriors. Calculating quickly in his mind, Sumubai frowned. It wasn't enough, nowhere near enough. After becoming the Skeleton King, Reggie's defense was too high. Neither the skeleton warriors nor the skeleton archers could inflict significant damage on him. While controlling the frontline skeleton warriors to dodge and parry Reggie's attacks, Sumubai thought rapidly. No matter how he calculated, the odds of winning this battle were almost zero, unless the skill-summoned skeleton warrior could be upgraded once more. His only hope now rested on the catastrophic trait attached to the skill. The effects of the professional catastrophe trait were still vivid in his mind. Thinking of this, Sumubai immediately opened his backpack. Intermediate life soul stone times 18, each adding 120 days to his lifespan, totaling about 6 years. But before attempting to upgrade the summoned skeleton warrior skill, Sumubai tried something else. Catastrophe target, intermediate life soul stone, tier 3, prompt, are you sure you want to consume 100 years of lifespan to override the previous promotion effect and upgrade the primary life soul stone to a higher tier? Confirm. Consume 100 years of lifespan, cancel, a whole 100 years of lifespan, which Sumubai did not have. Even 10 years of lifespan was now a luxury for him. The terrifying consumption indicated that once the life soul stone surpassed the advanced stage, the increase would be significant. He decided to check how much lifespan the catastrophe skill required, hoping it wouldn't exceed 6 years. With a sigh, Sumubai's mind moved and he initiated the catastrophe again. Target, summon skeleton warrior. Prompt, please choose the upgrade tier, tier 1/tier 2/tier 3, tier 3. Prompt, are you sure you want to consume 5 years of lifespan, override the previous sublimation effect and upgrade the skill summon small skeleton to a higher tier? Confirm. Cancel. Phew, it was just enough. Sumubai breathed a sigh of relief. He hadn't absorbed the life soul stones yet, so he naturally chose to cancel. Because upgrading 3 times would add a catastrophe trait, he was afraid he wouldn't have enough lifespan. As it turned out, even low-level skills with added catastrophe traits did not require much lifespan. Without hesitation, he absorbed 15 intermediate life soul stones. The life soul stones shimmered, transforming into a vibrant green light that merged into Sumubai's body. His attribute panel immediately updated under the lifespan category, lifespan, less than 6 years. Then he selected Summon Skeleton Warrior again and activated the Catastrophe talent. Prompt, after the skill is promoted to C tier, 3 branches will appear: Summon Skeleton Brave, Summon Skeleton Archer and Summon Skeleton Mage. Please choose the direction you wish to promote. More branches. Sumubai was slightly taken aback. He could choose to summon 2 types of skeletons at D tier, but upon reaching C tier he could only summon 1 type. However, he quickly made a decision. Facing the terrifyingly powerful Reggie, choosing archers and mages was too risky. Only the Brave was the safest option. Summon Skeleton Brave. The next moment, Sumubai felt as if something was draining from his body. Prompt: you have lost 5 years of lifespan. Lifespan, less than 1 year. The skill icon also changed. The 2 skeletons gradually merged, forming a noticeably more robust skeleton. The bone sword in the skeleton's hand also changed from a single-handed sword to a 2-handed greatsword. Your F tier skill, Summon Small Skeleton, has successfully catastrophized into the sea. Tier skill, Summon Skeleton Brave. Summon Skeleton Brave, C, level 8-inch active skill, summons a Skeleton Brave to fight for you. The casting time is 3 seconds, the cooldown period is 30 seconds, and it consumes 300 mana points. The stats of the Skeleton Warrior are enhanced by the player's spirit attribute. The skill inherited the previous level and the mana consumption increased by 50%. However, what Sumubai cared about most was the added catastrophic trait. When his eyes fell on the catastrophic trait, his face immediately showed ecstatic joy. Catastrophic trait: Skeleton Warrior's maximum health increased to 500%. Attack power increased by 100%, a brief description, but it shocked Sumubai immensely. Such a terrifying enhancement appeared on a mere C-level skill. Is this reasonable? Catastrophe consuming 5 years of life, is that a lot? No, it's incredibly cheap. Now, the C-level skill might be stronger than most S-level talents. Sumubai couldn't help but sight his gaze returning to Reggie, who was wreaking havoc. In just a few seconds, Reggie had slain 7 more skeleton warriors, yet his health had barely dropped a noticeable amount. The next second, with life recovery, Reggie's health was fully restored. Even among the 15 skeletons he summoned, only 2 skeleton warriors died. This was still the result after Sumubai's summoned creatures were enhanced by the Death Bible, which increased damage to undead creatures by 100%. One can only imagine the terrifying extent of a dark gold level boss in a frenzied state. But now, Sumubai's face showed no trace of nervousness. Calmly waving his magic wand, a pale gray vortex larger than before quickly formed. The next moment, 2 robust skeleton warriors wielding giant swords stepped out. Clank, clank, clank. The giant swords gleamed with a cold light. The skeleton warriors, dressed in standard armor nearly 2 meters tall with the blue soulfire flickering in their pupils, their presence far surpassing the previous skeleton warriors. Skeleton warrior stats: strength 930, constitution 930, agility 930, health 69750/69750, attack power 3720, physical defense 930, skills: Heavy Strike, LV8 Heavy Strike, he, level 8, swings the weapon to heavily strike the target, causing 185% physical damage, cooldown time 30 seconds. Catastrophic trait: maximum health increased to 500%, attack power increased by 100%, the Valiant Warriors significantly enhanced in all attributes. The luxurious stats panel of the Skeleton Warriors, even though Sumubai was mentally prepared, still left him stunned for a moment. The previous silver-level boss, the Mist Serpent King, only had 88,000 health, and now his summoned skeleton warriors nearly reached 70,000 health. Even more monstrous was the attack power. Even Reggie, a dark gold level boss, couldn't reach such high attack power without the enhancement of his frenzied state. Various powerful skills, combined with the stacking of catastrophic traits, created such terrifying skeleton warriors. And now he could summon a full 100 of such skeletons. Sumubai suddenly realized that what he originally thought was monstrous was just the beginning. From exploiting a bug to cause a catastrophe, this unique taboo-level talent began his journey on an invincible path. Take him down. With a thought, 2 skeleton braves immediately charged at Reggie with their greatswords, carving deep furrows into the soil of the misty forest. Despite not receiving a class bonus to agility, their impressive agility score of 930 allowed them to move swiftly. The frontline skeleton warriors quickly cleared the way, and the 2 skeleton braves raised their heavy swords, striking down fiercely towards Reggie. The latter clearly felt threatened, as the fire of his soul flickered in his pupils, and he swung his massive bone sword to block. Heavy hit times 2. Clang, clang. The sounds of metal striking metal echoed through the misty forest. The tremendous force pushing Reggie back several steps, a hint of shock emanated from the soul fire within his eyes, his gaze fixed on the two powerful skeletons that had appeared so suddenly. He had completely failed to block their attack. Minus 12,504, minus 11,988. The damage numbers, not even critical hits, jumped out. The terrifying attack power of the skeleton braves, further amplified by the Death Codex, resulted in such exaggerated damage. I am the true skeleton king, Reggie steadied himself, roaring as he counterattacked, his body surfacing with wisps of faint gray death energy that flowed around him. System prompt: Skeleton King Reggie has activated Death Aura Surround, increasing strength by 20%, reducing damage taken by 20%, lasting for 10 minutes. A system notification sounded, and Sumubai smirked. Bosses are different, a simple buff lasting for 10 minutes. If it were a player, such an effect would barely last a minute, but it was of no use. With a cold smile, Sumubai let the two skeleton braves advance, leaving behind a few skeleton warriors to assist. The rest of the skeleton legion unleashed their full firepower, immediately bombarding the skeletons summoned by Reggie. 2 seconds passed and Sumubai waved his wand again, summoning 2 more skeleton braves to the battlefield. Just as Reggie was beginning to suppress his opponent, he was hit by 2 more heavy strikes. Minus 9,764, minus 19,526. Soon Sumubai had summoned 10 skeleton braves. Together, they completely overwhelmed Reggie. No matter how he resisted, he couldn't break through the encirclement of the skeleton braves. All the skeletons he summoned were annihilated, and 60 skeleton archers switched targets, a barrage of arrows covering the sky. Minus 672 inch, minus 663, minus 681, minus 657. A dense cluster of damage numbers popped up, instantly reducing Reggie's health by over 40,000 points. Sumubai continuously summoned new skeleton braves to replace those with low health. Every 2 summons delivered 2 heavy strikes to Reggie. From the moment Sumubai used Catastrophe to promote his skills, Reggie's fate was sealed. Even if he used all his skills flamboyantly, it was meaningless. 2 seconds and 2 nearly 70,000 health skeleton braves, what could he possibly use to counter? Summoning another 15 skeletons was merely playing into the hands of the skeleton braves. Soon Reggie's health was reduced to just 360000. System prompt: Skeleton King Reggie enters a berserk state, increasing attack power by 50%, attack speed by 50%, and reducing both defenses by 50%. After entering a frenzied state, Reggie completely succumbed to madness, no longer caring about defense and rapidly swinging his giant bone sword, continuously attacking the skeleton warriors besieging him. However, this only hastened his demise and was essentially futile. The skeleton warriors summoned by Sumubai were not even fully engaged in the battle. Whenever one died, another in full health would take its place. Reggie's final frenzy was utterly pointless as his health bar dropped even more rapidly. Heavy strike double shot, minus 10,387, minus 10,011, minus 1,241, minus 1,197, minus 2,548. With the last wave of skills released, a barrage of arrows finally ended Reggie's second life. Boom! In his reluctance, he plunged his giant bone sword into the ground, the soul fire in his pupils gradually fading. I am not resigned, he declared. The next moment, Reggie's massive body collapsed with a thunderous fall, scattering items all around. A beam of golden light rose, and the rich experience points from Reggie directly caused the newly leveled up Sumubai to level up once again. Simultaneously, a series of system notifications rang in his ears. Killing a level 10 Dark Gold level boss Skeleton King, Reggie grants an additional 50% experience bonus, 270,000 experience points added. Congratulations player by ye, your level has increased to 8, all attributes plus 1. Skill point plus 1 inch, free attribute points plus 15. A full 270,000 experience points shot Sumubai's experience bar straight to 92% at level 8. As he approached level 10 inch, the experience needed to level up in the Myriad Realms game increased. From level 8 to 9, a total of 200,000 experience points are needed. However, Sumubai wasn't concerned. Leveling up for him didn't require any effort on his part. What he cared about more were the upcoming rewards. Congratulations on becoming the first player in Novice Village number 9527 to solo kill a Dark Gold level boss, awarded 40 primary life soul stones, 60 gold coins. Note: the Novice Village announcement will soon be made. This time, the system didn't ask if he wanted to hide his name. 40 stones, a gleam of joy flashed in Sumubai's eyes using catastrophe freeloading. This is over 13 years of life. The higher the tier of the boss, the higher the reward for the first solo kill. Compared to 40 primary life soul stones, the reward of 60 gold coins was almost negligible. What would the reward for an epic level boss be? Sumubai was somewhat looking forward to it. Yet he felt that epic level bosses probably didn't exist at low levels. To get the first kill announcement later on, besides strength, great luck was also needed. The system notifications had not yet ended. Congratulations on clearing the Fogland instance of Novice Village number 9527 for the first time. Awarded 5 random level 1 attribute gems, 5 gold coins. Congratulations on clearing the Hell difficulty Fogland instance of Novice Village number 9527 for the first time. Awarded 20 primary life soul stones, 20 gold coins. Note, the Novice Village announcement will soon be made. In the Myriad Realms game, gems can be inlaid into 10 major equipment slots, but the minimum requirement for inlaying is gold level equipment. The higher the tier of the equipment, the more gems it can accommodate. Level 1 attribute gems can increase the corresponding attribute by 10 points. For ordinary players, embedding a full set of gems can significantly enhance their attributes. However, Sumubai frowned slightly. Why was it hell level? He had clearly passed the disaster level difficulty. The system prompt suddenly stopped as if it had gotten stuck. Outside the Misty Lands in the valley, players who leveled up quickly had already gathered here. The number of players from Novice Village 9527 reached tens of thousands, and those who could make it here were among the elite of the players. Need a healing class 4 for 1 ready to go. Looking for a group B level talent tank class will definitely make you scream. Buying a few mana potions, PM for price, E-level magic skill book. Exchange for equivalent level rogue skills. People were looking for teammates and preparing for their next dungeon adventure. The arrival of a team instantly caught everyone's attention. Was that the people from the Empire Guild? Grand Vision Empire was also here. It seems they were determined to be the first to conquer the Misty Lands. What do you think? Should we also join the Empire Guild? Their talent enhancement effect is too tempting. Let's go, let's go. Grand Vision Empire walked boldly in the forefront, enjoying the envious glances of the crowd. As people approached him to inquire about joining the guild, he smiled slightly and signaled the newly promoted elder to take care of the recruitment. Meanwhile, he led 4 carefully selected experts to probe the reality of the Misty Lands. As they approached the dungeon portal, the footsteps of Grand Vision Empire and his group halted because of the exclamations around them. Look, these guys are wearing a full set of equipment. Even if it's bought from the system store, a set of level 5 equipment must cost a good amount of money. Don't you see who is in the middle of their team? Wealth beyond measure. It's him. No wonder. I really want to know just how rich this guy is. Wealth beyond measure. Hearing this name, Grand Vision Empire stopped walking and turned to look. Their gazes met in midair, but the confrontation wasn't as tense as the crowd had imagined. Grand Vision Empire smiled slightly, seemingly having forgotten the previous awkwardness of being ignored in the chat channel. I've heard a lot about you. How about we make a bet? Oh, what would Grand Vision Guild leader like to bet on? Wealth beyond measure stepped slowly to the dungeon portal, looking interestedly at Grand Vision Empire. He was very interested in his talent. Although it was only S level, it could enhance the overall combat power of a guild. Such talent was definitely rare. A gleam flashed in Grand Vision Empire's eyes. Let's bet on who can conquer the Misty Lands first. What's the wager? Wealth beyond measure slightly narrowed his eyes. My talent and your wealth are a perfect match. It would be a pity not to cooperate. If I get the first clearance, you'll join my Empire Guild, and if we clear it first, then the Empire Guild will fully assist you with 1 task. 3 tasks, deal. Grand Vision Empire, confident of victory, believed that with everyone's attack power additionally increased by 20%, there was no reason they could lose. Wealth beyond measure never thought he would lose, as an SSS tier talent wasn't just about having money. Almost simultaneously, the two placed their hands on the teleportation gate, yet before they could choose the instance difficulty, an abrupt system announcement froze their actions. Novice Village number 9527 announcement. Congratulations to Bai Yi for being the first to clear the Fogland instance, hereby announced, urging all players to learn from him and earn generous rewards. ×3. The face of vast ambition instantly turned sour. He had just arrived at the entrance of the instance, and the first clear was already taken. Wasn't the bet he just made now a joke? With this thought, he turned to look at Wealth Beyond Measure and said in a deep voice, "Since the first clear of the normal difficulty is gone, let's go for the hard difficulty." But before he could finish his sentence, 6 more system announcements echoed throughout the Novice Village. Novice Village number 9527 announcement. Congratulations to Bai Yi for being the first to clear the hell difficulty level of the Fogland instance. Hereby announced, urging all players to learn from him and earn generous rewards. ×3 Novice Village number 9527 announcement. Congratulations to Bai Yi for being the first player to solo kill a dark gold level boss, hereby announced, urging all players to learn from him and earn generous rewards. ×3 At that moment the valley was silent, a flash of light passed and vast ambition and his followers vanished into the vortex. Without leaving a word, it was as if they had fled in panic. He was confident about the hard difficulty, possibly the nightmare level, but hell level, what? A joke was that even a difficulty that could be cleared on the first day of the game, he couldn't even defeat a gold level boss, let alone a dark gold level boss. What kind of monster was this, Bai Yi? Uncle, aren't we going in? Cotton Candy tilted her head to look at Wealth Beyond Measure amidst the heated discussions around them. Let's not hurry, the first clear is already gone, let's wait a bit longer. Wealth Beyond Measure slowly shook his head, planning to wait for Su Mubai to come out of the instance and trade before going in. With the opponent clearing the hell difficulty, he must have many good items on hand. As long as they were well equipped, it wasn't impossible for them and others to clear the nightmare difficulty. As for the hell level, better forget it. A dark gold level boss was not to be trifled with. It took a full half-minute before the system notification that Su Mubai had been anxiously waiting for finally rang again. Congratulations on being the first player in the Blue Star Zone to solo clear a disaster level difficulty instance, awarded 1 Class S skill book and 1 Epic class equipment for your profession. Note, the announcement for the Blue Star Zone will soon be made. Su Mubai was astounded. The level of the rewards exceeded his expectations, but on second thought, with such rewards it was justified. If it weren't for grabbing several first kills, assembling catastrophe and skill life, even he couldn't have defeated Reggie turned into the Skeleton King as the first player in the entire Blue Star Zone to solo clear such a disaster level instance. He fully deserved such rewards. With an excited heart, Su Mubai opened his inventory to check the rewards he had received. Death Harvest Feedback, S, Level 1, 0/5, Active Skill, Skill Effect, 1 Harvest, extract death energy from corpses and store it, no more than 5 targets per extraction, cooldown time 30 seconds, no consumption, maximum casting distance 50 meters, death energy value, 0 out of 80, level times 10. Feedback, instantly restores own health or mana, can also be used to enhance a summoned creature, cooldown 30 seconds. Consumes 1 to 80 points of death energy, 1 point of death energy restores 100 points of health or 100 points of mana, 2 points of death energy enhance the target's main attribute by 1%, lasting 60 seconds. Learning requirement, Death Dominator. Su Mubai looked at the potion data posted in the chat channel. Currently, the most a potion bought in the Novice Village could restore was 500 mana points, and it also had a 60-second cooldown. This was barely a drop in the bucket for him. Now with this skill, Su Mubai no longer had to worry about mana consumption. Moreover, this thing could also be used to enhance the main attributes of his summons. This was truly a divine skill. Without hesitation, Su Mubai immediately selected the skill book, unleashed the catastrophe talent. Prompt: please choose the promotion rank 1/2/3rd rank, 1st rank. With Su Mubai's current wealth and lifespan, he could only choose to get it for free. Prompt: confirm to promote the skill book Death Energy Feedback to the 1st rank without any consumption. Confirm. Cancel. Confirm. You have obtained the SS rank skill book Death Energy Feedback. After the promotion, the skill's name hasn't changed, but its strength has doubled. No, it should be set at quadrupled, because the upper limit of death energy has increased to level times 20 and the 2 feedback effects have also doubled. With a thought, the skill book in Su Mubai's hand turned into a golden light and flew into his forehead. You have learned the new skill Death Energy Feedback. After learning the skill, Su Mubai first looked at the corpse of Reggie, the dark gold level boss Skeleton King, with a thought. Prompt: you have successfully extracted 320 points of death energy from the corpse of the dark gold level boss Skeleton King, Reggie. Prompt: your stored death energy has reached the limit, consume some to continue extracting. After the death energy was extracted, Reggie's corpse clearly lost its luster, becoming ghastly pale. Even some cracks appeared on the bones, as if they would shatter with a touch. So much? Su Mubai was somewhat surprised. he had originally thought that a level 10 dark gold level boss could provide 100 points of death energy at most. He didn't expect it to fill up directly, perhaps because this guy was originally an undead creature, so the death energy was quite dense. Sumubai stroked his chin, secretly guessing in his heart. After mastering the skill, his career catastrophe trait instantly took effect, doubling the upper limit of death energy again to 320 points. Although the description of feedback hasn't changed, after using it, the effect would also double. That means he can now restore 400 mana points with just 1 point of death energy. It could also be used to enhance a summon creature's main attribute by 2%. If he consumed 320 points of death energy at once, he could increase the strength of the skeleton warrior by 640% for 60 seconds. SS rank skill stacked with career catastrophe trait, simply terrifying. As for his increasingly abnormal abilities, Sumubai had gradually gotten used to it. He just smiled slightly, then turned his attention to another reward. This must be the first epic class equipment in the Blue Star Zone, right? Sumubai's eyes lit up as he gazed at the robe quietly lying in his backpack. The robe's main color was black, as deep as an endless night. It was adorned with some light gray inscriptions that emitted a faint glow, interconnected, forming some kind of mysterious magic circle, giving it a mysterious and powerful aura. The Whispering Dead robe cloth armor levels 10 to 60, scaling with player level upgrades every 5 levels, maxing out at level 60. It's a pity it still needs to be identified. Sumubai sighed and looked away. The cost of identifying epic equipment was definitely not low. However, thinking about wealth beyond measure waiting to buy his items, he no longer felt the pinch. He would wait to identify it after using the catastrophe and skill life to avoid increasing the identification cost, which would be a real loss. After handling the rewards, including 5 level 1 gems and 20 junior soul stones of fate, Sumubai closed his backpack and walked toward Reggie's corpse. He didn't let the skeletons do it. He wanted to see for himself. The first dark gold level boss in the Blue Star Zone, along with the first clear of a disaster level instance. What kind of good items could it drop? Just as Sumubai was reaping his rewards, the players of the Blue Star Zone also received their first region-wide announcement. Blue Star Zone announcement. Congratulations to Bai Yi of the Dragon Empire for being the first player in the Blue Star Zone to solo clear a disaster level instance. This announcement is made in the hope that all players will learn from him and earn generous rewards. Times 10. The announcement played 10 times over, and after a moment of silence, the entire Blue Star Zone exploded in uproar. What the heck? Our novice village hasn't even cleared a normal level instance first. How could he have passed a disaster level? Disaster level isn't the highest difficulty in the Fogland instance hell level. Did he find a low level hidden instance? It must be so. Otherwise, how could the Chinese surpass us? The White Eagles. Cheating. This Bai Yi must be cheating. Above is the discussion among the White Eagle players. After entering the Myriad Realms, their empire was known as the Sanctum Empire. This world was called the Forbidden Land of Gods, meaning a place where gods were forbidden to enter. The Myriad Realms game was not just for Blue Star players. According to the information that appeared in all players' minds, the universe's myriad races were all simultaneously pulled into this game. And the human race, compared to some powerful races, was obviously at a disadvantage, which is why they were placed in the Forbidden Land of Gods. Only by reaching a certain level of strength could one leave the Forbidden Land of Gods and participate in the true Myriad Realms game. The Forbidden Land of Gods was surrounded by sea on all sides, with a huge continent in the center where players from various countries were located, just belonging to different nations. And on this continent, the two most powerful forces were the Dragon Empire and the Sanctum Empire. Sanctum Empire Novice Village Number 1, Hell Level Difficulty Fogwood Forest. Felix swung his staff and a basketball-sized fiery fireball instantly hit the goblin leader in front of him. Boom, minus 1968. Nearly 2,000 points of critical damage appeared and the goblin leader let out a piercing scream, crashing to the ground. A flash of golden light and Felix's level rose to 6, a mere silver level boss. Felix's lips curled into a confident smile. Next up is the final boss. I must be ahead of everyone else's progress, right? Just as he was about to collect the items dropped by the boss, Felix's pupils suddenly dilated. Announcement in the Blue Star Zone. Congratulations to Bai Yi of the Dragon Empire for clearing the times 10 disaster level. What kind of difficulty is this? Note, this can't be possible. How could a Chinese player be stronger than me? Felix shook his head in disbelief, unable to accept the announcement that continued to play across the zone. He possessed the strongest SSS level talent. How could someone dramatically outpace him? But this was an announcement from the All-Worlds game, so it had to be true. Felix had no choice but to believe that someone had indeed far surpassed him. Bai Yi, you won't lead forever. A glint of coldness passed through his eyes as Felix tucked away the Goblin King's loot and continued deeper into the misty forest. Felix believed that he would eventually surpass Bai Yi, especially since his SSS talent grew stronger in the later stages. What, are Chinese players that strong? They even cleared a disaster level that's harder than the hell level dungeons. That's terrifying. We've never even heard of such a difficulty. Do you think the Chinese players might attack the Sakura Kingdom next? What should we do? Whoa, fear not, when the time comes we'll join forces with players from the Bald Eagle and other nations to first take down the Dragon Empire. The Sakura Kingdom players, upon hearing the announcement, immediately became anxious. Although they never admitted it, they knew that the hatred between the two nations was irreconcilable. Even in the Blue Star, once China grew stronger, they would surely seek revenge. Moreover, this was the All-Worlds game. If the Chinese players became powerful, their first target would inevitably be the Sakura Kingdom. There were no laws or international treaties here. In the game world, power ruled. With China's large population, they would naturally have an advantage, but this could also provoke alliances among other players. Their only chance for survival was to form alliances with players from other nations as soon as national borders opened and target the Dragon Empire before it could grow stronger. Sakura Kingdom, Newbie Village number 1414, still the hell level difficulty Misty Forest. Above the corpse of the Mist Serpent King hung a bright moon. This was clearly not a product of the Misty Lands, but rather a manifestation of Tsukiyomi's SSS level talent. He dared to use this name as his ID because he had awakened the related SSS level talent. Upon hearing the mention of the Dragon Empire in the announcement, Tsukiyomi's pupils noticeably narrowed. Lord Bai Yi, you dream of growing strong. There's an old Chinese saying, the tree that sticks out gets the wind, and it seems you don't understand this at all. Being so high profile, just wait to be targeted by all players. With a cold smirk, Tsukiyomi didn't seem worried at all about Bai Yi posing a threat to the Sakura Kingdom. In his view, he might not even need to take action. Inside the Dragon Empire, there would surely be those who would make moves against Bai Yi. Sometimes one has to admit, although the little Sakura are beasts, their understanding of China far exceeds that of the surrounding countries. For instance, the players from Korea, or rather, in the Forbidden Land of Gods, the kingdom they belong to was called the Korea Kingdom. Damn it, why did Bai Yi trigger the first regional announcement? When it comes to gaming, our Korean nation is the best. Bai Yi must be one of our Korean people, just happened to be in China when the Myriad Realms game descended. Yes, the one who triggered the first regional announcement must definitely be from our country, even if everyone has crossed over. Koreans still can't change their habit of stealing. This time, they even want to steal Bai Yi's nationality. In Korea Kingdom, Novice Village number 444, a descendant of the sun pulled his bowstring, releasing 3 arrows in an instant. -672, -701, -1288. The 3 damage numbers popped up almost simultaneously, draining the last of the life from the Mist Tree Viper King, who then collapsed to the ground. However, the descendant of the sun didn't rush to collect the dropped items. Instead, he slowly raised his head, gazing into the mist hanging in the air with the region-wide announcement echoing in his ears, his face expressionless, only muttering, "Bai Yi, having cleared a disaster-level instance, you are now worthy of being my rival." Back in the Dragon Empire, the chat channels of various novice villages were much more lively. Although the empire-wide channel was not yet open, it did not prevent players from engaging in heated discussions in their respective village channels. Boss Bai Yi is awesome. He cleared a disaster-level instance so quickly, I don't even know how to get in. I bet 50 cents, Bai Yi's talent is definitely SSS grade. Hey, Bai Yi is too high profile, not even hiding his name. Now our Dragon Empire is in trouble. Just wait, we will definitely be targeted by other countries in the future. What's the use of pretending to be neutral? Even if he hid his name, wouldn't the system still mention the Dragon Empire? You don't understand, there will definitely be people within our country who will target him as well. Cut it out with Boss Bai Yi's strength. Why fear being targeted? Exactly, if they are capable, they should clear a disaster level instance themselves. Why be sour here? Bai Yi is the one who brought the first regional announcement to the Dragon Empire. I'm putting it out here today, if anyone dares to target Boss Bai Yi, I'll be the first to disagree. Bro, who are you? What's the use if you don't agree? the discussions were intense in each novice village, with some supporting Sumubai while others thought he was showing off too much by not hiding his name. That's how people are. No matter what you do, you cannot please everyone. Of course, these opinions aren't important. In the Dragon Empire novice village number 8888, boom! The gold level boss Goblin King Reggie swung his battle axe, striking down with the ferocious force of thunder. However, his attack caused no damage. San Qian Shengfeng, holding a sword in one hand, perfectly parried the boss's skill. If there were other players present, they would surely exclaim in disbelief. But for San Qian Shengfeng, this was already routine. Reggie's attack was full of openings in his eyes. If it weren't for the boss's thick health bar, it wouldn't need to take so long. Minus 1283. With a backhanded thrust, he took more than 1,000 points off Reggie's life. San Qian Shengfeng, slightly squinting his eyes. Bai Yi, what talent have you awakened to be so powerful? He had been fighting with Reggie for over 10 minutes and was well aware of his current limit. Facing a dark gold level boss, he had no chance of victory. Combat skills were useful in the all-worlds game, but in this data-driven world, attributes were key. With the damage output of his 3-foot green blade, even if a dark gold level boss stood there without fighting back, he couldn't kill it. Even with an SSS level talent, it wouldn't work. His damage couldn't outpace their healing. How was he supposed to play? That's why San Shi Qingfeng was utterly shocked at this moment. What kind of talent could have allowed Bai Yi to achieve such terrifying combat power in such a short time? Dragon Empire newbie village number 9526. When the all-worlds game descended, Lu Ruyan and Zhao Su were fortunate enough to be close to each other, thus they were assigned to the same newbie village. Even more fortuitously, both of them had awakened S-level talents. Right now, they had just killed a normal difficulty goblin leader, a black iron level boss, and were preparing to take the first clear of village number 9526 when they were stunned by the sudden zone-wide announcement. This Bai Yi was too exaggerated. Zhao Su expressed shock at the speed of clearing levels, his words filled with envy. Bai Yi, why does that name sound so familiar? Lu Ruyan frowned slightly, deep in thought. Familiar? Zhao Su's eyes lit up. Ruyan, think hard. Could it be someone who pursued you before? If that's the case, what, you want to send me out again? Lu Ruyan gave Zhao Su a blank look, clearly understanding what was on this man's mind. The two of them liked to play twisted games. One enjoyed cheating, the other had a cuckold fetish. They were truly a match made in heaven. Initially, Sumubai was just a part of their play. What's there to be embarrassed about? Zhao Su didn't feel ashamed at all, but shamelessly laughed. You weren't wronged, right? After following Sumubai, didn't you also enjoy a few years of glory and wealth? At this, his face suddenly showed a trace of anger. Damn this all-worlds game, just when I was about to reach the peak of life, I have to start all over again. Sumubai. Lu Ruyan murmured this name as if recalling something, suddenly covering her mouth with her hand, her voice trembling with a shocked cry. He always used that name when playing games. What? Zhao Su's face changed, then quickly returned to normal. Shaking his head, impossible, Sumubai should be dead. I personally pulled the plug. There must be more than one Sumubai who would choose the name Bai Yi. It's definitely a coincidence. Lu Ruyan nodded at this, but still asked with some worry. What if it really is him? What if it really is that guy Sumubai? Zhao Su frowned, his eyes darting around, suddenly laughing. Isn't that a good thing? A good thing? We conspired against him together. If he finds out, then it's over. Lu Ruyan was somewhat confused. Are you silly? He was a vegetable at that time. How would he know? This matter is known only to us. As long as you don't speak and I don't speak, that boy will be in the dark for life. At this point, Zhao Su's smile deepened, and he stretched out his hand to pull Lu Ruyan into his arms. If this Bai Yi isn't Sumubai, you'll still need to find a way to seduce him. If it really is Sumubai, then it's much easier, given how much that boy likes you. Just a flick of your finger would have him delivering goodies right to us. You're twisted, Lu Ruyan retorted coquettishly, yet a glint of cunning flashed through her eyes, clearly having accepted Zhao Su's plan. With our Ruyan's charm, it doesn't matter who he is, he's easy prey. The two exchanged a smile, making up their minds. Once they left the novice village, they would look for Bai Yi immediately. Unbeknownst to them, Sumubai already knew everything. They were looking for Bai Yi, and Sumubai was also looking for them. The mutual intentions of both parties were truly a thrilling and mutual chase taking place in the Dragon Empire novice village number 9527. The fog that filled the forest was absorbed by Reggie, bringing long-lost light to the foggy woods. The mottled sunlight filtered through the dense leaves, sprinkling onto the ground and bringing a trace of vitality to the forest, which had fallen into silence. Sumubai ignored the system announcements, busying himself with collecting items dropped by Reggie. with his increasingly twisted strength, triggering announcements was bound to become the norm. Just a regional announcement was no big deal. After killing you twice in a row, not dropping some good loot would be unreasonable, he muttered, rubbing his hands and slowly reaching towards Reggie's corpse. Crack, crack, crack. The skeleton, having absorbed a large amount of death energy, had indeed become brittle. As soon as he touched it, it crumbled into pieces, revealing a bounty of dropped items. Big loot. Seeing the items scattered all around, Sumubai's eyes lit up and he began to gather them. You have obtained 10 gold coins and 38 silver coins. You have obtained 10 level 1 attribute gems, 3 level 1 critical strike gems and 5 golden level equipments. Why are all these level 5 equipments? Sumubai frowned slightly. Logically, a level 10 boss should drop level 10 equipment. He glanced at the attributes of the 5 pieces of equipment and tossed them directly into his backpack. The next items immediately made his frown disappear. You have obtained a dark gold level dead man's necklace. You have obtained dark gold level shadow boots. You have obtained a dark gold level giant bone sword. You have obtained dark gold level heavy bone armor. 4 pieces of dark gold level equipment, all level 10. It seemed that the previous level 5 equipment must have been dropped by Reggie before he became undead. However, these pieces of equipment needed to be appraised before their attributes could be revealed, so Sumubai wasn't in a hurry to use the catastrophe. Instead, he just collected everything into his backpack. For now, he was quite unsatisfied with the loot. Although the 4 pieces hadn't been appraised yet, he could see their equipment types. Except for the dead man's necklace, which was an accessory, the other 3 were plate armors which he couldn't use at all. It's time for some good stuff, right? Looking at the 5 ancient books and a smooth crystal ball on the ground, Sumubai took a deep breath and began to examine his latest loot. You have obtained a C-level skill book, Summon Skeleton Warrior. You have obtained a C-level skill book, Summon Skeleton Archer. You have obtained a C-level skill book, Summon Skeleton Mage. You have obtained a B-level skill book, Aura of the Dead. You have obtained a B-level skill book, Thunderous Strike. Wow, it's almost like he's monopolized Reggie's skills. Out of the 5 skill books, Sumubai could learn 4, however he was slightly conflicted. 3 skill slots would be taken up just by the skeleton's summoning spells, which seemed a bit wasteful. Yet, these skills were essential for a necromancer. Just as Sumubai was pondering, a system notification sounded. Notification: you possess the skill books Summon Skeleton Warrior, Summon Skeleton Archer and Summon Skeleton Mage simultaneously. Would you like to merge them into Summon Advanced Skeleton? Merge. Sumubai's eyes lit up and he decisively chose to merge. The 3 skill books transformed into a beam of light and became one. Soon a brand new skill book appeared in Sumubai's hands. You have obtained a C-level skill book, Summon Advanced Skeleton. After merging the 3 books, the skill remained at C-level, but now he could choose which type of skeleton to summon each time. The casting time, mana cost and cooldown remained the same as Sumubai's Summon Skeleton Warrior with no changes. Relatively speaking, the skill merge did not enhance the ability but rather weakened it a bit. Originally, he could summon 3 advanced skeletons in 30 seconds using 3 skills. Now he could only summon 1. The only advantage was that it occupied just 1 skill slot. Sumubai was not concerned about this. With his SS-level talent Death's Call, his skill cooldown was only 2 seconds. With a thought, he directly chose to learn the skill. Notification: you have learned the new skill Summon Advanced Skeleton. The original skill Summon Skeleton Warrior in your skill slot will be overwritten. Oh, hearing the system notification, Sumubai's expression changed. Summon Skeleton Warrior was overwritten. Was the catastrophe trait still there? Before he could open the skill pane to check, another system notification followed immediately. Detection of an unknown entry exceeding the limit in this skill. Complete overwrite failed. Unknown entry retained. Summon Advanced Skeleton. See, level 1 active skill summons a Skeleton Warrior Archer Mage to fight for you. Casting time 3 seconds, cooldown 30 seconds, mana cost 300. Catastrophe trait 1. Skeleton Warrior's life limit increased to 500%, attack power increased by 100%, 2, not activated 3. Not activated, Advanced Skeleton panel is subject to player's mental attribute bonus, few luckily it was retained. Looking at the skill description, Sumubai breathed a sigh of relief. Truly a talent that surpasses limits, even the system couldn't fully overwrite it. The other 2 unactivated catastrophe traits likely correspond to the Skeleton Archer and Mage. To activate these, he must use the catastrophe on the skill Summon Advanced Skeleton. Overwriting the original skill meant that Sumubai could freeload once more. Selecting a brand new skill, Sumubai's mind stirred. Catastrophe target: Summon advanced skeletons prompt. Please select the promotion tier, Tier 1/Tier 2/. Tier 3, click for details. It seems that the game Myriad Realms is always improving. Now using Catastrophe comes with an option to view details. Option 1, promote to B tier skill summon advanced skeletons no cost. Option 2, ascend to A tier skill summon elite skeletons costs 10,000 gold coins. Option 3, Catastrophe to S tier skill summon skeleton legion costs 1,000 years of lifespan. Tier 1, there was really no choice, whether it was 10,000 gold coins or 1,000 years of lifespan Sumubai had. Neither. What else can relieve one's worries if not freeloading? Your C tier skill summon advanced skeletons has successfully been promoted to B tier. The name hasn't changed, it still summons the same 3 types of skeletons, but now from summoning 1 at a time to 3 at a time. The mana cost has also increased to 1,000 points. A low-level necromancer even after learning this skill wouldn't be able to use it more than a few times. After all, not everyone has as robust mana as Sumubai. After the original skill was overwritten, all skill points were refunded. Sumubai immediately added all 8 skill points to summon advanced skeletons, elevating this skill instantly to level 9. The skill icon now included a max sign indicating that the skill could only be raised to level 9. In the game Myriad Realms, players gain 1 skill point each time they level up. However, different tiers of skills require different amounts of skill points to level up, and their maximum levels also vary. According to Sumubai's observations, skills below A tier only need 1 point per level, A tier needs 2 points, and S tier needs 5 points. The Death Siphon feedback, once promoted to SS tier, also changed from requiring 5 points to 10 points per level. As for the higher SSS tier skills, Sumubai was still unclear, guessing that at least 20 points would be needed per level. Given such high costs for skill upgrades, there must be other ways to acquire skill points besides leveling up. Sumubai's Catastrophe with his talent could retain the original level of skills, saving him a significant number of skill points. Reggie dropped 2 skill books, Thunderous Strike, a skill for warrior classes which Sumubai couldn't learn. However, the other book, Aura of the Dead, was greatly beneficial to him. You have learned a new skill, Aura of the Dead. The skill book transformed into a stream of light and flew into Sumubai's forehead, and a faint gray circle of light appeared at his feet. With a thought, the circle of light vanished instantly, but its effect remained. This was an aura-type passive skill just like the one Reggie used, capable of enhancing the attributes of allied undead creatures by 20%. After reading the skill description, Sumubai's mind stirred. Catastrophe target, Aura of the Dead prompt. Please select the promotion tier, Tier 1/Tier 2/Tier 3, click for details. Tier 1, without needing to view details, Sumubai knew he couldn't afford higher, so he decisively chose to promote. Your B tier skill, Aura of the Dead, has successfully been promoted to an A tier skill, Advanced Aura of the Dead. Advanced Aura of the Dead, A, passive skill, all attributes of allied undead creatures are increased by 30%, range of effect, 500 meters. The attribute increase is only an additional 10%, but the range has been dramatically extended from 100 meters to 500 meters. This has already surpassed Sumubai's current maximum control distance for summon creatures. Coupled with the catastrophe trait of his profession, this range has even expanded to an astonishing 1,000 meters. Waving his wand, a pale gray vortex 3 meters high appeared beside Sumubai. His mana was instantly reduced by 1,000 inch, and 6 skeletons stepped out one after another. Their appearances and aura were identical to those summoned by Reggie, and even seemed more formidable. However, Sumubai did not rush to check the skeleton's attributes. After changing his equipment, the panel attributes of the 3 types of skeletons would greatly improve. There was no point in checking them now. What he needed to do was to fill up the summoning space first. Because the catastrophe trait was not fully activated, the skeleton warrior was noticeably stronger, but Sumubai could not only summon skeleton warriors. After all, with unit collision, facing a boss with too many skeleton warriors would not allow them to exhibit their full combat power. Ultimately, Sumubai planned to mix them in a ratio of 4 to 3 to 3. Next, the items dropped by Reggie were just some materials in the crystal ball that Sumubai cared about the most. You have obtained dark gold material, Death Chi Bones times 10. You have obtained dark gold material, Soul Remnants times 10. Sumubai did not rush to upgrade these materials, but instead threw them directly into his backpack. His attention was completely focused on the last crystal ball. Indistinctly, Sumubai seemed to see a shadowy figure within the crystal ball. You have obtained the quest item, Harlan's Crystal Ball. The moment the crystal ball was in his hand, a system prompt also sounded in Sumubai's ear. Notification: do you accept the quest Harlan's Legacy? Please note, this quest is of epic level and extremely difficult. Consider carefully. Accept. Harlan's crystal ball will unlock some of its seals and temporarily become your equipment. Reject. Harlan's crystal ball will break away and seek the next destined person. Is this the reward for a hidden storyline? Sumubai looked at the crystal ball in his hand. The shadowy figure he just saw seemed like an illusion. He couldn't make out anything unusual, but this concerned an epic level quest. It certainly wouldn't be just a simple piece of equipment. If he could freeload a piece of equipment, Sumubai naturally wouldn't let it go. Just an epic level quest. If even he couldn't complete it, then who could? But just as Sumubai was about to accept the quest, a thought suddenly popped into his mind. Catastrophe. Could it affect the quest item? If it could, what changes would the quest undergo? Once this thought emerged, it took root in his mind, growing wildly, completely uncontrollable. Let's try it and see. There might still be chances for an epic level quest, but if he didn't try, he would be somewhat unwilling. Taking a deep breath, Sumubai focused his thoughts. Catastrophe target: Harlan's crystal ball. Notification: please choose the upgrade tier, tier 1/tier 2/tier 3. Click to view details. Truly incredible. Sumubai's eyes lit up. Catastrophe. This talent was terrifying indeed. It could even forcibly enhance quest items. He couldn't wait to check the details. Option 1: promote to the quest item Dylan's crystal ball, no cost. Option 2: elevate to the quest item Crone's crystal ball, costing 100 million soul coins. Option 3: cataclysm to the quest item Eli's crystal ball, costing 100,000 years of lifespan. Was this actually changing the quest itself? Sumubai stared at the three drastically different quest items, momentarily dumbfounded. He had considered using Catastrophe to forcibly enhance Harlan's crystal ball, but he had never imagined such a scenario. And was that last option serious? From epic to legendary, and after ascension to mythical, Catastrophe elevates it by 3 tiers. Wouldn't that surpass mythical level? What level would that be? A whole 100,000 years of lifespan, exactly the same cost as when he first underwent the Catastrophe class change. Does that mean the Death Sovereign class also surpasses the mythical level? A flicker of excitement passed through Sumubai's eyes. He grew even more eager for the special effects of the Death Codex after reaching level 10 and the new skills he could learn from it. But before that, he should accept the quest first. Tier 1. As Sumubai made his choice, the crystal ball in his hand began to distort. In the next moment, the entire crystal ball blurred momentarily. When it cleared again, it had undergone some slight changes. This time, he could clearly see a shadow within the crystal ball. It was a ferocious ice dragon. You have obtained the quest item Dylan's crystal ball. As the quest item changed, the system notification sounded again. Notification: do you accept the quest Dylan's demise? Please note, this is a legendary level quest. The difficulty is beyond imagination. Please consider carefully. Accept. Dylan's crystal ball will unlock part of its seal and temporarily become part of your equipment. Reject. Dylan's crystal ball will break the void and seek the next destined person. Accept. Sumubai was after legendary level quests, decisively choosing to accept. Notification: you have accepted the legendary level quest Dylan's demise. As your level is too low, please raise your level to 30 within 1 month to start the first phase of the quest. Please note, if you fail to start the quest on time, you will lose Dylan's crystal ball. Was the moment the system notification ended, Sumubai's crystal ball suddenly burst into intense light. Several minutes passed and the light gradually receded, with wisps of pale gray death energy swirling around the crystal ball. Dylan's crystal ball. Only after unlocking the seal, the real item name will be known. Orb of the offhand level 0/200, legendary item durability 1000/1000, equipment requirement quest Dylan's demise, basic attributes level 5, spell power plus 50, all attributes plus 20, health plus 1000, mana plus 2000, affixes 1, spell critical hit plus 30%, critical damage plus 50%. 2. Sealed status effects unknown. 3. Sealed status effects unknown. Skills: sealed status special, opens upon entering the first phase of the quest. Quest item automatically disappears if the quest fails. Aside from the basic attributes and the first trait, all others were sealed, but even just these attributes were far superior to other equipment of the same dark gold level, and since it was freely acquired, Sumubai didn't mind at all. The Death Codex, once upgraded, became a special piece of equipment that did not occupy A slot, Sumubai decisively equipped the crystal ball in his offhand slot. The next moment the crystal ball shrank slightly and began to slowly rotate around Sumubai's left hand. Looking at the backpack full of unappraised equipment, Sumubai nodded in satisfaction. The gains from this dungeon trip were beyond his expectations. After spending some time summoning 100 high-level skeletons, Sumubai waved his hand, moving them all into the summon space. Only then did he turn to enter the dungeon's exit portal. It's Bai Yi, finally seeing him in person, and he's not that impressive. I thought he would have 3 heads and 6 arms. With the amount of experience needed after level 5, how did he level up so fast to level 8? If you could solo a catastrophe level dungeon you would level up quickly too. He's more handsome than I imagined. I really want to be his girlfriend. What are you thinking? Bai Yi is mine. I wonder if Lord Bai Yi would consider starting a guild. With his strength, just a call to arms would surely gather many. Probably not, he doesn't have the talent for grand schemes. What else could he do with a guild but hold others back? A flash of white light and Sumubai's figure appeared in front of the dungeon portal. Immediately exclamations from other players surrounded him, shock, envy and some jealousy, but no one dared to come too close. Successive system announcements fully demonstrated Sumubai's formidable strength. Dying in the newbie village doesn't cost lifespan, but the loss in levels and the pain are real. No one knew Sumubai's temperament. Upsetting him could lead to a senseless death, which would be a loss indeed. Bai Yi, brother, you finally came out. The voice of Rich Beyond the World sounded, and Sumubai turned his head, his lips curling slightly. The one who came to donate money has arrived. No wonder Rich Beyond the World's team didn't enter the dungeon. They were waiting for Lord Bai Yi. With these two powerhouses together, it looked like the first clear of the hard level. By the Grand Ambitions Guild was about to be lost. But that might not necessarily be the case. The team from Grand Ambitions had been inside for so long. Could Rich Beyond the World's team catch up? Is there a possibility that Rich Beyond the World's target is the nightmare level? Watching the strongest and wealthiest 2 people in newbie village number 9527 interact, the surrounding players immediately started discussing. Have you guys been waiting for me? Sumubai raised an eyebrow. Rich Beyond the World waved his hand, smiling. Not for long. He glanced at the increasing number of players around the dungeon and slightly frowned. Shall we find another place to trade? No need. Sumubai waved his hand, summoning 10 skeleton warriors beside the dungeon portal, creating a cleared area. Let's do it here, I'm in a hurry. Gulp. The moment the skeleton warriors appeared, a chorus of swallowing sounds erupted around them. Everyone present was shocked. Many rubbed their eyes incredulously, staring at the 10 suddenly appeared large skeletons. Following that, everyone including Maple Suffing looked at Sumubai as if he were a monster. Although they couldn't see the specific attributes of the skeleton warriors, they could see their health bars, 6-digit health points. Had he summoned 10 bosses, the impact brought by the 10 skeleton warriors was no less sensational than the previous server-wide announcement. This once again made the players realize that the world of Myriad Realms was a true world. The disparity among players here was just like in reality. People might enter the game at the same time, but their strengths could be worlds apart. Some lost their fighting spirit, but many more were eager to become stronger. The latter group didn't linger. They quickly formed teams and dived into the dungeons. Lack of talent didn't necessarily mean one couldn't become a top expert. There were various opportunities in the game, and without high-level talents, there were still chances to turn one's fate around. Brother Bai Yi, your strength is truly terrifying, said Rich Beyond the World, giving Sumubai a meaningful glance as he looked around at the imposing skeleton warriors. He was certain the other's talent had to be of SSS rank, otherwise he couldn't be this powerful. At the same time, Rich Beyond the World also harbored some doubts. A small newbie village numbered 9527 actually had 2 players with SSS rank talent. Was there something special about this place? It wasn't strange for him to wonder. Who would have thought that Sumubai's talent was exploited through a bug? He was originally just an S rank and the only true SSS rank talent in newbie village. 9527 was Rich Beyond the World. Speaking of special features, the number of S-rank talents in newbie village 9527 was quite high, including Sumubai. There were a total of 4. Hey, your talent is the one to be envied. Sumubai chuckled, his memory still fresh regarding the god of wealth. This SSS rank talent, if combined with his own enhancement, it would be unbeatable. However, Sumubai had no intention of forming a team, in his view, as long as the mechanism of freeloading promotions existed. No matter how much money Rich Beyond the World had, it would eventually end up in his own pocket. The two exchanged a smile with their respective thoughts, and Sumubai got straight to the point. I have quite a lot of stuff. Are you sure you can take it all? Don't worry, absolutely no problem. Rich Beyond the World confidently patted his chest. He was so poor all he had left was money. Then let's get started, Sumubai said nonchalantly, taking out a pile of equipment and skill books from his backpack. These were just items he had looted from minor monsters. After using catastrophe and freeloading, these were merely black iron bronze level equipment and D-grade skill books. Even so, for Rich Beyond the World, these were treasures he desperately needed at this stage. After checking the details of the equipment and skill books, Rich Beyond the World understood that the other party definitely had more good stuff he hadn't brought out. However, he didn't say much, merely stating lightly, "Brother Bai Yi, name your price, I'll take them all." The current team of 5 was just they. Beginning, what he aimed to build was a top-notch team of about 100 members. These equipment and skill books were exactly what he urgently needed. Iron-grade equipment costs 5 silver coins, bronze-grade equipment 20 silver, and D-grade skill books 20 gold. Sumubai scrolled through some messages in the chat channel and set what he believed to be a reasonable price. The prices for iron and bronze-grade equipment would definitely increase, but at this stage players didn't have much money, so they couldn't sell for a higher price. Besides, these were low-level items that wouldn't keep their value, so he didn't bother fussing over them. However, skill books were different. D-grade skill books weren't something current players could normally obtain. Only non-first clear hell-level dungeons dropped skill books of this level, and unlike equipment, skills were useful regardless of their level. Thus, the prices he set, although unaffordable for most players at this stage, were not high. Okay. Rich Beyond the World nodded without hesitation and initiated a trade with Sumubai. 10 iron-grade items, 6 bronze-grade items, and 4 D-grade skill books totaling 81 gold and 70 silver. Bargain, out of the question. In his view, establishing a connection with Bai Yi through this transaction was what truly mattered. Compared to that, a few gold more or less was insignificant. Sumubai was surprised at how straightforward Rich Beyond the World was and gave him a curious look. After completing the transaction, Rich Beyond the World smiled and said, "Brother Bai Yi, it's time to bring out the real treasures, right? Bai Yi is the first to clear a catastrophe-level dungeon. How could he have obtained so little? The good stuff is definitely there, but you might not be able to afford them now." Hearing this, Sumubai's lips curled into a meaningful smile and he pulled another batch of equipment from his backpack. "I may not be able to match your strength, but when it comes to money," Rich Beyond the World began, but suddenly stopped mid-sentence. Nearby, Away's pupils dilated dramatically and he couldn't help but exclaim, "C-grade skill books, and so many gold-grade items." Cotton Candy and the newly joined Fire Element Mage, difficulty getting out of bed, were so shocked they were rendered speechless. At the moment, let alone gold-grade equipment, they hadn't even seen silver-grade items. As for C-grade skill books, they were the rarest items at the current stage. Bai Yi had actually brought out a pile of such treasures, 7 gold-grade items and 5 C-grade skill books. If they had these items, their chances of getting through the nightmare-level dungeon would greatly increase. Even Maple Leaf Xiao Xiao was shocked. Among the items were 2 pieces of equipment and a skill book he could use. After the shock, his face suddenly turned strange and he gently pulled Rich Beyond the World aside, whispering, "It looks like your money might not be enough." Rich Beyond the World's mouth twitched, reluctant to admit it, but indeed it wasn't enough. For a moment, a look of embarrassment crossed his face. He looked at Sumubai, opened his mouth, but didn't know how to start. Seeing this, Sumubai smiled slightly and waved his hand. "No worries, you can take these items first and the remaining money can be paid tomorrow." Players could sign contracts through the system, so Sumubai wasn't worried about being defrauded. Upon hearing Sumubai's offer, Rich Beyond the World's face immediately brightened with joy and his fondness for Sumubai's sword. However, Sumubai's intentions went beyond just this transaction. What he had just taken out, equipment and skill books, were merely items dropped by 2 silver tier bosses. The real treasures were still quietly lying in his backpack. The level 10 dark gold equipment and that skill book dropped by Reggie Sumubai was certainly not going to sell now. These items would fetch a much higher price outside the newbie village. However, he could still sell the level 5 gold equipment to Rich Beyond the World. But Sumubai's goal was not just to accumulate gold coins. Since Brother Bai Yi was so straightforward, he decided not to beat around the bush. "Just tell me how much for everything. I heard that if it's not enough you can pay the rest tomorrow," he said, restoring Rich Beyond the World's confidence. weapons for 30 gold coins, plate armor for 40, other equipment for 20 gold coins each, and these 4 skill books for 100 gold coins each. As for this one, Sumubai pulled out a separate skill book and continued, I'll give you a special price, 500 gold coins. So expensive, even for Rich Beyond the World, who was not short of money. The price was shocking. Level 5 gold equipment and C-grade skill books should indeed command a high price only in his hands. Other players simply couldn't afford such amounts. But it's all about supply and demand. Right now, they desperately needed this batch of equipment and skills. It wasn't a matter of who was getting the better deal. Any seasoned gamer knows that the sooner you get top-notch equipment and skills, the bigger the advantage. After a while, no one would want level 5 gold equipment, even if it was given away for free. Everyone entered the game at the same time and there would be no new players in the future. He could accept all the other prices, but the last book was indeed a bit too pricey, 500 gold coins, and that's the discounted rate. Was he really treating himself as a big sucker? Rich Beyond the World's thoughts shifted instantly after reading the skill description. Resurrection, see, no level active skill. Can resurrect a target player in a non-combat state, reducing their death penalty by 50%? Excluding lifespan, casting distance of 50 meters, casting time 5 seconds, cooldown 60 seconds, consumes 300 mana points, learning requirement, cleric classes. This was a resurrection skill, even if it couldn't be used in combat, it was still a resurrection ability. Was 500 gold coins expensive? It was actually a bargain. From level 5 onwards, leveling up became increasingly difficult and dying once could mean losing a level. With resurrection the loss would be significantly less. Cotton Candy, watching this skill, was even more eager. She was a cleric and learning this skill would naturally boost her status in the team. Rich Beyond the World waved his hand grandly. So it's a total of 1,080 gold coins, right? I'll take them all. Saying this, he initiated a trade with Sumubai, placing 580 gold coins. Brother Baiyi, I'll pay 580 gold coins first and the remaining 500 tomorrow, is that okay? Buzz, a contract appeared between them. Sumubai looked at it and nodded slightly. Notification, you have successfully signed a contract with player Rich Beyond the World. The other party promises to complete the follow-up transaction within 24 hours. If the other party breaches the contract, they will incur a penalty interest of 10% of the contract amount per day until the contract is fulfilled. The penalty interest would be directly deducted from the player's backpack, with the system taking a half of the handling fee. After completing the transaction, Rich Beyond the World immediately began distributing the equipment and skill books. He did this specifically to show Sumubai that joining his team would definitely not result in a loss. Sumubai looked at Rich Beyond the World with interest. If he remembered correctly, the first effect of the God of Wealth talent was the ability to shake the money tree once a day, randomly obtaining between 1 and 999 gold coins. Was this guy so sure he could shake more than 500 gold coins tomorrow? It must be the confidence given by the other two effects of the God of Wealth talent. Soon, everyone had received equipment and skills suitable for themselves, and the excitement on their faces was hard to hide. Rich Beyond the World, with his trademark smile, turned to look at Sumubai. Thanks, Brother Baiyi. With these items, our chances of taking down the nightmare level Misty Forest have greatly increased. Oh, is that so? Sumubai revealed a meaningful smile. Are you sure you can clear it faster than me? This statement immediately froze the smiles on the faces of Rich Beyond the World and his team. 1 second they were grinning, the next they weren't. How could they have forgotten? Although Baiyi had cleared both the Hell and Catastrophe levels, he could still take the first clear of the Nightmare level. What did they have to compete with him for the first clear? Thinking this, the faces of Rich Beyond the World and his team looked a bit ugly, feeling as if they had been played. The hot-tempered difficulty getting out of bed was about to speak up, glaring at Sumubai, but Maple Leaf Xiao Xiao held him back and shook his head. Realizing the situation, Rich Beyond the World straightened his gaze at Sumubai and chuckled awkwardly. Brother Baiyi, the joke wasn't funny at all. Let's talk about your conditions. Fucked. Sumubai had no intention of re-entering the Misty Forest. He had already reached level 8, while the monsters and bosses in the Nightmare level difficulty were only level 7. Not only did he not receive an over-level bonus, but he would also have his experience halved. Instead of wasting time in this dungeon, it would be better to level up. However, he didn't want to give up the first clear reward of the primary soul stone. The condition is simple: the primary soul stone from the first clear reward, all mine. Maple Leaf Xiao Xiao had triggered a system announcement before, and Sumo Bai was sure they knew what the Soul Stone was. Hearing this, everyone suddenly realized, so the Soul Stone was Bai Ye's target. For a moment, Rich Beyond the World and his team were somewhat conflicted. For anyone other than Sumo Bai, the primary Soul Stone could only extend life by 30 days, and the oldest among them, Rich Beyond the World, looked to be around 40. In the short term, their need for the Soul Stone was not as urgent as Sumo Bai's, but after all, it was an item that could extend life. Although they wouldn't get the first clear reward without agreeing, if the reward Soul Stone all went to Sumo Bai, what was the point of their first clear? Sumo Bai naturally anticipated this situation, his gaze landing on Maple Leaf Xiao Xiao, suddenly asking, "Do you know how many Soul Stones were rewarded for the first kill of the bronze level boss?" Maple Leaf Xiao Xiao was slightly stunned, obviously not expecting Sumo Bai to suddenly ask this, but still replied, "2, absorbed, not yet." Hearing this, Sumo Bai's eyes lit up and he pinched his chin, continuing, "Let's make another deal then. I guarantee that you guys will definitely be able to clear the nightmare level Misty Forest on your first try and even have the strength to farm the hell difficulty. The condition is to add those 2 Soul Stones of life. How about it?" Facing Sumo Bai's escalating demands, Rich Beyond the World and Fengyi Xiao Xiao were not angry but instead eagerly said, "Deal." Because Sumo Bai once again brought out 5 pieces of equipment, 5 dark gold level pieces. In Newbie Village 9527 on the green grassland, Sumo Bai lay leisurely with his hands behind his head, a foxtail grass dangling from his mouth, relaxing on the grass with his eyes closed. The gentle breeze blew past, stirring the fluffy white clouds in the sky while the warm sunlight bathed him, creating a serene atmosphere. It looked like Sumo Bai was doing nothing, but in reality he was leveling up and doing so more efficiently than any other player. A few dozen meters away, a battalion of skeletons like bulldozers rampaged across the grassland, continuously sweeping through various monsters. Though their actions slightly marred the beautiful scene, they kept Sumo Bai's experience bar constantly jumping. Killing a level 10 wild bull, he received an additional 50% over-level bonus, gaining 30 experience points. Killing a level 10 elite monster, the prairie wolf, he received an additional 50% over-level bonus, adding 150 experience points. Killing a level 10 enhanced elite monster, the prairie dire wolf, he gained an additional 50% over-level bonus, adding 450 experience points. This area was home to level 10 monsters and was one of the few high-level outdoor maps in the Newbie Village. Every moment, monsters were slain by the skeleton army, turning into experience points for Sumo Bai. Though most were ordinary monsters, the sheer number made up for it. At this stage, the capable players were all focusing on tackling the Misty Forest dungeon. This entire high-level map was monopolized by Sumo Bai. If other players saw this scene, they would surely be furious to the point of spitting blood. Why should everyone else struggle so hard to level up, worrying about being killed by monsters, while he could just lie there and level up so quickly? Right or wrong, Sumo Bai didn't care. He knew he was about to reach level 9. 40 skeleton warriors continuously pulled monsters while the remaining skeleton archers and mages freely outputted damage, killing monsters as if slicing through vegetables. Soon a golden light surged from Sumo Bai's body. "Congratulations, player Bai Yi, you have leveled up to level 9, all attributes +1, skill point +1, free attribute points +15. Just one more level and he would leave the Newbie Village." Sumo Bai opened his eyes and slowly sat up, distributing his free attribute points as usual. As for the skill points, he chose to save them because he currently had no skills to upgrade. Several passive skills had no levels and didn't need points added. Death Siphon Feedback, which requires 10 points per level, was meaningless to upgrade. Scorch, which could be upgraded with just 1 point, dealt too little damage and might be replaced by a better skill later. Thus Sumo Bai simply saved the skill points. He wondered where the appraiser had gone. Looking at the 758 gold coins in his backpack, Sumo Bai couldn't help but frown. After trading with Rich Beyond the World, he hadn't gone directly to the Green Meadows but had returned to the newcomer's village first. The main purpose of returning to the city was naturally to appraise the equipment. However, to his surprise, the appraisal shop in newcomer village number 9527 was closed. After inquiring from nearby shops, he learned that the appraiser thought no one in the village would obtain items needing appraisal, so he had gone out to sketch. This guy was not only an appraiser but also a painter, and his sketching destination was the Green Meadows. Thus, Sumo Bai's first trip back to the city resulted in only buying several sets of fitting underwear and teleportation scrolls. As for other items sold in the village, they were of no use to him. the green meadows were vast. Who knew where that guy had gone to sketch? Sumubai smirked but still stood up, patting his buttocks, mainly because the nearby wild monsters had all been wiped out by the skeleton army and hadn't respawned yet. He wasn't about to move his but just to look for an appraiser. It wouldn't be too late to get the appraisal after leaving the newcomer's village. After all, the equipment was level 10 and he couldn't wear it now. 500,000 experience points would take some time to accumulate. From level 9 to 10, there were no instances for players to farm, so leveling up required grinding a large number of monsters in the wilderness. Sumubai roughly calculated that aside from a small number of elite and enhanced elite monsters, he would need to circle the Green Meadows wild buffaloes a few times to level up. Moving to a spot with more monsters, Sumubai found a flat boulder to lie on, leisurely continuing his leveling journey with his legs crossed. The skeleton army instantly engaged in battle with 40 skeleton warriors continuously pulling monsters, and no wild monster could break through their defense. This leveling speed still felt a bit slow. Glancing at the frequency of the experience bar, Sumubai pondered for a moment, his gaze falling on the summon space expansion skill. Now that he had the money and quite a few primary soul stones, he wondered if it was enough for a promotion or catastrophe. Thinking this, Sumubai's mind moved. Catastrophe target, summon space expansion prompt. Please choose the promotion rank tier 1/tier 2/tier 3. Click for details. Option 1, overwrite the existing promotion effects, repromote to D tier skill, summon space expansion, no cost. Option 2, overwrite the existing promotion effects, upgrade to C tier skill, summon space expansion, cost 100 gold coins. Option 3, overwrite the existing promotion effects, catastrophe to B tier skill, summon space expansion, cost 20 years of life. 20 years? Looking at the cost of the catastrophe, Sumubai's mouth twitched. A B-tier skill definitely wasn't worth that many years of life, but the catastrophe characteristic was valuable. If he had enough lifespan, he would definitely choose the catastrophe. Silently calculating his own primary soul stones, Sumubai's eyes brightened. It seemed he really had enough. Adding the 2 he had exchanged from Maple Leaf Xiao Xiao, he now had a total of 65 primary soul stones. After a free promotion, 1 medium primary soul stone increased lifespan by 120 days. 65 stones amounted to 7,800 days, more than 21 years. Expanding the summoning space, though not a high-level ability, significantly enhanced Sumubai's capabilities. Without hesitation, he absorbed all the soul stones of life, extending his lifespan by 22 years. As the life energy from the 65 mid-grade soul stones of life coursed through his body, Sumubai felt a refreshing sensation wash over him, involuntarily letting out a comfortable hum. This feeling was even more exhilarating than certain moments, utterly intoxicating. With a sigh, Sumubai made a decisive choice. Catastrophe Tier 3, prompt. Are you sure you want to consume 20 years of lifespan, override previous promotion effects, and upgrade the skill summoning space expansion to a higher tier? Confirm, cancel, confirm. The newly gained vitality had barely been enjoyed before it swiftly diminished. Prompt: you have lost 20 years of lifespan. Lifespan, less than 3 years. Your E-grade skill summoning space expansion has successfully been upgraded to B-grade, summoning space expansion, B, passive skill no level summoning space +8. After being upgraded to a B-grade skill, the description of summoning space expansion remained clear and concise. Advancing 2 tiers only added 8 more summoning spaces. However, for Sumubai the enhancement was tremendously exaggerated. First, the occupational catastrophe characteristic doubled the skill effect from +8 to +16. Then, with the enhancement of Death's Call, Sumubai's summoning space limit suddenly reached a staggering number, summoning space, 100/340. Yet, what interested Sumubai more were the added catastrophe characteristics. Catastrophe characteristics: 1. The control range of summon creatures increased to 500%. 2. Your summon creatures can resurrect in a full summoning space state after death, with each creature only able to trigger this once per hour. This was the 3rd time Sumubai encountered catastrophe characteristics, and it was the 3rd time he was astounded. Each characteristic was incredibly powerful. The first dramatically increased the range he could control skeletons to a radius of 500 meters. In terms of coverage, this was not merely 5 times, but 25 times larger. The second characteristic was effectively an increase in the number of Sumubai's skeleton army. With this catastrophic characteristic, he didn't need to fear some boss's area instant kill abilities anymore. Even if they were all killed at once, he could immediately open the summoning space and replenish his troops instantly. Unless a large number of skeletons died twice within an hour, his combat power would not be affected at all. This would significantly accelerate his leveling speed. A gleam of joy flashed in Sumubai's eyes as he waved his magic wand to summon skeletons. A pale gray vortex opened and 6 skeleton warriors stepped out, moving in unison. They autonomously lured and grinded monsters and would inform him if they encountered any humans, following Sumubai's command. The soul fire in the eye sockets of the skeleton warriors flickered as they, wielding giant swords, joined the outer monster grinding army. With the increased control range, the activity range of the skeleton army greatly expanded, and Sumubai no longer needed to change positions for a while. Busy for 2 minutes, as soon as the skill cooled down, Sumubai waved his magic wand again, summoning 6 advanced skeletons. After using the Death Essence feedback skill 3 times and consuming 75 points of Death Essence, Sumubai finally filled his summon space. This time he didn't summon the skeletons in the usual 4:3:3 ratio because having too many skeleton warriors made it difficult for them to maneuver effectively against bosses. Ultimately, Sumubai summoned 100 skeleton warriors, and the remaining 240 spaces were evenly distributed between skeleton archers and skeleton mages. The Death Essence feedback skill, having been upgraded to SS tier, increased its maximum casting range to 100 meters. For Sumubai, however, it was 200 meters. He could just lie there motionless and still draw Death Essence from the corpses of distant wild monsters. The skill targeted up to 20 entities at a time. However, these ordinary monsters provided only a small amount of Death Essence. Notification: you have successfully extracted 2 points of Death Essence from the corpses of 20 ordinary wild buffalo monsters. Notification: you have successfully extracted 2 points of Death Essence from 18 ordinary wild buffalo monsters and 2 elite prairie wolf corpses. Apart from bosses, both elite monsters and strengthened elite monsters provided the same amount of Death Essence as ordinary monsters. But what was abundant here were corpses, and Sumubai extracted Death Essence every 30 seconds. In less than 20 minutes he had fully replenished his Death Essence. What followed was the simple and tedious task of lying down and leveling up. Every 10 minutes or so a pair of skeletons would come over with items dropped by the wild monsters. Sumubai couldn't be bothered to even look at these junk items. He just upgraded them all at once and then tossed them into his backpack to gather dust. According to the information in his mind, there was an auction house in the imperial city of the newcomer's village. Eventually, he planned to list all these items at the auction house, which would also yield a significant return. His skeleton army, numbering a total of 340, leveraged their exceptional attributes to launch a dimension-reducing strike on the wild monsters of the Green Meadows. Even bosses couldn't stir a ripple against Sumubai's skeleton army. Killing a level 10 Iron Tier boss, the Wild Buffalo Leader, granted an additional 50% experience bonus, adding 1950 experience points. Killing a level 10 Bronze Tier boss, the Prairie Wolf Leader, granted an additional 50% experience bonus, adding 6,000 experience points. The equipment and skill books dropped by these 2 bosses were quite ordinary, and there was nothing a necromancer like Sumubai needed. However, one book caught his eye, a primary skill book that upon use added 1 skill point. Are these items only dropped by wild bosses? He pondered as he received the primary skill book from a skeleton archer. If instance bosses dropped them too, then they would be too cheap. After all, instances of ordinary difficulty have no restrictions on the number of times they can be run, and it wouldn't take long for these items to flood the market. But wild bosses were a rare and unpredictable encounter. This primary skill book was dropped by the Bronze Tier Prairie Wolf Leader. This tier was probably the minimum requirement. Sumubai picked up the skill book, his mind racing. Catastrophe target, primary skill book prompt. Please select the promotion tier, Tier 1/Tier 2/Tier 3. Click for details. Option 1, promote to an intermediate skill book without any cost. Option 2, upgrade to an advanced skill book costing 2,000 gold coins. Option 3, transform into a perfect skill book costing 1,000 years of lifespan. What? Does it really consume that much? The consumption required to enhance a basic skill book genuinely surprised Sumubai, especially the perfect skill book, which actually required 1,000 years of lifespan. How many skill points would it take to offset such a cost? Although curious, Sumubai couldn't afford it. Shaking his head, he decisively chose to upgrade. After confirmation, the book in his hand instantly became more refined. You have obtained an intermediate skill book ×1, intermediate skill book. Using it increases skill points by 5, after freeloading the effect. Immediately quintupled. The next moment, the skill book transformed into a beam of golden light, merging into Sumubai's forehead. You used an intermediate skill book times 1 inch skill points plus 5 current available skill points. 6 points, still not enough to level up death siphoning feedback. Sumubai closed the panel and continued to enjoy the rapid increase in experience. However, feedback in his mind made him stand up. A skeleton brave from the soil sent a notification. It had seen the human Sumubai mentioned. At this stage, there shouldn't be any players here, so this human is very likely to be the appraiser from Novice Village number 9527, running all the way to such a desolate place, what's there to survey? Sensing the direction of that skeleton brave, Sumubai smirked and turned towards it. It was almost at the very edge of his control range. He had barely taken a few steps when Sumubai's stride halted, a serious expression crossing his face. Notification: your skeleton brave has been killed. Notification: catastrophe trait activated. Your skeleton brave has been fully revived in this summoning space. This skeleton brave cannot trigger again for 60 minutes. Killed in an instant, Sumubai's pupils sharply constricted. 1 second the health bar of the skeleton brave was nearly full, the next second it was completely depleted. How could such exaggerated damage occur in a place like Novice Village? Equipped with Dylan's crystal ball, his current mental attribute was as high as 196 points. Plus, with the boost from the aura of the dead, the life value of the skeleton brave was over 150,000. Such health, just casually obliterated, although he didn't witness the death of the skeleton brave firsthand. The feedback from his mind made it clear to Sumubai that the skeleton had no chance to fight back. Could an appraiser be this powerful? A flicker of shock crossed the depths of his eyes. Sumubai began to doubt whether the person he was looking for was really the appraiser. His steps also stopped. He did not continue to move forward. Who knows if what lies ahead is a friend or foe? Previously in the dungeon, there was a case where the Novice Village protection failed. What if it fails again? The opponent has the strength to kill the skeleton brave in an instant. No amount of troops in his legion would be useful. At this moment, Sumubai suddenly regretted expanding the catastrophe summoning space. This skill, if he had more than 10 years of life remaining, he wouldn't need to be so cautious now. The sudden death of Skull Brave struck a chord of alarm in Sumubai. This unexpected event hit him like a hammer to the heart, pressing down his increasingly inflated ego. Sumubai suddenly realized that being invincible among players did not mean invincibility in the myriad realms of the game. In the land of the God-forbidden alone, there were countless NPCs who could easily crush him. With this in mind, Sumubai decisively turned and headed in the opposite direction. At the same time, he commanded his skeleton legion to rapidly move away from that location, resolved to preserve his life for at least another decade. The catastrophe, a talent indeed. Formidable beyond measure, took a back seat as his priorities shifted to preserving his own life. The soul stones he would acquire next must first be used to extend his lifespan. Enhancements to equipment and skills could wait, for life was paramount. However, Murphy's Law taught Sumubai a lesson. The more he wished to avoid someone, the more inevitable the encounter. He had not gone far when a lazy voice called out from behind him, "Kid, not bad summoning so many bones." Sumubai stopped in his tracks, not out of desire but because the person was already blocking his path. Before him stood a middle-aged man with silver hair, sharp brows and bright eyes, dressed in a tattered silver robe adorned with an eye pattern made of runes. A real appraiser. Sumubai recognized the pattern from the appraisal shops and identified it instantly, though he did not expect such a flashy entrance. Which newbie village's appraiser could fly? Just moments ago, the man had approached, stepping through the air, and before a word was finished, he was already in front of Sumubai. "I was in a good mood out for a stroll, and now you've spoiled it." The middle-aged man glared at Sumubai, then continued, "So how do you plan to compensate? What, am I being robbed?" Sumubai, taken aback, tentatively offered, "Would money do?" As he spoke, he took out 100 gold coins from his backpack. "Do I look like someone who lacks your money?" The middle-aged man scoffed, and without any visible movement, the 100 gold coins disappeared. Sumubai felt a lightness in his hand, and looking at the man's ragged robe, he couldn't help but smirk. "Doesn't it look like it? You might as well have 'I need money' written on your forehead." But after the man took the money, Sumubai felt a sense of relief. Losing money was better than losing life after all. His desire to increase his lifespan grew stronger. "What's with that look?" The middle-aged man followed Sumubai's gaze to his own robe, his old face turning red as he retorted, "It got ruined during my stroll. I really don't lack money." With a wave of his hand, his robe instantly renewed, obviously replaced with a new one. Seeing no hostility from the man, Sumubai took a closer look. His chest bore the number 9527, marking him as an appraiser and painter from the newbie village. With barely any information provided, only the last description allowed Sumubai to guess that Huaijian might also be known as Jian too. "I'm not unreasonable," Huaijian said, producing a canvas and pulling out a painting from the top of the stack. Handing it to Sumubai, "My works aren't for just anyone, you should feel lucky." Sumubai quickly reached out to accept the scroll. "You have obtained a painting by Huaijian ×1. However, after only a glance, he dared not look any longer and decisively stored it in his backpack. Sumubai feared that if he continued to look, he would burst into laughter. Good lord, even a 3-year-old child could paint better, right? Evil wolf attacks bull, soul painter Huaijian. Why not appreciate it properly? Seeing Sumubai's reaction, Huaijian frowned. "You don't appreciate my evil wolf attacks bull? Senior, you misunderstand." Sumubai barely suppressed his laughter and spoke insincerely. "I plan to appreciate it slowly in the future. Only in tranquility can one truly understand the artist's emotions during creation. Appreciate." In his lifetime he never wanted to see this thing again, it was an eyesore. "Ha ha, young man, you've got taste." Huaijian felt instantly pleased, laughing as he extended his hand. "I'm in a good mood today. Got anything you need appraised? Bring it out, I'll do it for free." In truth, his offer was just a casual remark. Only dark gold level equipment or higher needed appraisal. Even if this young man had the capability, he wouldn't be able to obtain such high-tier items in the novice village. Really? Sumubai's eyes lit up, surprised by the good fortune. Without hesitation, he took out the 4 level 10 dark gold items dropped by Reggie. By then, Huaijian had already withdrawn his hand, continuing, "If not, then never mind." But he suddenly widened his eyes, snatching the equipment from Sumubai's hands. "No, you actually do have them? Let me see, are these from the Misty Forest's little skeleton in green hide?" As he examined the 4 items, Huaijian's realization dawned, and he carefully sized up Sumubai. "Not bad strength, and quite lucky too." Returning his gaze, Huaijian's hand shimmered with a silver glow, slowly sweeping over the 4 items while muttering under his breath. Sumubai initially thought it was some appraisal spell, but listening closely he couldn't help but roll his eyes. 100 gold coins to appraise 4 items. This time I really took a loss. As Huaijian muttered the first item, the boots of shadows, burst into a dark gold light. Gradually, the entire pair of boots seemed to be covered in a shadowy veil, looking somewhat hazy. "Normally, just for this item I'd charge you 100 gold coins." Huaijian waved his hand over the boots of shadows, which then floated into Sumubai's hands. Boots of shadows, level 10 dark gold item. Durability 200 out of 200. Equipment requirements: strength 80, constitution 50. Physical defense plus 75-inch, magic defense plus 5, health plus 800, strength plus 20, constitution plus 20, agility plus 10, movement speed plus 10%. Attached skill: shadow step. Move into the shadows, increasing movement speed by 60%, reducing damage taken by 10%, lasting 30 seconds, cooldown 10 minutes. Put it on, and you'll automatically learn the ghost step dance. It's truly befitting of a level 10 dark gold item. The attributes are indeed beyond reproach. Unfortunately, this is a piece of plate armor which Sumubai cannot wear. These 2 pieces of equipment have good attributes and even form a small set. As Sumubai was examining the attributes of the shadow boots, he appraised 2 more items. Skeleton heavy armor, upper garment plate armor, level 10, upgradable, 3/3, dark gold item. Durability 200/200. Equipment requirement: strength 100-inch, constitution 80, physical defense plus 180, magical defense plus 120, life plus 1200, strength plus 25, constitution plus 25, physical damage reduction 100 points, melee damage reflection 100 points. Attached skill: skeleton armor. Summon skeletal arms to oneself, enhancing the reduction and reflection effects of the skeleton heavy armor by 300% for 30 seconds, cooldown time 10 minutes. Skeleton set, 1/2 set effect. Attack power plus 10%, physical defense plus 10%, not activated. Exposed bone spurs, leaving the enemy no chance to strike. The skeleton heavy armor has an upgradable term, and once players collect enough materials they can find a blacksmith to upgrade it. Each upgrade raises the equipment's level by 5. This means that this top-tier dark gold equipment can be upgraded to level 25. Equipping both the skeleton heavy armor and the skeleton heavy sword also activates the set effect. Skeleton heavy sword, 2-handed sword, level 10, upgradable, 3/3, Dark Gold Item Durability 200/200 Equipment Requirement. Strength 120 attack power plus 288 strength plus 50 attack comes with 30% splash damage. Attached skill, powerful strike, attacks have a chance to trigger. Triple damage, skeleton set, 1/2, brutality is the ultimate aesthetic. The properties of this heavy sword are simple but strong. With an attack power of 288 plus 50 points of strength, it offers a significant boost for level 10 players. It also has a 30% splash effect and the passive powerful strike, definitely a rare top-tier equipment. Sumubai can already imagine the sensation these three pieces of equipment will cause in the auction house after leaving the newbie village. These are still without the promoted attributes. Once he uses Catastrophe a free ride, these are 3 epic level equipment. However, Sumubai is not in a hurry to promote. He plans to see the situation after leaving the newbie village. Whether to promote or not will depend on the wealth of other players. Regarding this, Sumubai pins his hopes on wealth of the world and ambitious empire. The former needs no explanation, while the latter's talent for quickly building a large guild should also gather a considerable amount of money. Take it, this piece of equipment is quite suitable for you, kid, Sumubai stretched. Lazily tossing the last piece of equipment to Sumubai, it is a necklace made of tiny white bones linked together with a pendant shaped like a mini skeleton. Necklace of the Dead Necklace Trinket Level 10 Dark Gold Item Durability 200/200 Equipment Requirement. Spirit 100 Spell Power plus 80 Life plus 500 Mana plus 1000 Spirit plus 30 Constitution plus 10 Agility plus 10 Attack comes with a curse effect reducing the target's 100 points of double defense. Summon creatures can also trigger it. Attached skill, Dead 1. Fear-type negative states have their effect on you reduced by 50%. The dead fear nothing, finally a top-notch piece of equipment that is actually usable. Although the Dead One necklace is not upgradable, its attributes are certainly not bad. Sumubai's eyes lit up as he discreetly slipped the Dead One necklace into his backpack. Freeloading was definitely on the agenda, but it would have to wait until Huaijian had left. In the world of Myriad Realms, all NPCs are real people, and Sumubai did not want to expose his ability to upgrade equipment in front of him. Alright, you've managed to get 4 dark gold level items here, you're quite lucky, kid, Huaijian said as he prepared to turn around and leave. Tell your pile of bones to keep it down, don't disturb me while I'm capturing the scenery. Seeing his chance, Sumubai quickly spoke up, senior, wait a moment, what now, do you have more dark gold equipment that needs appraising? Huaijian glanced at Sumubai, a twinge of regret flashing across his face. Damn it, he shouldn't have agreed to appraise for free, what a loss. Bring it here, I said I'll do it for free, so I will do it for all today. No more dark gold equipment, I figured as much, there can't be that many dark gold items in this lousy place, Huaijian said, laughing. If there's no equipment, then what do you want? Hurry up, don't keep me from my work. Although there's no more dark gold equipment, there is still one item that needs appraising, Sumubai said honestly, scratching the back of his head and pulling a robe out of his backpack. Not dark gold? Then why bother appraising? Although I'm only a part-time appraiser, I know that for anything less than dark gold. Huaijian suddenly stopped mid-sentence, taking the robe from Sumubai and examining it closely before looking up at him in amazement as if seeing a monster. An epic level item in this trash place? What Sumubai had just taken out was the reward for solo first clearing a disaster level dungeon, the Whisper of the Dead Robe. If it weren't for triggering the Blue Star area announcement, such equipment would never appear in a novice village. Lucky, Sumubai chuckled, looking at Huaijian expectantly. Senior, this one is for free appraisal too, right? From Huaijian's previous grumbling, it was clear that appraising equipment was costly. With dark gold items costing 100 gold coins, wouldn't epic items cost thousands? Seizing the opportunity to save a substantial amount of money was a must for Sumubai. I said. Free, so I definitely won't charge you, Huaijian replied, but the next moment Sumubai's smile froze. Huaijian tossed the robe back to him, laughing. Unfortunately, my appraisal skills are too low to appraise this thing. What, so you can only appraise dark gold items? I'm just moonlighting in the novice village, is it unreasonable that I can't appraise epic items? Huaijian looked at Sumubai's expression and shrugged. Sumubai suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of reason in Huaijian's words that left him speechless. Seeing Sumubai's somewhat disappointed expression, Huaijian thought for a moment and then spoke. Kid, want to learn the art of appraisal? There's such a good deal. Sumubai's eyes lit up when he heard this, and he immediately nodded and said, yes, if I learn the appraisal skill myself, I can directly appraise epic level equipment after freeloading. no need to ask others for help ever again. Learning is possible, but there's a tuition fee involved. Huaijian raised his eyebrows, looking at Sumubai with a half-smiling expression. How much? Sumubai asked, glancing at the 658 gold coins in his backpack, feeling somewhat uneasy. Appraising a dark gold item costs 100 gold coins. How much would learning the appraisal skill cost? Huaijian slowly raised and spread his hand open. 500, Sumubai tentatively asked, though he didn't hold much hope. Indiana, addition to their main profession, players can have a secondary profession, such as blacksmiths, alchemists, tailors, etc. An appraiser is also a secondary profession, but it is a hidden one. He didn't think it would be so cheap, but that was all the money he had in his backpack. He couldn't afford more. To his surprise, Huaijian simply nodded. Right, 500. Then he flipped his hand, revealing an ancient coin engraved with old inscriptions in his palm, continuing, but not ordinary gold coins. These ancient gold coins, ancient gold coin, the first batch of coins minted, no longer in circulation, worthless in general, but to some collectors of ancient coins their value far exceeds that of ordinary coins. Collect 500 ancient gold coins and contact me. I will teach you the appraisal skill then. Huaijian said as he prepared to turn and leave. Better not disturb me while I'm painting unless you found them. System prompt: Huaijian has added you as a friend. You have accepted the hidden quest to collect ancient gold coins. Quest content: collect 500 ancient gold coins for Huaijian. Quest reward: acquire the secondary profession skill basic appraisal. A series of system notifications rang out, and only then did Sumubai come back to his senses. Ancient gold coins? Why does that sound familiar? He suddenly remembered something, immediately opened his backpack and saw an antique copper coin in the first slot. Antique copper coin, a discontinued copper coin, value unknown. To some collectors of ancient coins it should be worth 10 copper coins. What's this called? A blessing in disguise. If copper coins evolve into antique copper coins, then naturally gold coins would evolve into ancient gold coins. Watching Huaijian's departing figure, a hint of joy flashed in Sumubai's eyes, and he quickly called out, Senior, please wait a moment. At the same time he thought to himself, catastrophe target, 500 gold coins in the backpack, promote to the next tier. He obtained 500 ancient gold coins, and the next moment an ancient gold coin identical to the one Huaijian had just taken out appeared in Sumubai's backpack with a times 500 mark in the bottom right corner. What are you up to again? Huaijian, somewhat impatiently, turned around, his words abruptly stopping. The next moment he was instantly in front of Sumubai, picking up the coin held in his hands, examining it closely. Know this after confirming that all of them were indeed ancient gold coins, Huaijian became somewhat incoherent. Painting and collecting ancient coins were his two major hobbies. Although these items were not valuable goods, their quantity was not plentiful. This kid actually pulled out 500 ancient gold coins all at once, and in this shabby newbie village? Sumubai handed over all 500 ancient gold coins to Huaijian with a slight smile. Senior, can you teach me the art of appraisal now? Huaijian pocketed the ancient gold coins with a flip of his hand, taking a careful look at the young man in front of him for the first time. He could understand someone possessing epic-level equipment, but ancient gold coins were definitely not something to be found in a newbie village. However, Huaijian didn't ask where Sumubai had gotten them from. Instead, he just gave him a meaningful look. You really gave me a surprise, kid. Here you go. Handing over the skill book for basic appraisal, he added, you've completed the hidden quest to collect ancient gold coins and acquired the skill book for basic appraisal. After this, Huaijian didn't linger. With one step, he soared into the air and disappeared, leaving only a message behind. Kid, contact me when you have 10,000 ancient gold coins and I'll give you a surprise then. You have accepted the hidden quest to collect ancient gold coins too. Quest details: collect 10,000 ancient gold coins for Huaijian, reward, unknown. In an instant, Huaijian's figure vanished from Sumubai's sight. Perhaps he remembered some urgent matter, not even bothering to capture the wind. Looking at Huaijian's avatar in his friends list, Sumubai smiled slightly. It seemed he had established a connection with a local, hadn't he? He had a feeling that Huaijian was no ordinary person. Whether it was flying through the air or instantly killing a skeleton warrior with nearly 100,000 health points, it all proved Huaijian's strength. How could such a person be just a part-time appraiser in newbie village? 9527. When will I have such power? Smiling and shaking his head, Sumubai picked up the basic appraisal skill book, his thoughts stirring. Disastered target, basic appraisal. The prompt appeared. Please choose the promotion tier Tier 1/Tier 2/Tier 3, click for details. Option 1, promote to intermediate appraisal no cost. Option 2, ascend to advanced appraisal cost 50,000 gold coins. Option 3, transform to master level appraisal cost 500 years of lifespan. Promote to Tier 1, you have acquired intermediate appraisal. Intermediate appraisal, after learning obtain the secondary profession of intermediate appraiser. After the promotion, the silver eyes on the book became noticeably more complex. Sumubai did not hesitate and immediately learned it. The next moment the book in his hand turned into a beam of silver light merging into his brow. Congratulations on your change of profession to the hidden secondary profession intermediate appraiser. You have learned the new skill intermediate appraisal. With a secondary profession, Sumubai's second panel opened. Secondary profession panel player, i.e. secondary profession, intermediate appraiser skills, intermediate appraisal 0/10,000. As skill proficiency increases, the success rate of appraisal will slightly improve. Dark gold item appraisal success rate, 60% epic item appraisal success rate, 10% casting time 5 seconds, cooldown 60 seconds, mana cost 1000 points. Secondary profession skills do not occupy a player's skill slot. Sumubai took out the Whisper of the Dead robe and began to appraise it directly. Buzz, his palm lit up with a silver glow slowly covering the Whisper of the Dead robe. 5 seconds later, a system prompt sounded. Appraisal failed. The failure was expected, and Sumubai was not in a hurry since he didn't need to take action himself. With the green fields of Huaijian gone, it had completely become Sumubai's backyard. The skeleton army worked within a 500-meter radius, and Sumubai returned to his previous spot on the giant rock, waiting quietly for a minute before he once again used the appraisal spell on the Robe of the Dead. Killing a level 10 wild buffalo, he gained an additional 50% over-level bonus, adding 30 experience points. Killing a level 10 elite grassland wolf, he gained an additional 50% over-level bonus, adding 150 experience points. Killing a level 10 enhanced elite grassland dire wolf, he gained an additional 50% over-level bonus, adding 450 experience points. The skeleton army tirelessly continued their work, and Sumubai's experience bar steadily increased, inching closer to level 10. After trying to appraise 4 times and using up a total of 4,000 mana points, he still hadn't succeeded. This damn appraisal spell, Sumubai muttered, but he was clear in his mind. After all, with only a 10% chance of success, it certainly wasn't going to be easy. And this thing didn't even have a guaranteed success mechanism. While waiting for the skill cooldown, Sumubai took out the Necklace of the Dead and thought catastrophe target, Necklace of the Dead, and the prompt appeared. Please choose the promotion tier Tier 1/Tier 2/Tier 3. He chose Tier 1 without bothering to check the details, since apart from freeloading he couldn't afford anything else. You have obtained the epic item Will of the Undead Necklace. Will of the Undead Necklace. Necklace accessory level 10 to 60. Advances with player level upgrades every 5 levels up to a maximum of level 60. Durability 500/500. Equipment requirement, Spirit 150. Basic attributes, at level 10 spell power plus 120 inch health plus 800 mana plus 1500 spirit plus 50 stamina plus 15 agility plus 15. Affixes: 1. Spell power increased by 10%. 2. Attacks carry a multi-curse effect, reducing the target's dual defense by 10%, attack speed by 10%, casting speed by 10%, movement speed by 10%. Summon creatures can also trigger this. Skills: Will of the Undead passive effect, Charm, Fear and Hypnotic negative states have their effects reduced by 80% on you. Active effect: removes 1 Charm, Fear or Hypnotic negative state from yourself and grants immunity to these 3 types of negative states for the next 5 seconds. Instant cast. Cooldown 120 seconds. Will of the Undead Unbreakable, Epic is already this strong, what about Legendary and Mythic? Seeing the full attributes of an epic item for the first time, even Sumubai couldn't help but be amazed. From Dark Gold to Epic, although it was only 1 tier upgrade, the overall strength had more than doubled. The increase in basic attributes might only have been half, but the enhancements in affixes and skills were tremendous. Still 50% experience short. Glancing at his experience bar, Sumubai put the Will of the Undead Necklace back into his backpack. The minimum level for this equipment was 10 and he couldn't wear it yet, but with the Skeleton Legion's monster spawn rate it wouldn't take too long. As the cooldown for the appraisal skill ended, Sumubai continued his attempts to appraise the Whisper of the Dead robe. after examining the properties of the Will of the Undead necklace, his anticipation for his first complete legendary item grew even more. Dylan's crystal ball, though also a legendary item, was in a sealed state. Appraisal failed. Try again. Appraisal failed. With a 10% success rate, Sumubai had exhausted all his mana and still hadn't succeeded. Could a bug have jinxed his luck? Frowning, Sumubai used the death essence to refill his mana, and a minute later he tried the appraisal skill on the robe again. This time he felt something different. His palm, glowing with silver light, slowly passed over the robe, which gradually began to shine. Buzz! The next moment the robe burst into a tricolored glow and the magical elements around it slightly vibrated. Successful appraisal of an epic item. Appraisal skill proficiency plus 10, just 10 points. Leveling up this appraisal skill was indeed tough. 10,000 proficiency points meant he needed to successfully appraise 1,000 epic items to upgrade to advanced appraisal. Sumubai estimated that appraising dark gold items would only add 1 point of proficiency. However, he wasn't planning to level up this skill through proficiency. Why not freeload if he could? In the future, as long as he got a book on intermediate appraisal, he could freeload his way to advanced. As for spending 50,000 gold coins to ascend, was he too rich to care? Pulling back his thoughts, Sumubai didn't immediately check the properties of the robe but instead initiated a thought. Catastrophe target, Whisper of the Dead robe prompt. Please select the promotion tier Tier 1/Tier 2/Tier 3. Click for details. Promote to Tier 1. You have obtained a legendary item, Whisperer's Robe. The multicolored glow flashed by the first complete legendary item in hand. Whisperer's Robe, upper garment, cloth armor, level 10 to 120, legendary item, durability 1000/1000, equipment requirement, Undead Mage class, Spirit 300, basic properties, level 10. Physical defense plus 150, magic defense plus 300, health plus 1500, mana plus 3000, all attributes plus 50 terms. 1. Spirit plus 10%. 2. All elemental resistances plus 10%. 3. Mana recovery speed increased by 100%. Skills. 1. Undead Guardian. Passive skill, gain a shield equal to 300% of your health. Shield resets every 30 minutes. 2. Whisper of the Undead. Active skill, upon activation casting speed increases by 30% and enables dual casting, lasting 30 seconds, cooldown 10 minutes. You're not hallucinating, this is indeed the Whisper of the Undead. Dual casting. Sumubai looked at the Whisper of the Undead, a hint of confusion in his eyes. Did this mean he could use 2 skills at once? As for Undead Guardian, he simply ignored it. For other undead mages it was indeed a very good passive skill, but for him it was just a thrice-an-hour reset of a 3-point shield. What use was that? It can't compare to the power of a life-sharing item. However, the Robe of the Dead speaker is still very strong, and its legendary level attributes did not disappoint Sumubai. The only downside is the high equipment requirements. Although it can be worn from level 10, it requires the player's spirit attribute to reach 300 points. This number is something that most players might not even reach by level 20. Even Sumubai currently only has 196 spirit points. However, he wasn't too worried about this, as wearing a set of level 10 equipment would easily meet this requirement. The only issue now was that there were too few top-notch level 10 items available for his use. There should be shops selling equipment in the city, right? Sumubai sighed, realizing he had to rely on NPC shops. His game progress was too fast, making it extremely difficult to buy equipment from other players. If all else fails, he could still embed gems. With the first dungeon clearance and contributions from Reggie, Sumubai already had 15 level 1 attribute gems and 3 level 1 critical strike gems. Although he only had 3 spirit gems, he could get them for free. Prompt: please choose the promotion tier, Tier 1/Tier 2/Tier 3. Click to view details. Option 1. Promote to level 2 spirit gem, no cost. Option 2. Sublimate to level 3 spirit gem, costing 100 gold coins per gem. Option 3. Catastrophe 2. Level 4 spirit gem, costing 120 days of lifespan per gem. This was Sumubai's first encounter with lifespan measured in days as a cost. Nevertheless, he thought 120 days of lifespan was too expensive. Gems could be synthesized. By finding a jeweler, he could use 3 gems to synthesize one of a higher level, only needing to pay a small fee. Of course, the higher the level of the gem, the lower the success rate of synthesis, which is also related to the jeweler's skill level. The reason why the cost of upgrading to level 4 was so high was due to the catastrophic nature of the upgrade. Sumubai thought about it and ultimately chose to freeload. with the precedent of instantly killing skeleton warriors by saving up. He decided to save his lifespan for over 10 years first. As for the gold coins, after giving Huaijin 600, he only had 158 left, which he needed to save for emergencies. You have obtained 3 level 2 spirit gems. Level 2 spirit gem, spirit plus 20 can only be embedded in armor. Additionally, Su Mubai also freeloaded and promoted all the remaining gems. Although it was unnecessary, they could be sold for money. Critical strike gems were clearly rarer than attribute gems, and the costs for sublimation and catastrophe were 5 times higher. Level 2 critical strike gem. Critical/spell critical plus 2% can only be embedded in the main weapon, and only one can be embedded per piece of equipment. The 3 level 2 spirit gems added up to 60 spirit points. Plus the upgrades and the Will of the Undead necklace was enough. Meeting the requirements of the Robe of the Dead speaker, Su Mubai was in a great mood. His eyes turned to the wild beast corpses dozens of meters away, and with a thought a prompt appeared. You have successfully extracted 2 points of death energy from the corpses of 20 ordinary wild buffalo. Leisurely replenishing his death energy, Su Mubai was ready to continue lying down and leveling up, but suddenly a message popped into his mind. About 500 meters to his right, a skeleton discovered a wilderness treasure chest. That's more like it. Su Mubai smiled, stood up, and headed towards the coordinates. How could there not be a treasure chest in a wilderness map that had never been explored? Finally, he had found one. Wilderness treasure chests couldn't be moved or taken away, they had to be opened on the spot. Such chests were either hidden in secluded places or guarded by powerful monsters. The higher the level of the chest, the more formidable the guarding monsters. In any case, they weren't something players could easily get their hands on. The treasure chest found by the skeleton belonged to the latter category, surrounded by more than a dozen prairie evil wolves and a wolf king which was a size larger than a buffalo. This was a silver tier boss, and encountering it would mean a tough battle for other players. However, for Su Mubai's skeleton army, a mere silver tier boss accompanied by over 10 enhanced elite monsters was hardly a challenge. As soon as Su Mubai approached, without even having time to check the wolf king's attributes, he saw 7 or 8 skeleton warriors rush forward. Heavy hits, minus 15,195, minus 15,236, minus 30,410. A series of terrifying damage numbers popped up, and the Wolf King's health bar vanished instantly, falling dead on the spot. At the same time, dozens of fireballs and hundreds of arrows arrived in an instant, covering the remaining prairie evil wolves with firepower. Minus 2,937, minus 2,908, minus 6,002, minus 6,096, 5981, minus 12,108. In an instant, the wolves guarding the treasure chest fell under the terrifying output of the Skeleton Legion. The high damage was closely related to the high-level aura of the dead provided by Reggie. This skill, enhanced by professional attributes, boosted the skeleton's overall attributes by 60%. Killing a level 10 enhanced elite monster Prairie Evil Wolf earned an additional 50% over-level bonus, giving plus 450 experience points. Killing a level 10 silver tier boss Prairie Wolf King earned an additional 50% over-level bonus, giving plus 36,000 experience points. Watching the system prompts and the experience bar suddenly jump nearly 10%, Su Mubai was somewhat shocked by his own outrageous efficiency. A formidable silver tier boss just like that seconds away. If he could find a few more chests like this, wouldn't he level up to 10 in no time? Unfortunately, silver tier bosses were obviously rare in the novice village. Discarding this impractical thought, Su Mubai walked forward slowly. You receive 1 gold coin and 38 silver coins. You receive a level 1 agility gem times 1. You receive a basic skill book times 1. You receive silver tier material Wolf King's tooth times 5. You receive silver tier equipment Wolf King's leather pants. You receive silver tier equipment Wolf King's leather coat. You receive silver tier equipment Wolf Fawn dagger. You receive silver tier equipment Cruel shoulder guards. Besides the materials and negligible amount of money, the Prairie Wolf King didn't drop much. The only thing Su Mubai could use were 1 piece of equipment in that basic skill book. With a thought, Su Mubai upgraded all these items to gold tier and freeloaded the skill book to intermediate level. The Cruel Shoulders, a cloth armor of level 10 gold grade, boasts a durability of 100 out of 100 with physical defense plus 28, magical defense plus 35. Spirit plus 15, inch constitution plus 15, and spell power plus 20. Having seen legendary equipment, Su Mubai no longer felt excited about gold grade gear. He tossed everything into his backpack, planning to either equip them at level 10 or sell them. With a thought, a mid-level skill book transformed into a beam of golden light and merged into his forehead. You have used mid-level skill book times 1, gaining plus 5 skill points with a current total of 11 available skill points. Hesitating for a moment, Sumubai decided not to immediately upgrade the skill level of Death Drain feedback. He was about to reach level 10 and wanted to see if he could learn new skills from the Death Codex first. It wouldn't be too late to upgrade then. Making up his mind, Sumubai's gaze fell on the chest in front of him. The chest wasn't large, it was silver-colored and carved with some inscriptions. A system prompt emerged asking if he wanted to open the unlocked silver-grade chest, but Sumubai decisively chose no. He wanted to test a hypothesis he had in mind. Could the talent catastrophe be used on things that didn't belong to him? With this thought, Sumubai took a deep breath, his eyes fixed on the silver-grade chest before him and his mind moved. Catastrophe target, silver-grade chest prompt. Please choose the promotion tier, tier 1/tier 2/tier 3, click to view details. It worked. A thrill of ecstasy appeared on Sumubai's face. The chest could be promoted, which meant he could freeload promotions of the items inside twice. After all, the chest and the items inside were not the same. Suppressing his excitement, Sumubai clicked to view the details. Option 1, promote to gold grade chest, no cost. Option 2, sublimate to dark gold grade chest, costing 2000 gold coins. Option 3, catastrophe to epic grade chest, costing 200 years of lifespan. Although he was curious about what catastrophic traits would be added to the chest, Sumubai couldn't afford it, so he chose to freeload and promote it to tier 1. The next moment, the chest in front of him lit up with a dazzling golden light, its surface flowing like water, the silver color gradually fading to reveal a hint of gold. After a few seconds, the silver-grade chest had completely transformed. An unlocked gold-grade chest was discovered. Open it, open. This time, Sumubai firmly placed his hand on the chest. The chest slowly opened amid the golden light, revealing 2 items quietly lying inside. Below, a staff crafted from an unknown material was an aged parchment. What's this? Sumubai picked up the 2 items with some curiosity. You have obtained gold grade equipment, withered wood staff. You have obtained a gold grade treasure map times 1, a treasure map. Sumubai's eyes lit up as he immediately checked it. Gold grade treasure map. Follow the map's directions and you will find a gold grade treasure chest. Prompt. Do you want to use the treasure map? Using it will mark a treasure hunting route on the system map. Please note, the final coordinates of this treasure map are located outside the novice village. Well, talk about nesting dolls. Sumubai rolled his eyes. Who would have thought that a gold-grade chest could reveal the coordinates of another gold-grade chest? If a player goes through all the trouble to defeat a guardian boss only to find such a meager reward, wouldn't they be infuriated to the point of spitting blood? However, for Sumubai, the value of this treasure map was different. If his idea was correct, the ultimate gain from this map could be of legendary status. Thinking of this, Mubai's eyes grew brighter and he gripped the map more tightly. Catastrophe target, gold level treasure map, advance 1 tier, you receive a dark gold level treasure map times 1, success. Sumubai couldn't help but clench his fist. From a gold level treasure map freeloaded to a dark gold level, then to find a dark gold level treasure chest freeloaded to an epic level. After opening the chest, he could freeload the items inside to legendary status. 3 wins, that's the ultimate nesting doll. Before opening the treasure chest, Sumubai never imagined that a mere silver-level treasure chest could ultimately bring a legendary harvest. Compared to this treasure map, a gold-level deadwood staff was hardly worth mentioning, but still Sumubai first upgraded the staff to dark gold level, mainly because he still held a level 5 bronze equipment wooden magic wand in his hand, and compared to that, the dark gold level deadwood staff was much more appealing. Deadwood staff level 10 dark gold level item durability, 200/200 equipment requirements. Spirit 100 magic strength plus 280 spirit plus 30 agility plus 10 constitution plus 10. After triggering a spell critical, the casting time of the next skill is reduced by 1 second. Attached skill, Deadwood Spring, restores health equivalent to 100% of your magic strength to the target, instantly releases, cooldown time 120 seconds. Deadwood 2 has its spring. Although this equipment wasn't very suitable for Sumubai, having it was better than nothing. After all, it also increased his spirit by 30 points, what else could he ask for? Casually throwing the deadwood staff into his backpack, Sumubai picked up the dark gold level treasure map and chose to use it. The next moment, the yellowed parchment slowly faded away, merging into the system map. Immediately after, the smile on Sumubai's face disappeared. Prompt: the route has been marked. The final coordinates are located in the outskirts of Jingli City in the Cherry Blossom Kingdom. Please go to the Cherry Blossom Kingdom's Jingli City to start your treasure hunt. What is this? Sumubai's mood instantly shifted from merry to not merry. This darned upgraded treasure map now required going abroad. According to the information given by the Myriad Realms game, national borders will not open temporarily. The specific opening time will depend on the progress of Blue Star players in the game. That is to say, the legendary harvest is temporarily out of reach. The imagined ultimate nesting doll couldn't continue beyond the first step. All that happiness was in vain. Watching the slowly disappearing empty treasure chest, Sumubai curled his lip, sat down and continued to level up. An hour later, a beam of golden light rose. Congratulations to player Bai Yi for leveling up to level 10-4. Dimensions +1 inch, skill points +1, free attribute points +15. Prompt: your level has reached the novice village limit. Please find the village chief and transfer to the city belonging to novice village number 9527, otherwise you will no longer be able to gain experience points. Congratulations on becoming the first player in the Blue Star region of the Myriad Realms game to reach level 10, awarding the title Far Ahead. Announcement: the Blue Star region announcement is imminent, as you have reached level 10 inch. The leaderboard of novice village number 9527 has been activated ahead of schedule. Announcement: the novice village announcement is about to begin. A series of beeps sounded, causing Sumubai to pause slightly. Could reaching level 10 trigger a regional announcement? What a surprising delight. Far Ahead: when wearing this title, all experience gained through any means increases by 20%. A player can hold multiple titles, but only one can be active at a time. Each switch requires 30 minutes to take effect. Sumubai's first instinct was to use Catastrophe to freeload, however. To his disappointment, this feature, like the summoning space, was just an attribute and not an actual item, so it couldn't be promoted. Well, the 20% boost in experience wasn't bad. Wearing the Far Ahead title, Sumubai waved his hand to retract his skeleton army into the summoning space and pulled out a novice village return scroll. This was something he had bought earlier for returning to the village. It cost only 10 silver coins, quite cheap for him. A flash of white light passed, and Mubai's figure vanished from the green meadow, leaving behind only the unrefreshed corpses of wild monsters. Meanwhile, the system announcement also rang out. However, the content was not triggered by Sumubai. Announcement for novice village number 9527. Congratulations to the Overlord Guild for being the first to clear the difficult level of the Misty Lands dungeon. This announcement is made in hope that all players will learn from them and receive generous rewards. ×3 As the entrance to the Misty Forest appeared, Grand Map Overlord walked out of the dungeon with his team members. The sound of the system announcement made him feel pleased. He had finally gained some leverage. While he was dungeon crawling, the Overlord Guild hadn't stopped recruiting. Several elders promoted during this period had tirelessly worked to reach the membership cap for a level 1 guild. 3,000 people. This number nearly accounted for 1/10 of the entire population of novice village number 9527. One could imagine the current power of the Overlord Guild. Although these players were not very strong, they significantly boosted Grand Map Overlord's strength. Now, having successfully cleared the difficult level of the Misty Forest, his mood was excellent. Prepare yourselves, we'll tackle the nightmare difficulty next, Grand Map Overlord declared, looking at the admiring glances of the surrounding players. Just then 5 flashes of white light appeared as Rich Dominance and Maple Size, among others, exited the dungeon portal. The system announcement that followed also made Grand Map Overlord's expression sour. Announcement for novice village number 9527. Congratulations to player Rich Dominance for leading his team to be the first to clear the nightmare difficulty of the Misty Lands dungeon. This announcement is made in hope that all players will learn from them and receive generous rewards. ×3 In that moment, Grand Map Overlord felt like a clown. He looked incredulously at Rich Dominance and others, asking in a deep voice, "How could you possibly clear the nightmare difficulty so quickly?" "Just lucky," Rich Dominance replied with a slight smile. Seeing this, Grand Map Overlord snorted coldly, his gaze turning colder. He had already learned from the guild chat channel why they had managed to clear the nightmare level of Misty Forest so swiftly. It's all because of Bai Yi. Thinking about how he missed the chance to be the first to clear the nightmare level due to this, Hontobei was furious and couldn't calm down. How dare Bai Yi, with his equipment and skills, sell them only to the wealthiest? Could it be that the president of Hongtebei Meat doesn't have money? Hongtebei recalled the friend request that Bai Yi had rejected, and a fierce glint flashed in his eyes. He made another mental note against Bai Yi, seeing the look in Hongtebei's eyes. Fu Jia, Tianxia and the others frowned and turned around, ready to continue raiding dungeons. The first clear was already lost, and next they were aiming to challenge the hell difficulty level. Hongtebei also prepared to start the dungeon again, also challenging the hell level difficulty. But the following announcement made both parties halt their actions. Blue Star Region announcement. Congratulations to Bai Yi from the Shunlong Empire for becoming the first player in the Blue Star region to reach level 10. This announcement is made in the hope that all players will learn from him and receive generous rewards. The system announcement echoed continuously 10 times through all the novice villages in the land of the Divine Ban. The sensation this brought was no less significant than before. Players from various countries heatedly discussed it. How did he level up? How could he level up so fast? The game just started and he's already level 10. Damn, I'm only level 4, is this fair, after level 5? The amount of XP needed to level up is so much. Did Bai Yi use cheats? Dude, listen to what you're saying. Where do cheats come from in the Myriad Realms game? Can we report Bai Yi? I think he's too disruptive to the game's balance. Balance? Where is the balance in this game? I have to hack away forever at the same monsters while those awakened with S-level talents can kill them in one hit. Even if Bai Yi has an SSS level talent, what about other players who have awakened SSS level talents? Why is it always Bai Yi who triggers these announcements? Players in the chat channels were bewildered. Felix from the Bald Eagle Empire, Tsukiyomi from the Cherry Blossom Kingdom, Descendant of the Sun from the Koryo Kingdom, including San Shi Qingfeng from the Shenlong Empire, all players who had awakened SSS level talents in various novice villages of the land of the Divine Ban were shocked by this announcement. These top players looked at their own levels. A thought simultaneously crossed their minds. How did Bai Yi level up so quickly? Why is he so much faster than us? Their levels were uniformly level 7. Considering the increase in XP required after level 5, it would take at least half a day to reach level 10. Previously, they could console themselves that Bai Yi's first clear of the disaster level dungeon was due to bad luck on their part. But now Bai Yi's rapid leveling truly shocked them. With the same SSS level talent, why is Bai Yi so far ahead? Is this reasonable? Shenlong Empire Novice Village number 9526. Zhao Su and Lu Ruyan had just achieved the first clear of the normal difficulty level and were currently conquering the difficult level Misty Forest, Indiana. Their novice village, there clearly were no more powerful awakened talents, otherwise the first clear wouldn't have fallen to them. It's him again. Hearing the system announcement ringing in his ears, Zhao Su slightly narrowed his eyes. Ruyan, what do you think the chances are that he is Su Mubai? How would I know? Lu Ruyan rolled her eyes, then stretched her hand to tie her hair behind her ears. It was a simple gesture yet carried immense charm, making Zhao Su slightly bow. It doesn't matter whether he is Su Mubai or not, as long as I want him I can surely win him over. Lu Ruyan smiled seductively, her voice brimming with confidence. I definitely believe in your charm, babe. Zhao Su laughed and nodded in agreement. But I still hope he is Su Mubai, it would make things much easier. If it's that guy, he will surely obey you. Why think so much? Let's hurry up and level up. We can talk about this after we leave the novice village. With their beautiful aspirations for the future, both continued their journey of leveling up by clearing dungeons. Compared to other novice villages, Novice Village number 9527 had an additional announcement. Novice Village number 9527 announcement. As player Bai Yi has reached level 10, the level leaderboard of this novice village has been activated. Ahead of schedule, Novice Village number 9527 level leaderboard first place, Bai Yi level 10 no faction second place, Maple Leaves Rustling level 5 no faction third place, Away level 5 no faction fourth place, Trouble Getting Up level 5 no faction fifth place, Wealthy Under Heaven level 5 no faction sixth place, Cotton Candy level 5 no faction seventh place, Grand Ambition level 5 Overlord Guild 8th place, One Sword to Seal the Throat level 5 Overlord Guild 9th place, Turkey Flavor Rice Krispies level 5 Overlord Guild 10th place, Milky Snow Child level 5 Overlord Guild. The leaderboard only displayed the top 10 names, and except for Bai Yi, everyone else was uniformly at level 5. 20,000 experience points weren't easy to come by for them. Firstly, the experience from low difficulty dungeons wasn't that high, and secondly, the experience was divided among team members. Of course, they couldn't clear the dungeons without teaming up. The appearance of the leaderboard immediately sparked intense discussions among players. Novice Village number 9527 chat channel was flooded once again. Bai Yi is inhuman, his level is twice that of others on the leaderboard. It's not just a simple doubling. The experience needed to level up from 5 to 6 is more than the total experience from level 0 to 5. That's outrageous. By the time I leave the novice village, Bai Yi will probably be level 20. Thinking too small, level 30 isn't impossible either. Wealthy Under Heaven's team is also very strong, surpassing the Overlord Guild's members in leveling speed, even though the guild members have a 20% experience buff. Nonsense, they just cleared the nightmare level of Misty Lands. It's normal for them to be ahead, but they'll probably be overtaken by Overlord soon. I heard one Sword to Seal the Throat also has an S-rank talent, didn't expect him to join the Overlord Guild as well. What's the use? It's still only half the level of Bai Yi. Outside the Misty Lands dungeon portal, Grand Ambition grimly closed the leaderboard. It was one thing for Bai Yi to level up to 10 so quickly, but it was outrageous that his own team, even with a 20% experience buff, was still outpaced by Wealthy Under Heaven's team. He swept his gaze over Wealthy Under Heaven and others and silently started the dungeon. Bai Yi is leveling up way too fast, Marshmallow exclaimed in shock. Yeah, it's like he's on a rocket away, agreed, nodding. During their last trade, Bai Yi was level 8 while they were level 5. Now after just one dungeon run, they were still level 5 and Bai Yi had already reached level 10. Is leveling up so easy for him? You guys go ahead and do your thing, I need to head back, said Fu Jia Tianxia as he looked at the 10 basic life soul stones in his backpack and pulled out a return scroll. He had initially planned to wait before giving these soul stones to Bai Yi, but the continuous system announcements made him change his mind. A master player like Bai Yi, he must find a way to establish a good relationship. Even if Bai Yi doesn't join his team, having a good relationship could mean getting some good items from him. Unbeknownst to himself, Fu Jia Tianxia's thoughts had already subtly changed even without his own realization. A flash of white light and Su Mubai appeared at the teleportation square of Novice Village number 9527. Hearing the announcement about Fu Jia Tianxia and the Hongta Bay Guild's first dungeon clear, the corners of his mouth slightly lifted. More life soul stones. The next moment a flash of white light appeared beside Su Mubai and the portly Fu Jia Tianxia appeared before him. Brother Bai Yi, these are the 10 basic life soul stones from the first clear reward. Don't forget your brother here when you come across good stuff in the future. Fu Jia Tianxia handed over the life soul stones to Su Mubai, smiling warmly. Don't worry, I'll make sure the price is right for you. Notification, you have reached a level 2 agreement with Fu Jia Tianxia. Su Mubai nodded slightly. As long as you have the money, good items won't be scarce. Contact me once you're out of the novice village. With that, he waved his hand and turned to walk towards the village chief's house. Whether it was the skeleton set or the grade B skill book Thunderous Strike, they were not something Fu Jia Tianxia could afford right now. In a few days, it would be the best time to sell these items. For now, the priority was to become the first player to leave the novice village. Novice Village number 9527 was simply laid out, and Su Mubai easily found the village chief's house according to the map. The house wasn't much different from the other buildings, and the village chief was an ordinary-looking old man whose name was so common it was easy to forget right after turning away. Li Shan, village chief of Novice Village number 9527, level 10 health, 2000/2000. Cough cough, I didn't expect an ascender to reach level 10 so quickly. Li Shan said, a trace of shock flashing across his face as he saw Su Mubai. Village chief, I want to leave the novice village. Su Mubai got straight to the point. Go ahead, this land of the divine ban will eventually belong to you ascenders, Li Shan said with a complex expression, then turned and walked towards the yard. Follow me. Soon he led Su Mubai to a teleportation array. Our village is under the jurisdiction of Donghai City, one of the 10 major first-level main cities of the Xinlong Empire and also the empire's most bustling coastal city. Li Shan pointed at the teleportation array, introducing Su Mubai's next destination. Go ahead, your real journey begins in Donghai City. Thank you, village chief. Su Mubai nodded and stepped into the teleportation array. There were no quests to open the door, nor any teleportation fees needed. Li Shan simply activated the teleportation array. A bright white light shone and Su Mubai's figure disappeared within the teleportation array. The chaotic era of the Forbidden Divine Land was about to begin, and it was uncertain how many would perish this time. Li Shan sighed deeply, turned around and went back to his original spot to wait for the next arrival. As the village chief, his only duty was to send off the newcomers from the novice village. Meanwhile, the leaderboard at novice Village number 9527 had changed, the name Bai Yi had disappeared and maple leaves rustling rose to the top spot. This shift immediately sparked discussions among the players. The operator of the leaderboard had clearly left the novice village. The first player to truly step into the forbidden divine land had emerged. You have entered the first level main city Donghai City and your respawn point has been switched to the Donghai City respawn hall. This was a magnificent city. The teleportation square was surrounded by many tall buildings, too many to see the ends of. Far-off streets bustled with pedestrians and carriages, and many powerful figures rode their mounts through. Although no other player had entered the city besides Su Mubai, it still appeared bustling and prosperous. This scene reminded Su Mubai once again that the Forbidden Divine Land was a real world. The locals here were no fewer in number than the transmigrated humans from Blue Star. If the Blue Star humans as the arrivals had transmigrated into a real game world, then for the locals of the Forbidden Divine Land, their world had simply been digitized. From the name Myriad Realms game, it was clear that both parties were not adversaries but would become allies. Stepping into the Forbidden Divine Land was just the beginning, not the end. The true enemies were the myriad races of the universe. In the vast teleportation square, only Su Mubai stood in the center. After waiting for a moment, the anticipated system prompt did not continue. Su Mubai couldn't help but complain that's it. He had thought there would be a reward for being the first to leave the novice village, but it seemed there was none. Disappointed, he shook his head and equipped all the gear he could wear. Surprisingly, even without embedding any gems, his mental attributes had already surpassed those required by the Wraithspeak robes. After leveling up to level 10, 2 pieces of his equipment underwent changes. The first was Dylan's crystal orb. After the equipment level increased to 10, the entries did not change, but the basic attributes greatly improved. Basic attributes, level 10, spell power plus 150, all attributes plus 50. Health plus 2000, inch mana plus 4000. In terms of health and mana, it even surpassed the Wraithspeak robes. The other piece was of course the death scripture. With a thought, the inscription on the back of Su Mubai's left hand shimmered faintly and the death scripture materialized. The rotating Dylan's crystal orb on his wrist immediately dimmed, as if suppressed. The death scripture, a job-specific item, Bai Yi, could not be dropped, damaged, traded, and could be summoned or stowed away with a mere thought. Level 10 advances with the character. Basic attributes, spell power plus 300, inch all attributes plus 100, damage against undead creatures increased by 100%. Your summon creatures also benefit from this effect. Special effects. 1. Soul absorption. You and your summon creatures as well as contracted beasts will absorb a portion of the soul power from any enemy you kill. The respawn time for wild monsters killed by you will double and players killed by you will suffer double the penalties, including in lifespan. Current soul points. 0. Use 1000 soul points to get a second chance to open the Death Codex. The second special effect unlocks at level 30. A level 10 Death Codex is vastly different from a level 5. The increase in basic attributes was beyond Su Mubai's expectations. What shocked him more was the newly unlocked special effect. Death penalty doubled. From now on, players killed by him would suffer greatly. Losing 2 levels would be the least of their worries. They would lose a minimum of 20% of their lifespan, at least 20 years. This was a boon for that couple. A cold light flashed in Su Mubai's eyes. He couldn't disable this special effect, and the number of times he could kill Lu Ruyan and Zhao Su had just halved. At the current stage, no one could add much lifespan, and without unexpected developments, Su Mubai could only kill them 4 times before running out of opportunities. With 80 years of lifespan, the pair might even end up owing some. With the description of soul points in mind, Su Mubai realized he now had the chance to open the Death Codex. Currently, he was the only player entering the city, and the deserted teleportation square was devoid of any other person. Without any hesitation, Su Mubai reached out and opened the Death Codex. The pages he turned were gray-white, filled with ancient and mysterious inscriptions that Su Mubai couldn't understand. But in the next moment, these inscriptions began to move slowly. Rising from the book, they transformed into a stream of information that flowed into Su Mubai's pupils. In that instant, Su Mubai felt a thrilling power surge through him. Though he didn't understand it, he intuitively sensed that this power was called death. After a long while, the Death Codex closed automatically, transforming into a stream of light that attached to the back of Su Mubai's left hand. At the same time, a system notification sounded in Su Mubai's ears. You have learned a new skill. Death Gaze, SSS, level 1, 0/50, active skill. stare at the target burning their soul. Skill effects: 1. Deals true damage equal to 500% of your spell power every second lasting for 10 seconds. 2. The creature being stared at will continuously suffer from a fear effect. 3. All creatures with a lower life level than you will have all their attributes forcibly reduced by 20% the moment they are stared at. This effect is solely determined by life level and cannot be reduced by any resistances. 4. Creatures killed by death gaze will suffer extreme pain and upon revival fall into a weakened state with all attributes reduced by 40% lasting for 12 hours. Instant cast cooldown 60 seconds, consumes 5% of mana value. No need to maintain channeling after activation. Maximum attack range 100 meters. Where your gaze falls, death follows like a shadow. The description of the death gaze skill left Su Mubai utterly dumbfounded. Is this an SSS level skill? 500% true damage per second, continuous fear or force, 20% reduction in all attributes, and 12 hours of weakness after revival. Any one of these effects alone would make for a powerful ability. Moreover, this skill is instantaneously cast without the need for sustained channeling. It's outrageously overpowering. Just one glance and it takes effect? Su Mubai couldn't help but murmur, "Isn't this just the divine ability of death by staring?" He found it hard to imagine any player who could withstand 500% of his spell power and true damage. What's even more terrifying is the skill icon for death gaze in the bottom right corner, which features a small figure indicating it's influenced by Su Mubai's career catastrophe trait. The effect is doubled, 10 times the true damage per second, with a range of 200 meters. At this moment, Su Mubai only wanted to ask one question: who else can compete? With death gaze, he wasn't just reliant on his skeleton army for damage anymore. The only puzzle was the description of the third skill effect. How is the life level determined? Su Mubai stroked his chin, a hint of confusion flashing in his eyes. However, he soon shook his head. Just looking at it definitely wouldn't reveal its secrets. He'd naturally understand after using it a few more times. And this wasn't even the final form of death gaze. Su Mubai took a deep breath, slightly nervous. It was his first time freeloading an upgrade to an SSS level skill, a feeling second only to exploiting bugs in catastrophe classes when creating his character. Target: death gaze. However, this time the system prompt that rang in Su Mubai's ears was starkly different. Sorry, this skill has reached the limit of the Forbidden Divine Land and cannot be upgraded. It failed. Since exploiting the catastrophe bug, this talent of a bug level had met failure for the second time. The first time was when he tried to upgrade to catastrophe again, but the Myriad Realms game directly fixed the bug. He still remembered the system prompt from that time: sorry, the skill tier has surpassed the limit and cannot be upgraded. Although both were failures, the descriptions were worlds apart. The limit of the Forbidden Divine Land. He carefully examined every word in the system prompt, speculating slightly. It seems that to upgrade skills beyond the SSS level, one must leave the Forbidden Divine Land. At the same time, he also thought of something else. Previously, in the Misty Lands, when using Catastrophe on Harlan's crystal ball, there indeed appeared 3 options. He chose the freeloading upgrade, promoting this mission item from epic to legendary level. So what about the second option, the so-called highest leveled mythical? What about the third option? What tier is beyond mythical? Why can equipment surpass mythical tier, but skills cannot surpass SSS level? Are SSS tier skills actually a higher tier than mythical? Many thoughts flashed through Su Mubai's mind, and for now he could only make some guesses. However, these were of no help. The ultimate conclusion was that SSS level skills were temporarily the limit. Su Mubai could only give up on trying to freeload. However, due to the disaster trait of his profession, even if it was the same SSS skill, the effect he used was twice that of other players. Although upgrading from level 9 to level 10 only increased by 1 level, Su Mubai's power had undergone a drastic transformation. With his mental attributes meeting the requirements, Su Mubai directly donned the Whisperer's robe. Instantly, his figure was enveloped in a deep black robe adorned with pale gray inscriptions, adding a mysterious aura to Su Mubai. A faint scent of death lingered, giving off a vibe of keeping strangers at bay. Su Mubai summoned the attribute panel to check his now bizarre attributes. Attribute panel: player, by E level 10, 0%. Profession: Death Sovereign, exclusive hidden profession, sub-profession, intermediate appraiser. Mental: 490 agility, 286 constitution, 261 strength, 211 health. 1/1. Due to unknown reasons, the upper limit can never be increased. Life sharing: 100, 584000 exact figure 100, 584000 all skeleton health values added together and doubled. Mana, 38900/38900 inch, 1 point of mental equals 60 mana points, spell power, 2497, 1 point of mental equals 3 spell power points, spell crit, 35% crit damage, 250% physical defense, 467 magic defense, 1825 elemental resistance. All types 10% exclusive talent, catastrophe, unique forbidden level, professional skills, scorching, E, summon advanced skeleton, B, summon space expansion, B, advanced aura of the dead, A, life sharing, S, death summoning, SS, death siphon feedback, SS, death gaze, SSS. Summon space, 340/340 equipment, brief professional exclusive, Death Codex LV10 lifespan, less than 3 years. Sumubai somewhat shakily closed the attribute panel. He was so shocked by his own exaggerated attributes that he didn't know what to say. What kind of world is Myriad Realms? Is this really what a level 10 player's panel should look like? His equipment wasn't even fully equipped yet. Just the Death Codex and 2 legendary pieces of equipment brought him a total attribute increase of plus 200. From an initial point. Besides leveling up, which adds 4 attributes, his strength, which had never been increased before, now also reached 211 points. His spell power nearly reached 2,500 points, and his mana was an exaggerated breakthrough of over 30,000, but these were nothing compared to the terrifying number on the life-sharing health bar. That value over 100 million lingered in Sumubai's mind. Qualitative change and quantitative accumulation combined to create a bug-level existence. All of this was thanks to the 2 disaster traits. Compared to the skills in the Myriad Realms game, the disaster traits were completely bugs. He even started to wonder if there were level 10 mythical bosses, would their health bars be as long as his? Continuing to develop like this, could I possibly be banned by the Myriad Realms game? Just as this thought arose in his mind, Sumubai's pupils sharply constricted. A flash of white light appeared before him and a figure emerged from it. He hadn't expected that among the descendants there would be someone who had awakened such power. Little fellow, you are both fortunate and unfortunate, said the suddenly appearing old man dressed in a robe with youthful features despite his white hair. He held a nondescript staff in his hand which looked just like a tree branch without any decoration. The mere presence of the old man standing there brought immense pressure on Sumubai, like an ordinary person facing a vast boundless ocean. Situji, the city lord of Donghai City and elder of the Dragon Temple, the highest ranking person in Donghai City, greeted the city lord. Seeing the information about Situji, Sumubai quickly bowed to him. This was the second NPC whose identity information he could only see. The previous one was Hui Jian. However, why would such an important city lord suddenly appear before him? The Dragon Empire consists of 1 imperial capital, 10 first-tier main cities, 81 second-tier main cities and 1,080 third-tier cities. Apart from the imperial capital, all Chinese players are distributed in these cities, and Donghai City is one of the top 10 first-tier main cities. It goes without saying how high Situji's status as the city lord of Donghai City is. The second identity of Sumubai is completely unknown. There are no records in the Myriad Realms game about what the Dragon Temple is like, but he was certain that Situji was terribly strong. From the tone of his voice just now, it could be heard that he had come specifically for Sumubai. Was it the terrifying power that attracted him when Sumubai opened the Death Bible? A series of thoughts flashed through Sumubai's mind as he secretly speculated about the reason for the other's visit. Situji did not speak again. He just looked Sumubai up and down without any expression on his face, making it hard to discern what he was thinking. After a long while, his gaze fell on the back of Sumubai's left hand where the Death Bible had transformed into an inscription, and he nodded slightly. Indeed, it is the power of death. At the same time, Sumubai felt the immense pressure on him lift and he suddenly felt much lighter. The Situji before him now seemed like an ordinary old man, no longer possessing that unfathomable aura. City Lord, what is the power of death? Sumubai immediately followed up with a question. A power of the laws. You are too weak now. Even if I told you, you wouldn't understand, Situji said with a smile, shaking his head as his staff dissolved into specks of golden light and disappeared. Sumubai was shocked by these words. Laws? He remembered clearly the Death Bible before it was promoted was described as the Book of Death, but the current Death Bible was clearly described as the Book of Rules. It seemed that Situji had not fully seen through all his information, thinking this Sumubai was no longer so nervous. The catastrophe had brought some things that clearly went beyond the understanding of the forbidden divine land. Little fellow, your appearance has indeed exceeded the expectations of us old fellows. I don't know whether to call you lucky or unlucky. Sitamo gave Sumubai a meaningful look and sighed softly. Why do you say that? Sumubai frowned slightly. The other party had mentioned this as soon as they appeared, and now they were saying it again. Fortunately, you have transitioned into a dominator-level profession which should not exist in the forbidden lands of the gods. Sitamo continued, pausing for a moment before shaking his head and continuing. Unfortunately, it is the Death Sovereign. When you take that step, it will be much harder than for other dominators. That step, it's still very far off for you. Sitamo waved his hand, his voice gradually lowering as if talking to himself. Maybe there will be a turning point by then. He then looked up at the sky, his gaze deep as if reflecting the universe and stars. Sumubai, puzzled, looked up but only saw the slowly setting sun. Young one, grow up quickly. There isn't much time left for you ascenders. As his voice faded, a teleportation white light shone and Sitamo's figure had already disappeared from the spot. His visit seemed specifically to see Sumubai speaking a few inexplicable words and doing nothing else. Wait, after Sitamo left, a rusty metal slowly floated in the spot where he had stood. What's this? Sumubai, with curiosity in his eyes, reached out and grabbed the metal. The next moment, Sitamo's voice sounded directly in his ear. Young one, this is my test for you. Pass it and I will give you some information related to the Death Sovereign. You have received the mission item, Medallion of the Forgotten. You have accepted the epic quest Sitamo's test. Mission content: pass through the land of oblivion and achieve 100% exploration. Mission reward: unknown. Failure penalty: none. An epic quest just like that. Staring at the rusty metal in his hand, Sumubai was somewhat surprised. He still hadn't figured out what exactly Sitamo wanted to do. Not supposed to appear in the forbidden lands of the gods. Does that mean there are other dominator professions in myriad realms? Will the step for the Death Sovereign be harder than for other dominators? Do the other dominators have disaster traits? Sumubai raised his eyebrows, a glint of sharpness flashing in his eyes. Although he was a Death Sovereign, he had an additional disaster trait. Moreover, the Death Codex was a tier higher than the original exclusive equipment for the Death Sovereign, the Book of Death. As for the future, Sumubai was fully confident. Being only level 10 and already having such twisted attributes, he would only grow stronger. Unknowingly, Sumubai had already far surpassed other Blue Star players and started to interact with the top experts of the Forbidden Lands. His bug-like emergence was destined to cause a huge stir in the Forbidden Lands, but all this Sumubai had not yet realized. His current goal was to enhance his strength and then quickly find that couple to settle scores. Just the thought of Lu Ruyan and Zhao Su still being alive made Sumubai agitated. Other players entering the city would have to wait until tomorrow, and if Lu Ruyan and her companions hadn't awakened high-level talents, maybe even 2 or 3 days. Thinking it over, Sumubai looked at the medal in his hand. This time was perfect for completing this task. The Medallion of the Forgotten, a quest item that transports you to the land of the Forgotten upon use, can only be used once, will self-destruct after 4 minutes and 52 seconds. The description was simple and the countdown was incessantly ticking. No time to prepare. Sumubai was slightly stunned. He had initially planned to embed some gems, now it seemed there was no time left. Donghai City was too vast, even a carriage ride wouldn't suffice in just over 4 minutes. With the experience of the treasure map, Sumubai chose not to exploit the upgrade of the Medallion of the Forgotten. The tests of Situji were through the land of the Forgotten. Who knew where this upgraded item would teleport him? If the upgrade led to a mission failure, the loss would outweigh the gains. Sumubai was still highly interested in the information about the Lord of Death mentioned by Situji. After taking another look at his attribute panel, Sumubai made up his mind and activated the medallion in his hand. A flash of white light enveloped him and his figure disappeared from the teleportation square of Donghai City. Donghai City's first player had not even properly explored this bustling first-tier main city before he hurriedly departed. Notification: you have entered the land of the Forgotten. Notification: the epic quest Situji's test has officially begun. Please pass through the land of the Forgotten within 1 week and achieve a 100% exploration rate. A week. Upon hearing the system notification, Sumubai frowned. Situji surely understood how powerful a sovereign-class profession was, yet he still allowed a week. That meant, considering the disaster traits, it would take about 2 to 3 days to get through this place? Although this was slightly beyond his planned schedule, it wasn't entirely unacceptable. He did not summon his skeleton army immediately but instead started to carefully survey the surroundings. This place once seemed to be a small town, but now what met his eyes was a scene of ruin. The whole town permeated with a rotting smell. The surroundings were extremely desolate, as if abandoned by the world. Large tombstones stood all around, giving off a chilling sense. The ground was scattered with numerous dry bones, sending shivers down one's spine. Within his field of vision, no life could be seen. The entire environment appeared exceptionally silent and barren. In the past, if Sumubai had been alone in such an environment, he would inevitably feel uneasy, but after his class changed to the Lord of Death, he felt no aversion to this place. Plus, having been accompanied by skeletons since entering the game, Sumubai found such environments utterly unpressurizing. The only issue was the absence of sunlight. The area was dim, reducing Sumubai's field of vision by about 50%. Current exploration rate, 0%. Glancing at the exploration rate, Sumubai lightly pointed with his withered wood staff. A pale gray portal 6 meters in length and width opened. A powerful and mighty skeleton warrior wielding a standard huge sword led a group of skeleton archers and skeleton mages neatly lined up to emerge. Clack clack clack, the uniform collision of bones rang out, and 340 skeletons all arrived in the land of the forgotten. Their appearance not only did not bring any vitality here, but it also added a few degrees to the already thick aura of death. The next moment, Sumubai witnessed a scene that shocked him deeply. The appearance of the skeleton army seemed to disturb the spirits resting here as the ground ahead rumbled with vibrating tombs. Pairs of ghastly white skeletal hands burst through the soil, followed by skulls, torsos and limbs. In just a few seconds, Sumubai and his troops were surrounded on the spot. As far as the eye could see, there was nothing but a sea of skeletons, densely packed with the faintly flickering flames of souls. Could the entire town have turned into skeletons? There are so many. Sumubai couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. It wasn't that he was prone to overreacting, but the sheer number was truly overwhelming. It was impossible to see an end to them. Skeleton level 20 normal health, 5000/5000 attack, 210 physical defense, 120 magic defense, 80 a weak existence commonly found in the land of oblivion. Although these skeletons were all ordinary monsters with mediocre stats, the sight of thousands swarming towards them, their bodies compressed and eyes ablaze with blue soulfire, was still enough to make anyone's skin crawl. Usually, it was Sumubai who overwhelmed his opponents, but now he was experiencing what it felt like to be on the receiving end. However, it was more of a visual impact than anything else. As soon as they clashed, the sea of skeletons in the land of oblivion began to crumble. The tall and robust skeleton warriors towered over them, and with each swing of their giant swords, the skeleton was shattered into pieces. -40,580, -40,326, -81,220. Each strike was a one-hit kill. No skeleton could withstand a single blow, despite the Death Codex granting Sumubai and his summons double damage against undead creatures. The damage numbers from the skeleton warriors' attacks still made his eyes widen. Over 40,000 on a normal attack. Each strike not only killed a skeleton but seemed to take 7 extra lives with it. Sumubai knew he was overpowered, but he hadn't expected to be this monstrously strong. Having leveled up, he felt as if he had ascended to another realm. Murmuring to himself, Sumubai checked the stats of a skeleton warrior for the first time after his level up. Skeleton warrior, enhanced by the advanced aura of the dead, all attributes increased by 60%. Stats after enhancement shown below: strength, 50-80-inch constitution, 50-80 agility, 50-80 health, 381,000 attack, 20320 physical defense, 5,080 skill, heavy strike LV9 heavy strike, key, level 9 swings the weapon to deal 190% physical damage to the target, cooldown 30 seconds. No wonder my shared life bar exceeded 100 million, Sumubai suddenly realized. Just these 100 skeleton warriors alone provided 38 million health, with his profession's disaster trade doubling it. That made for a shared life bar of 76 million. Even he found these numbers outrageously high. The 100 skeleton warriors formed an impenetrable wall, quickly encircling and isolating the sea of skeletons outside. No stragglers could breach their defenses. Whizzing and booming sounds followed as the skeleton archers and mages within the circle also launched their attacks. -15,008, -15,214, -15,196, -30,888, minus 20,102, minus 20,096, minus 40,324, still no use of skills, just plain normal attacks. Without the disaster traits, their output was nearly half less than that of the skeleton warriors. However, they were still incredibly strong. The skeleton archers had lower damage but compensated with faster attack speed. When the skeleton mages weren't casting fireball, they waved their bone staffs, releasing orbs of deathly energy with an attack frequency of about 1.2 seconds, slower than the skeleton archers but faster than the skeleton warriors. Skeleton archers strength 50-80 constitution, 50-80 agility, 50-80 health, 60960 attack power, 7620. Physical defense 2,540-inch skills, double shot, key, level 9 instantly shoots 2 arrows each dealing 99% physical damage, cooldown 30 seconds. Skeleton mage spirit, 50-80 agility, 50-80 constitution, 50-80 health, 40640 magical power, 10,160 physical defense, 1693 skills, fireball, E, level 9 casts a fireball to attack the target dealing 220% magical fire damage, casting time 1.5 seconds, cooldown 30 seconds. Sumubai's legion faced the skeleton sea of the land of the forgotten and it was simply a one-sided crush. These level 20 ordinary monsters couldn't even break through the defense of the skeleton warriors. Their bone swords fell on the skeleton warriors without even showing damage numbers, completely resisted. No need to move. With every skeleton death, more skeletons rushed forward eagerly, like moths to a flame. Soon piles of bone fragments were stacked around the outside of the encirclement. Sumubai's system notification panel also started to rapidly fill with messages, yet he frowned. Killing a level 20 skeleton, an additional 50% over-level bonus experience plus 30 points, far ahead effect. Additional experience plus 6. Killing a level 20 skeleton, an additional 50% over-level bonus experience plus 30 points, far ahead effect, additional experience plus 6. Although they were level 20 monsters, the experience was only equivalent to that of a level 10 wild buffalo. If it were just this, Sumubai could still accept it. After all, there were enough skeletons and they kept coming, making experience farming fast. The experience needed to level up from 10 to 11 had actually decreased compared to before, needing only 1 million experience points. One could imagine how many skeletons there were. In the darkness and the distance, dots of soul fire drifted, ready to take the place of the skeletons as soon as they died. Sumubai's skeleton legion was like workers on an automated assembly line, continuously killing enemies, bringing him a steady stream of experience. The reason he frowned was mainly due to the death codex. The newly activated soul siphon effect had unexpectedly not taken effect. By now at least hundreds of skeletons had been slain, yet not a single soul point had been absorbed. Could it be that these skeletons lacked souls? A flicker of doubt crossed Sumubai's eyes, then his gaze sharpened as he looked towards a skeleton outside the encirclement. Death gaze as Sumubai focused, the skill activated instantly. His demeanor changed dramatically in that moment, a terrifying and majestic aura rising around him. It seemed as though nothing had changed, yet it felt as if some unknown entity had descended. Minus 49,940. The soul fire in the skeleton's pupils instantly twisted, followed by a horrifying gray-white number popping above its head. Killing a level 20 skeleton, an additional 50% over-level bonus experience points plus 30. The first bout of damage was too much and the skeleton fell to the ground dead for good. Its body was intact, unmarked by any wound, yet it was now but an empty shell. This ghastly pale skeleton, trampled by others, quickly turned into a pile of fragments, and it didn't end there. Death gaze, dealing damage every second, could last for a total of 10 seconds. Although the first target was dead, the skill did not end there. As Sumubai's gaze shifted, the soul fire in the eyes of one skeleton after another twisted, then they thunderously fell to the ground. Minus 124,850 inch, minus 49,940, minus 124,850, until the 10th skeleton fell. The effect of Death Gaze finally ended. This skill was simply phenomenal. Experiencing the release of Death Gaze firsthand, Sumubai felt a thrilling sensation that struck directly at his soul. The moment he activated the skill, he faintly felt as if he could control everything. The life and death of these skeletons in front of him were completely at his whim. Before using it, although he had anticipated the damage, he was still slightly stunned when he saw those terrifying numbers. It was even higher than the damage dealt by his skeleton warriors enhanced by the disaster trait. his mind raced through his own data. 2,497 spell power. Death Gaze, under the enhancement of his professional traits, dealt 10 times the damage per second. Coupled with the Death Codex, which increased damage against undead creatures by 100%, it exactly made up the number 49940. True damage unmitigated by any resistance or defense was just this, plain and simple. Now his spell critical strike rate was as high as 35%, and critical damage had also been boosted to 250% under the enhancement of Dylan's crystal ball. Out of 10 targets for suffered critical hits of over 120,000 damage. This was just the basic damage effect of Death Gaze, and the strongest aspect of this skill lay in the remaining effects. An SSS skill enhanced by the professional disaster trait. Its effect was terrifyingly powerful. It was just a pity that these skeletons were too weak. They died the moment Sumubai's gaze fell upon them, leaving no chance to test the remaining effects of the skill. With a thought, Sumubai's mana was instantly depleted by 5%, and he directly used 4 points of death energy to refill it. Then his gaze fell upon the scattered fragments of bones on the ground, absorbing the aura of death. Notification: you have successfully absorbed 4 points of death aura from the corpses of 20 ordinary skeleton monsters. Notification: your stored death aura has reached its limit. You can continue to absorb more after consumption. Indeed, the death aura from undead creatures is more abundant. Sumubai's eyes lit up. He had only consumed 4 points of death aura, so this might not be the maximum amount he could absorb. Even so, it was double what he had absorbed from the corpses of wild buffaloes before. At this moment, Sumubai suddenly remembered he still had 11 skill points unused. Initially, he planned to save them until level 10 to see what new skills he could learn. However, upgrading Death Gaze required a full 50 skill points, which was out of the question for the short term. Should he upgrade the death absorption feedback first? After some thought, Sumubai decided to wait and see. The land of the Forgotten was full of undead. Surely it would drop a necromancer skill book. Perhaps he could find a low-grade superb skill book like Spatial Summoning Expansion. With this thought, Sumubai decided to save his skill points. After all, upgrading skills wasn't the same as advancing a tier. An upgrade generally offered only a 10% enhancement. There was no need to rush. The Skeleton Legion continued their tireless slaughter, and within just a few minutes Sumubai's experience had risen from 0% to 27%. The speed of leveling up was like riding on a rocket, several times faster than before on the Green Plains, because here, there was no need to search for or pull monsters. The Skeleton Legion simply needed to stand in place for a streamlined operation. After entering the land of the Forgotten, Sumubai suddenly felt like he was playing a lawnmower game. Despite killing so many, the sea of skeletons seemed not to diminish at all, still densely packed. However, Sumubai's confusion remained unresolved. Death Gaze, which burns souls, meant that these skeletons possessed souls, and those blue soul fires were definitely not fake. But why couldn't the Death Codex absorb soul points? What was going wrong? This place was the land of the Forgotten. We were all cursed in life, our souls already locked here. As Sumubai pondered, an ethereal voice suddenly sounded in his ear. Sumubai felt his hair stand on end. He hadn't noticed at all how the other had appeared. Me, just a forgotten one. Let me think. Yes, Rod, that was my name once. You can call me that. The ethereal voice spoke again, sounding elusive, as if right beside his ear, yet also far away. Sumubai swiftly turned his head to look, and to his shock, he found that the source of the voice was a soul entity. The figure still looked human but was translucent and completely intangible, floating in midair. The Forgotten One, Rod, a special elite soul entity, level 20 health, 10000/100000. Immune to physical damage, current exploration level 10%. The moment Rod's soul appeared, Sumubai was astonished to see his exploration level instantly rise to 10%. The opponent was just a special elite, which was somewhat unbelievable. After killing so many skeletons, the exploration had not budged an inch, but now it had suddenly increased so much. It seemed that Rod must be a key figure in the land of oblivion. Thinking of this, Sumubai spoke up. What is this curse you mentioned? And how can the soul be unlocked from it? Curse? Yes, curse. It was a terrifying curse. This question seemed to trigger something in him. Rod's expression suddenly twisted, his hands clutching his head as if enduring great pain, repeatedly muttering the same words. Sumubai was momentarily dumbfounded. Dude, you were fine speaking on your own. Why did it turn out like this when I asked? He felt somewhat at a loss, only able to quietly watch Rod's dramatic behavior. After a moment, Rod returned to normal, his eyes filled with despair as he shook his head at Sumubai. I forgot, let me think. Then he became repetitive again. Sumubai helplessly patted his forehead, waiting for further information. Fortunately, he didn't need to take action himself to grind monsters. If it were another player, they would have had a headache trying to fend off the skeleton sea while also protecting this guy. Based on his years of gaming experience, Sumubai knew that NPCs like Rod would also be targeted by the skeleton sea. This time Rod took noticeably longer to think, and it wasn't until Sumubai's experience bar had risen to 43% that Rod suddenly pointed north. I remember something there. What's there? Sumubai followed the direction of his finger. I forgot. Stop, I won't ask anymore. Sumubai rolled his eyes, raising his hand to interrupt Rod, afraid he would start repeating himself again. Since this was the only clue, they might as well check it out. They moved towards the north. With a thought, Sumubai issued a command to the Skeleton Legion. In an instant, the meat grinder formed by the Skeleton Legion started moving. The outermost 100 skeleton warriors maintained formation and began moving north. The number of skeletons in the sea was terrifying, but their strength was nothing compared to the skeleton warriors, and they couldn't stop the Legion's progress. The skeleton archers and mages within the encirclement also sprang into action, with Sumubai walking unhurriedly in the center. After being interrupted, Rod just floated quietly beside Sumubai, clearly intending to go with him to the destination. Crack, crack, crack. As the Legion continued to advance, the ground gradually became covered with fragments of skeletons from the dead skeleton sea. Killing a level 20 skeleton, an additional 50% over-level bonus experience points plus 30, leading the way in effect additional experience points plus 6. Killing a level 20 skeleton, an additional 50% over-level bonus experience points plus 30, leading the way in effect additional experience points plus 6. The speed of acquiring experience did not decrease at all, with the outer skeleton warriors forming a protective circle. The two main outputs inside the circle were not affected at all. Every 2 steps they took, they would neatly stop to launch an attack, then continue moving forward. The only thing that annoyed Sumubai was that these skeletons didn't drop anything. This was simply the stingiest monster he had ever encountered. Low experience was one thing, but not a single copper coin either. Soon Sumubai realized that his previous estimation was off. Glancing at his experience bar, which was now close to 80%, and then at the endless sea of skeletons, he couldn't help but sigh. At times like this, an AoE, area of effect, skill would have been perfect. Unfortunately, it didn't exist, and he didn't have any AoE skills. Since entering the game, his experience points had all been hacked out by the Skeleton Legion one slash at a time. Aren't we there yet? Unable to hold back, Sumubai turned and asked. Rod's eyes were lifeless, but he responded, soon forget I asked. Sumubai's brow twitched slightly as he continued to command the Skeleton Legion forward. Congratulations, player by Yi, you have leveled up to level 11, all attributes plus 1, skill point plus 1, free attribute points plus 15. Just as a flash of golden light passed, Sumubai leveled up, but Rod's mentioned destination was still nowhere in sight. Sumubai frowned and gave Rod a scrutinizing look. Was this guy just pointing randomly? But he had provided a 10% exploration rate, so he must be an important character. Just then Rod's eyes suddenly brightened and he vigorously pointed ahead. It's right there. Sumubai immediately looked in that direction, only to see a gigantic coffin standing there. The coffin seemed to have been placed there a long time ago, its exterior somewhat decayed and the lid half-rotten, barely revealing a corpse inside. The most peculiar aspect was that no skeletons approached near the coffin. The endless sea of skeletons seemed to deliberately avoid that spot. Sumubai's eyes lit up and he decisively commanded the Legion to charge forward. There must be a demon at work here for such an anomaly. Whether it was a clue or a boss, he was not choosy. Click, clack, click. As the Skeleton Legion entered the area near the coffin, the surrounding sea of skeletons instantly receded like the tide, quickly disappearing into the dim night, even the glowing soul fires vanishing. Afraid of this place, Sumubai raised an eyebrow and deliberately commanded a skeleton warrior to step back from the coffin area. Click, clack, click. The next moment skeletons reappeared from afar, charging toward this direction. I'll play with you guys later. Having found the pattern, Sumubai grinned and commanded the skeleton warrior to return. Indeed, the sea of skeletons receded again. Let's see what you are. Sumubai turned his head toward the huge coffin and commanded a skeleton warrior to approach it. Before getting close, suddenly more than 10 chains appeared behind the coffin. The skeleton warrior immediately raised its greatsword, prepared for any sudden occurrences. But in the next moment, those chains directly tightly bound themselves around the coffin. Notification: you have discovered a soul-locking coffin. Exploration rate plus 2%. Destroying the soul-locking coffin will increase by an additional 3%. Warning: destroying the soul-locking coffin will release a formidable entity. Please proceed with caution. This is it. Destroy it. Destroy it. As the system notification sounded, Rod also became excited, stretching out his hand pointing at the soul-locking coffin, incessantly urging Su-Mubai to destroy it. Do you really believe I would just turn around and leave if you call me again? Su-Mubai glared at Rod, who surprisingly quieted down. He then began to carefully examine the upright coffin before him. Even without Rod's urging, he would have destroyed it anyway, since his goal was to achieve 100% exploration. Soul-locking coffin. Shield value 100,000/100,000. Physical defense 1000. Magical defense 1000. These stats might take another player half a day to overcome, but they were trivial for Su-Mubai. However, due to the sheer size of the coffin, only 8 skeleton warriors were able to attack it at once. This is when the importance of ranged firepower became evident. Heavy strike double shot fireball -36,708, -35,999, -36,123, -6,558, -13,240, -6,613, -21,352, -20,987, -42,638. The moment 8 giant swords struck the chains, a rain of arrows followed by fireballs bombarded the massive coffin. The number of arrows was clearly more than double the fireballs. In an instant, the coffin's 1 million health points plummeted to 0. Boom! The entire coffin exploded, revealing the corpse inside. Clattering sounds surprised Su-Mubai as the chains and scathed wrapped themselves around the corpse. This corpse had been here for who knows how long, reduced to nothing but skin and bones. The face was completely sunken in, revealing the skeletal structure of the skull clearly. He's coming out! Rod suddenly yelled like a madman, then floated away without looking back. Run, run! His voice echoed until he disappeared. Su-Mubai dropped his hands from his ears with no intention of leaving. What a joke! Aren't bosses supposed to bring rewards? Clatter, clatter. As the chains tightened, the corpse finally reacted. It abruptly opened its eyes, which were hollow. Then twin flames of soul fire ignited, and the corpse began to move. The chains that once bound him seemed to have become his weapons, quietly floating around his body. A chill swept through the air as a layer of frost slowly covered the ground. Outsider, you have disrupted my transformation. The corpse opened its mouth, a hoarse voice emanating from it, his icy blue pupils staring intently at Su-Mubai. The next moment, the anger on his face disappeared without a trace, turning into a smile. Oh, what a rich scent of death! Absorbing your energy, I shall surely transform successfully. Who gave you that confidence? Su-Mubai rolled his eyes and waved his hand lightly. The next moment, several skeleton warriors stepped forward and the rear output unleashed full firepower. The Forgotten One near half ice lich, level 20 dark gold level boss health 3000000/3000000 spell power 12,800 physical defense, 1,500 magical defense, 2,100 elemental resistance, ice 20% skills, frost magic, undead summoning spells, shadow, curse spells. He seemed intent on transforming himself into a lich, but evidently the process had failed halfway. As a dark gold level boss, Neil, this half-lich exuded a significantly more oppressive aura than Reggie had. His skill set spanned 3 major categories, yet they proved to be of little use. Facing the current Su-Mubai, his performance was even less impressive than Reggie's initial showing, despite his stature being smaller than a coffin, allowing the Skeleton Legion to not fully reach him at once. The first wave of attacks still directly wiped out nearly 1 million of his health points. Just as he made his entrance, before he could even act tough, a third of his health bar was gone. At this moment, Neil was dumbfounded, suddenly realizing in terror that he was surrounded. All around him were enemies. For a moment he couldn't even discern who was closer to being a lich. Who are you? How can you summon such powerful undead creatures? Neil's voice was filled with shock and fear, the chains around him vibrating. He was well aware of the power of these chains, but facing the skeleton warriors in front of him, they seemed utterly ineffective. This meant that the strength attribute of these skeletons was even higher than his spirit. How could this be possible? He was a half-lich, although only half-transformed. That was not something ordinary undead could compare to, especially these low-level skeletons. As the next wave of attacks was about to commence, Neil momentarily lost his composure. He raised his hand, releasing an icy shield that enveloped his entire body. While the soul fire in his pupils jumped violently, his mouth chanting complex spells. "Come out, my minions!" The next moment a pale gray vortex appeared and a large number of undead creatures surged out. Of course, this large number was relative to Neil. In reality, there were only 20 ghouls and 5 bulky abominations. Ghouls, level 20 summon creatures health, 150000/150000 attack power, 1580 physical defense, 500 magical defense, 420 skills. Nah, these undead creatures always carry a putrid smell. Abominations, level 20 summon creatures health, 800000/800000. Attack power, 1960 inch physical defense, 800 magical defense, 700 skills. Hook strike disease cloud. This ugly fellow was stitched together from various corpses. The appearance of 25 summons suddenly gave the remaining skeletons who couldn't reach Neil a target. The next moment a sky full of arrows and fireballs poured down and Neil's summoned minions were instantly turned into a sieve by focused fire. With Sumubai's current strength, a mere level 20 dark gold boss was not worth mentioning. "You're just a human, how can you possibly?" Before Neil could finish, Sumubai's gaze sharpened, instantly cutting off his further words. Death gaze. In an instant the soul fire in Neil's pupils twisted violently. Notification: you have used death gaze on the Forsaken Neil, determining that your life level is higher than the opponent's. The system notification rang out and Neil's attributes instantly dropped by 40%. It should have been only 20%, but Sumubai, ever the overachiever with the Cataclysm profession trait, doubled the effect. Neil's original maximum health of 3 million instantly dropped to 1.8 million, more than that. A look of extreme fear appeared on his face and the azure light in his hands dissipated in an instant, his casting directly interrupted. Near, like a headless fly, scurried desperately among the skeleton legion, his mouth emitting terrified screams. -50,740, -126,850, -50,740 gray numbers continuously popped up. After leveling up to 11, Sumubai's spell power had increased by 40 points and the damage from Death's Gaze suddenly broke 50,000. Cease attack. Watching the crazed Near, Sumubai raised his hand to stop the skeleton legion's assault. He wanted to observe the fear effect of Death's Gaze to see if it would be reduced when facing a boss. The recent system notification had made it clear that his life level was higher than that of a half-lich, yet the information given by the game of Myriad Realms had clearly stated that humans were a weak race within the Myriad Realms. Otherwise, beings like Nier wouldn't have sought to transform into a lich. The only possibility Sumubai could think of was that his profession as Lord of Death had elevated his life level. Sumubai wasn't disappointed, as Nier was fear-stricken for 10 seconds. And even after Death's Gaze ended, he hadn't come back to his senses. Death, how impossible, not so terrifying. It was evident from Nier, who was still trembling even now. The impact of Burning Soul was clearly not as simple as described in the skill. At least a dark gold level boss couldn't withstand it in the short term. After another 3 seconds, Nier finally controlled his emotions and fearfully glanced at Sumubai. As a boss, he was actually scared to the point of not daring to counterattack by a player. Finish him. Sumubai had no intention of letting him go. Casually waving his hand, the skeleton legion immediately unleashed full firepower. Nier, already down to less than 1 million health points, was instantly killed. Killing level 20 dark gold level boss, the Forgotten One. Nier earned an extra 50% experience bonus, experience points plus 750,000 leading bonus, in effect extra experience points plus 150,000. As Nier fell, Sumubai's experience bar, which had just leveled up not long ago, instantly soared to 47%. From level 11 to 12 inch, the required experience had increased to 2 million. The soul fire in Nier's eyes completely extinguished and the chains around him gradually shattered, scattering with the wind. Sumubai, looking at the items dropped, couldn't help but complain. It's bad enough that minions drop nothing, but the boss too. Despite some disdain, Sumubai still picked up the only item Nier had dropped. It was an irregular metal shard engraved with complex inscriptions, giving off an ominously unsettling feeling. You have obtained dark gold level item, Cursed Crown Shard ×1. A shard. Sumubai was slightly taken aback, then proceeded to check the attributes of the fragment. It was a piece of the Cursed Crown, 1 out of 7 dark gold level items. Once all pieces were gathered, the Cursed Crown would automatically repair itself. The bearer would suffer from a curse, constantly enduring the erosion of death energy. The moment he picked up the fragment, Sumubai felt an almost imperceptible energy surge into his body. However, this bit of death energy was trivial to him, barely comparable to the feedback from his death siphon skill and SS level ability that, if Sumubai's guess was correct, corresponded to mythic grade equipment. How could a mere dark gold level fragment compare to that? Besides, his class was the Death Overlord. To him, death energy was merely a plaything. Nevertheless, Sumubai found himself quite interested in this cursed crown. Shattered into 7 pieces, each being of dark gold level, the repaired crown must surely be of epic grade. Right? To think that he could freeload another legendary item made Sumubai's mood soar, and he no longer complained about the Land of Oblivion's lack of drops. He wondered where Rod had gone off to. Controlling his skeleton legion, he moved out of the area, and once again the sea of skeletons swarmed around him. Just as Sumubai was preparing to confront Rod, the fellow showed up on his own. Great, you've given Neil his release. Let's go kill, let's go save the next one. Watching Rod's somewhat excited demeanor, Sumubai didn't say much, just gave him a meaningful look. Where's the next soul lock coffin? The next moment Rod turned into a broken record. Let me think. Sumubai, feeling helpless, tapped his forehead and without further attention to Rod directly commanded his skeleton legion to move out of the area. Every time, this guy needed half an age to remember, and instead of waiting here for him, it was better to level up by grinding mobs. After all, he had to face the sea of skeletons anyway. Although these ordinary monsters wouldn't drop anything, their sheer numbers provided a substantial amount of experience. Moreover, Sumubai was curious about just how many skeletons there were here. Crack, crack, crack. As soon as the brave skeleton stepped out of the area, the sound of colliding bones could be heard not far away. Soon after, swaths of eerie blue soul fire appeared, and the disappearing sea of skeletons swept in once again. The previous strategy was deployed once more. Sumubai's skeleton legion formed a circle, the tireless killing machine in action once again, killing a level 20 skeleton. Extra 50% over-level bonus experience points plus 30 leading effect in place, extra experience points plus 6. The message repeated as the slaughter continued. Moments later, Rod silently floated next to Sumubai and pointed in a direction, suddenly speaking, "I remember now, it's over there." Sumubai nodded, his thoughts commanding the skeleton legion to start moving. Watching the undiminished sea of skeletons, Sumubai sighed as he walked. If only I had an AoE skill. What's an AoE skill? Rod suddenly popped his head up next to Sumubai, his eyes filled with curiosity. Sumubai was slightly taken aback. This guy actually takes the initiative to ask questions. He had always thought Rod was a bit of a simpleton, or to put it kindly, somewhat soul damaged. With nothing better to do, Sumubai decided to enlighten Rod. An AoE skill is one that can affect multiple targets at the same time. After explaining, he couldn't help but shake his head. Why was he even bothering to explain this? However, Rod's next words took him by surprise. "I think I know where there's a skill book for that." Where? Sumubai stopped dead in his tracks, turning to look at Rod, his face lit up with eagerness. The one thing he was currently lacking was an AoE skill. Rod's eyes glazed over again, and he muttered, "Where was it again?" Sumubai this time was patient, quietly waiting for the other to gather his thoughts. It took a few minutes before Rod finally had another moment of clarity. "Right, I have that skill you're talking about." "Wait, what? You need to think that long for something you already know?" Sumubai's eyebrows twitched slightly. He suspected that Rod was playing him, but he had no proof. Suppressing the urge to glare Rod into oblivion, Sumubai managed a strained smile. "Can you teach me?" "Of course," Rod immediately agreed. Sumubai's spirits lifted. Perhaps he had misjudged the fellow, who might just genuinely be a bit slow. "Then teach me quickly so we can go defeat others faster." Facing the expectant Sumubai, Rod nodded solemnly, then slowly raised his hand. Sumubai was about to acquire an AoE skill at last. His eyes sparkled with anticipation. However, moments later, there was no system notification sound as he expected. Instead, Rod's hand paused midair as he tilted his head, looking confusedly at Sumubai, and seriously asked, "How should I teach it?" Death's gaze. Sumubai was infuriated, turning his head to look at the sea of skeletons surrounding them, unleashing his fury on these lesser creatures. Minus 50,740 inch, minus 126,850, minus 50,740. He couldn't kill Rod, he kept reminding himself. They still needed him for further exploration. Resigning himself to the fact, Sumubai no longer held any hopes for the AoE skill and left behind a comment before directing the skeleton legion towards the next coordinates. Sometimes when you stop chasing something too hard, it naturally comes to you. Over 10 minutes later, Rod suddenly floated in front of Sumubai, blocking his path, excitedly proclaiming, "I know how to teach you now." The next moment, his right hand lit up with a pale white glow, extending a finger to touch Sumubai's forehead. Sumubai, unafraid of any ill intentions, allowed Rod to proceed without dodging. With a life-sharing health bar in the hundreds of millions, he was no joke. Ultimately, it proved that Rod had no other moves. His finger didn't even break the barely noticeable shield on Sumubai's body. This was a passive skill from the necromancer's robe called Undead Guard, providing a pitiful shield value of just 3 points on Sumubai. The long-awaited system prompt finally rang in Sumubai's ears. "You have learned a new skill, Corpse Explosion. Corpse Explosion, see, level 1-inch active skill, detonates a target corpse or remains, dealing magic damage to all enemies within a 5-meter radius, cannot be used on boss corpses. Damage, 10% of target's pre-death health plus 100% spell power. Casting distance 30 meters, instant release, cooldown 30 seconds, mana cost 300 points. This skill wasn't particularly strong in terms of damage, its only advantage being its instant cast. However, for Sumubai it was the only AoE skill he could learn at the moment. Moreover, couldn't he just freeload? Sumubai's lips curved slightly, his mind made up. Catastrophe target, Corpse Explosion prompt. Please choose to upgrade the tier 1/2/3. Click for details. Option 1, upgrade to the B-level skill Advanced Corpse Explosion, no cost. Option 2, supplement to the A-level skill Chain Corpse Explosion, costs 10,000 gold coins. Option 3, Catastrophe to the S-level skill Erase Trace, costs 1,000 years of lifespan. Tier 1 upgrade, spending money was out of the question. Sumubai didn't have that much money, he could only freeload. Your C-level skill Corpse Explosion has successfully upgraded to the B-level skill Advanced Corpse Explosion. Advanced Corpse Explosion, B, level 1 active skill, detonates a target corpse or remains, dealing magic damage to all enemies within a 10-meter radius, cannot be used on boss corpses. Damage, 15% of target's pre-death health plus 150% spell power. Casting distance 50 meters, instant release, cooldown 30 seconds, mana cost 600 points. Although the damage increment of Advanced Corpse Explosion wasn't substantial, the explosion radius increased significantly, from a radius of 5 meters to a radius of 10 meters, quadrupling the explosion area. Sumubai directly allocated the skill points he had specifically saved to Advanced Corpse Explosion, maxing it out. Following this, his withered wood staff flickered with light. Simultaneously, a muffled explosion sound suddenly erupted from within the sea of skeletons. Boom! The brave skeletons at the outermost circle continuously slashed at the advancing sea of skeletons. The next moment, a skeleton that had just fallen nearby suddenly emitted a pale gray light, then exploded with a loud bang. Boom! Pop pop pop! The shattered bone spurs like bullets instantly swept across a huge area of 30 meters. Minus 18,062, minus 17,998, minus 36,984. Dense damage numbers filled the screen, instantly clearing a large area at the front of the skeleton sea with broken bones scattered everywhere. Killing a level 20 skeleton, extra 50% over-level bonus, experience points plus 30 leading effect. In place, extra experience points plus 6. The message repeated as the slaughter continued. Just one skill, and Sumubai was shocked to find his experience bar had surged nearly 4%. That meant that one Advanced Corpse Explosion had instantly killed over 2,000 skeletons. Even Sumubai, who knew himself to be extraordinarily powerful, was startled by the effect. He had just used up 10 skill points to upgrade his Advanced Corpse Explosion to max level. The skill upgrade didn't change the damage bonus or cooldown time, the only improvement was the skill range. Each level up increased the explosion radius by 0.5 meters and the casting distance by 2.5 meters. At max level, the Advanced Corpse Explosion had a radius of 15 meters and a casting distance of 75 meters. With the added enhancement from his profession's catastrophe trait, this resulted in a massive impact area of 30 meters. Even without considering the damage enhancement from the Death Codex, it was enough to instantly kill these skeletons. You are so strong. Rod's praise brought Sumubai back to his senses. He smiled without saying a word and continued to lead the skeleton legion forward. Every half-minute a dull sound would be heard from the front, and Sumubai's experience points increased several times faster than before. He even felt like staying here to continuously farm monsters, as it would be hard to find such a dense population of weak creatures outside. However, after thinking it over, Su Mubai decided to finish exploring the land of the forgotten first. Leveling up was never a problem for him. With the advanced corpse explosion, the speed of the Skeleton Legion's advance had significantly increased. Su Mubai hadn't even leveled up yet when he arrived at the location of the second Solot coffin. The boss inside this coffin, besides its name, was practically a clone of Neil, also a demi-lich. Su Mubai didn't bother wasting time and, without waiting for the opponent to spout any grandiose statements, directly glared at it. Alert! You have used Death's Gaze on the Forgotten One, Carlos. Determining your life level is higher than the opponent. -1200000. What is this? A terrifying gray-white number popped up and Carlos instantly covered his head and scurried away, trembling all over his mouth, emitting painful screams. His all attributes were forcibly reduced by 40% and his maximum health points instantly dropped to only 1.8 million. The Skeleton Legion opened fire fully, and before Death's Gaze even finished, this demi-lich had completely turned into a corpse, killing a Level 20 Dark Gold boss, the Forgotten One. Carlos, you receive an extra 50% experience bonus. Experience points plus 750,000. Leading effect activates an additional experience points plus 150,000. Congratulations to player Bay for leveling up to level 12. All stats plus 1, skill points plus 1, free attribute points plus 15. A flash of golden light and Su Mubai leveled up again. He reached out and took the cursed crown fragment brought by the skeleton warrior. Glancing at his experience bar, level 12, 21.67%. To his surprise, the experience needed to reach level 13 hadn't doubled but had increased by only 1 million. Just like before, he guessed that it would be an additional million up to level 19. Levels ending in a round number are generally a threshold. As the Skeleton Legion once again drew out a sea of skeletons, Su Mubai turned his head to look at Rod, who had run screaming again when the Solot coffin burst. Where's the next one? Let me think. The land of the forgotten is always dim, but thankfully there's system time to use as a reference. The sea of skeletons wasn't as endless as one might imagine. Not long after Su Mubai defeated the fourth boss, he completely eradicated the sea of skeletons. Now, the land of oblivion was strewn with shattered bones, and every step Su Mubai took made a crisp cracking sound. However, Su Mubai failed to notice that these bone fragments were slowly sinking into the ground at an imperceptible rate. The land of oblivion was perpetually shrouded in dimness, devoid of sunlight, which made it easy to lose track of time. After defeating a level 20 Dark Gold boss, the Forgotten One, Walter, he received an additional 50% experience bonus, gaining a total of 750,000 experience points, and with the lead effect in place, an extra 150,000 experience points. When Su Mubai received the seventh fragment of the cursed crown from the hands of the skeleton warrior, he glanced at the system time and realized with a start that he had been here for over 10 hours. His level had risen from 10 to 15 since he first entered. From entering the game he hadn't rested for a moment, yet Su Mubai felt no fatigue at all, mainly because it hadn't taken much effort. Especially after the sea of skeletons had been wiped out. He didn't even need to use the advanced corpse explosion anymore. All he needed to do was follow behind the Skeleton Legion for a walk. Sight, the map of the land of oblivion really was vast. Picking up the last fragment, Su Mubai couldn't help but sigh. It was no wonder Situji had given himself a week to explore this place. Without the professional catastrophe trait, he wouldn't even have been able to resolve the sea of skeletons completely, considering how difficult this map was to clear. The attributes of this item surely wouldn't be too shabby. Eyeing the fragment in his hand, a spark flashed in Su Mubai's eyes as he took out the other 6 pieces. At that moment, Road floated over from not far away. Upon seeing Su Mubai's actions, his pupils shrank suddenly, as if remembering something terrifying. He suddenly held his head with both hands and his entire soul body began to twist. After a moment, Road regained his composure, his face filled with horror as he shouted at Su Mubai. "Don't do it, you'll be corrupted by him." But his warning was a step too late. The 7 fragments had already been reassembled in Su Mubai's hands. Buzz, a tricolored light flashed and the cursed crown emanating an aura of death appeared in Su Mubai's hands. It was over. The look of horror on Road's face deepened. At that moment the system prompt also sounded. You have obtained the legendary item, Cursed Crown. Yes, it was legendary, not epic, because Su Mubai had freeloaded an upgrade for all the fragments. Although the chances of nesting were slim, it was always worth a try, wasn't it? Of course, he had confirmed the name didn't change after the upgrade before deciding to freeload. Prompt: Cursed Crown successfully repaired. Exploration progress 50%. Sumubai did not immediately check the attributes of the cursed crown but looked thoughtfully at Road. Of this 50% exploration progress, 35% came from the 7 soul lock coffins and 5% from the cursed crown. Neither the overwhelming sea of skeletons nor the 7 bosses had contributed any exploration progress. However, when Rod appeared, it increased by a full 10%. From his previous performance, this guy was at best a guide and could not possibly provide such a large exploration rate, unless his importance goes beyond that. Thinking of this, Sumubai slightly narrowed his eyes, his gaze fixed on Rod. The latter's expression was twisted, his eyes dead set on the cursed crown, and Sumubai's hand filled with terror. No, it couldn't be. How could its power have increased so much? I can feel that thick death aura. They throw it away quickly, or you'll be corroded by the death aura and end up like them, completely becoming a walking corpse. Sumubai did not throw away the cursed crown at all, nor did he respond, just quietly watching the other's performance. He wanted to see what was special about Rod. If he was right, this guy might very well be the final boss. Isn't this how the plot usually develops? As for the corrosion by death aura, Sumubai had never cared about it. The cursed crown, the moment it was repaired, 2 system prompts sounded continuously beside his ear. Alert, you are suffering from the death aura corrosion from the cursed crown. Alert, your stored death aura value has reached the limit. After consumption you can continue to absorb, and excess death aura will not affect you. Death aura corrosion, it's just a supplement for my skills. With this thing, maybe I won't have to draw death aura from the corpses of minor monsters anymore. Bae. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and throw it away. Sumubai raised an eyebrow at these words. Now why aren't you playing dumb? Playing dumb? Rod was clearly taken aback, hastily saying, I have never played dumb. Some things are really boom. Before Rod could finish his sentence, the entire land of the Forgotten suddenly shook violently. Sumubai's expression tightened, and the skeleton legion instantly assembled. Rod seemed to be stimulated by this scene, his pupils becoming somewhat muddy. The next moment, the ground not far ahead suddenly collapsed, a large chunk of thick death aura coming from the hole. Alert! The aura of the cursed crown has awakened the Lich Franklin sleeping beneath the land of the Forgotten. As the system prompt sounded, an exquisite coffin flew out from the hole, steadily standing in mid-air. This coffin, forged from some unknown metal, was etched with obscure and difficult magical runes, giving off a chilling sensation. It's him, it's him. Rod, who was already somewhat delirious, saw the coffin and his pupils suddenly bulged round. He trembled as he pointed at the coffin, his body unable to stop trembling, and unknowingly he had retreated to Sumubai's side. He is the one who cursed us. He turned this place into the land of the Forgotten. I remember now, I remember everything. Rod gradually overcame his fear, his facial expression becoming fierce, and he roared hoarsely, my family, my friends, my people, they all died at his hands. In the midst of his words, Rod's spirit body gradually lit up with glimmers of light, and his panel also changed at this moment. The mayor of Sunset Town, Rhodes Remnant Soul, Special Elite Soul Level, 20 Health, 100000/100000 Skills, Soul Possession, increases target's main attribute by 20%, soul bodies are immune to physical damage. Rhodes remembered everything. He was once the mayor of Sunset Town, but now he has become the only surviving remnant soul. White Knight, I ask for your help to kill that beast Franklin, and I am willing to give everything for it. Rhodes' hysterical voice along with the sudden mission prompt made Sumubai slightly stunned. This plot isn't playing by the rules at all. Is this guy really an ally? Do you accept the unique hidden quest? Rhodes request? Quest objective: kill the Lich Franklin. Quest reward: unknown. Failure penalty: none. Whether he took this quest or not, Sumubai wouldn't let the boss in front of him go. He looked deeply at Rhodes and nodded slightly. Okay, thank you. Rhodes' eyes filled with gratitude, and then his body became more transparent. Franklin is terribly strong. I will do my utmost to help you. As he spoke, Rhodes' soul transformed into a beam of light and merged into Sumubai. You have accepted the unique hidden quest. Rhodes' request: you are blessed with soul possession. Mental attribute increased by 20%. The coffin in mid-air also opened at this moment, and 2 flames of soul fire fiercely ignited in Franklin's pupils. The intensity of that soul fire was something Sumubai had never seen before. The Forgotten One, Franklin Frost Lich, level 20. Severely injured, level reduced. Epic boss health: 350000/35000000. Spell power: 48,000 physical defense, 5,000 magic defense, 8,000 elemental resistance, Ice 35%, Shadow 30%, Death 25%, Skills, Frost Magic, Shadow Magic, Death Magic. Standing before you is a true lich. Though its soul has been heavily damaged, it is not to be underestimated. Franklin looked far more formidable than the previous 7 half-liches. Beneath his fitted robe there was no flesh at all, just a skeletal state. His body was still wrapped in chains, holding a dark staff in his hand, and his body was enveloped by 3 forces: death, frost, and shadow. So that guy actually survived, huh? Franklin's voice was hoarse as the flames in his eye sockets pulsed. He was obviously referring to Rode. I feel the power of the repaired cursed crown, but this power. Franklin's voice paused, then he suddenly looked at Sumubai, the flames in his pupils intensifying. Legendary, haha, finally, there's hope for healing my injuries. Franklin didn't take Sumubai seriously at all, extending his hand with a light summoning gesture. Come back, my cursed crown, return to your master. But then his expression suddenly changed, dramatically shocked. Impossible, how did you do it? Franklin's summoning gesture failed, and the cursed crown in Sumubai's hands showed no reaction. Just as he was puzzled and shocked, he saw the human in front of him actually put the cursed crown on his head. Impossible, it's mine, how could it be controlled by you? Franklin was extremely shocked, clearly unable to understand why the cursed crown did not respond to his summoning. Once it's in my hands, it's mine. A fierce glint flashed in Sumubai's eyes, and with a thought, the Skeleton Legion directly attacked Franklin. Cursed crown, head level 10 to 120, legendary item durability 1000/1000, equipment requirement the Forgotten. Franklin, Death Dominators can ignore this requirement, forcibly equip it, and after defeating the opponent, the equipment requirement reverts to normal. Base attributes: Level 15, Physical Defense plus 100, Magic Defense plus 200, Health plus 2000, Mana plus 4000, all attributes plus 75 attributes. 1. Spirit plus 10%. 2. Curse Resistance plus 30%. 3. The wearer will be continuously eroded by the death aura. Skills: Cursed Power. Passive skill: all your spells will carry a curse effect, randomly applying 2 types of curses to the target, lasting 5 seconds, cooldown 5 seconds. Curse Aura. Aura type skill, when activated, reduces the speed of all enemies within a 100-meter radius by 30%, including but not limited to attack speed, movement speed, casting speed. Consumes 200 mana points per second, no cooldown. Cursing is an art. This equipment at this stage, aside from Sumubai, no other player can equip it. This is also the reason for Franklin's shock. You despicable thief. Facing Sumubai's Skeleton Legion, Franklin's eyes were filled with rage and his staff suddenly lit up with a bright light. 3 pale gray portals opened and Franklin's undead legion was summoned forth. It must be said, the presence of an epic level boss indeed far surpasses that of a dark gold level boss. The number of troops he summoned was almost as many as Sumubai's, apart from 100 skeletons of 3 types each. There was also a squad of black armored knights, Shadow Knights, level 20, summon creatures, health 100,000/100,000, attack power 9,800, physical defense 1,800, magic defense 1,800, skills: Shadow Charge, Shadow Power, Shadow Shield, a powerful undead creature skilled in charging and defending. These knights, aside from their health, other stats were close to those of a dark gold level boss, and Franklin had summoned 10 Shadow Knights at once. The strength of an epic level boss far exceeded that of a dark gold level, simply not on the same level. I will turn you into one of them. The soul fire flickered in Franklin's pupils, and the Shadow Knights immediately charged with 100 skeleton warriors towards Sumubai. The next moment, the 2 skeleton legions fiercely collided. However, the outcome was drastically different from what Franklin had imagined. A pale blue aura appeared under Sumubai's feet, instantly sweeping across a 100-meter radius. Under the cursed aura, the charging speed of the Shadow Knights suddenly dropped by 30%. Sumubai's 100 skeleton warriors, leading at the front, swung their massive swords fiercely and bravely met the charge of the Shadow Knights without retreating. Following that, a barrage of arrows and fireballs swept over. After the casting speed and attack speed were reduced, the movements of Franklin's summoned legion were noticeably slower. Heavy strikes, double shots, fireball spells 83,594, 83,071, 168, 126, 13,509, 27274, 13,622, 27658, 43,985, 43,233, 87834, terrifying damage. Numbers flickered, and in an instant nearly a quarter of Franklin's summoned skeleton legion was wiped out. Even a few of the Shadow Knights were slain. The reason for the increased damage was not only due to an additional legendary item but also related to Sumubai's current level. After reaching level 15, the attributes of his two legendary items and the Death Codex were enhanced. Just from the all-attribute bonus, each legendary item added an extra 25 points and the Death Codex added a whopping 50 points. Additionally, with the Cursed Crown and Road Soul Possession, Sumubai's mental attributes soared to 980 points, exactly double what it was when he first entered the Land of the Forgotten. As such, the attribute panel of the Skeleton Legion, boosted by his mental attribute, naturally doubled as well. It was a pity that he couldn't stack the effects. The repaired Cursed Crown and the previous fragments altered by the catastrophe were considered the same entity. However, Sumubai was prepared for this and didn't dwell on it too much. His current task was to take down Franklin, the epic boss. It was a crushing, overwhelming confrontation. The moment they encountered each other, Franklin sensed something was amiss. He raised his hand intending to cast a spell for support, but Sumubai certainly didn't give him the chance. Before the first spell could be uttered, Franklin suddenly felt a heart-pounding power descending upon him. In this moment, even as a lich, he felt an urge to kneel in submission. "This is no absolutely impossible," Franklin muttered, but before he could finish, Sumubai's gaze had already focused on him. Death gaze. The soul fire in Franklin's pupils instantly twisted violently. He suddenly released his staff and clutched his head, trembling as he fell from mid-air. Note: you have used Death Gaze on the Forgotten One. Franklin, determining your life level is higher than the opponent, minus 14 million. The system notification sounded, and a gray 8-digit damage number suddenly appeared above Franklin's head, immediately reducing his maximum health to just 21 million. Every second, a number exceeding 100,000 true damage popped above his head, with occasional critical hits nearing 300,000. Moreover, two types of curses were also applied to Franklin as a result of Sumubai's Death Gaze. Note: you have inflicted painful curse on the Forgotten One. Franklin, dealing 100% of spell power as shadow damage per second for 5 seconds. As he found himself bewildered and overwhelmed, he observed the human before him placing the cursed crown upon his head. "Impossible, it belongs to me. How can it be controlled by you?" Franklin was utterly shocked, unable to comprehend why the cursed crown failed to respond to his call. "Once it is in my possession, it should be mine." A fierce gleam flashed in Sumubai's eyes, and with a mere thought the legion of skeletons directly assaulted Franklin. "You have been afflicted with the plague curse, Forgotten One," Franklin announced Sumubai coldly. The curse increased Franklin's chance of receiving critical hits by 30% for the next 5 seconds. Numbers indicating damage sprung from the top of Franklin's head, leaving him powerless to defend himself. Death's Gaze, with its terrifying effect, not even this epic-level boss could resist it, and he flailed about helplessly like a headless fly. This ability did not require Sumubai's continued guidance. As long as he wished, the effect of Death's Gaze would not shift from Franklin no matter where Sumubai looked. Sumubai merely glanced at Franklin before turning his gaze to the first Shadow Knight that had fallen. The next moment, the body of the Shadow Knight exploded, sweeping across a radius of 30 meters. Boom! Advanced Corpse Explosion. Boom! Minus 610,000-1220000-1220000. Thanks to the Shadow Knight's high health of a million. Sumubai's Advanced Corpse Explosion, bolstered by the career disaster trait, wreaked terrific damage on all skeletons within a 30-meter radius. If not for the somewhat scattered positioning of Franklin's two types of ranged skeletons, this wave could have wiped them out completely. Even so, the majority of Franklin's summoned legion perished in the explosion, leaving less than 50 ranged skeletons alive. As the effect of Death's Gaze ended, Franklin instantly regained his senses. The suffocating fear in his heart swept away. However, by then he was left virtually alone. Even his own health had been nearly depleted by 10 million by the Skeleton Legion. Franklin health, 11.98 million/21 million. "What are you exactly?" Franklin stared intensely at Sumubai, the soul fire in his pupils violently flickering. The feeling that had shaken his soul was undoubtedly the power of death, yet how could a mere human wield a purer form of death's power than himself, a Lich King? "I'm your daddy," Sumubai snorted coldly, then shook his head. "Forget it, I wouldn't want such an ugly son." As he spoke, the assault from the Skeleton Legion did not cease. Over a dozen skeleton warriors tightly restrained Franklin, while the skeleton archers and mages in the back unleashed their full firepower. although their size prevented them from all attacking Franklin directly. Each wave of their assault still managed to strip nearly 1,000,000 from his health. "Human, you dare to insult the great Lich King?" Franklin roared in fury, his hand clutching his staff, which returned to him as a frosty blue shield instantly formed around his body. Ice barrier shield value 5,000,000, though not high compared to his total health. This shield could still block several attacks from the Skeleton Legion. More importantly, it gave him enough time to cast even stronger spells. "I care not who you are, today you shall be buried in the land of the forgotten." The soul fire in Franklin's pupils blazed intensely as he slowly levitated, unleashing a terrifying surge of energy that swept across the entire forgotten land. Thunderous roars, just like when he made his entrance. The land of the forgotten shook once again. Following that, the fragments of the skeleton sea that Sumubai had previously crushed seemed to be summoned, all soaring into the air. At this moment, the entire land of the forgotten transformed into a sea of bones. The dense bones converged from the sky. A rich aura of death flowed from within Franklin, infusing into these bone fragments. Then, these fragments gathered beneath Franklin's feet. From the death aura, a massive undead bone dragon spanning tens of meters emerged, roaring towards the heavens. "Carcass, kill this human. The power within him will be our opportunity for revival." The undead bone dragon Carcass, a mid-tier undead creature, level 20, severely injured, level reduced, an epic level boss with a health of 800,000,000/800,000,000, an attack power of 42,000, physical defense of 10,000, magical defense of 6,000, and death element resistance of 30%. Abilities: Bone Cage, Spine Held, Deathstorm. Don't be nervous, this guy isn't a real dragon, but don't take him too lightly either. The power of an undead bone dragon is not much less than that of a dragon of the same tier. The undead bone dragon Carcass appeared, and the current exploration level hit 90%. The system notification also sounded at this moment, and Sumubai's gaze sharpened. When Franklin appeared earlier, he had wondered why only 20% exploration was added. He had thought that killing the boss would allow for further increases. Unexpectedly, there was a second epic level boss, truly a challenge worthy of being set by the Lord of Donghai City. The difficulty was indeed high. Watching the massive bone dragon swooping down, Sumubai inwardly sighed. However, his expression remained unchanged. Crack, crack, crack. Carcass's dragon claws fiercely struck down, carrying unmatched power. However, in the next moment, both he and Franklin were stunned. Boom! A loud noise rang out as a skeleton warrior beside Sumubai stepped forward, his size instantly doubling. With a swing of his giant sword, he forcefully blocked Carcass's strike. Not only that, but this skeleton warrior suddenly exerted force and directly sent the massive Carcass flying. Heavy strike, minus 1.1028 million. A critical damage number of over 1,000,000 jumped above Carcass's head as his body uncontrollably flew upward. What? This is impossible. A single skeleton warrior, how could it possibly overpower my Carcass? Franklin was completely flustered, the soul fire within his skull expanding and contracting. He had never encountered such a situation before. "What else do you have? Bring it all out for me to see." Sumubai crossed his arms and smiled as he looked towards Franklin. During this time, the Skeleton Legion's attack continued, and the opponent's shield value had already dropped below half. The skeleton warrior was able to block Carcass, naturally relying on Sumubai's enhancement. Death Drain feedback notification: you have consumed all death energy value, enhancing target skeleton warrior's primary attributes by 640%. And the reason Sumubai was in such high spirits was because of the system notification that followed. Notification: you have been affected by the erosion of necrotic energy from the cursed crown. Necrotic value plus 10, necrotic value plus 10. A faint necrosis seeping from the cursed crown, merging into Sumubai's body. Every passing second, the stored necrotic value increases by 10 points due to death strain feedback. A curse, necrotic erosion. Isn't this just like a portable charger? The feedback with its enhancement effect can last for 60 seconds, yet it has only a 30-second cooldown. Normally, Sumubai could only draw necrotic energy from corpses twice in 60 seconds. Without a boss's corpse, he couldn't store much necrotic value. But with the cursed crown, everything was different. Now, in 60 seconds, he could automatically recover 600 necrotic points. That meant Sumubai could permanently maintain a 600% main attribute enhancement on 2 skeleton warriors. At this moment, one such skeleton warrior fully enhanced had its strength increased by 640%, reaching a terrifying 75,184 points. Its attack power even broke through 150,000, coupled with heavy strikes, critical damage, and the Holy Scripture of death, which deals double damage to undead creatures. It struck with 1,000,000 damage in one hit. The enhanced skeleton warrior leaped high, suddenly grabbing the bone dragon mid-flight. The next moment, the massive bone dragon was slammed into the ground by the smaller skeleton warrior. Bang! The ground was smashed into a huge crater, with the skeleton warrior descending from the sky, pinning carcass with terrifying strength. Every time it tried to flap its wings to fly high, it was pressed down by the skeleton warrior's sword. At this point, the battlefield was divided into two areas. Crack on the other side. Franklin saw cracks forming on his ice barrier about to shatter. He had no choice but to fall from midair to avoid becoming a live target for the undead legion. Seeing this, Sumubai pointed with his withered wood staff. Scorching, minus 25,681 level scorching. The damage was negligible, but Sumubai wasn't aiming for damage, but the effect of the cursed crown. Notification: you have inflicted the Doom Curse on the Forgotten, Franklin, causing 800% of your spell power as magical damage after 5 seconds, and there's a certain chance to summon a Doom Guard lasting 5 seconds. Notification: you have inflicted the Blood Poison Curse on the Forgotten, Franklin, rendering his health recovery effects ineffective, lasting 5 seconds. Damn it, this is my cursed crown. Being cursed by his own equipment, Franklin must be the first. After all, although Sumubai was now wearing the cursed crown, this piece of equipment was still being forcibly used until Franklin was defeated. The moment the ice barrier shattered, Franklin's staff slammed fiercely into the ground. The next instant, a ring of icy blue energy violently surged out, sweeping around him for 100 meters. Ice Hell. Notification: you are affected by Ice Hell, reducing your movement speed by 30%. Following that, the soul fire in Franklin's pupils boiled and burned once more. A jet black beam shot from the tip of his staff, instantly striking Sumubai's body. Death ray, minus 960,000. Ha, you were careless, struck by this death ray with your fragile human body. Death is certain. Franklin let out a hoarse laugh as his attack took effect, but his laughter quickly turned to astonishment. What? How much health do you have? He couldn't believe his eyes when he saw that the human's health bar hadn't decreased at all, not even a bit. How is this possible? Sumubai glanced at the shared life health bar. A mere 960,000 damage had almost no visible effect. An epic level boss, is that all you've got? Life sharing. You've actually mastered such a rare skill, Franklin recalled. Something in Sumubai could clearly see the shock and the flicker of his soul fire. An S-level skill, and this much surprise? It seemed that even epic-level bosses hadn't seen much of the world. Looks like you're out of tricks. Shaking his head, Sumubai gestured with a wave of his hand. Finish him. The Skeleton Legion immediately launched a fierce attack. Feeling his life force ebbing, Franklin frantically waved his staff, his eyes flashing fiercely. Strong as life sharing was, it wasn't without its flaws. Death withering. Bracing against the Skeleton Legion's onslaught, Franklin lost several million health points before he finally unleashed his ultimate move. A tremendous surge of energy oscillated, and a pattern of a blood-red rose faintly covered the entire battlefield. Simultaneously, Carcass roared skywards, flapping his bone wings. Bone cage, crack, crack, crack. A cage of bones rose from the ground, trapping the skeleton warriors. Then, bone spurs swept across all targets on the battlefield in an instant. Bone spur hell, whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Boom, in a flash, bone spur hell and death withering erupted together. Minus 48,000, minus 48,000, minus 39,500, minus 31,862, minus 37,003, minus 38,987. Damage numbers sprouted above all the skeletons' heads. Sumubai's pupils shrank sharply. He suddenly realized that his shared health bar had dropped by a quarter in an instant. You should know his current shared life health was as high as 200 million points. At this moment, Sumubai also suddenly realized, life sharing, though powerful, was still just an S-level skill and far from invincible. If someone could use a powerful AoE skill to wipe out all skeletons in one go, he too would die. Although the shared life health bar had doubled. Under the professional disaster trait, this was in terms of damage he himself sustained. That is, when he himself took damage, the shared life health bar would decrease, but the linked Skeleton Legion would only split half the damage. However, when the skeletons took damage, the shared life value would decrease twice as much. Seeing the barely alive skeleton mage, Sumubai broke out in a cold sweat. if it weren't for the fact that the Skeleton Legion's health had doubled since their last upgrade. This joint attack by the two epic level bosses would have killed all skeletons except for the skeleton warriors. Although the presence of the skeleton warriors meant that these two epic level bosses still couldn't pose a threat to Sumubai's life, it was a wake-up call. He couldn't be so careless in the future. With a thought, Sumubai directly recalled 20 skeleton warriors back to the summoning space. This was the solution to counteract large-scale AoE attacks. The skeletons in the summoning space could still provide him with shared life value, but they would not be hit by the enemy's AoE attacks. 2. Kill the skeletons in the summoning space. One must attack Sumubai and exhaust his shared life bar. With 20 skeleton braves he could provide 30.48 million in shared life value plus 1 revival, that's 60.96 million, more than enough to handle the two bosses before him. For now, Sumubai could only compensate for the life-sharing flaw in this way, and he was determined. After exploring the land of the forgotten, the first thing he would do upon leaving was to make enough money to enhance the life-sharing ability. Sumubai already had a plan in mind. A Tier 3 catastrophe was too expensive for him, but money that was manageable. More shocked than Sumubai was Franklin, not far away. He stared dumbfounded at the scene, at a loss for words. He and Carcass had joined forces, yet they couldn't even instantly kill the summoned skeleton mage. What kind of monster was this human? On the other side, the skeleton brave broke through the bone cage with terrifying strength, once again suppressing Carcass. At the same time, Sumubai's icy gaze also looked over. That heart-pounding energy descended once again. Death stare roar. In an instant, Carcass let out a terrified scream, his wings flapping ceaselessly as if he saw some terrifying entity. Notification: you have used death stare on the undead bone dragon. Carcass, your life level is judged higher than the opponent's, minus 32 million. A gray 8-digit number appeared, reducing Carcass' maximum health by 40%. 2 curse effects were also added to it. On Franklin's side, he was also in a desperate situation. He was terrified to find that the skeleton brave in front of him had suddenly doubled in size. Death strain feedback notification: you have consumed 300 necrotic points, enhancing the skeleton brave's main attribute by 600%. This time, neither had the strength to fight back. In less than a minute, Franklin and Carcass, having exhausted all their means, fell dead. However, when the system notification sounded, Sumubai furrowed his brows. You have destroyed the body of the forgotten Franklin. Gaining an additional 70% experience bonus, experience points plus 12.75 million. Overlevel and title stacking effects will no longer be listed separately. Congratulations, player by ye, your level has increased to 16 4-dimensional attributes plus 1 skill point plus 1 free attribute points plus 15. Congratulations, player by ye, your level has increased to 17 4-dimensional attributes plus 1 a skill point plus 1 free attribute points plus 15. 2 streaks of golden light flashed, and Sumubai's level was directly raised to 17, but he frowned, murmuring in confusion, body. The notification just now was not about killing Franklin, but only destroying his body. The experience points, in Sumubai's view, also did not match the difficulty of an epic level boss. It should be noted that the skeletons and Shadow Knights summoned by the opponent earlier did not yield any experience. Also, the announcement for the first solo kill of an epic level boss was not triggered. This meant that Franklin was not completely killed. Sumubai, with his rich gaming experience, quickly realized that Franklin was a lich and his soul should be in the phylactery. Only by finding and destroying the phylactery can a lich truly be killed. Where could this guy's phylactery be hidden? Sumubai stroked his chin as he looked at the corpse, which had dropped nothing. The last 10% of the exploration most likely was finding Franklin's phylactery. Roar. Not far away, the undead bone dragon, Carcass, suddenly let out a roar, interrupting Sumubai's thoughts. His gaze turned cold as he looked over. It turned out that the first enhanced skeleton warrior had returned to its original state, following that a system notification also sounded. Notification: your stored death energy has reached its limit. You can continue to absorb after consumption. It looks like this first solo killed epic boss can only be you. Watching Carcass suddenly regain its vigor, Sumubai narrowed his eyes slightly, and with a thought, the second enhanced skeleton warrior immediately charged at Carcass, suppressing it again. At the same time, Sumubai activated his skill again. Death energy feedback notification: you have consumed all your death energy, enhancing the target skeleton warrior's main attributes by 640%. This time, it was the skeleton warrior who regained its vigor. its size doubled again, and with a giant sword in hand it fiercely slashed at Carcass. Heavy strike. At the same time, the second skeleton warrior also arrived. Heavy strike. 2 million damage numbers popped up, and although Carcass, devoid of pain, was still roared furiously under the terrifying power of the two skeleton warriors, originally no match in a one-on-one fight. Now in a two-on-one situation it was completely overwhelmed. Moreover, given its large size, besides the two enhanced skeleton warriors, it also had to withstand attacks from the entire skeleton legion. Of course, it only needed to withstand the attacks of 320 skeletons because there were still 20 skeleton warriors in Sumubai's summoning space. Even so, Carcass had no power to retaliate. From the panel, it didn't seem much inferior to Franklin, even having nearly half more health. But in reality, the latter was much more troublesome because, besides bone spurs, it could only rely on physical output, and its last skill, Deathstorm, was just another form of attack with bone spurs. Compared to Franklin as a lich, he had much stronger methods. 1 minute later, Sumubai once again fixed his gaze on Carcass, letting this epic boss die in fear. Killing level 20 epic boss Undead Bone Dragon. Carcass gained an extra 70% experience boost, experience points plus 25 million. Congratulations to player by Yi on leveling up to level 18, all attributes plus 1, skill points plus 1, free attribute points plus 15. Congratulations to player by Yi on leveling up to level 19, all attributes plus 1, skill points plus 1, free attribute points plus 15. Two streaks of golden light flashed again, and the rich experience points instantly brought Sumubai to level 19, 32.28%. Indeed, 19 to 20 was a small hurdle. Looking at the experience needed to reach level 20, Sumubai showed an as-expected expression. From level 10 onward, the experience needed for each level up only increased by 1 million, and from 18 to 19 it only needed 9 million experience after all. To reach level 20, the experience required suddenly jumped to 20 million. It seems that in this Myriad Realms game, players who awaken low-level talents don't even qualify as cannon fodder. Watching his experience bar, Sumubai slightly narrowed his eyes. The level disparity in the Myriad Realms game is definitely going to be bigger than imagined. Those players with low-tier talents without special opportunities will mostly end up as full-time lifestyle players. To keep up with the mainstream troops in leveling speed, one would need at least a C grade or higher talent. The Myriad Realms game is even more merciless than the real world. Carcass's experience points were just twice that of Franklin's, which confirmed Sumubai's guess. The other half of the experience and drops could only be obtained by destroying the life box. After adding the free attribute points, the system prompt that Sumubai had been eagerly awaiting finally rang out. Congratulations on becoming the first player in the Blue Star Zone to solo kill an epic level boss. Reward plus 100 main attribute, plus 50 skill points, 50 intermediate life soul stones. Notice, an announcement in the Blue Star Zone will soon be made. The difficulty of an epic level boss is exponentially higher, and the rewards for achieving the first solo kill far exceed those of a dark gold level boss. Whether it's 100 points in the main attribute or 50 skill points, they are all valuable treasures for any player. But what caught Sumubai's attention the most were the 50 intermediate life soul stones. Although he had managed to freeload this amount before starting with intermediate ones was a whole different story. Looking at the intermediate life soul stones in his backpack, Sumubai's mind stirred. Catastrophe target, 50 intermediate life soul stones. Prompt, please choose to upgrade the tier first tier / second tier / third tier. Click for details. Option 1, upgrade to advanced life soul stones, no consumption. Option 2, sublimate to life soul crystals, each costing 1 million soul coins. Option 3, catastrophe to life soul essence, each costing 1,000 years of life. Looking at the options of life soul crystals and life soul essence, Sumubai, although eager, could not afford it, not to mention 1,000 years of life. He didn't even know what soul coins were. With no other choice, he shook his head and opted to freeload. Upgrade 1 tier, you gain 50 advanced life soul stones. Sumubai had already spent over 10 hours in the Land of Oblivion, which was much longer than his stay in the newbie village. It is now the second day since the Blue Star humans entered the Myriad Realms game. The digitization combined with the excitement of exploring a new world kept most players up all night, eager to level up and leave the newbie village. However, they greatly underestimated the leveling difficulty of the Myriad Realms game, especially after level 5. The required experience points left everyone dumbfounded. Even the players from Rich World and Grand Ambition, the strongest in the 9527 newbie village besides Sumubai, had only just reached level 8, still a bit away from level 9. They were already the strongest players in the 9527 newbie village apart from Sumubai, but to leave the newbie village it would probably take them half a day more of grinding. However, there are indeed people whose leveling speed is even faster, having already reached their respective cities, but such individuals are destined to be very few, including SSS tier talent holders like San Shi Qingfeng from the Huaxia Empire and Felix from the Bald Eagle Empire. Across the entire Blue Star players, only a few dozen have managed to enter the cities at this point, a mere handful per city on average. These players possess at least SS tier talent. Now, these top players who were the first to leave the beginner villages are exploring their respective cities. They aim to leverage their head start to gather more information than the average player and to find some hidden quests in the cities. Once out of the beginner village, instance markers no longer appear on the minimap. This means in the Myriad Realms game, there aren't mass instances. The top tier players who wish to run instances must first find the entrance. Of course, if you're not in the first tier, you can also wait for the instance coordinates to be leaked before trying, but a delay in one step leads to delays in all steps. Those who only wait to reap the benefits of others' efforts will only fall further behind. Just as these top players were exploring the cities, a series of system notifications resounded. Blue Star Zone announcement. Congratulations to the player Bai Yi from the Divine Dragon Empire for being the first in the Blue Star Zone to solo kill an epic level boss. We hereby announce this so that all players may learn from him and gain rich rewards. The Blue Star Zone announcement repeated 10 times, shocking all players in the Blue Star, especially those top-tier experts who had just entered the cities. They began to doubt their life choices. Whether it was San Shi Chengfeng or Felix, all the SSS tier talent holders were stunned in place. An epic level boss, how did Bai Yi manage it? Leaving aside how strong this tier of boss is, the biggest question is where did he find the boss? They tried all kinds of methods in the beginner village yet couldn't even find a clue about a dark gold level boss. Dude, we don't even know how to trigger a disaster level instance or where the dark gold level bosses are, and you've gone and solo killed an epic level boss. This announcement made these players with SSS tier talent feel an urge to call the police. They even began to suspect whether the Myriad Realms game really had cheats. Wasn't SSS tier talent supposed to be the strongest? How could Bai Yi be so far ahead? In contrast, those who hadn't yet left the beginner villages were much calmer. As expected of the great Bai Yi triggering another announcement, I was actually getting uncomfortable not hearing Bai Yi's announcements overnight. Now I feel much better. Will the future announcements be monopolized by Bai Yi? Don't say it, but it's highly likely. It doesn't matter who triggers it, it's none of my business. Anyway, forging equipment also gives experience. I plan to be a full-time blacksmith. DM me if you need anything. What? Forging equipment can also give experience? How did I not know that? Not just forging, as long as you choose to fully engage in a life profession and successfully create items, you can gain experience, which is faster than leveling up by killing monsters. What's going on? Whoever loves to level up at this stage can go ahead. I'm done serving. In the Shunlong Empire, in the newbie village number 9526, Zhao Su and Lu Ruyan, both at level 8, were fervently grinding monsters. Both possessed S-grade talents, making them quite famous in this newbie village. However, their primary goal at the moment was to leave the newbie village as soon as possible and then confirm whether Bai Yi was actually Su Mubai. Following the system announcement, Zhao Su's monster grinding efficiency surged as if he had been injected with a dose of adrenaline. He was already envisioning the future when he would stand at the pinnacle of the Myriad Realms, just as he had previously taken over Su Mubai's family fortune on Blue Star. In their eyes, regardless of whether this Bai Yi was Su Mubai or not, as long as he was a man, he would eventually fall under Lu Ruyan's pomegranate skirt, becoming a new plaything for them. That is, unless the guy was indifferent to women. In the land of oblivion, Su Mubai looked at the 50 advanced life soul stones in his backpack, his lips curving into a slight smile. The advanced life soul stones, once absorbed, would extend one's life by a year. Note: whether you keep the advanced life soul stones in your backpack or warehouse, you will lose 1/10 of them upon death, with a minimum loss of 36.5 days. With these 50 advanced life soul stones, Su Mubai's crisis concerning his lifespan was finally resolved. He had no clue about soul coins, let alone consider sublimating one, which would cost a whopping million anytime soon. Therefore, without a second thought, Su Mubai absorbed all the advanced life soul stones. Instantly the Stones flickered and then transformed into a dense green light that merged into Sumobai's body. You have absorbed 50 advanced life soul stones, adding 50 years to your lifespan. 52 years remaining. Such a significant increase in lifespan made Sumobai feel somewhat relieved. At least he no longer had to worry about unexpected death. He wasn't concerned about other players. What he truly feared were the locals of the God-forbidden zone. The memory of instantly killing the skeleton Brave Earth was still vivid in his mind. After all, this is a real world. Who can say for sure if there won't be unlucky times? Buzz, at that moment a circle of pale blue fluorescence lit up around Sumobai's body and Road's soul flew out from within him, releasing the possession state. Lord Bai Yi, thank you for avenging Sunset Town. Road bowed respectfully to Sumobai. Even his form of address had changed. During the possession state he had witnessed firsthand how terrifying this human was. The necromancer Franklin, who had destroyed the entire Sunset Town, had no chance to fight back against him. Sumobai waved his hand and asked directly, "Do you know where Franklin's lifebox is?" Upon hearing this, Rhodes' eyes lit up and he quickly responded, "I can try to sense his soul's fluctuations, but it will take some time. Notify me when you feel it." Sumobai nodded slightly and turned to approach the corpse of Carcass. The first epic level boss was destined to be a huge harvest. After a great battle, the land had become somewhat shattered, and even Sumobai was somewhat surprised by the enhanced strength of the skeleton Brave Earth. The undead bone dragon Carcass's massive body lay on the ground, its pupils' soul fire completely extinguished. Beside the massive skull, a small pile of items had burst forth. With the cursed crown, Sumobai no longer lacked death energy, so he did not use death absorption to draw death energy from Carcass' corpse. Instead, he went straight to Carcass' skull and reached out to check his loot. You have obtained 800 gold coins. You have obtained level 5 attribute gems X20. You have obtained epic material dragon skeleton bones X10. You have obtained primary soul stones X24. For system notification sounds rang out, leaving Sumobai slightly stunned. So primary soul stones are dropped only by epic level bosses? Killing a level 20 epic boss only extends life by 2 years, is that right? The difficulty of the Myriad Realms game is simply infuriating. Sumobai's combat might seem simple, but that's because he's a cheater. Even those players with SSS tier talent leading a team would lose many members if they faced Carcass alone at the same level. Once out of the beginner village, a single death means a loss of at least 10 years of life. Sumobai estimated that in the Myriad Realms game, it would be rare to see a scene where a large number of players gang up on a high-tier boss. In past games, players could stack and kill a boss. But in Myriad Realms, players must make extensive preparations and try to find information about the boss until they are very certain before they decide to venture into high-tier boss battles. However, this was also a good thing for Sumobai. Bosses that other players dared not kill, he dared. After stowing the items in his backpack, Sumobai continued to inspect his loot. Soon after, he was dumbfounded. Wait, are the bosses in the land of oblivion this poor? After collecting the previous 4 items, all that was left on the ground was a fist-sized dragon head skeleton. Whatever this thing was, it was far from meeting Sumobai's expectations. The previous 7 half-lich dark gold bosses were okay since they collectively contributed an epic level item. The value of one epic level item was much higher than over a dozen dark gold items, but Carcass was a first killed epic level boss, and this was all? Sumobai picked up the mini dragon skull with some disappointment, which instantly vanished from his face, replaced instead by a look of surprise. My apologies, Dragon Bro, I spoke too loudly earlier. I take back what I said. You're not poor at all. You have obtained an epic special item, Dragon Skull Pendant. The Dragon Skull Pendant, an epic special item. Upon use, you will obtain an epic mount, Undead Bone Dragon. Although the Undead Bone Dragon isn't a true dragon, it can still fly. Yes, Carcass didn't drop any equipment, but he did drop something all players dream of, a flying mount. Is this really something a level 20 boss should drop, holding? The Dragon Skull Pendant. Joy was evident in Sumobai's eyes, mixed with a hint of puzzlement. An epic flying mount didn't seem like something to be had at the level 20 stage. It must be related to the severe injuries of the beast. Sumobai recalled the panels of the 2 bosses. They weren't bosses of this level, but due to severe injuries, they were only level 20. However, that's not important. What's important is that I now have a legendary flying mount. Sumobai suppressed his excitement as he focused his thoughts. Catastrophe target, Dragon Skull Pendant prompt. Please choose the upgrade tier 1/tier 2/tier 3. Click for details. Upgrade to tier 1. Since he couldn't afford higher upgrades anyway, Sumubai didn't bother checking the details and made his choice immediately. As the catastrophe took effect, Sumubai suddenly felt an inexplicable chill emanating from the dragon skull pendant in his hand. Then, enveloped in multicolored radiance, the pendant slowly transformed into a palm-sized black and blue horn. The horn emitted a bone-chilling cold and an aura of death, making it seem forbidding to the living. Yet, Sumubai felt a strange sense of familiarity with it. You have obtained the legendary special item Frost Horn. The Frost Horn, a legendary special item. Blow it and you will summon a legendary mount from the realm of the undead, the Frost Dragon. As a true high-tier undead, its strength is beyond question. The joy of a freebie can only be understood by those who get things for free. With excitement in his eyes, Sumubai placed the Frost Horn to his lips, took a deep breath, and blew it forcefully. The sound of the horn was shocking and piercing, as if it traveled through space. After moving away from Sumubai, it suddenly vanished. Immediately after, Sumubai noticed his mana draining rapidly at a rate of 2000 points per second, but he didn't care. Even without the 20% main attribute boost from the soul possession, his mana was close to 70,000 points. Could this horn really be blown for over 30 seconds? Sumubai was soon proven wrong as he watched his mana nearly depleted. With a thought death draw feedback activated, consuming over 170 points of death energy, and his mana was instantly replenished. The sound of the horn continued, fortunately only consuming mana and not actually requiring Sumubai to keep blowing, otherwise he might have literally blown himself to death. Who could have imagined that this item could be blown for 10 minutes? That's a total consumption of 1.2 million mana points. Without the cursed crown, this portable charger of sorts, Mubai wouldn't know when he could successfully activate the Frost Horn. After all, without a boss corpse around, he couldn't store much death energy at once. Luckily, there were no ifs, and the cursed crown played a huge role this time. As the last 1000 mana points were infused into the Frost Horn, the horn in Sumubai's hand suddenly shone brightly. The next moment, a powerful force burst forth, and the Frost Horn gradually disintegrated into a terrifying energy that shot towards the sky 100 meters away. Where the energy disappeared, the space suddenly distorted. Then a pale gray spatial portal slowly opened, quickly expanding to several tens of meters in size. This energy, Sumubai narrowed his eyes slightly, sensing an aura of death from the pale gray spatial portal, just like the sensation he felt when he used the Death Codex to learn the Death Gaze. But clearly, there was a barrier within that portal, denoting it as a one-way teleportation gateway. Roar! A deep and powerful roar echoed from behind the portal, lighting up Sumubai's eyes. His legendary mount had arrived. Roar! A huge black-blue skull emerged from the portal, followed by 2 dragon claws anchoring onto the edges of the portal. Then a nearly 100-meter-long frost giant dragon flew out completely. Its body was composed of countless black-blue bones, exuding a deep chill that lowered the surrounding temperature. Its wings spread wide, darkening the skies. The frost giant dragon was several sizes larger than the undead bone dragon carcass from the roaring dragon's mouth. Terrifying frost energy mixed with the aura of death seemed ready to burst forth. The portal behind slowly closed as the frost giant dragon's gaze landed on Sumubai. Its wings flapped and it dove down instantly. Human, I did not expect you, such a weakling, would summon me. The frost giant dragon's voice carried a hint of disdain and uncontrollable anger. But then, the soul fire in its pupils flickered intensely. What? You are actually, buzzed. The next moment, a beam of light descended from the sky, completely enveloping the frost giant dragon. The frost giant dragon's voice abruptly halted, as if its consciousness had been erased by this mysterious force. This scene was extremely shocking to Sumubai. So the mounts in the Myriad Realms game are obtained like this, exchanged from the realm of the undead and then forcibly bound by contract. This is simply too domineering. Sumubai could feel that this frost giant dragon was far more powerful than himself, but under the rules of the Myriad Realms game, it was as insignificant as an ant without any power to resist. Wasn't it the same yesterday when all of humanity from Blue Star was transported into the game? Myriad Realms, who was really in control? Sumubai narrowed his eyes, lost in thought. However, he soon shook his head with a smile. With his current strength, what right did he have to know these things? Thinking more would only add to his troubles. At least the Myriad Realms game had given him a chance at rebirth. That was enough. With this thought, a fierce gleam flashed in Sumubai's eyes, and the figures of 2 individuals emerged in his mind, his lips curling into a cold smile. I hope you guys leave the beginner village soon. At this moment, the beam of light in the sky gradually dissipated, and the frost giant dragon's size also shrank significantly, then transformed into a black-blue light and merged into Sumubai. The prompt from the Myriad Realms game also rang in Sumubai's ears. Your mount space has been activated. You have obtained a legendary mount, Frost Giant Dragon. Because you have obtained an epic level or higher mount, the Blue Star Region mount leaderboard has been prematurely opened. Note: the Blue Star Region announcement is about to commence. Blue Star Region announcement. Congratulations to the player by Yi of the Divine Dragon Empire for obtaining a mount, prompting the early opening of the Blue Star Region mount leaderboard. Times 10. Just over 10 minutes after the first kill of an epic level boss had yet to settle, the Blue Star Region announcement rang out again, and this time all players were in an uproar. What? Why is it by Yi again? Have all the experts of our great Sakura Empire died? As expected of our Korean Bai Yi Appa, once the national borders open he's sure to return. Heavens, is Bai Yi a bastard child of God? I'm only level 5 and he's already got a mount. Mad props to Bai Yi, aiming to top all the leaderboards soon. When players opened the prematurely unlocked mount leaderboard, all the chat channels in the newbie villages paused for several seconds. Blue Star Zone mount leaderboard: first place, Bai Yi Frost Giant Dragon, legendary mount. Second place, None. Third place, None. 100th place, None. Seeing the words legendary made everyone gasp in shock, their eyes filled with disbelief. They figured Bai Yi was strong and his mount must be extraordinary, possibly even of epic level. After all, he had just soloed an epic boss, which seemed reasonable, but a legendary? Is it even possible to have such a mount on the second day of the game? Those top players who had entered the city after the end of the previous regional announcement chose to leave the city immediately to level up. They were all fired up, eager to catch up with Bai Yi. However, unexpectedly this guy triggered another regional announcement and even opened up the mount leaderboard early. How are they supposed to continue playing? Should they even bother trying to get on the mount leaderboard? If the second place mount was only of dark gold or even gold level, would getting on the leaderboard be a fame or a humiliation? This indeed was a problem. The expressions of the top experts varied as they unconsciously quickened their steps leaving the city. They were already too far behind Bai Yi and needed to speed up to catch up. However, what these people didn't know was that Sumubai's progress in the game was something they could never catch up to. Prompt: please name your mount, Frost. Sumubai casually picked a name and hurriedly opened his own panel to check Frost's attributes. Mount space 1/1 Frost, no. Aura basic panel, legendary mount Frost Giant Dragon, high tier undead creature, level 0, cannot exceed the player's level by more than 5, loyalty 100. Due to the influence of the Death Overlord profession, loyalty never decreases. Movement speed bonus, ground plus 100%, air plus 500%, mountable after level 10, health 1200000/120000000 mana 1000000/1000000 attack power 12,000 spell power 10,000 physical defense 10,000 magic defense 8,000 elemental resistance ice 60% death 50% shadow 40% other types 20% skills Frost Dragon Breath. As the level increases, more skills will be automatically comprehended. Frost Dragon Breath deals 200% of spell power as ice damage per second to targets within a 3-meter radius around the target, accompanied by severe injury and burn effects lasting up to 10 seconds. Attack range and distance are related to body size. Attack distance 30 meters, cooldown 120 seconds, mana consumption 1000 per second. Although its level was reset to 0 by the Myriad Worlds game, Frost's luxurious attributes still left Sumubai dumbfounded. Are legendary creatures this exaggerated at level 0? Compared to such a level 0 panel, what difference does it make with the highest 10 points of 4-dimensional attributes of human players in 0? No wonder the Myriad Realms game says that the human race is clearly at a disadvantage compared to other races. This statement does not belittle the human race at all, but rather understates it. How is this a disadvantage? It's simply incomparable. Of course, the Frost Giant Dragon is also a very powerful existence among the undead race. Such high-level undead creatures should not be too numerous, just like players with high-level talents. However, the latter still needs time to grow. Level, equipment, skills and profession, all these need to grow before one can truly contend with powerful beings. Sumubai's thoughts moved and he summoned the Frost from the mount space. Buzz, the space beside Sumubai twisted slightly, the mount space opened, and a miniature frost giant dragon flew out from the portal. Roar! Its roar, compared to before, was obviously a bit immature, but it carried the majesty of a high-level creature. After being reset by the Myriad Realms game, the frost giant dragon's size had reduced a lot, and Sumubai estimated its body length to be around 3 meters. Frost, come here. Sumubai looked at Frost in midair, who was like a runaway wild horse, and called out softly. The next moment the little guy Frost landed on the ground, lowered its neck, and affectionately rubbed its head against Sumubai's outstretched palm. He obviously couldn't speak, only making a light grunt to express his affection for his master. The aura on Sumubai made him unconsciously want to get close. After shrinking, Frost's appearance hadn't changed much, still looking very domineering. The blue-black skeleton exuded strands of icy blue chill, making one shiver. Although only level 0, his combat power was much stronger than the original skeleton King Regis. This is the terrifying aspect of high-level undead creatures. Can I ride at level 10? Sumubai gently stroked Frost's head, a smile on his lips, murmuring, I wonder if I can ride directly like this. Frost tilted his head, puzzled, clearly not understanding what his master was trying to do. But the next moment the soul fire in his pupils flared intensely, feeling a massive force suddenly descending. Catastrophe target. Frost prompt. Please choose to promote rank Tier 1/Tier 2. Click for details. Option 1. Promote to the mythic Mount Frost Giant Dragon King, no consumption. Option 2. Ascend to the Saint Destruction level Mount Genie Dragon Emperor, consuming 10,000 soul crystals. Hearing the system prompt, a look of ecstasy appeared on Sumubai's face. It really works. Frost was summoned from the undead realm by the Frosthorn, clearly not the same entity. He also took a Triancy attitude, and it really could be exploited again. Looking at the word Saint Destruction level in option 2, Sumubai's gaze sharpened. Is this the rank that surpasses the mythic level, existing on the same level as SSS tier talents? But he hadn't even figured out soul coins, let alone the newly appearing soul crystals. This stuff looked to be much more valuable than soul coins. For the only two options, Sumubai had some expectations. The third order catastrophe will definitely exceed the restrictions of the Forbidden Gods realm, like the initial promotion to Death Gaze, hence it can't be catastrophized. Only a first order promotion is possible. For such a being that was already of a high tier, Sumubai had no choice but to freeload. As he made his decision, Frost immediately felt a terrifying power descending upon him. This power was rapidly enhancing his body. A dense, dark blue light condensed into a huge cocoon, enveloping Frost's entire body. Thump, thump, the cocoon pulsed with terrifying energy, its beating sounds echoing across the entire Forgotten Lands. Even Rod, who was closing his eyes to feel the essence of Franklin's soul, turned his head in shock. The next moment he witnessed a scene he would never forget. Roar, comma. A soul-striking roar sounded as the blue-black cocoon burst open instantly. Following that, Frost, now over 5 meters in length, flapped his wings and shot straight into the sky. His overall appearance hadn't changed much, except that his bones had become more profound and shimmered with a metallic luster, and the chill on his body surface had become even more intense. An awe-inspiring dragon's majesty emanated, causing Rod, a soul entity, to uncontrollably shiver and stutter. AA Dragon King level Frost Giant Dragon. How on earth did Lord Bai achieve this? Frost seemed to be adapting to his new body, diving down sharply, plummeting straight towards the ground, and in the blink of an eye nearing the surface. Then, with a lift of his head, his entire body leveled out parallel to the ground, flying at high speed close to the earth. As Frost's bone wings vibrated, the ground over which he flew instantly froze, forming a long path of frost. Moments later, an exhilarated Frost returned to Sumubai's side, wings folded on the ground, head bowed and jaws slightly open, surprisingly speaking human words. Thank you, Master, for elevating Frost's life tier. I will perform well, hoping for more such opportunities in the future. Sumubai nodded slightly, immediately painting a big, enticing picture for his first employee. Yes, Master. Having just tasted the sweetness of power, Frost naturally believed this without a doubt, his eyes sparkling with excitement, repeatedly expressing his loyalty. His voice sounded young, yet it lacked any trace of immaturity. Sumubai reopened Frost's panel to see just how powerful a mythical creature could be. Mount Space 11 Frost, no aura, basic panel. Mythical Mount Frost Giant Dragon King, high tier undead creature level 0, cannot exceed the player's level by more than 10, loyalty 100. Due to the influence of the Death Overlord profession, loyalty never decreases. Movement speed bonus, plus 800% across land, sea and air. Health, 240000000/240000000 mana, 2000000/200000000 attack power, 120,000 spell power, 100,000 physical defense, 100,000 magic defense, 80,000 elemental resistance, ice 80%, death 70%, shadow 60%, other types 40%, skills, Frost Dragon Breath, Dragon Majesty size reduction, as the level increases more skills will be automatically comprehended. Frost Dragon Breath, every second it inflicts ice damage equal to 500% of spell power on targets within a 5-meter radius, accompanied by severe injury and burn effects lasting up to 30 seconds. The attack range is 50 meters with a cooldown of 120 seconds, consuming 2,000 mana points per second. Attack range and distance are proportional to body size. Dragon Majesty, the oppressive aura of a Dragon King, intimidating all creatures within a 1,000-meter radius, reducing all attributes of creatures with a lower life level than the Frost Dragon King by 10%, 50%. The lower the life level, the stronger the intimidating effect. The effect of Dragon Majesty will weaken if the level difference between the two parties is too large. Size reduction can reduce size to a certain extent to facilitate combat or entry into inaccessible places. Is this a mythic creature? Even Sumubai, who had his own cheats, was shocked by the new panel of Frost. The attack power and other aspects were greatly increased by 10 times, and the health and mana values were directly increased by 20 times. Looking at Frost's 2.4 billion health points at level 0, Sumubai suddenly found his previous thoughts amusing. He had once thought that a shared health bar of 1 billion at level 10 was too abnormal. He even worried about being banned by the Myriad Realms game. Now, compared to a mythic creature like Frost, he was just starting out. Sumubai noticed that there were no longer any level restrictions for riding. He turned to look at Rhodes and said, "Don't be nervous, just keep feeling it." As his words fell, Sumubai lightly tapped his toes and directly jumped onto Frost's back. "Little guy, let's take a spin." "Master, hold tight." As Frost's voice fell, the chill on its body instantly gathered at its back. A black and blue ice throne formed in an instant with bone-spiked armrests carved on both sides. "You're quite something." Sumubai raised an eyebrow and sat directly on the throne. Although it appeared to be brimming with cold air, there was no feeling of coldness when he sat down. Seeing the approval in his master's eyes, a hint of joy appeared in Frost's eyes. Feeling Sumubai sit down, he violently flapped his wings and soared into the sky. Flying has always been a dream for most humans. Riding a dragon in flight is completely different from flying in an airplane. Through the gaps in Frost's bones, Sumubai looked at the rapidly passing scenery below and couldn't help but sigh. He wondered if he could ever ride a real divine dragon. Although the frost giant dragon looked pretty good, it still couldn't compare to a real dragon. During the flight, Sumubai felt a thin shield around him, perfectly isolating the effects of the wind. No matter how fast Frost flew, he couldn't feel any wind pressure at all. Unfortunately, the Forgotten Land had barriers that prevented Frost from flying out of this area. In various beginner villages, players hadn't recovered from the shock of the mount rankings when they were shocked again. "You guys go look, Baye's mount has changed." "What do you mean changed? We're still in the beginner village and he's already changed mounts. Am I seeing things?" It was just the legendary Frost Giant Dragon. How did it suddenly become the mythic Frost Dragon King? Has his mount advanced so quickly? I seriously doubt we're playing the same game as Baye. It's like, if we're playing on Hell difficulty, then Baye is practically playing a cracked version. Too bad Hell difficulty and the cracked version are on the same server. Please, can we stop talking about this? I'm going to level up now, okay? Don't compare yourself with Baye. Think of something happy. I just saw our old boss and that guy's only level 3. Heard he awakened an F-grade talent. Haha, it's hilarious. You saying that suddenly makes me feel a lot better. Can't compete with Baye, but surely I can do better than those greedy capitalists, right? Here, their money is useless. Sumubai, of course, had no idea how the players were reacting, but even if he did, he wouldn't care. Especially after seeing Frost's new attribute panel, his vision had greatly expanded. After a few minutes of flight, Sumubai curbed his curiosity and commanded Frost to land. Back at the original spot, Rod was still closing his eyes, sensing the essence of Franklin's soul. Haven't sensed it yet. Sumubai frowned at the sight. Beside him, Frost, shimmering with icy blue light, shrank to palm size, fluttered his wings and flew onto Sumubai's shoulder, tilting his head and asking, "Master, what is he doing? Help me find a lich's phylactery." "A lich? I can sense it. Where is it?" Sumubai's eyes lit up at this, and Rod also opened his eyes, looking resentfully at Frost. "Buddy, if you could sense it, why didn't you say so earlier?" Sumubai hadn't expected Frost to have this ability. He waved his hand, calling back the entire skeleton army into the summoning space, and quickly found Franklin's phylactery under Frost's guidance. Current exploration degree 95%. Franklin's phylactery, epic level item, durability 100000/10000000. This is the life-saving creation made by Franklin at his peak, containing his soul fire. As long as the phylactery is intact, the lich cannot be destroyed. A lich's phylactery is the ultimate life-saving measure, usually indestructible. Destroying it can completely kill the Forgotten One. If Franklin, buddy, 1 million durability. Sumubai was somewhat astonished. This phylactery's durability is too high. Even legendary equipment only has about 1000 points of durability. He's been farming here for so long, and the few pieces of legendary equipment he had only lost 1 point of durability. How long would it take to destroy this thing? Moreover, the phylactery is too small, only about 30 centimeters in length and width. The skeleton army can't even be deployed properly. Thinking it over, Sumubai said, "Frost, can you destroy this thing?" "I'll try." Mini Frost nodded, his mouth gathering icy dragon breath, and he breathed out towards the phylactery. Boom! The terrifying cold air and the scorching dragon breath intertwined, the two opposing forces perfectly merging together, assaulting Franklin's phylactery. However, this inconspicuous phylactery remained unmoved, its durability not reduced at all. "I don't believe this." Anger flashed across Frost's face. His mini body transformed into a blue-black bolt of lightning, his dragon claw striking towards the phylactery. Bang! With a dull thud echoing, the lifebox remained undamaged. Frost shook its slightly numb claws, looking at Sumubai with a face full of grievance. "I'm sorry, Master, my level is too low, I can't break it." It was disheartened by its failure on its first attempt. As a mythic creature, it was embarrassing to be unable to handle an epic lich's life box. How embarrassing, or rather how draconian, is it that hard? Sumubai furrowed his brows, calling back the disheartened Frost, his gaze sharpening. Death gaze, however, his usually infallible death gaze, did not work this time. The life box was sealed, and although it contained the soul fire of Franklin, it was just a box, and naturally, the death gaze couldn't affect it. At that moment, a hoarse mocking voice from Franklin resounded from the life box. "Human, give up. With your current power you cannot destroy my life box." Franklin's voice was filled with confidence. At his peak, though still just an epic creature, he was a formidable level 200. While surprised that Sumubai could contract with the Frost Dragon King, this dragon was clearly newly born and not yet a threat to the life box he had crafted with effort at his peak. "Lord Baiyi, let me handle this." Rhodes suddenly spoke up, having been silent since their arrival. It seemed he had made a decision. "You, just a remnant soul, what can you do?" Franklin's scoffing voice came through, but Sumubai understood something. Was this the plot's twist? No wonder there was such a tough life box. Sure enough, a determined look flashed in Rhodes' eyes as he said gravely, "What I can do you'll find out soon enough." As he finished speaking, a blue glow burst forth from Rhodes' form. The next moment, the life box began to shake violently, and Franklin's voice, filled with horror, rose up. "You insect, what have you done?" "I've merely awakened those tribesmen you devoured." "Franklin, your end has come." Rhodes' voice was full of anger mixed with the joy of impending vengeance. As the glow intensified, his soul form became indistinct, turning into an energy mass that enveloped the entire life box. "Lord Baiyi's Sunset Town thanks you for everything you've done." As Rhodes' final words rang out, the seemingly indestructible life box suddenly opened. Inside, a trembling soulfire seemed to seek an opportunity to escape. However, before it could, a pale gray light suddenly illuminated from the back of Sumubai's left hand, the death scripture automatically emerging. "What is this?" "No, Franklin's desperate scream followed his soul fire, completely absorbed by the death scripture. "Notification: you have gained 1000 soul points. For killing the level 20 epic boss, the Forgotten Franklin's soul, you receive an additional 70% experience bonus, experience points plus 12.75 million. Congratulations, player Baiyi, you've leveled up to level 20, all attributes plus 1 skill points plus 1 free attribute points plus 15. Sumubai and Frost were still processing what had happened when Franklin's soul fire was completely devoured by the death scripture. It wasn't until a flash of golden light that Sumubai came back to his senses. He flipped his hand and stowed away the tome of death, his eyes filled with a bit of perplexity. Soul siphoning, wasn't it supposed to absorb the souls of creatures he had killed himself? They hadn't even started fighting, so how did it end up absorbing directly And why hadn't the soul power been absorbed from the undead bone dragon? Before, Sumubai stroked his chin, still somewhat puzzled. However, he quickly put these thoughts aside. His journey through the myriad worlds had just begun and he would eventually understand everything. For now, what mattered most was that he could flip through the Tome of Death again. Sumubai didn't rush to open the Tome of Death as the system prompt hadn't finished yet. You have completed the hidden mission Rod's request, gaining plus 10 million experience points and plus 1000 gold coins. Note, current exploration degree 100%. You have completed the Epic Quest Situji's test. Please return to Donghai City to claim your reward. Rod's request was just a bonus. The rewards were straightforward, consisting only of experience points and gold coins. Regardless of the mission, Franklin was always a target Sumubai was bound to eliminate. Gaining a bit more from it was a good thing. However, Rod's remnant soul had dissipated completely in order to open the life box. With the end of the system prompt, Sumubai's freshly upgraded experience bar also jumped significantly, reaching 46%. The experience needed to level up from level 20 to level 21 had increased by 2 million, totaling 22 million. At the same time, a teleportation portal opened next to him, complete with a 10-minute countdown. This was clearly the portal back to Donghai City. 10 minutes, huh? That should be enough. Sumubai glanced at Frost, who sat on his shoulder. Previously, he had changed the experience distribution setting to gain 100% of the experience for himself in order to reach level 20. Now that he had reached that milestone, it was time to consider boosting this partner's level. A mythic creature, its growth would certainly be a formidable force. However, when he saw the amount of experience needed for Frost to level up, he was stunned. Frost level 0 experience, 0/10,000. Experience can also be increased by devouring materials from various elements, with ice materials having the highest conversion efficiency, followed by death elements, 100-fold. He vaguely remembered that players needed only 100 experience points to level up from level 0 to 1. But considering Frost's terrifying attributes, Sumubai suddenly felt that even a 100-fold requirement seemed somewhat low. Initially, he had planned to distribute the experience evenly later on, but now it seemed unnecessary. Sumubai decided to keep the experience for himself, and as for Frost, it would level up by devouring materials. Since he could freeload on material grades with a supply of various high-level materials, Frost's leveling speed would inevitably be fast. This way, it wouldn't slow down his own leveling speed. Although he was already significantly ahead of other players, in Sumubai's mind players were never his competitors. What he needed to do was to level up as quickly as possible and gain the strength to stand his ground in this forbidden land of gods. Thinking of this, Sumubai took out the materials dropped by Regis from his backpack. Deathly Bones times 10, Soul Remnants times 10. Both were dark gold level materials, but Sumubai had not yet gotten a chance to upgrade. Frost only glanced at the two types of materials before saying, "Master, these materials are too low level for me. They are of no use to me." Picky eater, Sumubai raised an eyebrow. The standards of a mythical creature were indeed high. Even dark gold level materials were not to its liking. What about epic level then? Sumubai thought to himself. Catastrophe target, Deathly Bones prompt. Please select the upgrade tier, tier 1/tier 2/tier 3. Click for details. Sumubai looked at the cost of sublimation. Each Deathly Bone required 10,000 soul coins, which he did not have. Helplessly, along with the soul remnants, he went ahead with the freeloading. You have obtained epic level material. Dragon Bone times 10, you have obtained epic level material. Large Soul Remnant times 10. Not stopping there, Sumubai took out another 10 Dragon Bones dropped by Carcass. Catastrophe, you have obtained legendary level material. Giant Dragon Bone times 10. Frost, watching this miraculous scene, had its pupils dilate enormously and the soul fire within its eye sockets jumped wildly. Was this the power that Master had upgraded for himself before? It was simply magical. Are these useful? Sumubai pointed at the pile of materials and asked. Frost nodded repeatedly. Useful, Master. Are these all for me? Eat up, there will be plenty more in the future. Sumubai's smile had just appeared when he saw Frost return to its original size and swallow all the materials in one gulp. All this happened in less than a second. The next moment, Frost shrank again and perched on Sumubai's shoulder, burping contentedly. Burp, thank you, Master. I need some time to digest. Was that a bit too fast? Sumubai's mouth twitched. All right, take your time digesting. Watching Frost's continuously jumping experience bar, Sumubai then turned his gaze to where the life box was located. after Franklin's soul fire was absorbed by the death scripture, the life box seemed to have lost its power and simply disintegrated. In its place, a pile of coins and items appeared. These were the things Franklin had exploded. Sumubai immediately noticed the pitch-black staff in a corner of an exquisite skill book peeking out from the pile of gold coins. You have obtained 1200 gold coins. You have obtained level 5 attribute gems times 20. You have obtained level 5 critical hit gems times 3. You have obtained level 5 critical damage gems times 3. You have obtained epic level material millennium ice crystal times 10 inch. You have obtained a junior life soul stone times 24. Together Franklin and Carcass had contributed a total of 2000 gold coins to Sumubai. However, gold coins were only the worst of the items they dropped, perhaps because Franklin was a magic-focused boss. Most of the attribute gems he exploded were of the spirit type. This was actually good news for Sumubai, but what he cared about most were the items that followed. After collecting the piles of gold coins, there were still the last 3 items on the ground. Besides the pitch-black staff and the exquisite skill book that Sumubai initially saw, there was also a pair of ice blue trousers. Finally he could change out of those green trousers. Sumubai felt a slight joy. The pants he was currently wearing were just common loot dropped by minor creatures in the Forest of Mist. Leveling up too quickly had its downsides, one of them being that his equipment couldn't keep up with his progress. He had originally planned to buy a new set once he entered the city, making do with what he had acquired after his free promotions. However, the test given by Situji left no time for preparation, but it didn't matter much. Low-level gear didn't offer much enhancement to Sumubai anyway. His major upgrades were from the Tome of Death and several epic or higher level items. Moreover, in the Myriad Worlds game, epic level and above equipment would upgrade its base attributes every 5 levels along with the player. Thus, for Sumubai it was more cost-effective to invest in epic or higher level items. He obtained epic item Ice Blue Magic Trousers. He obtained the epic item Staff of the Forgotten. He obtained an A-level skill book Summon Shadow Rider. It was a pity that the Death Withering skill didn't drop. Sumubai felt a bit regretful. Franklin's powerful move had caught his eye. As an AoE skill, it looked much stronger and cooler than the high-level corpse explosion. Nevertheless, he was quite satisfied with the loot from this mission. Carcass contributed a mount which was freeloaded by Sumubai twice, landing him a mythic level mount. Franklin wasn't far behind, contributing 3 epic level items including the Cursed Crown. After his death, the equipment requirements for the Cursed Crown changed, similar to the Whisperer's robe. Even the equipment level had been upgraded from 10 to 120 to 10 to 200. Summon Shadow Rider was also a great skill, enriching the types of soldiers Sumubai could summon, this type more suitable as a tank than the skeleton warriors. For some reason, the 2 pieces of equipment dropped by Franklin didn't require identification, but this was not a bad thing, and Sumubai didn't pay much attention to it. After a quick glance at the requirements and attributes of the 2 new pieces of equipment, he thought for a moment and began his freeloading. Cataclysm target, Ice Blue Magic Trousers. Promoted by 1 tier, he obtained a legendary item Frostguard Cloth Trousers. Level range 10 to 200. Legendary item durability 1000/1000. Equipment requirement Necromancer class Spirit 300. Base attributes level 20. Physical defense plus 240, magic defense plus 440, health plus 2400, mana plus 5600, all attributes plus 100. Terms 1. Spirit plus 10%. 2. Ice element resistance plus 30%. 3. Movement speed of enemies attacking you in melee reduced by 30%. Skills 1. Frostguard, active skill, concentrates the power of frost to encase oneself, entering a short period of relative invincibility. Instant release, can last up to 10 seconds, cooldown time 10 minutes. Frostguard, reliable protection. Looking at the luxurious attributes of Frostguard, a flicker of delight passed through Sumubai's eyes. Although this legendary equipment came with only 1 skill, it was an extremely rare invincibility skill. Although it's only relatively invincible, it can save lives at critical moments. According to the information provided by the game Myriad Realms, there are no absolutely invincible skills in the Forbidden Lands of the Gods. The limit of the invincibility skill Frostguard is that it can perfectly block the full force attack of a level 200 legendary creature. If the attack far exceeds this limit, Frostguard runs the risk of being broken. The more it exceeds, the faster it will break. However, Sumubai is only level 20, so this skill is completely sufficient for the time being. Using Frostguard directly, he changed out of the emerald trousers. Then Sumubai's gaze fell on the Oblivion Staff. This was a weapon used by liches, definitely more suitable for Sumubai than the Deadwood Staff. Catastrophe target, Oblivion Staff, promote to Tier 1, you have obtained a legendary item Oblivion's Sorrow Staff level, 10 to 200 legendary item durability, 1000/1000 equipment requirements, Necromancer class advanced hidden professions Spirit 500, base attributes. Level 20, spell power plus 2400 spell critical hit plus 10% critical damage plus 20% all attributes plus 100 traits, 1, spirit plus 10% 2. Casting speed increased by 20% 3, summoning space plus 50 accompanying skill, Oblivion's Sorrow, active skill causes 1000% spell strength ice death and shadow mixed damage to all enemies within 100 meters around the target and makes all enemies within the range forget their skills for the next 5 seconds. Casting time 3 seconds, cooldown 10 minutes, Oblivion is the most thorough liberation, summoning space plus 50, Sumubai's gaze was immediately attracted to this trait, his excitement evident. In the game myriad realms, addition and subtraction calculations are performed before percentages. This means that this single attribute could potentially increase the number of Sumubai's skeleton legion by 1000. With this trait, other attributes were already unimportant, even if this staff added nothing else, Sumubai would still equip it resolutely. The only thing worth noting was the equipment requirement for Oblivion's Sorrow, advanced hidden profession. This was a new term altogether, making Sumubai involuntarily stroke his chin. It seems that hidden professions also have levels, but he wondered, how are they graded, and is the exclusive hidden profession Death Dominator the highest level? When the Myriad Realms game descended, although a lot of basic data and information were provided, there was still much content that players needed to understand on their own in the game. Sumubai noted this information and then equipped the staff that was more suitable for him. As for the Deadwood Staff, it was naturally time for it to retire. Now for you. His gaze fell on the skill book, a glint flashing in Sumubai's eyes. Compared to equipment, the value of advanced skills was obviously higher. Catastrophe target, summon Dark Knight prompt. Please select the promotion tier, Tier 1/Tier 2/Tier 3, click for details. Just as he was about to check the details, Sumubai suddenly remembered something and immediately said, cancel. He almost forgot about this. He opened the attribute panel to check the remaining skill points he had. Unfortunately, both Carcass and Franklin did not drop any intermediate skill books. Sumubai frowned slightly, as he had hoped to gain some skill points from these two bosses. However, including the 50 points awarded for the solo first kill of an epic level boss, he now had a total of 62 skill points. That was enough. If he used them to upgrade the skill Death Siphon Feedback, he could raise it by 6 levels, but Death Gaze could only be upgraded by 1 level. Clearly, it was more cost-effective to upgrade the skill Summon Shadow Rider. Upgrading from an A-level skill to an S-level required more skill points. Upgrading first and then promoting the skill was the perfect choice. Since his profession far exceeded the requirements for learning this skill, he acquired the new skill Summon Shadow Rider. Sumubai didn't bother to check the details of the skill and directly upgraded it to its maximum level. Like summoning skeletons, this summoning skill could also only be upgraded to level 9 using 18 skill points. Cataclysm target, summon Shadow Rider prompt. Please select the promotion tier, first tier/second tier/third tier, click for details. Option 1, promote to S-level skill summon Headless Rider at no cost. Option 2, sublimate to SS level skill summon Abyssal Rider costing 100 million soul coins. Option 3, Cataclysm to SSS level skill summon Death Rider costing 100,000 years of lifespan. Although Sumubai was tempted by the SS level Abyssal Rider and the SSS level Death Rider, he eventually had to reluctantly make a choice. Promote to the first tier. This kind of pain, seeing but not being able to obtain, always having to choose the free option. Who understands this pain? Your A-level skill Summon Shadow Rider has been promoted to an S-level skill Summon Headless Rider. Before he had a chance to check the properties of the new skill, an unexpected system prompt followed immediately. Alert! The Headless Rider is a high-level command unit. Your summoning space branch has been opened. Initial command space 1, command unit, opening a branch, command space. This short prompt contained a lot of information. Sumubai was slightly stunned, then immediately opened his attribute panel to look at the summoning space section. He saw that under the original summoning space, there was now an additional summoning space, although the suffix of the two was different. Summoning space, 340/1340, regular, summoning space, 0/20. Command, wasn't the initial one, looking at the newly added command summoning space. Sumubai's eyes were full of confusion. The regular summoning space increased by 1000 inch because of the entry for the Morning of the Forgotten. Then, the command space was due to death call. Sumubai immediately thought of this profession's accompanying SS skill. He quickly checked the equipment and skills that could increase the summoning space. Sure enough, as the summoning space branch opened, the descriptions of these equipment and skills also changed slightly. Expansion of summoning space and the entry for Morning of the Forgotten both had the word regular added. Only the skill Death Call had no changes at all. Death Call. SS, passive skill, no level required. Skill effects: 1. Casting time for summoning skills reduced by 75%. 2. Cooldown time for summoning skills reduced by 75%. 3. Attributes of summon creatures increased by 100%. 4. Summoning space limit increased by 10 times. It is precisely the fourth skill effect of Death Call, combined with Sumubai's professional disaster trait, that gives him a direct command over 20 summoning spaces, truly worthy of an SS skill. Having found the reason, Sumubai then started to check the newly learned skills. Command troops. The name alone sounds much more powerful than ordinary troops. Summon Headless Rider, S, level 9, 0/5, active skill summons a Headless Rider to fight for you, casting time, 5 seconds, cooldown time 10 minutes, mana cost 5000 points. Headless Rider's stats are boosted by the player's spirit attribute. I have to see what makes the command units different. Sumubai raised an eyebrow and waved his staff. Summon Headless Rider, Oblivion's Sorrow. The increased casting speed plus the fact that this is a summoning skill made the 5 seconds of casting time only 0.28 seconds for Sumubai. Almost in the blink of an eye, a pale gray portal opened next to Sumubai. Frost, who was digesting materials on his shoulder, looked up briefly, then closed his eyes again. Thud thud thud. 2 headless riders appeared side by side. They were clad in black heavy armor adorned with the scars of time and battle. One hand tightly held the reins, the other held a conical lance. Beneath them, skeletal war horses, large and imposing, also clad in heavy armor with hoods ablaze with green flames and ghostly fires flickering in their eyes, exuding a chilling aura of death. Although called headless riders, they wore metal helmets on their necks. Only when the 2 headless riders casually removed their helmets and bowed respectfully to Sumubai did he realize that beneath their helmets were just 2 flickering soul fires without even a skull. This aura was indeed much stronger than that of ordinary skeletons. Watching the mighty and imposing headless riders, Sumubai nodded in satisfaction. However, he didn't rush to check their stats but instead thought for a moment. Catastrophe target, Headless Rider prompt. Are you sure you want to overwrite the previous effects and re-promote the skill Summon Shadow Rider? Cancel. Getting the same response as when he wanted to stack skeletons before. Sumubai frowned, turning to look at Frost, who was still digesting with his eyes closed. Why can Frost be promoted a second time for free when both the skeletons and headless riders can't? Is it because the latter two are summoned by skills, or is it that creatures summoned by skills aren't really creatures? Thinking this, Sumubai had a faint guess in his mind. This could be seen from the panels of the 3. Frost has a life level while the skeletons and headless riders do not. No matter how strong their attributes are, they are just summons. Just like the headless riders and skeleton legion that Franklin summoned earlier, their panels always show them as summon creatures, and killing them also does not yield experience points. Although he didn't manage to freeload this time, Sumubai's understanding of the Myriad Worlds game deepened. How could he level up again? Sumubai suddenly noticed that after the promotion of the skill Summon Headless Rider, he could actually add more points to it. Glancing at the attributes panel of the Headless Rider, Sumubai used 5 skill points to raise this skill to level 10. However, the skill level could still be increased. After comparing the changes following the upgrade, Sumubai had an epiphany and directly allocated all his remaining skill points to this skill. Remaining skill points, 4 points. Summon Headless Rider LV17 Headless Rider, no aura attributes. Strength, 16556. Constitution, 16556. Agility, 16556. Spirit, 16,556. Health points, 1655600. Attack power, 16,556. Physical defense, 33,112. Magic defense, 33,112. Elemental resistance, Death 20%, Shadow 20%. Skills, Death Charge LV9, Headless Immunity LV9, Death Charge, S, level 9 charges towards the target at 900% speed, causing 900% damage to all enemies along the way. Strength effects increased by 900% during the charge. Unstoppable, unaffected by control skills. Charge distance 10 to 200 meters. Cooldown time 60 seconds. Headless immunity S. Immunity to all negative effects targeting the head, such as blindness, dizziness, etc. Legion. Summon Shadow Riders. To join the Legion, the maximum summoning number is equal to 42.5% of the player's command summoning space. Decimals discarded with a minimum of 2 summoned. Command Defense Aura LV-17 within a 340-meter radius. All allies. Double defenses are increased by 17%. Effects do not stack. Headless, naturally immune to dizziness. So this is what a command unit is. Sumubai was shocked looking at the attributes panel of the Headless Rider. As a summon creature, the Headless Rider received a higher spirit attribute bonus compared to skeletons. After reaching level 20, Sumubai's advanced equipment also improved and his spirit had already reached 1533 points. Skeletons get a 0.6 bonus while Headless Riders get a 1. Every level increase in the skill also increases the summon creature's attributes by 10%. However, after exceeding level 9, adding points no longer increases the 4-dimensional attributes and skill levels of the Headless Rider, but instead increases the number of legions and the level of the command aura. Each level increase adds 2.5% to the former summoning number and 1% to the latter. Double defense increase effect. Well, it even comes with a squad of Shadow Riders. Sumubai didn't expect that this skill could also be stacked. He originally thought that the first summoning creature capable of stacking should be a Necromancer. Picking up 160 Shadow Riders for free, not bad. Satisfied, Sumubai nodded and glanced at the countdown of the teleportation gate, using this time to summon the maximum number of Headless Riders. The skill cooldown time under the dual reduction of Death Call and the Professional Catastrophe trait was reduced from the original 10 minutes to less than 40 seconds. The remaining time was more than enough. Quickly, 20 Headless Riders lined up in front of Sumubai. Behind them, neatly arranged, were 160 Shadow Riders. Although the attributes of these Shadow Riders were only half that of the Headless Riders, and they lacked elemental resistance and the 2S rank skills they possessed, a B rank skill in place. Shadow Charge B, level 9 inch charges towards the target at 300% speed, dealing 300% damage to all enemies along the way, with strength effects increased by 300% during the charge. Charge distance 10 to 100 meters, cooldown time 60 seconds. Sumubai wondered how high he could level up the summoning of the Headless Riders. Looking at his own cavalry legion, Sumubai waved his hand, bringing them all back into the command space. The Shadow Riders existing alongside the Headless Riders did not occupy any command space. While summoning the Headless Riders, Sumubai also took the opportunity to refill his summoning space. With the curse crowned this power bank, he hardly had to worry about mana issues. 1340 skeletons, 540 skeleton warriors, 400 each of archers and mages. Of the skeleton warriors, Sumubai planned to keep 40 in the summoning space until he resolved the flaw in life sharing. It was starting to look more and more like a legion of catastrophes. Looking at the densely packed army before him, a glint of excitement flashed in Sumubai's eyes. However, he quickly controlled his emotions and with a thought withdrew the army back into the summoning space. Suddenly, only Sumubai and Frost were left in the entire Forgotten Lands, and silence fell around them. Sumubai turned to look at Frost, smiling slightly. "Little guy, you digest quite quickly, don't you? I am the Dragon King." Frost, proud, lifted its head. In just a few minutes, his level had risen to 6. "Master, can I also have that Millennium Ice Crystal from earlier?" Frost's eyes gleamed with desire. Ice materials were his favorite. "No problem, but wait a moment." Sumubai nodded slightly and directly used Catastrophe to upgrade the epic Millennium Ice Crystal into a legendary 10,000-year Ice Crystal. A rich chill immediately emanated and Frost's eyes lit up like a shark smelling blood, excitedly saying, "Master, I want it." Hearing this, Sumubai shivered and quickly threw the 10,000-year Ice Crystal to Frost, who swallowed it eagerly and then closed his eyes again. Sumubai thought and directly took Frost back into the mount space, then walked through the portal. Flash. "You have returned to Donghai City." A white light flashed and Sumubai once again set foot on the land of Donghai City. It was still the same teleportation plaza, even the coordinates were exactly the same as when he left. The empty plaza was still deserted with only him present. Sumubai opened his friends list and immediately his mouth curled into a bitter smile. The location of Wealth of the World was still in Novice Village number 9527. If even this guy hadn't reached level 10-inch, let alone other players, no players, who's going to earn money. He wondered if he could now directly trade with the locals of the Forbidden Divine Land. This guy wouldn't be penalized for not being able to leave the newbie village, right? Thinking of the contract he had firmly signed with Wealth of the World, Sumubai couldn't help but smile. However, after a trip to the land of the Forgotten, Sumubai's plans no longer had to wait for those 500 gold coins to start. Looking at the 3,160 gold coins lying in his backpack, Sumubai waved his hand and summoned Frost. The latter immediately regained its form and a throne of ice condensed on its back once again. By this time his level had already risen to 7. With a roar, Frost took off into the sky with Sumubai. Quiet down. Sumubai lightly stamped his foot and opened the map of East Sea City, ready to find the nearest jewelry workshop. He still had a bunch of gems in his backpack to be set. In the Myriad Worlds game, gold and dark gold equipment could be set with 1 gem, epic with 2, legendary with 3, and mythic with 4. The 2 bosses, the undead bone dragon, Kakus, and the forgotten Franklin, had provided Sumubai with a total of 40 level 5 gems. Nearly half of them were spirit attributes, a full 18 gems. However, Sumubai wasn't in a hurry to freeload these gems. Instead, he planned to first visit the jewelry workshop to see the situation. However, contrary to his wishes, just as Frost took off, they encountered an obstacle. From afar, a squad of griffins flew rapidly towards them, each with a rider dressed in uniform gear. Sumubai immediately understood that he had encountered the guard army of East Sea City, but he hadn't committed any offenses. Could it be that Situji sensed the teleportation fluctuation and specially sent them to pick me up? Sumubai muttered under his breath and signaled Frost to stop. But then, as Sumubai was stupefied, the lead captain made a prohibiting gesture towards Sumubai and shouted, "Didn't you know that private flying is banned in East Sea City? There's such a rule." Sumubai frowned, but still obediently controlled Frost to land on the ground. What could he do when the guy's level was 3 question marks? Not just the leading captain, but Sumubai couldn't see the level of the 5 team members behind him either. In the Myriad Worlds game, whether or not one can probe the target's panel information depends solely on strength. If the strength is similar, even with a difference of 20 levels, one can probe the other's panel. Conversely, the greater the disparity in strength, the less information can be probed. Right now, Sumubai could only see the names of these guards, which shows that East Sea City, as one of the top 10 primary cities, indeed has substantial strength. The squad leader followed Sumubai down, dismounted from the griffin, and quickly walked up to Sumubai. However, he didn't notice that his griffin, upon landing, immediately bowed its head and couldn't help trembling slightly. The griffins in the air that hadn't landed were also becoming restless, and the confused city guards tightened the reins in their hands, trying to soothe the griffins' emotions. Although these griffins were of a high level and their overall strength was not weak, they were still suppressed in the presence of Frost, such as the terror of the Dragon King's dragon might. However, the gap in strength was indeed large, so these griffins soon adapted. Although there was still some fear in his heart, his body no longer trembled. An ice frost dragon. The squad leader glanced at Frost beside Sumubai, a flicker of shock passing through his eyes, but remembering his duty, he handed Sumubai a fine. "Bay, is it? Considering you are a descendant and unaware of the rules in Donghai City, this time you'll only be fined 100 gold coins. If it happens again, it won't be just a fine." Perhaps due to Frost's presence, the squad leader added, "If you wish to fly within Donghai City, you must first obtain a flight certificate." Clearly, not just anyone could get one, but the descendant owning an ice frost dragon certainly qualified. Still, even an ice frost dragon must abide by the rules here. 100 gold coins? Why don't you just rob me? Sumubai's eyes rolled as he took the fine and asked, "May I inquire where City Lord Situji is currently? How does a new descendant know the name of the City Lord?" Shock flashed in the squad leader's eyes, realizing that the descendant before him was already at level 20. If he wasn't mistaken, the descendants had only arrived yesterday, right? The leveling speed of this descendant was astonishing, and he even owned an ice frost dragon. No wonder he could be connected to the City Lord. The squad leader thought rapidly, then discreetly withdrew the fine, his face breaking into a smile. "Young man, if you knew the City Lord, you should have said so earlier. Isn't this just a big misunderstanding, like a flood hitting the Dragon King temple? May I know what business you have with the City Lord?" "The City Lord gave me a quest, and now that I've completed it, naturally I have to report back," Sumubai replied with a light smile. It seemed that even in the forbidden divine land social niceties were unavoidable. Struck by his answer, the squad leader gave Sumubai a deep look. "I'll take you to the city lord's mansion right away," as he finished speaking. The squad leader summoned a griffin, mounted it, and invited Sumubai. "Young man, follow along. Can we fly now?" Sumubai asked, to which the squad leader replied, "In special circumstances special measures are taken, we can't keep the city lord waiting." Just as the squad leader was about to take off, he noticed something amiss with the griffin beneath him. "You beast, are you really that timid? Even a young dragon scares you like this?" He chuckled awkwardly at Sumubai. "Young man, sorry for the laughter." Seeing this, Sumubai quickly signaled Frost to restrain its dragon aura, allowing the griffin to soar into the sky. Frost followed closely, and they soon arrived at the Donghai City Lord's mansion. Plans couldn't keep up with changes. The gem processing shop Sumubai intended to visit would have to wait. Nevertheless, this was also one of his intended destinations. "Young man, this is the City Lord's mansion, we'll alight here," the squad leader said, just as a powerful energy instantly enveloped them both. In midair, space twisted, and Situji, holding a staff, stepped forward, standing directly in midair. "Why is it you?" Seeing Sumubai, a flicker of surprise crossed Situji's face. He had sensed the approach of a mythical level creature, but the aura was weak, prompting him to investigate personally. "I never expected to see Sumubai again." His gaze quickly fell upon Frost, a dragon of the Dragon King level. Frost, the Frost Dragon. Dragon King? The squad captain beside him widened his eyes in shock, momentarily forgetting that he hadn't even greeted the city lord yet. Situji then noticed the squad captain he had been ignoring and waved his hand dismissively. "Go on, you're busy." The captain immediately mounted his griffin and took off. He knew well that the matters to come were beyond his level of clearance. "Young man, your strength far exceeds my expectations," Situji observed Sumubai carefully. In his view, Sumubai should still be in the land of the forgotten. Such speed shouldn't be possible before advancing in one's career. "City Lord," Sumubai started, but was interrupted by Situji waving his hand. "Come with me, this is not the place to talk." As he spoke, Situji flicked his staff, opening a portal, and stepped through it. "Remember to have that little guy shrink down, my parlor can't withstand his antics." Frost grimaced slightly but made no sound. He could sense that this old man was terrifyingly powerful. "Master, you go ahead," Frost's voice rang out as he stretched his head outside the portal. Sumubai nodded slightly and stepped through. Immediately after, Frost's body shimmered with an icy blue light, rapidly shrinking in size before following Sumubai into the portal. Buzz, the portal closed immediately and calm returned to the skies above the City Lord's mansion. Inside the parlor of the City Lord's mansion, Situji sat in the principal seat, his gaze fixed on Frost perched on Sumubai's shoulder. He didn't speak, merely watching intently for 10 minutes. Even Frost's level had risen to 8 in the time it took for the old man to scrutinize him. "Old man, have you seen enough?" Finally, Frost couldn't help but retort. Sumubai patted Frost's head, puzzledly asking, "City Lord, is there a problem with Frost?" "No problem at all." Situji shook his head, withdrawing his gaze and taking a sip from the teacup on the table, then spoke slowly. "Your quick return from the land of the forgotten is truly astonishing. It seems your profession isn't just a simple overlord class." Hearing this, Sumubai tensed inwardly. He was always aware that any contact with a powerful entity from the divine forbidden zone would expose his secrets. However, without such encounters he couldn't grow rapidly. The boost from the land of the forgotten had been significant. Without this task, reaching level 20 would have been impossible, not to mention acquiring high-level equipment skills and Frost his mythical mount. Thus, it was an unsolvable dilemma. Even without entering the city, he might encounter powerful beings in the wilderness like Huaijian. Despite his tumultuous thoughts, Sumubai's expression remained unchanged, feigning confusion. "Is there a difference in overlord classes?" Situji gave Sumubai a meaningful look, then shook his head. "That I am not sure of." "Don't be nervous, I mean you no harm. Since you have passed the test, I will naturally answer some of your questions." As the sound faded, a system notification also rang in Sumubai's ears. "You have completed the epic quest, Situji's test." "Huh, that's it? What about the quest reward?" The system notification stopped abruptly there, and Sumubai glanced at Situji. "So you said you'd give me some information related to the Death Dominator, and it was really just information? Not to mention top-tier equipment or skills, you could at least give some experience and money," Sumubai complained in his mind, but his face still showed an earnest listening expression. After all, he really wanted to know this information. Let's start with professions, Situji said, setting down his teacup and slowly beginning to explain to Sumubai. After listening to him, Sumubai's understanding of the Myriad Realms game and the Forbidden Divine Land deepened a lot. In the Myriad Realms game, professions are also divided into tiers. However, unlike equipment which has multiple tiers, professions have only 4. 1. Ordinary professions. 2. Hidden professions. 3. Advanced hidden professions. 4. Unique hidden professions. And 5. Exclusive hidden professions. Sumubai's profession, the Death Dominator, is the highest tier exclusive hidden profession. Normally, this is not a profession that could be switched to at his current stage. Even for hidden professions, players can only access them after advancing to level 30. Even Situji himself couldn't understand how Sumubai was able to start off as a Death Dominator. Of course, he didn't know that this profession was a result of Sumubai exploiting a bug. Lord Mayor, what do you mean by advancement, Su? Mubai quickly caught the hint in Situji's words and voiced his confusion directly. Advancement means breaking through limits, making oneself more in tune with their profession. In reality, even for ordinary professions, low-level descendants can't fully utilize their abilities. Level 29 is a bottleneck. Only by breaking through can one enhance their level and further bring out the capabilities of their profession. And this is what advancement is, Situji explained, pausing for a moment before continuing. The power of the Dominator profession far exceeds your imagination. Its strength will gradually reveal itself after advancement. What you control now is merely the surface. Sumubai's eyes narrowed at these words. A threefold attribute bonus, threefold growth and free points, and this is just the surface. To what extent will the Death Dominator be heaven-defying after advancement? Young fellow, don't get too excited too soon, Situji said, looking at Sumubai and taking a sip from his teacup. Advancing from an ordinary profession to the second tier is almost effortless, but it's different for you. The stronger the profession, the more difficult it is to break through. Please offer some guidance, Lord Mayor. Sumubai knew that the information to come was crucial. It's not so much guidance, Situji waved his hand dismissively, but I do know some information about the Death Dominator. He glanced at Frost resting on Sumubai's shoulder and smiled. Before breaking through the limits of the Forbidden Divine Land, I believe advancement won't be a problem for you. What I want to discuss is the method of advancement for the Death Dominator. Sumubai became even more attentive, not taking his eyes off Situji, waiting for what was to come next. To advance in the Death Dominator profession, you must experience a sufficient amount of death. Have you experienced enough death? Sumubai was taken aback. Was this a suggestion for him to die more often? Situji immediately saw his confusion and shook his head, saying, "It's not about you dying, but about you killing. You need to kill a large number of people, and they must indeed be people. Those monsters created by the Myriad Realms game that can respawn after death won't help your advancement." Upon hearing this, Sumubai suddenly felt the temperature in the parlor drop. Situji looked at Sumubai earnestly, each word deliberate. "I hope you will agree to an old man's request. Please speak, City Lord." "This is a request from the Elder of the Dragon Temple," Situji explained, shaking his head. "The purpose of the Dragon Temple is to protect the entire Dragon Empire." He then looked up, his gaze seeming to pierce the ceiling. "In the near future, a great war is destined to break out in the Divine Forbidden Lands. Only by unifying first can the human race truly have the credentials to step into the Myriad Realms." After saying this, Situji's gaze returned to Sumubai. "The Dragon Temple hopes you will advance in another country." The fact that Situji could make such a request indicated how many people needed to be killed for the Death Overlord to advance. Although Sumubai understood this, he was already level 20 and soon could undergo his first advancement. If he agreed to this request, how could he advance himself, especially since the national borders were not yet open? Situji saw Sumubai's dilemma and gently waved his palm, a rich elemental force gathering in front of him to form a silhouette. "This person possesses an artifact that can cross national borders? What you need to do is find him." However, even the Dragon Temple does not know of this fellow's whereabouts. As he spoke, Situji flipped his wrist, revealing a letter and a parchment scroll in his palm. "After you find him, give him this letter and he will naturally agree to give you the artifact. Of course, this fellow will likely ask you to find some items for him. In exchange, you will get this parchment scroll." The scroll contained clues to an artifact set for the Death Overlord profession. Placing the letter and parchment scroll on the table, Situji looked at Sumubai seriously. "Bai Yi, do you want to sign a contract with the Dragon Temple? You can consider it. Right now, the Myriad Realms game still imposes some restrictions on us, but if you sign the contract, should you breach it, the Dragon Temple can act against you without restraint." Do you want to advance quickly in the Dragon Empire but offend the Dragon Temple or agree to Situji's request get on good terms with the Dragon Temple in exchange for the artifact set clues? Actually, agreeing is the best choice. The only thing troubling Sumu by now was how to find this person, as the Dragon Temple couldn't provide even a hint of a clue. If he couldn't find him, wouldn't he be unable to advance at all? Sumubai frowned at the silhouette, his expression suddenly becoming strange. As a person from the Dragon Empire, was there really a need to consider? I'll sign, really not considering it? Situji looked at Sumubai in surprise. He was well aware that this request was not simple for a newcomer. That guy's whereabouts were erratic and he often lost contact. Even he wasn't sure he could find him soon. No need to consider. I also want to visit the Cherry Blossom Kingdom. Sumubai smiled faintly, his eyes resolute. Wasn't that figure Hui Jian? He was still waiting for Sumubai to collect 10,000 ancient gold coins for him, and he even had a contact method. Was it necessary to find him? This could also be a good chance to open that treasure chest. Haha, great. Situji did not expect Sumubai to agree so readily and laughed heartily. I knew I wasn't wrong about you. As he spoke, a contract from the Myriad Realms game appeared in front of Sumubai. Sumubai glanced at the content and decisively signed his name. Notification: you have signed a contract with the Dragon Palace. In the future you can only advance in other countries. If you breach the contract you will be pursued by the Dragon Palace. If the Dragon Empire unifies the Forbidden Divine Land, this contract will be nullified. Don't worry, we will also help you find Hui Jian and we will notify you as soon as we have information. After signing the contract, Situji was in a great mood, laughing as he patted Sumubai on the shoulder. Notification: Situji has added you as a friend. When you reach the 3rd tier, I will recommend you to join the Dragon Palace. Thank you, Lord Mayor. Sumubai put away the envelope and parchment, expressing his gratitude to Situji. You have made concessions for the Dragon Empire, so we old folks naturally cannot let you be disheartened. Situji picked up his teacup and drained it in one gulp, casually tossing Sumubai a token, and said with a smile, take this, with it you will have no obstacles in Donghai City. Donghai Command 007. Special item, a token personally made by Mayor Situji, which is extremely rare. Possessing it, you become the owner of Donghai City's 007 courtyard, exclusive to Bai Yi. Taking the unimpressive-looking Donghai command, Sumubai once again expressed his gratitude. He wondered what it would be like after being promoted, but Sumubai did not plan to advance. It was a symbol of identity, often bestowed by those in higher positions, and the holder would definitely have recorded information. Advancing the Donghai command would bring no benefits to him at this time. However, having gotten a courtyard for free was somewhat unexpected to Sumubai. The Myriad Realms game does not have an offline concept. Players must find their own places to rest at night. The cheapest way is to buy a tent and survive in the wilderness, but that comes with great danger. To be safe, one must stay in the cities during rest. You can buy a house or rent a room. However, all these require money. Thus, it is impossible for ordinary players to idle away in the Myriad Realms game. Unless they become full-time lifestyle players, otherwise they must leave the city to grind monsters daily. With the 007 courtyard, Sumubai now had a foothold in Donghai City. A courtyard given by the mayor would obviously not be cheap. However, what Sumubai was more concerned about was just how far Situji's so-called unobstructed access could go. Putting away the token, Sumubai tentatively asked, with this I can even fly in Donghai City, right? Don't even mention flying, you could even kill someone in the city without a problem. Really? Sumubai's eyes lit up upon hearing this. Situji choked, cough, but you can't kill too many. Don't worry, I'll just kill a few enemies. Sumubai narrowed his eyes slightly, thinking that if he could kill within the city, then Zhao Su and Lu Ruyan would have nowhere to hide. That's good. Situji breathed a sigh of relief, slowly stood up, and with a wave of his staff to teleportation. Gates opened simultaneously. I need to head to the headquarters of the Dragon Temple, and you should check out your new home, said Situji as he stepped into one of the teleportation gates, his figure disappearing. Sumubai, envious, stepped into another gate. He wondered if he could ever master such a skill that allowed one to go wherever they wanted at a moment's notice. Crossing through the teleportation gate, Sumubai appeared outside a vast courtyard surrounded by tall, sturdy walls. At the entrance stood an imposing metal gate adorned with mysterious patterns. 2 guards armed with long spears stood on either side of the gate. Sumubai's sudden appearance naturally caught the attention of the guards. Clang! Their spears crossed, blocking his path. This is a private courtyard, entry is forbidden. Sumubai, looking pleased with his new abode, simply tossed the East Sea Command token to the guards. This courtyard was much larger than his villa back on Blue Star. So it's Lord Bai Yu, one guard said as he took the token, a look of shock passing through his eyes before he respectfully handed it back to Sumu Bai. The other guard handed over a deed. Lord Bai Yi, this private estate is now yours. If you encounter any trouble, feel free to notify us. You have received deed number 007. Watching the guards walk away, Sumu Bai pushed open the gate and entered the courtyard. Owning the deed, he could come and go as he pleased. Others would need his permission. Would you like to rename the courtyard? The system's voice chimed in his ear just as he walked in. He thought for a moment and said, Bai Yi Court, I'm terrible at naming, feel free to suggest names and the one with the most likes will be chosen. Welcome home, esteemed master of Bai Yi Court, the system responded. Would you replace Bai Yi Court as your teleportation and resurrection point in East Sea City? Replace? After completing these tasks, Sumu Bai walked to a pavilion in the courtyard. And with a flicker of light on the back of his hand, the Death Codex materialized. Franklin had directly given him 1,000 soul points. This time, as he opened the Death Codex, Sumu Bai felt resistance. With the rapid depletion of the 1,000 soul points, the resistance lessened until it was gone, and he felt the book lighten in his hands as it opened for the second time. Ancient and mysterious inscriptions filled the pages, none of which Sumu Bai could understand. A formidable death force descended once more, and the inscriptions transformed into a stream of information that flowed into his mind. After a while, the Death Codex closed, transforming into a mark on the back of his hand. A realization dawned on Sumu Bai, and a hint of joy appeared on his face as additional information filled his mind. Simultaneously, the system's voice sounded in his ear. You have learned a new skill. Death Domain Leap. Death Domain Leap, SSS, Level 1, 0/50, an active skill. Traverse the death domain moving at will. Skill effects. 1. Use the death domain as a springboard to instantly leap to a target location and remove all negative effects on oneself. 2. After leaping, be guarded by the power of death, becoming immune to all damage and negative effects for 3 seconds. 3. Open a death curtain between two coordinates, allowing you and designated allies to shuttle back and forth freely. Non-designated units cannot touch the death curtain and attacks will pass right through it. The size and position of the Death Shroud can be changed at will, and during its existence, allies who pass through the Death Shroud will not die even if their health drops to 0, they can continue to fight. Instant release. Teleportation cooldown is 15 seconds, consumes 1% of mana, casting range 0, 200 meters. Death Shroud cooldown is 120 seconds, consuming 1% of mana per second, can last up to 30 seconds, casting range 0, 500 meters. This is another SSS tier skill, and it's exactly the mobility skill Sumu Bai was lacking. When he first changed his profession, he only awakened an A-tier skill and an S-tier skill, the Book of Death, freely promoted to the Holy Scriptures of Death, and then he consecutively learned 2 SSS tier skills. This enhancement was so significant that even Sumu Bai was surprised. Thinking back to Situji's previous words, Sumu Bai guessed it might have something to do with his promotion. A-tier and S-tier skills clearly did not meet the prestige required by the Overlord of Death, his profession. A death domain teleportation every 15 seconds would greatly increase his agility. Moreover, after teleporting, there would be 3 seconds of invincibility, and invincibility that comes with SSS tier skills definitely stronger than the frost protection. As for the Death Shroud, it could greatly enhance the mobility of the Undead Legion. However, this skill still needed some study to better control its usage. SSS tier skills had already reached the limit in the Holy Land of Prohibition, and there was temporarily no way for free promotion. After carefully studying the skill, Sumu Bai slowly stood up. In the next moment, his figure instantly disappeared from the spot and appeared in front of a gate more than 100 meters away. At the same time, a pale gray light screen the size of a palm unfolded over Sumu Bai's shoulder and pressed down instantly. Frost, still digesting materials, felt a sudden heaviness and began to free fall. It was only when he opened his eyes that he realized he was already in mid-air. After passing through the Death Shroud, his body was surrounded by a pale gray aura of death, which was the energy that allowed him to live even if his health dropped to 0. Confused, Frost quickly flapped his wings and his body reflexively regained shape. A nearly 5-meter-long Frost Dragon King suddenly appeared above the Bay Courtyard. Master. From a distance of 500 meters, Frost looked at Sumu Bai with some confusion. He knew that this must be his master's doing. Don't be nervous, accompany me in experimenting with this skill. Sumu Bai's voice directly appeared in his mind. Before he could react, Frost suddenly felt the environment around him change again. He saw the originally palm-sized pale gray curtain above him suddenly enlarge and then instantly swept over his body. At the same time, the death shroud appeared in front of the pavilion and Frost's figure was also transferred. Is this my master's ability, controlling space? Frost looked up at the sky where he had been before, utterly shocked. Then, the soul fire in his pupils began to pulse violently. Suddenly, the death shroud expanded tenfold, nearly teleporting across the small courtyard in front of the pavilion. The undead legion instantly arrived with 20 headless riders holding conical spears positioned at the front, followed by 160 shadow riders. 500 skeleton warriors, 400 skeleton archers, and 400 skeleton mages were neatly arranged. This skill was even stronger than Sumubai had imagined. A glint of excitement flashed in his eyes. He had just tried to connect a piece of the death curtain to his summoning space, and to his surprise, it actually worked. As the number of undead in his legion grew, the time required to release them all from the summoning space also increased. Now, with the death curtain, Sumubai could instantly deploy the undead legion within a 500-meter radius at will. As the skill level increased, this distance would grow even further. There were also advancements to consider. Sumubai remembered Situji's words. After advancing, the true power of the Death Sovereign class would gradually reveal itself. However, advancement would take some time. For now, the most important thing was to familiarize himself with Death Domain Leap, the skill. Then Frost saw a series of demonstrations. The death curtain changed direction and size according to Sumubai's thoughts. The undead legion could actively shuttle through it or be passively transferred. They kept disappearing and reappearing in the Baiyi court. Sumubai gradually mastered the use of the death curtain. With a thought, his figure disappeared in front of the gate. Observing this, Frost quickly shrank in size as he suddenly took a seat in the pavilion. 2930. As Sumubai finished his silent count, he waved his hand, and a pale gray light swept through the courtyard, instantly recalling the entire undead legion back into the summoning space. In fact, the gesture of waving his hand was completely unnecessary. As the death curtain moved with Sumubai's thoughts, he just wanted to make some gestures. Master, you're amazing. Frost flitted to the table, wagging his tail while complimenting Sumubai, looking very much like a fawning dog. Just leave it out here, don't embarrass me like this outside. Sumubai rubbed his forehead, the mighty Frost Dragon King acting so dog-like. Don't worry, I understand. Frost nodded, pretending to understand everything. Only then did Sumubai notice that Frost's experience bar had stopped moving. Materials digested? Yes, master, my strength is definitely up to par now. Frost grinned confidently. Oh, let's see how much your strength has increased. Sumubai raised an eyebrow and opened Frost's attribute panel. He was then taken aback. A mythical creature, such exaggerated attribute growth. Frost. No aura, basic attributes. Mythical mount, Frost Dragon King. High-level undead creature level, 10 experience, 1.2%, 1.2 million/100 million, loyalty, 100. Due to the influence of the Death Sovereign class, loyalty never decreases. Movement speed bonus, sea, land and air plus 800% health, 2.64 billion/2.64 billion mana, 2.2 billion/2.2 billion attack power, 1.32 million spell power, 1.1 million physical defense, 1.1 million magical defense, 880,000 elemental resistance, ice 80%, death 70%, shadow 60%, other elements 40%, skills, Frost Dragon. Breath Dragon Majesty size reduction, basic ice magic, Frost Freeze, passive effect doubling the freezing chance and effect of all ice spells, tenfold. The base attributes have increased tenfold. Such growth far exceeded Sumubai's expectations. He originally thought that each level up for Frost would increase its base attributes by 10% to 20%, which was already impressive given its initial attributes. However, he never anticipated that each level up would double Frost's initial attributes. Coupled with his own advanced aura of the undead, which adds a 60% bonus, Frost's maximum health surged to 42.24 billion, compared to a mythological creature like Frost. His own 15 points of free attributes per level and triple class enhancements seemed insignificant. He wondered how much the second tier would increase. Why hasn't your size increased? Sumubai asked, closing the panel and patting Frost's head. What does it matter if you're a mythological creature? You're still my mount. Master, I am still in the nascent stage. My size will change once I reach level 30 and enter the juvenile stage. Is that so? Sumubai nodded slightly. Level 30 inch, the same level at which players advance. Could it be that these powerful creatures also have upgrades at players' advancement levels? Sumubai frowned. What about after the juvenile stage? From level 60 to 180 is the growth period, and after level 180, I'll be mature. Hearing this, Sumubai breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed that these powerful races did not have as many opportunities for advancement as humans. According to Situji, humans could advance every 30 levels until they broke through to level 240 and entered the ninth order. This was the potential of humanity. Though fundamentally weaker, they could gradually catch up to the most powerful races in the myriad worlds. However, obviously, only a few could break through to the ninth order. The path for humanity to truly compete with those powerful races was still long. This was also the purpose of the Holy Land of Prohibition. The prohibition was against those who could be called gods. By the way, do you know those basic ice spells? Sumubai asked quickly, feeling the disparity again. There are many like Ice Arrow, Ice Spike, Ice Armor, Ice Shield, Blizzard, and so on. I know them all. Frost raised his head proudly, listing a series of skills and concluding, in total there should be nearly 100 spells. Without comparison, there is no harm. For a moment Sumubai was at a loss for words. Why do players only have 20 skill slots? Compared to these powerful races, humans are incredibly weak. Only through gradual advancements can humans narrow the gap with powerful races. Thinking of this, Sumubai looked forward even more to his upcoming advancement. However, he didn't contact Huijian immediately since he still didn't have 10,000 ancient gold coins. When asking for favors, one must prepare what is needed first. Moreover, from what Situji implied, Sumubai guessed that Huijian would eventually require him to exchange that treasure for ancient gold coins. Therefore, before contacting Huijian, he needed to earn a large sum of money first. After acquiring money, Sumubai could also enhance his skeleton summoning and corpse explosion skills. But before that, he decided to take advantage of a certain situation. Sumubai looked at his own lifespan and took out 58 primary life soul stones from his backpack. Among these, 10 were from the wealthiest realms, while the other 48 were contributed by 2 epic level bosses. Catastrophe times 1 advancement in rank. You gain 58 intermediate life soul stones. However, Sumubai did not use these life soul stones right away and put them back into his backpack, having absorbed 50 advanced life soul stones earlier. His lifespan now exceeded 52 years, so there was no need to worry about suddenly dying. Since entering the game of Myriad Realms, Sumubai had never fought such a financially buoyant battle. A lifespan of 52 years was enough to die 5 times. Although he did not think he would die easily, having these years made Sumubai feel much more confident. The 58 intermediate life soul stones were something he planned to use to test some ideas. Having not slept for 2 days, Sumubai felt no trace of fatigue, which he attributed to having overslept during his vegetative state earlier. He signaled Frost to enlarge, and Sumubai ascended to the throne, soaring into the sky. This time, no guards came to stop him, probably because Situji had informed them that he possessed the East Sea Order. Many locals in the city saw Frost but were not overly shocked. They just murmured quietly for a while and then paid no further attention. From high above, Sumubai truly felt the vastness of East Sea City. The edge of the city was not visible at a glance, and the teleportation square was located in the central area of the city. For ordinary players, it would take hours to walk out of the city. Of course, there were teleportation arrays in the teleportation square, and for a small fee one could teleport to any city gate. Teleportation within the city was inexpensive and most people could afford it. Getting around the city could also be done by paying for temporary mounts or by hailing a carriage. In short, as long as you had money, everything could be much more convenient. Soon Frost arrived above the nearest jewelry workshop. Death Domain Leap. Without touching the ground, Sumubai's figure had already disappeared from the throne and directly appeared at the entrance of the jewelry workshop. Frost was also taken back into the mount space. This way please, sir, you've come to the right place. Our Jade Pavilion has some of the city's most renowned jewelry masters, greeted a voluptuous young woman as soon as he approached the entrance. Her eyes scanned the equipment on Sumubai, and her smile grew broader. An ascender so quickly into the city and with such luxurious gear, this is a big customer. Even if not now, surely in the future. Do you accept gems here? Sumubai flipped his wrist, revealing a level 5 strength gem in his palm. It was from the undead bone dragon carcass. He was not in a rush to advance. After advancement, not only would the synthesis cost become more expensive, but the success rate of synthesis would also decrease. Clearly, it was more economical to synthesize before advancing. Of course we do. The young woman's eyes brightened, her voice sweetened. Please come and let me assist you. Sumubai nodded slightly, following the beautiful young woman into the Jade Hall. If his idea worked, he would never be short of gold coins again. contrary to Sumubai's expectations, the attribute gems sold in the Jade Hall were only up to level 5. This was the case for all the jewelry workshops in the entire East Sea City. Sumubai had never freeloaded to promote these level 5 gems, so he only now realized that the highest level for ordinary attribute gems was level 5. A level 1 attribute gem added 10 points to the corresponding attribute, and the attribute would double with each level increase, adding 160 points by level 5. However, synthesis required 3 gems of the same level. Level 1 to level 2 had a nearly 100% success rate, but the rate decreased progressively thereafter. Even the master jewelers of the Jade Hall only had about a 70% success rate when using 3 level 4 gems to synthesize a level 5 gem. This was because they had extensive experience and used some special materials to increase the success rate. Above level 5 gems were called brilliant gems, divided into 3 levels, each adding 1% to the corresponding attribute. Unless the attribute exceeded 16,000 points, the cost effectiveness of a level 1 brilliant gem was not as high as that of a level 5 regular gem. Most crucially, regular gems could not be synthesized into brilliant gems, apart from drops from legendary creatures and above, only Grandmaster Jewelers could make them. Of course, this was not a problem for Sumubai, who could still freeload and promote to obtain them. Mr. Baiyi, I can offer 1,500 gold coins to purchase your level 5 strength gem, the beautiful young woman finished explaining, smiling at Sumubai and then adding, this is the industry standard and the highest price I can offer. Sumubai remained silent, his gaze sweeping across the price list on the counter. A level 1 attribute gem cost 8 gold coins each. A level 2 attribute gem was 30 gold coins. A level 3 attribute gem was 120 gold coins. A level 4 attribute gem was 500 gold coins. A level 5 attribute gem was 3,000 gold coins. These were just the prices for attribute gems. Special gems like critical hit or burst damage were 5 times more expensive. The purchase price offered was only half of the retail price. However, Sumubai didn't mind. As long as he could buy them, it was a no-cost transaction for him. Buy at level 4, freeload to level 5, and sell for a profit of 1,000 gold coins per gem. The only thing limiting his money-making was the number of gems available at the Jade Hall. Thinking for a moment, Sumubai looked at the beautiful young woman. What about a level 1 brilliant gem? What price can you offer for that? Sir, you really put me in a difficult position. The young woman flirtatiously rolled her eyes at Sumubai and chuckled. Brilliant gems are rare resources of the Empire. I dare not trade them privately. If you really have 1 inch, I recommend taking it directly to the auction house. I believe you would get a good price. I'm just asking. Sumubai smiled lightly, waving his hand to take out all the gems. Calculate how much all these are worth. I will sell them all to you. Oh my, I didn't expect Mr. Baiyi to be so generous. Seeing so many level 5 gems, the young woman's smile deepened, and she immediately began calculating. Here are 40 level 5 attribute gems, 6 level 5 special gems, 16 level 2 attribute gems and 3 level 2 special gems. Is everything correct? After checking the items, the beautiful young woman confirmed with Sumubai. No problem, he replied. Alright, that will be 105,465 gold coins. The young woman immediately initiated the transaction, appearing anxious as though she feared he might change his mind. Sumubai smiled faintly and confirmed the transaction. You have received 105,465 gold coins with a current balance of 108,625 gold coins. Outwardly calm, Sumubai's heart was practically soaring with excitement inside. 100,000 gold coins. Why wait for other players? Wasn't trading with the locals more lucrative? However, he still suppressed his excitement and continued, I need a batch of level 4 gems. How many do you have here? The young woman, though puzzled about why Sumubai would sell level 5 gems to buy level 4, knew better than to question business that came to her door. She smiled seductively and said, currently, the shop has 100 level 4 attribute gems and 10 level 4 special gems. How many would Mr. Bay like? Is that all? Sumubai frowned. For such a large jewelry workshop, your stock is quite limited. Sir, you may not be aware, but gems are in high demand and short supply. We have limited quantities we can purchase daily, so we don't have much in stock. Besides, our main business is jewelry processing. Sumubai then remembered that Jade Pavilion mainly earned its keep by combining, setting and extracting gems, not simply buying and selling them. Alright, I'll take all the level 4 gems, he declared, waving his hand grandly, about to make the payment when a thought struck him. He took out the East Sea order and shook it. Can this get me a discount? Oh my, you are a distinguished guest of the city, Lord. The young woman covered her mouth in surprise, her tone changing. Mr. Bay, with your status, almost all shops in East Sea City can offer you a 20% discount. An unexpected delight. Sumubai raised an eyebrow, put away the East Sea order and proceeded to transfer all the money to her, saying, I'll take all the level 4 gems and convert the rest to level 3 gems. 10 minutes later, Sumubai collected a large pile of gems and was escorted to the front of Jade Pavilion by the beautiful young woman. Fortunately, gems could be stacked, otherwise his current backpack wouldn't be able to hold them all. As Frost soared away, the young woman turned and returned to the shop, murmuring to herself, it seems East Sea City is about to see another prominent figure rise. Heading to the next jewelry workshop, Sumubai sat excitedly on his throne directing Frost. Then he looked at the gems in his backpack, his mind racing. Catastrophe, advance a rank. For the next couple of hours, Sumubai visited several jewelry workshops throughout East Sea City. By then his equipment was fully embedded with level 5 gems. Even more astonishing, his backpack's gold coins had reached a terrifying 980,000, just a little more and he would break 1,000,000 at each shop. The inventory of level 3 and level 4 gems wasn't much different, starting with the initial 100,000 plus gold coins he bought from one shop and sold to another, averaging over 200,000 gold coins profit from each. If it weren't for the fact that these shops could only handle so much, Sumubai would have freeloadingly obtained even more level 1 and level 2 gems, but that would have drawn too much attention. The only regret was that the gems he sold could not be bought back to stack. After all, no matter how many times they changed hands, they were still the same items. If he wanted to freeload like this again, he would have to wait until these jewelry workshops sold the gems he had upgraded. In addition to the gems embedded in his full set of equipment and 980,000 gold coins, Sumubai's backpack also contained more than 40 level 5 attribute gems that he hadn't upgraded. This was the total inventory of several jewelry workshops, including those he had previously sold to Jade Hall, all of which Sumubai had bought back. Ignoring the puzzled look of the beautiful young woman, Sumubai turned and walked out of Jade Hall. He planned to freeload all these gems into level 1 brilliant gems, as Frost had already reached the next destination, the East Sea Auction House. This was a majestic building resembling an ancient castle. Golden boulders formed its outer walls and the bronze doors were engraved with patterns that Sumubai couldn't understand. The nameplate above the door bore 5 large characters. Putting away Frost, Sumubai stepped into the first floor lobby. The lobby was dazzling with crystal chandeliers and gleaming marble floors, with famous paintings and descriptions of auction items on the walls, permeated with the scent of spices and the sound of conversation. Although the player army had not yet entered the city, there were still many locals frequenting the place. The first floor lobby was spacious, with dozens of windows around, all for consigning and purchasing items. Here, players could put items up for auction and set a starting bid. Normally items were consigned for 24 hours and the East Sea Auction House charged a 5% fee. Of course, you could pay to extend the consignment period, with each additional day increasing the fee by 1%. Besides setting a starting bid, you could also set a buyout price, and if someone was willing, they could purchase it directly without waiting for the consignment period to end. However, after understanding more, Sumubai realized that descenders and locals used different auction systems. This meant that players couldn't buy items consigned by locals and locals couldn't bid on descenders' items. It was said that this was a rule set by the Myriad Worlds game to protect the interests of descenders in the early stages of the game, to prevent them from being outbid by the locals of the Divine Forbidden Lands. After all, the players had just arrived in this world and were financially far inferior. According to the staff, only when a certain number of players advanced to the second tier would the two auction systems merge. This was good news for players who wanted to buy items, but for a seller like Sumubai this was not good news. The items he wanted to sell were not affordable by players at this stage. Even the wealthiest man with an SSS grade wealth deity talent was a pauper in Sumubai's eyes now. Sir, have you decided what item you would like to consign? The staff at the window asked gently, seeing Sumubai silent. I heard that there are auctions held here. Sumubai responded with a question not related to his initial inquiry, but the staff didn't mind and spoke with a smile. Yes, our East Sea Auction House holds an auction once a month, and in addition a large-scale auction is held once a year. The auction, which starts tomorrow, was the topic of discussion. With a gesture towards the right, the staff member continued, if you wish to participate, please go up to the second floor from there and purchase a ticket first. Thank you. Sumubai nodded and turned towards the direction indicated, where a staircase was visible. a newcomer actually wants to join the auction. I bet he'll be shocked by the ticket prices," muttered a skinny young man standing behind Sumubai, sneering softly. In his view, even a newcomer who had managed to enter the city so quickly surely couldn't afford the auction ticket prices. "You're underestimating that, gentleman," the staff member replied with a smile, having dealt with auctions year-round and immediately noticing the extraordinary equipment on Sumubai. Several items were of epic quality or higher. How could someone like that be deterred by ticket prices? As Sumubai reached the second floor, he indeed was taken aback by the ticket prices. The cheapest seats in the back row cost a whopping 1,000 gold coins each, while the most expensive private booths were priced at 100,000, and that was just for the tickets. How much would the auction items cost? Looking at the nearly 1 million gold coins in his backpack, Sumubai suddenly felt not as wealthy as he had imagined. With these ticket prices, his money would hardly be enough for the auction. "Sir, which ticket would you like to buy? I must remind you that they are almost sold out," the ticket booth lady said, blinking at Sumubai. "Can this get a discount? A fool wouldn't take advantage of a bargain." Sumubai promptly took out the East Sea order. The next moment, the lady's demeanor brightened. She quickly stood up and handed him a golden card. "You are a distinguished guest of the city, Lord Mr. Bay. Here is your VIP card. Please take good care of it. VIP card number 007. You will receive notifications whenever an auction at the East Sea Auction House begins, and you can use this card to teleport directly into VIP booth number 007. With it, you are a VIP guest of the East Sea Auction House. Free?" Sumubai was momentarily stunned, realizing the benefits of the East Sea order were even greater than he had imagined. Of course, the East Sea Auction House is owned by the city lord. Your presence naturally qualifies you for VIP treatment. VIP treatment? Sumubai's heart leaped with joy as he took the card. You will enjoy a 50% discount on consigning and auctioning items here. Moreover, if you run out of funds during the auction, we can provide you with an interest-free loan of up to 10,000 soul coins. Soul coins? Sumubai's eyes lit up, finally hearing about them. He quickly asked, "What's the exchange rate between soul coins and gold coins?" Typically, one soul coin is worth 10,000 gold coins, but it's rare for people to exchange soul coins for gold coins, the lady at the front desk explained, patiently shaking her head. Each soul coin contains a trace of temporal energy equivalent to 1 hour of lifespan. However, the temporal energy in soul coins cannot be directly absorbed. It requires special methods to extract. Life's soul stones are made by extracting temporal energy from soul coins. Mr. Bay, how much do you think a lifespan is worth? Hearing this, Sumubai had a sudden realization. Life, to different people, indeed had different values. To those on the brink of death, even an hour of life was a priceless treasure, but for many an hour might mean nothing, perhaps wasted just daydreaming. Sumubai also understood that in the divine Forbidden Lands, soul coins were the truly valuable currency. As for gold, silver and copper coins, they were merely sufficient for daily expenses and could perhaps buy some initial equipment and items. However, the real treasures could only be purchased with soul coins. He couldn't help but think of the wealth deity talent, which was obviously much more than what was revealed. Clearly such a talent couldn't be just SSS grade, but no blame could be placed as they were not well acquainted. Putting away his VIP card, Sumubai laid out all the level 1 brilliant gems on the counter. Are these gems eligible for auction? The gems naturally qualified. The young lady at the counter nodded. Would Lord Bayi prefer to trade in gold coins or soul coins? Soul coins. Alright, our suggested starting bid is 5 soul coins per gem, and based on past experience, the final transaction price should be around 9 to 10 soul coins. The auction house will take a 10% commission of the total auction amount. However, for someone of your stature, only 5% is required. Mr. Bayi, does that work for you? No problem. Sumubai nodded slightly, then thought for a moment and asked, can the value of the items I consign be used as credit for bidding at the auction? I'm worried that when there's something good, I might not have enough money in my backpack to participate in the bidding. For others, that would not be possible, but for you it can be arranged. Is that so? Sumubai's heart leapt with joy as he waved his hand, taking out all the mid-level life soul stones. Consign all of these for auction, all in soul coins. Oh, and these too. After a moment's thought, Sumubai also took out 3 pieces of equipment and a skill book to hand over. These items were naturally dropped by the Skeleton King, Reggie. The equipment, originally only dark gold level, had been promoted by Sumubai to epic level equipment for levels 10 to 60. The Grade B Thunderous Strike had also been promoted to an A-grade skill book, Thunderous Annihilation. Such equipment and skill books were obviously not affordable by current players, even the wealthiest could not offer a suitable price. Therefore Sumubai planned to auction them off here as well. After hearing the starting price from the young lady at the counter, Sumubai hurriedly left the East Sea auction house. He suddenly remembered something. The jewelry workshops in East Sea City were out of stock, but other cities still had them. If he made a round trip to those cities, couldn't he still make a large sum of money? With this thought, his heart just calmed. Stirred with excitement again, Frost soared into the sky, heading towards the teleportation plaza next to the East Sea City's teleportation hall. From there he could teleport to other cities. On the way, with money in hand, Sumubai took the opportunity to enhance 2 skills further. Prompt: are you sure you want to spend 10,000 gold coins to override the previous promotion effects and promote the skill Summon Advanced Skeleton to a higher tier? Confirm. Your C-grade skill Summon Advanced Skeleton was successfully promoted to an A-grade skill Summon Elite Skeleton. Summon Elite Skeletons. A. Level 9, Max. Active skill: summon 3 Elite Skeletons to fight for you. Elite Skeleton Warrior / Elite Skeleton Archer / Elite Skeleton Mage. Casting time 3 seconds, cooldown 30 seconds, consumes 3000 mana points. Catastrophic traits: 1. Elite Skeleton Warrior's maximum health increased by 500%, attack power increased by 100%. 2. Not activated. 3. Not activated. Elite Skeleton panel is enhanced by the player's spirit attribute. The names of the 3 types of troops are prefixed with Elite. The specific enhancements are still unclear. However, currently in mid-air, Sumubai wasn't in a hurry to summon them but continued to sublimate the next skill. Prompt: do you confirm spending 10,000 gold coins to override the previous promotion effect and elevate the corpse explosion technique to a higher tier? Confirm. Your C-level corpse explosion technique has successfully been elevated to A-level. Chain corpse explosion technique. Chain corpse explosion technique. A. Level 11, Max. Active skill can consecutively detonate up to 3 corpses or remains, dealing magical damage to all enemies within 20 meters of each corpse or remains. Cannot be used on boss corpses. Damage: 20% of target's pre-death health plus 200% spell power. Casting distance 200 meters. Instant cast. Cooldown 30 seconds. Consumes 6000 mana points. Chain corpse explosion technique has improved in all aspects, far stronger than before. Sumubai was very pleased with this. It was only now that he noticed he had already used up 11 skill slots. This was even without learning any lower level skills. 20 skill slots were indeed a bit tight. He wondered if they would expand after advancing. Murmuring to himself, the teleportation square had already appeared in Sumubai's sight. Beep beep beep. Just as he was about to control the descent of the frost, Sumubai's communicator suddenly rang. It was riches galore. At the same time, 5 white lights successively lit up on the teleportation square. Finally out of the newbie village. Sumubai raised an eyebrow and picked up Riches Galore's voice call. Brother Bay, are you free right now? I brought you some money. The voice from Riches Galore came through the communicator. He had obviously contacted Sumubai right after leaving the newbie village. I'll come to you, Sumubai said with a slight smile, controlling the frost to lower its flying height. You're coming to me? Riches Galore was stunned. Sure, and just his words were suddenly interrupted by a way. Look over there. Is that a dragon? Everyone followed the direction of his finger and their eyes widened simultaneously. A fierce-looking frost dragon was rapidly approaching the teleportation square. Awesome, there's even a frost dragon in East Sea City, exclaimed the fire elemental mage who had trouble getting out of bed. Maple Leaf Cyoxio looked helplessly at the two, saying, did you guys forget what Bay's mount is? Alright, that's definitely Bay's Frost Dragon King. Cotton Candy's eyes sparkled. Look, there's indeed someone sitting on that dragon. As the frost lowered its altitude, the group finally saw Sumubai sitting on the throne atop the dragon. A wave of envy suddenly rose. When will we ever have such powerful mounts? Wei and the Hard to Wake Up member exchanged glances, their eyes full of longing. Brother Baye's mount is of mythical grade. Let's not even dream about it. Wealth of the World shook his head. Even I don't know when I could afford one. Saying this, he quickly stepped forward to greet Sumubai, who had just landed. Sumubai waved his hand to stow away Frost and accepted the 500 gold coins handed over by Wealth of the World, smiling. Not bad, leveling up faster than Grand Ambition. Grand Ambition's talent provided a 20% experience boost to guild members, which allowed Wealth of the World's team to step out of the beginner village first. A bit unexpected indeed. This is all thanks to the equipment sold to us by Brother Bai Yi. Wealth of the World gave Sumubai a deep look. they had managed to lead the Ambition Guild in clearing the Hell-level Misty Lands thanks to those Dark Gold-level equipments, but the final boss was only of Gold level. That means, unless a disaster-level hidden dungeon was unlocked, Dark Gold-level equipment wouldn't normally appear in the beginner village. This was exactly why they could lead slightly in stepping out of the beginner village. One not the others were even more shocked looking at Sumu by now realizing that apart from his name by Yi they couldn't even see his level anymore. Was the strength gap already so large? Maple Leaf looking at his own S-grade talent seemed to ponder something. Equipment is just an aid, the key is still the person. Explore East Sea City. Well, I have some other matters to attend to, Sumu Bai said with a smile waving his hand as he turned to leave. The equipment and skill books he had originally planned to sell were now consigned at the East Sea Auction House. Compared to the locals of the Divine Forbidden Lands, wealth of the world's financial resources were no advantage at the beginning. Brother Bai, you wait a moment, take a look at this first. Wealth of the world hurriedly called out to Sumu Bai, taking out a parchment scroll with a smile. This was just obtained today from the money tree. I thought you might be interested. Sumu Bai was slightly startled upon seeing the description on the parchment scroll, giving wealth of the world a surprised look. An SSS grade talent was indeed not to be underestimated. A good item on the second day already. Destiny Parchment Scroll, a legendary item that grants you a chance to roll the destiny dice. Roll a 1 for bad luck, 2 and nothing happens, 3 to 6 for good fortune. The higher the number, the richer the reward. Gambler, are you sure you won't roll a 1 comma with a 1/6 chance of a penalty? 1/6 nothing happens and the rest all rewards. To a gambler this seemed almost like a guaranteed win, but Sumu Bai was not just any gambler. To him, this scroll was potentially a mythical grade item, perhaps the penalty wouldn't even apply. Thus, when Wealth of the World brought out the parchment scroll, Sumu Bai also stopped in his tracks. He was very interested in this Destiny Parchment Scroll. How much for this? Not selling, Wealth of the World said with a smile, shaking his head. It's a gift. Sumu Bai gave the other party a deep look, remaining silent as he awaited further explanation. He knew well that things given for free often come at the highest cost. A legendary item offered so easily meant the ask would be even greater. Brother Bai, I mean no offense, I merely wish to use this as an opportunity to establish a deep cooperation with you, Riches Galore explained. Initially he wanted to bring Bai under his wing, however since the transaction in the newbie village he understood that a person like Bai would never work for someone else. Cooperation was the only possibility. At that time Riches Galore still considered himself on the same level as Bai, but subsequent system announcements changed his mind. Defeating epic bosses solo, being the first to unlock the mount leaderboard, obtaining a mythic mount on the first day of the game, every single achievement shattered his worldview. Such a person must be won over even at a personal loss. With his financial resources combined with Bai's strength, they could quickly establish themselves in the forbidden lands of the gods. Hence, the scene unfolded. Deep cooperation. Sumu Bai spoke with interest. Let's hear it then. How do you propose we cooperate? Suddenly he entertained the idea of recruiting Riches Galore. Although he didn't need a team, having such a financial powerhouse earning for him didn't sound too bad. This isn't the place to discuss such matters. How about we find a restaurant and talk over a meal? Riches Galore suggested, rubbing his stomach. He hadn't eaten well all day, and this was a perfect opportunity to indulge. I could finally have a feast. Away whispered excitedly nearby. Haha, for this meal I've avoided steamed buns for a long time. My hunger level is already at 60 points, I must eat well later. Cotton Candy clenched her fists, her eyes full of anticipation for the food. Sumu Bai, however, was slightly taken aback. Hunger levels? Did the Myriad Worlds game even have such an attribute? He suddenly realized that since entering the game he hadn't eaten at all yet never felt hungry. In a realistic game world this was quite illogical. Sumu Bai hadn't noticed this because prior to entering the game he hadn't eaten for a long time due to being in a vegetative state. Hastily he opened his attribute panel and scrutinized it carefully. However, there was no hunger attribute on the panel. Could it be because of his class? The Death Overlord, Sumu Bai speculated. It wasn't just hunger, there should be attributes like fatigue as well. Players with lower attributes in the early stages of the game still needed to sleep and rest. This was evident from the undeniable fatigue seen in Riches Galore and his companions, who likely hadn't rested since leaving the newbie village. But Sumu Bai didn't feel the slightest fatigue. Seeing Sumu Bai lost in thought for a while, Riches Galore couldn't help but prompt, may I know what Brother Bai thinks? Sumu Bai snapped back to reality, closed the panel and spoke. We can talk about cooperation, but it will have to wait until I'm done here. No worries, I'm in no rush. I'll keep this parchment scroll for Brother Bai Yi, just notify me when you're free. Wealth of the World gave a slight smile showing understanding. Alright, Sumubai nodded slightly about to leave, but his steps suddenly halted. Not far away 5 flashes of white light streaked against, signaling more players exiting the novice village led by the Grand Ambition Guild. Grand Ambition had initially planned to approach, but upon seeing Sumubai his pupils noticeably shrank. He couldn't even see his level. How on earth did this guy level up? For a moment Grand Ambition's face showed a mix of emotions. After a pause he decided to stop and turn around, planning to leave directly. It was better to stay away from this monstrous person until his own talents had grown. Now entering the city, the development speed of the Grand Ambition Guild would multiply. By then his own power would surely not be inferior to Bai Yi. The reason Sumubai stopped was not because of Grand Ambition and his group. He had suddenly remembered something. At this point in time, teams with S-grade players should be gradually entering the city. Could Lu Ruyan and Zhao Su, that pair of despicable lovers, also be among them? No matter what, he had to wait and see. If they were indeed among this batch of players, it would save him a lot of trouble. With this thought, Su Mubai's gaze gradually turned colder. Compared to revenge, making money could wait. Sure enough, flashes of white light began appearing one after another, with players appearing at the East Sea City Teleportation Plaza. Every player with an S-grade talent had almost set up their own teams in the novice villages. The team members they chose were naturally also A-grade talent holders. Even so, this batch of players coming from various novice villages to East Sea City was only a few dozen people. However, these individuals were scattered across the spacious teleportation plaza, making it difficult for Sumubai to see everyone. As players began to disperse in all directions, Sumubai acted on a thought. With the Death Shroud, the Undead Legion immediately dispersed and swiftly surrounded the teleportation plaza. Years of deceit, the brutality of car accidents, the helplessness of being in a vegetative state, and the despairing suffocation felt before entering the game were all vivid in his memory. The flames of hatred surged, allowing Sumubai to completely disregard the feelings of other players. His formidable strength was the capital for his willfulness. The presence of the East Sea Command allowed him to brazenly surround the teleportation plaza. They could leave, but only after he had first confirmed whether those despicable lovers were present. What's happening? Why are there so many skeletons all of a sudden? I just left the novice village. Could it be that monsters are attacking the city? What are you thinking? This is one of the 10 primary cities of the Divine Dragon Empire. How could it possibly be breached? But look at these skeletons. Besides their names, everything else is just question marks. Elite Skeleton Warrior, Bai Yi. Damn, were these skeletons summoned by Bai Yi? Are you kidding me? Bai Yi just left the novice village not long ago. How could he summon so many skeletons at once? Surrounded by them, there must be at least 1,000, right? And those formidable riders made of earth. What exactly does Bai Yi want to do? The sudden appearance of the Undead Legion instantly sparked intense discussions. The dozens of players who had just left the novice village stopped in their tracks, too afraid to continue venturing out. They had already seen many repelled by the skeletons. Whether it was the giant swords of the skeleton warriors or the long spears of the shadow riders and headless riders, all of it made their scalps tingle. On the outermost edges, skeleton mages and archers loomed ominously. A question flashed through everyone's mind. What on earth was Bai Yi trying to do? Was he planning to kill them all? This was the main city where initiating attacks would lead to arrest, so what gave him the courage to do this? Seeing the elite skeleton warriors blocking his path, Hongtu Bei's face turned sour. So Bai Yi, it's like that. I chose to avoid the limelight and you still want to cross me. In Hongtu Bei's view, Bai Yi's actions were clearly targeted at him. As Hongtu Bei's expression fluctuated, he turned around only to find that Bai Yi hadn't even glanced at him. While he breathed a sigh of relief, a sense of humiliation surged within him. So, I've been considering you as a hypothetical enemy and you haven't taken me seriously at all. Even the players like Fujia Tianxia, who were about to enjoy a feast, stopped in their tracks, looking uncertainly at the suddenly appeared Undead Legion. Even Fujia Tianxia, who possessed an SSS tier talent, was stunned. Was this the extent of Bai Yi's power? It was outrageously exaggerated. Funya Xiaoxiao clenched his fists, then helplessly let go, a look of confusion crossing his face. His own pride in his combat ability compared to Bai Yi's, no, he wasn't even qualified to compare. Even against a single skeleton summoned by the opponent, he was no match. Facing the formidable elite skeleton warriors, Funya Xiaoxiao felt a deep sense of powerlessness. He had the faint feeling that he couldn't even block a single strike from this skeleton. And such skeletons, Bai Yi had summoned thousands of them with a wave of his hand. How strong was he really? Fuji Tianxia was the first to snap out of it, looking at Su Mubai with confusion. Brother Bai Yi, what are you doing? It's nothing, just looking for a couple of people, Su Mubai replied casually, leaping lightly as Frost, his mount, flew out from the mount space. This time he didn't sit on the throne atop Frost but stood directly between the dragon's twin horns. The appearance of the Frost Dragon immediately drew everyone's attention. Seeing this mythic level mount, envy filled the eyes of these elite players. Everyone, no need to be nervous, just cooperate with me on one thing and I guarantee your safety, Su Mubai said, his voice clear enough for all to hear. As soon as these words were spoken, discussions began to stir. Quiet, Su Mubai snorted coldly and Frost immediately exhaled a breath. Instantly, everyone felt the temperature around them drop sharply and a terrifying pressure descended upon them. Damn it, all attributes dropped by 50%, someone cursed under their breath. Is this what a mythic level mount is? This is way too overpowered. As Su Mukin's gaze swept across, the murmurs came to an abrupt halt. The dragon's might of a Dragon King was more than enough to suppress these players who had just reached level 10. Listen carefully. Su Mukin scanned the crowd, waiting for everyone to fall silent before he continued. You may leave, but you must pass by me. As his words fell, a few dissenters in the crowd began to stir. Who do you think you are? So what if you have us surrounded? This is the main city, try laying a hand on us. What are you playing at? If you dare, kill me right here. The first two who jumped out hadn't even finished speaking when their bodies were pierced by arrows. Damage numbers in the 5 digits appeared and they fell to the ground dead, dropping 2 pieces of equipment and several silver coins. The surrounding crowd swallowed hard in unison, their faces shocked as they stared at Su Mukin. No one dared to pick up the items dropped by the two men. Just a few words and 10 years of life were gone. This was the main city. Had Bai Yi gone mad? Meanwhile, Hong Tubei sweated profusely, feeling immensely fortunate. Thank goodness I speak slowly or I'd be dead too. Killing in the main city. How dare Bai Yi? Isn't he afraid of being captured by the city guards? It's better not to provoke this man, he's simply a madman. Does anyone else have objections? Su Mukin's eyes swept over everyone and no one dared meet his gaze. The suppression of his dragon's might combined with his decisive action in killing and the terrifying undead legion instilled fear in them all. However, Su Mukin wasn't really looking at them. He was trying to find Lu Ruyan and Zhao Su, yet among these people neither of them was to be seen. Had they not awakened an S-class talent? Su Mukin frowned but did not immediately withdraw. The undead legion scattered around. Occasional flashes of white light appeared. Perhaps the couple was just a step behind. He had made sure that everyone could only leave in this direction to avoid chaos and missing someone. Under the threat posed by Su Mukin, the people present had no choice but to cooperate. At that moment, 2 flashes of white light appeared. A man and a woman appeared on the teleportation square, clearly confused by the situation, their heads full of question marks. Zhao Su quickly pulled a player passing by, asking, "Dude, what's happening here? Can't you see with your own eyes?" The man glared at Zhao Su, venting his anger on him, but the next moment he paused in his steps. It was because he saw Lu Ruyan dressed in a light purple slim dress, holding his staff, her delicate face and stunning figure making him pause. "Miss, please follow me this way. Be careful not to anger Bai Yi and get killed." Zhao Su's face turned an iron blue and for a moment he didn't notice the mention of Bai Yi, but Lu Ruyan with one glance saw Su Mukin proudly standing atop a frost giant dragon's head not far away. It really was him. Lu Ruyan's beautiful eyes widened, her hand covering her small mouth, her voice filled with shock and a hint of joy. At that moment, Zhao Su also realized what was happening. He immediately stepped back, distancing himself from Lu Ruyan, excitement flickering in the depths of his eyes. To avoid ruining things, he didn't say a word, instead sending Lu Ruyan a text message through the communicator. As the sun rises in the east, Ruyan, whether we can continue to enjoy ourselves in the Myriad Realms game depends on you. Hong Chenyan, you chuckled. This lady only needs to make a slight move and I can easily handle it. Tonight you'll see the latest video. Lu Ruyan gave a confident smile, ignoring the flirting players, and walked straight towards Su Mubai. Su Mubai also noticed the two of them and with a thought he instantly disappeared from atop the frost dragon's skull. When he reappeared, he was already standing in front of Lu Ruyan. Lu Ruyan was startled for a moment but quickly regained her composure, her smile instantly switching to a look of aggrievement. Tears even began to form in her eyes. Her expression gave off a sense of wanting to embrace Su Mubai yet feeling somewhat at a loss. "Mubai, I've finally found you." It was this Oscar-winning level performance that once fooled Su Mubai into being a fool, but now Su Mubai was no longer falling for these tricks. Facing the real Lu Ruyan, Su Mubai's anger actually calmed down. In the past, when he was deceived, Lu Ruyan was the most perfect woman in the world in Su Mubai's eyes. Her personality and her apt catering to him made Su Mubai feel very comfortable. But now that he knew her true nature, Su Mubai felt a sense of revulsion. Fake too fake, he had really been bewitched to have been deceived by this woman for so long. Watching Lu Ruyan fully dedicated to her performance, a mocking smile appeared on Su Mubai's lips. What a coincidence, so am I. At this moment, Zhao Su also came forward to assist. President Su, you don't know Miss Lu has almost turned the entire novice village upside down looking for you. Oh, is that so? Su Mubai raised an eyebrow. I dare not lie. Zhao Su's face wore a flattering smile, but before he could finish speaking, he suddenly looked as if he had seen something terrifying, his face turning as pale as paper. This indescribable sense of fear threw Zhao Su into chaos, and as he began to scream like a slaughtered pig, he also tried to flee, but the piercing scream abruptly stopped. Facing Su Mubai's deadly gaze, Zhao Su couldn't last a second before collapsing dead, an item dropping from his corpse. Another murder. This Bai Yi really is a madman. Why hasn't the city guard come yet? It looked like Bai Yi had surrounded this place just to find these two people. Surely that was the case. Look, the undead Legion isn't stopping anyone from leaving anymore. How did they offend Bai Yi so badly? Let's go. What are we waiting for? If we die, that's 10 years of life gone. No rush, let's watch the excitement first. I haven't said anything. Why would Bai Yi want to kill me? Still watching the excitement. Be careful you don't become the excitement. I'm getting out of here. Zhao Su's death scream had drawn everyone's attention, and the Skeleton Legion opened up their encirclement, allowing everyone to freely leave. Yet, some people stayed behind, watching the excitement from a distance while quietly discussing. Zhao Su's sudden gruesome death coupled with his twisted facial expression just before dying made Lu Ruyan scream out, Mukin, why did you kill him? If it weren't for the system notification that triggered when Su Mukin attacked as a duo, Lu Ruyan wouldn't have realized it was Su Mukin who had acted. Even now her mind was buzzing. What happened? Su Mukin clearly hadn't done anything. So why did Zhao Su suddenly die? And why did he die so horrifically? That half scream she heard was chilling to the bone. What kind of heaven-defying skill is this? A look that kills. More importantly, why did Su Mukin suddenly attack Zhao Su? Thinking of this, a flash of terror crossed Lu Ruyan's eyes and her heart sank. It's over, he must have found out something. Reflexively, Lu Ruyan tried to retreat, but Su Mukin grabbed her in an instant. What's this? You just said you finally found me. Why run now? Su Mukin sneered as he looked at Lu Ruyan. He didn't kill the two in one go because he wanted this couple to watch each other die a gruesome death each time. Moreover, Su Mukin only chose the death stare to kill them. Only by this method could he fully vent his anger from the depths of his heart and make them truly feel fear and despair. No, I was just scared, Lu Ruyan stammered, trying to calm herself down, her mind racing. How much does he know? If he only knows about my relationship with Zhao Su, maybe there's still a chance. But what if he knows everything? How can I survive? Damn it, all my calculations. But I never anticipated Su Mukin turning on us. He was supposed to be a vegetable. How did he find out? Just as Lu Ruyan was panicking, the voice of Riches of the World suddenly rang out. Brother Bai Yi, run, the city guards are coming. From the horizon a squad of majestic griffins flew in. Each powerful griffin carried a formidable city guard. They were designed to respond to emergencies, so they arrived much faster than the ground city guards. In his urgency, Riches of the World didn't bother to send a message and just shouted out. The players around him scattered like they'd seen a ghost, keeping their distance. Openly tipping off Bai Yi like that, wasn't he afraid of being implicated? In no time, only Riches of the World's original 4 teammates remained by his side. The members of Maple Leaves, their expressions solemn, didn't leave but stood with Riches of the World. Bai Yi has done 4, killed 3 people, who knows how long he'll be locked up. Yet only a madman like him dares to kill in the main city. No matter how strong, can he really stand against the city guard? By the time he gets out, we'll all be several levels up. He likes to show off, now let's see what he does. As the city guards arrived, the onlooking players rejoiced in his misfortune. However, learning from previous examples, they kept their voices very low, afraid that Su Mukin might hear them. Su Mukin, hearing this, wasn't the slightest bit flustered. Without even turning his body, he simply waved his hand dismissively. It's fine, go about your business, I'll get in touch after I'm done here. He showed no intention of running, just held Lu Ruyan with one hand, quietly watching Zhao Su's corpse, until Zhao Su's body turned into a beam of white light and vanished. Su Mubai carried Lu Ruyan and leapt onto the Frost Dragon's skull. After a player dies, their body won't disappear unless they choose to respawn back in town. This allows their lifeless body to lie on the ground waiting for teammates to revive them. At this moment, a squad from the city guard arrived at the teleportation plaza, their griffins beneath them becoming restless and agitated due to the frost dragon's intimidating presence. With a light tap of his foot, Su Mubai signaled to the frost dragon to retract its daunting aura and offered a slight smile to the squad leader. "We meet again. Lord Bai Yi, you've certainly caused quite a stir." The squad leader, who had once issued Su Mubai a fine, returned a bitter smile, scanning over the undead legion. He had been informed that this descendant before him held the number 007 East Sea Command, marking him as a VIP of the city lord. For such an individual, killing a few descendants, or even locals, wasn't considered a significant issue. His visit was merely to remind the other party not to escalate matters too far, for instance summoning an undead legion to surround the teleportation plaza was something better avoided. "Apologies for the trouble," Su Mubai waved, dismissing the undead legion and offering an apologetic smile to the squad leader. "Don't worry, I'll handle this quickly." As the words left his lips, the frost dragon soared into the sky, leaving behind dozens of dazed elite players. "Wait, are you just flying away like that, comma?" They couldn't fathom how Bai Yi had become such an esteemed figure in the eyes of the city guard just on the second day of the game. Watching the frost dragon disappear, the squad leader helplessly sighed and took out his communicator to report the incident. Concerning a VIP of the city lord, he himself couldn't make decisions alone. Soon, the voice of the team captain came through the communicator. "Maintain order, leave the rest." Hearing this, the squad leader put away his communicator and led his squad to fly up. The resurrection hall wasn't like the teleportation plaza. It was located in a bustling market street with many people around, and they needed to get there quickly. Back at the teleportation plaza, the dozens of elite players who had first emerged from the novice village were utterly dumbfounded. They had never imagined that Bai Yi could wield such power. To kill in the main city without repercussions, it was a good thing they hadn't spoken out loud. Otherwise, who would they have turned to if they had died? From the depths of the crowd, a player named Richest Under Heaven picked up the item dropped by Su Mubai's recent kill. Since he had just been seen speaking with Bai Yi, naturally no one dared to interfere. With the excitement dying down, the crowd quickly dispersed to explore this brand new city. Roar, accompanied by a dragon's roar, the frost dragon landed outside the resurrection hall. Passers-by on the street turned to look. In a nearby corner, two players shivered in fear. Seeing that Su Mubai paid them no mind, they finally took a deep breath and ran off in the opposite direction without looking back. If they could do it over, they would never dare to provoke this madman again. Just a bit of trash talk and he killed without hesitation. Moreover, after committing murder, he could still stroll around the city unabated. Is that even right? What frightened them the most was that after being killed by Bai Yi, their lifespans were directly reduced by 20 years. From now on, they must avoid provoking Bai Yi at all costs, otherwise they wouldn't even know how they might die. Su Mukin waved his hand to dismiss the frost and walked straight into the resurrection hall. By this time, Jiao Su had already been resurrected, but he appeared extremely weak and his eyes were still somewhat dazed, as if he hadn't yet recovered from the extreme fear of the death stare. Thud! Su Mukin directly threw Lu Ruyan next to Jiao Su, which finally startled him awake. When he looked up and saw Su Mukin, Jiao Su's already pale face turned even more ghostly white. "Mr. Su, Before he could finish his sentence, the disheveled Lu Ruyan suddenly interrupted. "Mukin, it was all his doing. My heart has always been with you, you must believe me. Our 5 years of relationship, have you forgotten? Please forgive me, I swear it was all him. From now on Before she could finish, the cooldown period for the death stare ended, and Su Mukin glanced at Lu Ruyan without hesitation. In the next moment, she screamed tragically and fell to the ground, her facial expression extremely distorted and her whole body trembling as she died. Soul extraction, effective soul points plus 0.1. The system notification sounded in Su Mukin's ears and he slightly frowned. When he killed Jiao Su earlier, it also only added 0.1, a number much lower than he had expected. The 1,000 soul points provided by Franklin to open the death scripture had been reset to 0. To open it next time, the required soul points would jump to 5,000. This was beyond Su Mukin's expectations. One person for 0.15,000 points would mean killing 50,000 people. No wonder the Divine Dragon Temple wanted to advance in other countries. Continuing this way, which country could endure it? Only Sakura country should be prioritized to receive this gift. Thud! Seeing Lu Ruyan's twisted death, Jiao Su was completely terrified. Thud! He knelt before Su Mukin opened his mouth, but found he didn't know what to say. Since Su Mukin could kill Lu Ruyan without hesitation, it meant he knew everything, it was all over. Facing such a terrifying Su Mukin, he didn't know how there could be a sliver of chance for survival. That one death had directly cost him 20 years of his life, now only 56 years remained, that is to say, if killed 3 more times he would be completely dead. More than death itself, what he resisted was the extreme fear brought on by Su Mukin's skill. Mr. Su, I was wrong, I truly was. Please. Before he could finish pleading, Su Mukin stepped forward and directly stepped on him. Zhao Su's face was pressed hard against the floor, his nose deformed, and while moaning sounds came from his mouth, he could no longer utter a complete sentence. Su Mukin didn't want to waste words on such people. He turned his head to look at Lu Ruyan's corpse, his eyes slightly narrowed. After a player dies and before they are resurrected, they can use a third-person perspective to observe everything around them, but they cannot hear sounds, speak or send messages. Lu Ruyan's body had not disappeared, indicating she had not chosen to resurrect. This state could only be maintained for a maximum of 30 minutes. After 30 minutes she would automatically resurrect in the nearest main city. Su Mubai was in no hurry, a mere 30 minutes he could wait. Today he was determined to kill this pair once and for all. 10 minutes passed and Lu Ruyan's body was still there. Su Mubai sneered coldly and lowered his head to look at Zhao Su. Death stare. Whoa. The next moment Zhao Su began to struggle violently, but it lasted less than a second before he became completely still. Soul extraction effective. Soul points plus 0.1. An hour later Lu Ruyan had been killed twice more and Zhao Su was already dead for the 4th time at Su Mubai's hands. This time he didn't even leave a corpse, his entire being just disintegrated right in front of Su Mubai. Seeing this, Lu Ruyan, who had been stalling for time, was so frightened that she immediately chose to resurrect, kneeling in front of Su Mubai with tears streaming down her face, her voice trembling. Mubai, please spare my life, I only have 8 years left to live. If you kill me again, I'll really die. Please let me go, I'm not ready to die yet. 55555. Lu Ruyan sobbed in the resurrection hall, but Su Mubai paid her no attention. His focus was entirely on the system notification sound that had just gone off. Soul extraction effective, soul points plus 1. Killing Zhao Su this time directly gave him a whole point. Su Mubai narrowed his eyes. Was completely killing someone the fastest way to extract soul points? He didn't know what specific values were involved. Was it level or rank? Mubai, please say something, I beg you. Lu Ruyan, disheveled and tear-streaked, kneeling on the ground, tried to grab Su Mubai's leg, but he paid her no heed and she began crawling forward in desperation. Having been subjected to the death stare and killed 3 times, her mind was on the brink of collapse. At this moment she was willing to do anything just to survive. You are the least deserving to live, wretch. Su Mubai scoffed coldly, kicking Lu Ruyan away. His first words after entering the resurrection hall were as cold as ice. But his icy words left Lu Ruyan feeling like she had fallen into an ice pit. At that moment Lu Ruyan was completely desperate. She knew that Su Mubai would never let her go. Looking up at Su Mubai, Lu Ruyan's pitiful appearance was truly heart-wrenching. Her tearful eyes mixed with various emotions, regret, fear, despair, all of which no longer concerned Su Mubai. Before Lu Ruyan could speak again, a flash of gray light passed through his eyes. Death stare. The terrifying energy of death descended and the extreme fear struck again. Lu Ruyan let out a piercing scream, and no matter how many times she experienced it, she could not control her fear. As the damage numbers appeared, the resurrection hall in Donghai City fell into complete silence. Lu Ruyan's body, just like Zhao Su's before, completely disintegrated before Su Mukin without leaving a trace. Soul extraction effective, soul points plus 1. Su Mukin swept up the items that the two had dropped with a wave of his hand and without a word turned and walked out of the resurrection hall. Looking up at the bright sky, Su Mukin let out a heavy breath. The great vengeance that had been consuming his heart was finally avenged. Although it had only been 2 days from learning the truth to personally dealing with them before the revenge was exacted, Su Mukin always felt an indescribable feeling. It was not until Lu Ruyan's complete death that he suddenly felt much lighter inside. His whole person seemed to have gained a clearer mind. Next, it was time to truly enjoy the Myriad Realms game. Muttering to himself, Su Mukin stretched the resentment he had when he first entered the game, dissipating completely. His initial goal was achieved, and what he needed to do next was to climb to the top of the Myriad Realms game step by step. In this world where strength is respected only when one is strong enough can one truly control their own fate. Lord Bai Yi, is it over now? The team leader peeked into the resurrection hall. Yes, I've caused you some trouble this time. Su Mukin apologized with a smile. "Hey, it's no big deal," the team captain waved his hand. "The city lord had personally ordered to let it be, I was just following orders." "Alright, disperse, there's nothing to see here." The city guards dispersed the onlookers and Sumyukin also summoned the frost and left. Soon he returned to the teleportation plaza. By now over an hour had passed and the plaza was no longer as bustling as before. The batch of players who had left the novice village had almost all come out. There weren't many. Only a few dozen in the entire East Sea city. Sumyukin estimated that it would take some time for the next batch of players to emerge. By then, the number of players in East Sea City would rapidly increase. After all, players awakening A-level and B-level talents were far more numerous than those above S-level. Between S-level and A-level, although only one level apart, the probability of awakening was vastly different. According to the information given by the Myriad Realms game, the probability of awakening an S-level talent is only 1 in 10 million. For SS and SSS levels above that, it decreases tenfold. However, the probability of awakening an A-level talent is directly increased to 1 in 1,000. Considering a population of 8 billion on Blue Star, that is a total of 8 million players with A-level talents. Salute to the brave 8 million, B-level talents have an even higher awakening probability of 10%. The highest awakening probabilities, however, are not for E-level and F-level talents, but for C-level and D-level, which together have a whopping 70% awakening probability. This means that the awakening probabilities for E-level and F-level talents are actually similar to B-level, but for Sumyukin the only ones of interest were the very few SSS-level talent players. The rest to him made no significant difference. Riding the frost to the teleportation hall next to the teleportation plaza, Sumyukin thought for a moment, dismissed the frost and his figure disappeared. Dead zone leap, and the next moment he appeared in front of the teleportation hall. Unlike the deserted teleportation square, this area was bustling with locals coming and going. They used these teleportation arrays to travel to different cities. The hall was vast, so vast that Sumubai couldn't see its end at a glance. It was divided into many different zones. In the center stood a giant stone pillar adorned with nearly 100 signs. Each sign had textual descriptions and pointed in the direction of its corresponding teleportation array. The teleportation array to the north was the largest and the guards beside it exuded a distinctly stronger aura. This was the teleportation array leading to the Imperial City. After inquiring, Sumubai shook his head in disappointment. Descendants wishing to use the teleportation array to enter the Imperial City needed to reach the 5th tier, which meant a minimum level of 120. Given the difficulty of leveling up in the Myriad Realms game, it would be a long time before anyone could use the teleportation array to enter the Imperial City. Even Sumubai, who possessed the Donghai command, was ineligible. Of course, if one had the strength, they could travel to the Imperial City through the wilderness, but the high-level wild beasts en route were not to be trifled with. Besides the Imperial City teleportation array, there were 9 slightly larger arrays. These led to the other 9 major first-tier cities. The remaining smaller teleportation arrays corresponded to the 81 second-tier main cities. This place was truly the teleportation hub of Donghai City. Sumubai walked directly to the nearest first-tier main city teleportation array. The guard glanced at him indifferently and said, "The teleportation fee is 100 gold coins. We teleport once we gather 100 people. You are the 82nd person. Pay and wait over there." Next to the teleportation array, there was a resting area where dozens of people were currently sitting and resting. Sumubai was momentarily speechless. Not only was the teleportation fee expensive, but one also had to wait for the group to assemble before teleporting. This must surely be controlled by capitalists. Seeing that Sumubai made no move, the guard smiled and continued, "If you don't want to wait, you can also use this personal teleportation array for 2,000 gold coins." Only then did Sumubai notice the much smaller, more exquisite teleportation array beside the large one. Had 20 times the fee for the privilege of a personal teleport. How utterly reasonable. Sumubai's lips twitched, and with a flick of his wrist he took out the Donghai command, discount. The guard's expression changed and he quickly said, "Just kidding, sir, you don't need to pay when using the teleportation array, please go ahead." "That's more like it." Sumubai smiled slightly and stepped onto the personal teleportation array. Destination, Phoenix Feather City. You have entered the first-tier main city of Phoenix Feather City. Your resurrection point has been switched to the Phoenix Feather City Resurrection Hall. A flash of white light and Sumubai appeared in the Phoenix Feather City teleportation square. Like in Donghai City, there were no players in sight nearby. Looking around, as the first-tier main city closest to Donghai City, the architectural styles of the two cities were not very different. However, the buildings in Phoenix Feather City favored red as an accent color, starkly contrasting with the sea blue preferred in Donghai City. Having been intercepted last time, Sumubai didn't directly summon Frost but instead honestly hired a carriage to go and register for a flying license. It's quite expensive. Stepping out of the flight registration office, Su Mukin waved his hand to summon Frost and headed straight for the nearest jewelry processing shop. Just to get a flight certificate, it actually costs 3,000 gold coins. However, this price isn't outrageous considering that anyone who owns a flying mount wouldn't mind the cost. As Frost flew through Foamling City, it naturally caught the attention of players in the city. Due to the presence of the mount leaderboard, everyone knew this was Baiye's mount. Consequently, the news about Baiyi spread rapidly throughout Foamling City. Su Mukin didn't care about this at all. He didn't even open the Foamling City chat channel. His only purpose here was to make money. Why not use the East Sea Command in East Sea City to do as he pleased? After spending over an hour, Su Mukin had scoured the jewelry shops of Foamling City. The stock here was similar to that of Yushirjai, and Su Mukin's backpack now contained over 60 level 5 gems. This time he already had gems embedded on him, so his haul was bigger than in East Sea City. After leaving the last jewelry shop, Su Mukin didn't rush to leave but turned to look at a shop next door. After browsing around, he walked out disappointed. This shop mainly dealt in tailoring, selling various cloth armors and backpack items from the counter. However, the grades of these items were very low, the highest only being bronze level. Their main business was actually charging a fee to make high-end items for people, but one must provide their own materials. After visiting several different types of shops, it was generally the same model. For Su Mukin, the cost-performance ratio of promoting and reselling these items was too low. Not to mention the waste of time, the total earnings from one shop were even less than a single level 5 gem. Without further delay, Su Mukin directly drove Frost to the teleportation hall, heading to the next destination. He was also clear about the arrangement of the Myriad Realms game. Players who wanted to buy high-tier items from the locals would have to wait until the auction house data was interconnected. Other than that, the only option was to buy tickets to attend the auction. But aside from the expensive tickets, those treasures qualified for the auction were obviously not something current players could afford. For a long time to come, only locals from the Forbidden Lands would participate in the auctions. In the early stage of the game, aside from bug players like Su Mukin, only the wealthiest could possibly participate. Until the moon hung high and the night deepened, Su Mukin finally returned to East Sea City. Looking at the 580 level 5 gems added to his backpack, he didn't feel as excited as he imagined but instead let out a light sigh. It seems he needed to have a good talk with the richest under heaven. If he could bring this guy under his command, things would be much easier. Just dealing with these gems had taken half a day, which was far too wasteful for Su Mukin. Despite this, he had only run through the top 10 first-level main cities, and the vast Dragon Empire still had hundreds of second-level main cities and over 10,000 third-level cities. He couldn't possibly run all the errands himself, right? But money was indispensable. Top-notch equipment items and even lifespan could be purchased with soul coins. For Su Mubai, resources and lifespan were also essential for significantly enhancing his strength. Therefore, besides leveling up, making money was a necessity. However, if he had to do everything himself, it would greatly reduce his time for leveling up. Thus, Su Mubai urgently needed an agent to handle these types of business affairs for him, much like how he had handed over the management of his company to professional managers before becoming a vegetative state. He only needed to control the most fundamental financial and personnel management rights. The rest of the trivial matters didn't need his direct involvement. Now, in the Myriad Realms game, having a wealth deity and talents that were the envy of the world was naturally the best choice. Moreover, here the binding power of system contracts far exceeded that of the Blue Star continent. As long as everything was set up in advance, there was no need to worry about corruption within the wealth deity. Besides, as long as Su Mubai maintained his leading strength, who would dare to recklessly target him? This was the confidence Su Mubai had in bringing the wealth deity under his command. It was more reliable than a system contract. With this decision made in his heart, Su Mubai stepped out of the teleportation hall and dialed the wealth deity's communication. Before he could speak, the voice of the wealth deity came from the communicator. "Brother Bei, are you done with your tasks?" It's evident how eager the other party is to collaborate deeply with Su Mubai. This must have something to do with Su Mubai's unbridled killings in the main city. Before this, the wealth deity had this idea but had not shown such urgency. As a businessman, he knew very well that this would put him at a disadvantage in the coming negotiations. But facing Su Mubai in existence far beyond all other players, the wealth deity could no longer care about that. He had weighed the pros and cons. As long as he could reach a deep collaboration with the other party, even if he had to suffer some losses in the distribution of benefits, the advantages he would gain were beyond imagination. This was an intuition. This intuition had appeared twice in the past life of the wealth deity. The first time was 20 years ago when he unhesitatingly invested all his assets into the real estate market, constantly rolling over loans to Snowball. That move directly propelled him from an ordinary person to a different class. The second time this intuition appeared, he even sold off most of his real estate projects in advance, successfully avoiding a market disaster. And now it was the third time. Hearing this, Su Mubai slightly smiled. As the former President Su, he could naturally tell that the other party had already handed over the initiative to him. After waiting quietly for 2 seconds, Su Mubai finally spoke lightly. "I'm done, let's find a place to talk." "Haha, I've been waiting for this statement for a long time. How about Fenghua Tavern?" "Good." Disconnecting the communication, Su Mubai had just located Fenghua Tavern on the map when a message from the wealth deity came through. "Richest in the world, Windflower Restaurant Room Number 1 eagerly awaits Brother Baiye's esteemed presence." Su Mukin raised his eyebrows slightly, a curve forming at the corner of his mouth. "As a chosen worker, aren't you being a bit too proactive? While the Windflower Restaurant is not the best in East Sea City, it is considerably large, spanning 7 floors. Stepping into the restaurant, the luxurious decor immediately indicated that the dining cost here was not low. Led by a waiter, Su Mukin took the elevator directly to the top floor. Inside room number 1, richest in the world was the only person present. He hadn't brought any other teammates for this occasion. As Su Mukin pushed the door open and entered the room, richest in the world quickly stood up to greet him and called out to the serving staff, "You can serve the food now. Brother Bai Yi, you must try the delicacies from the Forbidden Lands later, they will definitely be an eye-opener for you." He cheerfully invited Su Mukin to take a seat, his eyes reflecting a bit of nostalgia. Clearly he and his team had sampled the fare here earlier in the day. "Oh, then I must really try it," Su Mukin said with a slight smile, not rushing into discussing official matters. "Haha, don't worry, I guarantee your satisfaction." Richest in the world picked up the wine pot and poured a cup for Su Mukin, then lowered his voice. "I've heard there are even higher grade foods that can add status effects or boost attributes after consumption, but they are not yet for sale to the public." He lifted his glass. "Next time I'll try to arrange some of these high-grade foods for us. Please forgive me for this time, Brother Bai Yi, much appreciated." Su Mukin gently clinked his glass with richest in the world's, downing the wine in one gulp. Even though there was no hunger attribute in this world, he still enjoyed the pleasures of fine dining. For a while neither of them brought up the matter of cooperation, simply enjoying the flow of drinks and conversation. It wasn't until after a dozen dishes had been served and all the waitstaff had exited the room that richest in the world finally put down his wine glass and got down to business. "Brother Bai Yi, let me be straightforward. You know my talents. I'm not much in combat, but no one can match me in making money. Frankly, I'm planning to establish a commerce guild and I want to know your views on a deep collaboration. Your strength, combined with my financial resources, can surely make us rise quickly in the Forbidden Lands." His eyes sparkled with excitement as if he could already see the future unfolding before him. However, Su Mukin slowly shook his head. "Let's not talk about cooperation." The smile on richest in the world's face stiffened slightly, but then Su Mukin continued, "How about a different approach? Speak freely." Richest in the world's eyes lit up, intrigued, but in the next moment he was stunned. "I don't need a partner, but I do need an agent." Su Mukin played with the delicate wine cup in his hand, his gaze piercing as he locked eyes with richest in the world. "I think you're quite suitable." Richest in the world was momentarily at a loss. Weren't we supposed to talk about cooperation? How did this turn into an interview? Even if you are powerful, isn't this too domineering? A slight twitch formed at the corner of richest in the world's brow. This time he had considered giving up a part of the profits, even at a loss to himself, but he never expected Bai Yi to want to skip straight to making him an employee. "Are you kidding me? I do have an SSS level talent after all, although I indeed can't compare with you in strength. Isn't this a bit too bullying?" "Haha, Brother Bai, you really know how to joke." Rich beyond measure quickly controlled his emotions and tactfully declined Su Mubai's proposal with a joke. But Su Mubai seriously shook his head. "I'm not joking." Rich beyond measure looked at Su Mubai in surprise. From their first meeting he knew this young man was extraordinary, and even without The Myriad Realms game, he was definitely not an ordinary person on the Blue Star, but at this moment he didn't understand why the other party was acting this way. Could he not hear his refusal? Frowning, Rich beyond measure was about to speak when he saw Sumubai wave his hand and place a thumb-sized gem on the table, a level 5 gem. Rich beyond measure's pupils shrank. A single one added 160 points to attributes, which was a significant boost for early players. This must be the drop from that epic level boss. What? Before he could finish, Rich beyond measure suddenly stood up in shock. He even rubbed his eyes, clearly incredulous about what had just happened. The gem that was clearly level 5 a second ago had turned into a level 1 brilliant gem. The description also changed from plus 160 strength to plus 1% strength. A percentage increase, undoubtedly a higher grade item. This is my talent. Using some resources I can upgrade an item by 1 level. Sumubai smiled slightly, roughly describing it according to the original promotion. Being my agent will only make you earn more. Such a talent exists, Rich beyond measure slowly sat back down, his face still not completely free of shock. For the first time he began to consider Sumubai's proposal. To be honest, seeing the effect of Sumubai's talent, he was somewhat tempted. The only issue now was, if he became the other party's agent, how much benefit could he gain? With this in mind, Rich beyond measure steadied his spirit and looked at Sumubai, saying, "If I handle these matters for you entirely, how much profit do you plan to share?" Since Sumubai was straightforward, he didn't intend to beat around the bush either. Profits are the reality, everything else is nonsense. The fish has bitten the hook. Sumubai's lips curved slightly, slowly raising a finger. 10%. Rich beyond measure slightly squinted, his eyes weighing in his mind. However, he didn't need to weigh for long because Sumubai shook his head again, speaking softly. "Not 10% but 1%. What? 1%? Are you mocking a beggar?" Even with Rich beyond measure's strong emotional control, he was somewhat unable to restrain his anger at Sumubai's words. "Brother Bay, isn't this a bit too much?" Rich beyond measure was silent for a moment before speaking. Who starts by directly cutting the main artery? He still chose to trust his instincts. No matter what, he had to cooperate with Bay. Oh no, now it's working for him. But he must try to secure as much benefit as possible. Thinking this, Rich beyond measure took a deep breath and said, 1% is too low. How about we see how this goes first and then talk? As the words fell, he displayed his complete talent for the first time. Seeing the full version of God of Wealth's talent, Sumyukin couldn't help but give Riches of the World a deep look. This cunning old man had indeed hidden a lot in the talent information he shared last time. God of Wealth, SSS level exclusive talent skill effects. 1. Money Tree. Shake the money tree once a day to randomly receive 1 to 999 gold coins, and there's also a chance to obtain special treasures. When wealth is below 10,000 gold coins, a minimum of 500 gold coins is guaranteed. When wealth exceeds 10 million gold coins, the currency obtained from the money tree upgrades to soul coins. 2. Wealth Influx. The currency you carry increases by 1% daily, with a chance to increase by 5% upon leveling up. The higher the level, the higher the chance. 3. Only in, not out. You won't drop any gold coins or items upon death. At the moment of death, you can use currency to offset the lifespan loss incurred. For smooth financial luck, every real transaction you make has a chance to yield extra rewards. The larger the transaction amount relative to your total assets, the higher the chance. 5. Path of the Wealth God. Upon your wealth exceeding 10 million gold coins for the first time, you will transfer to the unique hidden profession God of Wealth. Information about players' talents, equipment and items, although immutable in content, can be partially concealed. Riches of the World had indeed concealed the vast majority of his capabilities. Even the 3 traits he shared with Sumyukin were only half revealed. Sumyukin had anticipated this, but what he didn't expect was that the God of Wealth, this SSS level talent, really didn't enhance any combat ability. All effects merely increased wealth and obtained treasures. Only the last trait might grant riches of the world far beyond ordinary combat capabilities. After all, a unique hidden profession is second only to an exclusive hidden profession. Even the commercially inclined God of Wealth undoubtedly possesses many powerful abilities. However, to change professions, Riches of the World must first earn 10 million gold coins. After reviewing the complete God of Wealth talent, a hint of confusion flashed in Sumyukin's eyes. Does every SSS level talent come with its own unique hidden profession, or is God of Wealth just special? With this thought, Sumyukin couldn't help but glance at his own talent, Cataclysm, unique forbidden level exclusive talent skill. Skill effects: 1. Promotion, permanently promote any item to a higher tier without any consumption. 2. Sublimation, consume certain resources to permanently promote any item by 2 tiers. 3. Cataclysm, consume a certain amount of lifespan to permanently promote any item by 3 tiers and add cataclysm traits to it. Usage restrictions: cannot be applied to the talent itself, cannot be applied to the player's own body, cannot be applied to cataclysm traits. Repeated use on the same target will overwrite previous enhancements. Tier surpassing limits: untraceable, uncopyable, unlootable. Disappears completely after player by Ye's final death. Compared to God of Wealth, although Cataclysm has only 3 effects, each one is powerful enough. Just the promotion alone could allow Sumyukin to make money even faster than the God of Wealth, and the catastrophic traits only make this talent worthy of the unique taboo rank. Currently he possesses 3 catastrophic traits, each one could be called perverse, and he has only unlocked 1 professional catastrophic trait so far. As long as he lives long enough, he could add terrifying catastrophic traits to all items. Most importantly, Sumubai, the God of Wealth, does not have unexplorable, uncopyable, or unlootable traits. Seeing Sumubai not speaking, Rich beyond measure slightly smiled, thinking that the other party was stunned by the full effect of his talent. Brother Bay, do you really think 1% is a fair price? Sumubai smiled and did not speak, only showing the amount of gold coins in his backpack. Rich beyond measure suddenly stood up from his position, his face changing several times in an instant, shock, confusion, incomprehension he could no longer hide his emotions, and exclaimed, 10 million gold coins? How is that possible? Rich beyond measure even began to wonder who between him and Bay was truly the God of Wealth. Even if one could consume resources to upgrade items, there would still be costs. How did the other party earn so much money in such a short time? He understood, of course, that showing so many gold coins meant telling him that as long as he agreed, he could immediately change his profession to God of Wealth. This was also why Rich beyond measure was so eager to cooperate with Bay. He knew that only by working with Bay the strongest could he change his profession at the fastest speed and formally have a foothold in the Myriad Realms game, but he had never expected that Bay could produce 10 million gold coins just 2 days into the game. In that moment, Rich beyond measure felt an impulse to agree immediately, but thinking that he would handle all the affairs yet only receive 1% of the profits, he hesitated for a while. Sumubai did not urge him, simply pouring himself a glass of wine and slowly savoring it. The money naturally was earned today. Besides the level 5 gem in every level 1 main city, he could earn about 1 million gold coins by exploiting and reselling level 3 and 4 gems. Added to the profits from East Sea City, the total amount of gold coins had just exceeded 10 million. Unlike Sumubai's calmness, Rich beyond measure was very conflicted at this moment. He was already thinking about agreeing, but his heart still felt somewhat unwilling. 1% was indeed too low. For a time, the private room fell silent. Just as Rich beyond measure was internally struggling, a series of system announcements suddenly made him make up his mind. Blue Star Region announcement: the number of players entering the cities in the region has exceeded 10,000 and the Myriad Realms game is officially open. After 24 hours, the requirement to leave the novice village will be lowered to level 5, and after 3 days all novice villages will close and the remaining players will be transported to their respective cities. Times 10 Blue Star Region announcement: the Blue Star Region's level leaderboard, equipment leaderboard and wealth leaderboard are officially open. Times 10 At the same time, Sumubai also received a series of system prompts. Prompt: you have climbed to the top of the Blue Star Region level leaderboard, ranking first, and your total experience value exceeds the sum of others. You're leading by miles. Title effect has been enhanced. Prompt: you have 6 pieces of equipment that meet the leaderboard requirements, and you occupy the top 5, enhancing the effect of your title far ahead. Prompt: you have climbed to the top of the Blue Star Region's wealth leaderboard, ranked first, and you are the only one on the list, enhancing the effect of your title far ahead. Prompt: you are simultaneously ranked first in the Blue Star Region's level, equipment, wealth and mount leaderboards, and your title far ahead is upgraded to peerless. Just as Sumyukin finished reading the prompts and hadn't had time to check his new title and the 3 leaderboards, Rich beyond the world seemed to have made a certain decision and suddenly spoke up. 5%? I only want 5%. Raising the price now, and only 5%? Sumyukin frowned, somewhat puzzled as he looked towards Rich beyond the world. He couldn't quite understand why the other party would propose such a percentage. Moreover, it was at a time when he himself had reached the top of all leaderboards. facing Su Mukin's scrutinizing gaze. Rich Beyond the World took a deep breath and continued. 5% not to be your agent but to sign a soul contract with you directly, as long as you hand over all business matters to me to manage. 95% of everything I own will belong to you. At this moment his gaze was as resolute as if he were pledging an oath. Su Mukin was momentarily stunned. So the 5% you mentioned isn't what I give you but what you keep for yourself? I just wanted you to work for me and you choose to sell yourself directly? Rich Beyond the World's decision was indeed beyond Su Mukin's expectations. A soul contract once breached isn't just a matter of a penalty fee but involves being erased from the soul level by the World of Myriad Realms game. It must be said Rich Beyond the World is bold enough and smart enough. This is a huge gamble. Once the soul contract is signed and he becomes one of Su Mukin's own, even if he retains only 5% of the wealth, it's very likely to exceed the previous 100%. More importantly, this means having a strong backing in the World of Myriad Realms game. Seeing Su Mukin not responding, Rich Beyond the World's heart sank. No way, not even 5%, but soon his lifted heart settled down. Are you serious? Never been more serious. Rich Beyond the World nodded without hesitation. His gaze was profound, as if he saw the future through Su Mukin. Then, pleased to cooperate, Su Mukin smiled and stood up, extending his right hand towards Rich Beyond the World. He knew the other party was betting that he could continue to lead, but what of it? For Su Mukin there was no downside. Once the soul contract through the World of Myriad Realms game was signed, he could then confidently hand over all business matters to Rich Beyond the World. With the God of Wealth talent, the other party would only do better. Moreover, he was about to transition into a true God of Wealth himself. Boss, I'll start drafting the soul contract right away. Rich Beyond the World finally showed a smile, grasping Su Mukin's hand. As the two signed the contract, all the Blue Star players were in an uproar due to the previous system announcements. Countless chat channels in newbie villages were flooded with messages, with information zipping by rapidly. What does it mean? The game is just starting now. So what was all that before? Consider it your good luck giving you time to adapt to the digitization. I was wondering why leveling up was so difficult. It turns out we can leave the village at level 5 after the experts have left. Tomorrow we can enter the city. Exciting my head, I can barely manage in the novice village. What can I do outside? I might not even find a place to sleep. The Myriad Realms game is really forcing us to find ways to increase our strength. I have an early morning shift and I was planning to just slack off in the novice village, and now you're telling me we'll be forced out in 3 days? Damn refund. Dude, are you feverish? If you're talking about refunds, you can only give back your life. If you lose your life, you naturally won't need to play anymore. No way, I have to hurry and clear the misty forest. This regional announcement completely disrupted the rhythm of the vast majority of players. No one expected that. There would also be a forced village exit setting. At least in the novice village, free lodging is provided, but once you enter the city, everything costs money. Even if you want to slack off, there's no way. The appearance of this announcement made many low-level talent players who were originally prepared to lie low start making plans for the future. If you're afraid of dying while grinding monsters for money, then you'll have to become a full-time life player. Of course, many people are also full of anticipation for the future, as entering the city represents more opportunities. Besides this, players successively opened the newly launched 3 leaderboards. Although they were somewhat prepared for beta top the leaderboards, they were still shocked when they saw the actual lists. Blue Star Region Level Leaderboard: first place, Bay Level 20 Dragon Empire. Second place, Sanchi Qingfeng Level 11 Dragon Empire. Third place, Felix Level 11 Hull Empire. Fourth place, Perrin Level 11 North Shine Empire. Fifth place, Indra Level 11 White Elephant Kingdom. Sixth place, Moon Command Level 11 Sakura Kingdom. Seventh place, Ares Level 11 Light Federation. Eighth place, Sun Descendant Level 11 Korea Kingdom. Ninth place, Shallow Summer Level 10 Dragon Empire. 10th place, Venus Level 10 Light Federation. On the leaderboard, Bay's name hung at the top like an insurmountable mountain, glaringly at level 20, starting from the second place to the 8th, all were level 11. These 7 individuals managed to rise to level 11 so quickly because they possess SSS grade talents. However, Rich Beyond Measure, who also possesses an SSS grade talent, didn't even make it onto the leaderboard. There's nothing to be done about that. After all, the God of Wealth talent doesn't increase combat power. These SSS grade talent players, although only 9 levels behind Su Mubai, are actually far apart in reality. Since they entered the game, the total experience they have accumulated to reach level 11 is less than 2 million, meanwhile Sumubai's experience exceeds 66 million. The gap in total experience from these 9 levels is more than 30 times, and this is because Sumubai didn't continuously level up, not to mention other things, just scavenging and reselling gems wasted more than 10 hours. This is also why he wanted to find an agent, although he was not afraid that anyone could catch up. Sumuken's goal was never the players, he didn't want to waste time on money matters. The Forbidden Land of Gods was just the beginning and the Myriad Realms were the real journey. Before that, the most important thing was to quickly enhance his strength. Among the 3 newly opened leaderboards, the level leaderboard was still decent. The next 2 leaderboards truly made everyone's eyes pop. On the Blue Star Region Equipment leaderboard, the rankings only went up to 7th place and then abruptly stopped. To qualify for the leaderboard, the items had to be at least of epic quality. Aside from San Shi Qingfeng, who barely managed 6th place with his epic level Cheng Ming, all the other equipment slots were dominated by Bai Yi. Moreover, the top 5 were all legendary items. Outside Beibei City on the level 15 map, San Shi Qingfeng stroked the green sword in his hand, lost in thought. This sword was a growth-type equipment that came with his talent. Besides this, the best equipment he had was merely level 5 gold equipment dropped by Reggie in the hell-level Misty Forest. Where on earth did Bai Yi get so many legendary items from? There hadn't even been a first kill announcement for a legendary boss. Other players with SSS level talents were completely defenseless when they saw this leaderboard. What kind of joke is this? While we're still pleased with a few pieces of gold equipment, you're wholesaling legendary items? Is this reasonable? However, no matter what they thought, this was a settled fact, and the unreasonable things didn't end there. Blue Star Region Wealth Leaderboard, minimum requirement, 1 million gold coins. First place, Bai Yi, 10.23 million gold coins. Like that. Equipment in Mount leaderboards, there was only one lonely name listed. Seeing the 8-digit gold coin count after Bai Yi's name, all the players in the Forbidden Land of Gods fell silent. If possible, at this moment everyone wanted to call the police. Leading far ahead in levels, unmatched strength, wholesaling legendary equipment, mythical mounts, over 10 million gold coins, and even triggering all the area announcements. Brother, it's only the 3rd day of the Myriad Realms game. What kind of hexagon warrior are you? There should be a limit to hacking, right? In Donghai City, inside the private room number 1 at the Windflower Tavern. The breakdown outside had no impact on the signing of the contract between the two. After confirming the content, the Myriad Realms game cast down a purple beam of light, and a contract that was both visible and invisible condensed out. Rich Beyond the World didn't hesitate at all and directly signed his name on the contract. Sumuken did the same. Buzz, the next moment, the soul contract transformed into 2 beams of light, merging into their foreheads respectively. Notification: you have signed a soul contract with Rich Beyond the World. Henceforth, you will handle all business matters for both parties, and 95% of his future wealth will belong to you. Violators of the contract will have their souls erased. The system notification sounded, and Rich Beyond the World also opened his eyes, looking at Sumuken with a smile. Boss, please take good care of me in the future. You go and change your class first. Sumuken nodded slightly, a smile also on his face. From now on, the only god of wealth in the Myriad Realms game was his own worker. After the contract was successfully signed, Sumubai immediately transferred 10 million gold coins to Rich beyond measure. As a result, the latter's body instantly emitted bursts of golden light, clearly beginning his job change. The golden light was intense and did not seem to dissipate quickly. Sumubai glanced at him a couple of times and then shifted his focus to review the title that had been upgraded several times, even changing its name. Peerless Lone Rider. While wearing this title, the experience gained from all sources is increased by 100%. As always, it was simply yet practical. The name Peerless Lone Rider was indeed quite fitting. After re-equipping the title, Sumubai curled the corners of his mouth. The effect of the experience gain had increased directly from 20% to 100%. With this title, Sumubai's already monstrous leveling speed was destined to leave other players in the dust. 5 minutes later, Rich Beyond Measure's job change finally ended. The golden light dissipated and his appearance seemed unchanged, but Sumubai could clearly feel a great change in his aura. So, did you learn any skills? Only 2 skills? Rich Beyond Measure shook his head somewhat disappointedly and displayed the newly acquired skills. Money Shield, a passive skill, no level For every gold coin in your bag you gain 1 point of shield with a cap of level times 100,000. If not attacked for 10 minutes, the shield will refresh. Trade contract at level 1, 0/2, active skill. You can sign a trade contract with a target, once signed as long as both parties are in the same country. They can trade regardless of spatial distance at any time. Current number of contracts you can sign, 0/1, instant release, cooldown time 24 hours, consumes 10% mana. After displaying the skills, a large gold ingot suddenly appeared in Rich Beyond Measure's hands. Other skills have to be bought from this thing. Wealth God's Ingot, profession exclusive, Rich Beyond Measure. Offhand item, cannot be dropped, cannot be traded. Level 10, follows character, attributes, all attributes plus 50 health plus 2000 inch mana plus 2000 special effects, level insufficient, not activated. This is the Wealth God's Ingot. You can learn the Wealth God's profession skills from it, but the price is not cheap. The Wealth God's Ingot is similar to the Book of Death as a profession exclusive item, but its base attributes are only comparable to a level 10 epic item. It's far from the advanced Book of Death. I just checked, the second skill can only be learned after advancing. Rich Beyond Measure sighed, feeling that the unique hidden job of the Wealth God was not as strong as he had imagined. He thought that after changing jobs he would have combat power, but it turned out there were only two skills. One defensive and the other non-combat, but Sumubai laughed. He learned from Situji that only through continuous advancement could one better utilize the job's capabilities. A first-tier player could not fully unleash the true power of a strong profession. It was already good that the Wealth God had 2 A-level skills upon changing jobs, considering he himself initially had only 1 A-level and 1 S-level skill. Although the skills of both parties were not of the same type and thus not comparable, the trading contract skill was particularly useful for Sumyukin. However, an upgrade was necessary. I'll help you enhance it, Sumyukin thought, and with a flick of his mind he used catastrophe to simultaneously upgrade the two skills and the Wealth God's Ingot in one fell swoop. Having signed the soul contract, enhancing Rich Beyond the World was equivalent to enhancing his own business empire. Naturally, Sumyukin did not need to be secretive about it. The only regret he had was that the Wealth God profession could not be upgraded for free. The system notification was the same as before, stating that it exceeded the restrictions of the Forbidden Land of Gods. Sumyukin frowned. When he had first transformed into a necromancer during the catastrophe, he hadn't received such a notification. Could this be a bug that had now been fixed, or was the Hall of Stellar Choices, where the professions were chosen, not part of the Forbidden Land of Gods? But that didn't seem right either. According to Situji, other sovereign professions should exist within the Forbidden Land of Gods. Shaking his head, Sumyukin stopped dwelling on the issue. After all, it was incomprehensible and he would eventually find out. What he cared about was whether the upgraded trading contract skill would meet his requirements. If it did, then he wouldn't need to make any further preparations and could directly head to Huaijian and then to the Cherry Blossom Kingdom. Boss, your talent is too overpowered, Rich Beyond the World said, admiringly looking at Sumyukin as he noticed the sudden enhancement of his exclusive items and skills. Although this talent didn't directly increase combat power, it held boundless possibilities. Alright, you'll have more shocking moments to come. First, let's see the effects of the upgraded trading contract. Sumyukin waved his hand and Rich Beyond the World hurriedly displayed the skill attributes. Sumyukin's lips curved slightly upwards. Perfect. Little Cherry Blossom, are you ready to experience the undead catastrophe ahead of time? Wealth God contract, S, level 1, 0/5, active skill. You can sign a Wealth God contract with a target. As long as both parties are on the same planet, they can trade anytime regardless of spatial distance. After conducting a valid transaction with the target of the Wealth God contract, you will gain experience points based on the transaction amount. Current number of contracts available, 0/2, instant cast, cooldown time 24 hours, consumes 20% mana. Perfect. Seeing the brand new Wealth God contract, a glint flashed in Sumyukin's eyes. He immediately had Rich Beyond the World sign the Wealth God contract with him. With this contract, heading to the Cherry Blossom Kingdom no longer held any concerns for him. After all, he was going there to kill, and it was very likely that he would be wanted by the Cherry Blossom Kingdom, which would make it impossible to enter cities and convert his gains into what he wanted. But now, with Rich Beyond the World, Sumyukin could focus on dealing with the Cherry Blossom Kingdom. He would leave the rest to be managed by Rich Beyond the World. The Wealth God Ingot, after the upgrade, already had base attributes equal to legendary equipment of the same level, although its special effects were still not activated. However, what puzzled Su Mukun was that the wealth god ingot, like the Tome of Death, had not made it onto the equipment leaderboard. As for the money shield, it was upgraded to an S-level skill and became significantly stronger in all aspects. With this skill, it was almost impossible for other players to kill Rich Beyond Measure. Closing his own panel, Rich Beyond Measure rubbed his hands together and smiled at Sumubai. "Boss, about my talent, can it also be, upgraded?" Sumubai rolled his eyes and cut him off. "You think an SSS level talent can be upgraded? What are you thinking?" Cough. "I know it's not likely, just asking casually." Rich Beyond Measure coughed lightly, quickly moving past the topic. "We haven't shaken the money tree today. I wonder if there's a good start after the job change to Wealth God." Sumubai's interest was piqued as he watched a burst of golden light emerge from Rich Beyond Measure's hands. Buzz. The next moment, a money tree over 2 meters tall condensed out of the golden light. "Oh, it's grown quite a bit." A hint of joy flashed in Rich Beyond Measure's eyes as he immediately shook the trunk. In fact, when using his talent, it wasn't necessary to materialize the money tree, he was just showing it to his boss. Rustle, rustle, the tree swayed slightly, and although it was entirely golden, it dropped numerous purple-black coins. The process didn't last long, and Sumubai quickly glanced at it, his pupils slightly shrinking. The number of purple-black coins was definitely over 500. It's worth noting that Rich Beyond Measure's wealth was now over 10 million gold coins. This meant that these purple-black coins were soul coins. In terms of value, the worth of so many soul coins might even exceed 10 million gold coins. This was the result of their close binding. If Rich Beyond Measure hadn't actively proposed to sign the soul contract, Sumubai wouldn't have given him the 10 million gold coins directly, and without that, who knows how long it would have taken to shake out soul coins from the money tree. For Sumubai as well, in just a few minutes his wealth had nearly doubled. Together, the effect was much more than the sum of 1 plus 1, and the efficiency of making money had increased tremendously. However, it didn't end there. After the soul coins scattered, the money tree burst out with a blinding golden light again. Snap! A crisp sound echoed as a baby fist-sized purple-black stone fell among the pile of soul coins. Only then did the money tree slowly fade away. Rich Beyond Measure waved his hand to collect everything, a hint of joy appearing on his face. "That's a total of 680 soul coins and 1 high-grade life soul stone." He placed all the gains on the table, excitedly looking at Sumubai. "Boss, try upgrading it." Hearing about the high-grade life soul stone, Sumubai's eyes also lit up, and he immediately made a decision in his mind. Catastrophe target, high-grade life soul stone. Prompt: please choose the upgrade tier, tier 1/tier 2/tier 3. Click to view details. Option 1, upgrade to life soul crystal, no consumption. Option 2, sublimate to life soul essence, consumes 100 soul crystals. Option 3, catastrophe to life soul origin crystal, consumes 10,000 years of lifespan. Upgrade 1 tier. As Mubai made his choice, the high-grade life soul stone on the table immediately flashed with light. The stone's surface gradually faded, slowly turning into a purple-black crystal. The life soul crystal, a rare and special treasure, once absorbed extends one's lifespan by 100 years. Note: whether you keep the life soul crystal in your backpack or warehouse, it will lose 1/10 of its power upon your death, with a minimum loss of 10 years. 100-fold, the effect was enhanced 100 times. Gulp times 2. The two of them stared at the properties of the life soul crystal, unable to help but swallow their saliva in unison. This was a full 100 years of lifespan we're talking about, a tiny crystal that could more than double the lifespan of a human. For the two who had only recently started playing the game of Myriad Worlds, this was nothing short of a miraculous treasure. Sumukun took a deep breath, suppressing the impulse to immediately use the life soul crystal, and turned his gaze to the pile of soul coins. However, with the experience of upgrading copper coins and gold coins, this time Sumukun only selected 1 soul coin. Catastrophe target, soul coin. Prompt: please select the promotion rank, tier 1/tier 2/tier 3. Click for details. Option 1, promote to ancient soul coin, no consumption. Option 2, sublimate to primordial soul coin, consumes 10,000 soul coins. Option 3, catastrophe to ancient soul coin, consumes 100 years of lifespan. As expected, the soul coin couldn't be directly upgraded to the more valuable soul crystal. Sumukun shook his head regretfully and cancelled the promotion. The name Ancient Soul Coin sounded similar to Ancient Gold Coin, and it wasn't urgent to promote it until needed. This thing, apart from those in need, nobody else really collects them. He had once impulsively tried to collect a gemstone, and the result was just another Ancient Gold Coin added to his backpack. These coins, including that life soul crystal, Sumyukin had no plans to use. Previously unaware of the existence of the auction, Sumyukin directly used 50 high-grade life soul stones and still felt a bit of pain over it, but at least it solved the problem of insufficient lifespan and there was no need to worry about dying accidentally and being forced to delete his account. But now it was different. Absorbing the life soul crystal would only extend his lifespan by 100 years. However, if these items were used as the startup capital for becoming the wealthiest under heaven, then the two could establish a vast business empire at a much faster pace. Players didn't have life soul stones, but the locals in the land of gods did, and the upcoming auction in Eastsea City was an opportunity for explosive wealth growth. Moreover, aside from Eastsea City, other major cities would also have auctions. Now with wealthiest under heaven, Sumyukin no longer needed to do everything himself. He could leave these matters to the god of wealth and they would only earn more. Pack them all up. The upgraded soul coins or ancient soul coins, temporarily not of much use. Wealthiest under heaven's eyes flashed with a hint of disappointment. He had thought that Bai Yi could directly enhance the value of soul coins, but there wasn't much difference. It was just about selling the upgraded items again. If it were really possible to enhance the currency, then probably he wouldn't be needed anymore. Thinking this, wealthiest under heaven felt that this was actually a good thing. He waved his hand to put the items into the backpack, then took out a few pieces of equipment and a sheepskin scroll. These were the promised items plus the equipment you dropped when you killed someone in the teleportation square. Keep the equipment for yourself. Sumubai waved his hand, picked up the scroll of fate, and before he could use catastrophe on it, he heard Rich Beyond Measure continue, "Boss, you misunderstood. What I meant was for you to also enhance these equipments along the way, making them more valuable." Sumubai's mouth twitched. After signing the soul contract, this guy really didn't consider himself an outsider anymore, did he? Who was the worker here? Isn't this the world turned upside down? However, Sumubai knew this was something that needed to be done, so he waved his hand and promoted all the equipment Rich Beyond Measure had taken out. At the same time, other useless items in his backpack were also upgraded and all given to Rich Beyond Measure, including the belongings of some unworthy characters. Rich Beyond Measure immediately started smilingly inventorying his gains, and only then did Sumubai's thoughts shift. Catastrophe target. Scroll of Fate prompt. Please choose the upgrade tier 1/tier 2. Click to view details. Upgrade to tier 1. This item was already of legendary level, hence there were only two options. However, for Sumubai there was no other choice but to freeload. Buzz, the scroll flickered with a faint light, both its texture and delicacy greatly enhanced. You have obtained the mythical item, Favor of the Goddess of Fate, a mythical item. A glint of light flashed in Sumubai's eyes. This was his first mythical level item, not counting Frost, as it was a creature. Favor of the Goddess of Fate. Upon use you will get a chance to roll the dice of fate. No matter the number rolled, you will receive the Goddess of Fate's favor. The higher the number, the richer the reward. Gambler, the highest reward is at the mythical level. Are you sure you don't want to go all in, Just as he had expected, after upgrading to mythical level, there were neither misfortunes nor bad fates. Any roll would bring a reward. However, after considering for a while, Sumubai decided not to use it immediately. According to information provided by the game of Myriad Realms, there was a luck attribute in the game. However, this was a high-level hidden attribute which could only be displayed after equipping items that increased luck. Such items were obviously extremely rare, but Sumubai believed that as long as they existed in the game, he could definitely obtain them. Once he had a luck value, using this scroll would then maximize its value. Of course, he could also let Rich Beyond Measure sell this scroll. However, its value would certainly not compare to mythical level equipment, so it might be better to keep it and take a gamble. If he really rolled a mythical level equipment, it would mean that he could freeload a divine annihilation level item. This was a level not provided in the information from the game of Myriad Realms and was destined to be extremely rare. Come on, let's go somewhere. The two of them walked out of the Windflower Tavern and Sumubai waved his hand to summon Frost, taking Rich Beyond Measure soaring into the sky. Frost hummed discontentedly, obviously resistant to anyone other than its master. Rich Beyond Measure, flying on the back of a dragon for the first time, had his eyes filled with excitement. He tightly grasped the back of the throne, his eyes surveying the city's night scene below. Soon Frost landed at the Eastsea City auction house. Looking at the majestic building in front of him, a glint of sharpness flashed in Rich Beyond Measure's eyes. With the promotion from the boss and our own god of wealth and talents, it won't take long for us to establish our own auction house. now with startup capital and backing, the business empire plan of wealthiest under heaven will soon unfold. Following Su Mukin into the auction house, although it was late at night, the place was still brightly lit. As the most bustling central area of East Sea City, it operates 24 hours a day, not distinguishing between day and night. Upon reaching the second floor, the staff at the ticket office was no longer the young lady from before, but had been replaced by a middle-aged man. However, this change had no effect on Su Mukin. He directly took out his East Sea Command token, declared his identity, and the previously lethargic middle-aged man immediately sat up straight. "Lord Baiyi, how may I assist you? Can my VIP card be used by someone else?" Su Mukin pointed to wealthiest under heaven beside him. With a worker like him, why would he personally attend the auction? With that time, wouldn't it be better to level up or kill a few more cherry blossoms? Since the two had signed a God of Wealth contract, they could trade at any time and remotely control the proceedings. "Yes, but it must be a person you designate." The middle-aged man nodded repeatedly. "However, this requires the manager to record it. Please wait a moment, Lord Baiyi." After saying this, the middle-aged man picked up a communicator and broadcasted a message. Then he led Su Mukin and wealthiest under heaven into an elegantly decorated private room.